Good morning, Seattle! We are live here in Climate Pledge Arena. I can hear it. Hopefully you guys at home can hear it. We have this gorgeous crowd, this arena filling up right now. Everyone waiting in anticipation for all of the Dota action we're going to be seeing today. TI12 has begun. It is day number 1, and you're going to start hearing the voices of my beautiful panel. I got Reza joining me, I got Effie, and I have Lacoste, who I know you're absolutely hyped and excited for TI Finals.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's good to be here. Last time I was here was a decade ago, you know, playing on the big stage, but very excited. The crowd, everything, you know, just bringing a lot of memories.
That was a long time ago.
It really was.
There's been a lot of history made in between when you were down there, Lacoste, and now being up here. But Rezo, you're on the main stage only a year ago. It wasn't this exact stage, but being back in Seattle, how much does that mean to you and being a panelist now?
This place is just magical to me. It brings so many good memories, like good and bad both. But it's like so many highs and so many lows being in this place. Like I was walking there, like next to the stages, and I was like, it feels weird coming here tomorrow and not playing, you know, like because I've been there so many times, and I mean the crowd here is absolutely amazing every time. Like you just feel that energy coming to the to the players, and I think it's gonna benefit like the home teams today for sure.
Was it a different set of nerves for you last night and this morning, knowing that you're going to be here in front of this crowd, that we're going to be watching Dota but not going to be playing the Dota?
I still get nervous actually, like going to the panels, because like it's very different thing that I'm doing, right? Because like I'm talking instead of playing, and I'm showing different set of skills. But I'm enjoying it a lot because I get to praise players. I get to like talk about like I get to be the voice basically for the game. So that's pretty exciting.
And what about you, Effie? What are you most excited for this weekend? Not even just today, but overall this weekend. It's our final weekend, and we have 3 days of action.
And outside of watching really good Dota, I just want to hear the crowd yell very loudly, because there is nothing like watching Dota 2 when everybody is cheering. Nothing compares to that. I mean, every game that you watch is so elevated just by the sound of the audience. So just ready for some really good Dota.
Yeah. And Lacoste, the 10 years, they've gone by for you. Do you still
quickly,
Quickly, yeah. I couldn't even remember that it was 10 years. Does the crowd still make you nervous as well, or are you like, okay, now scream for me, make some noise?
Oh, absolutely. They don't have to scream for me, but they were going to scream for really good Dota. I couldn't sleep last night. I went to bed at like 9. I was already tucked in, watching some movie, trying to fall asleep, and then I woke up like 15, 20 times. I'm like, yeah, this is not happening, But every single time, I just get too excited about it.
Yeah, kids on Christmas night is what it feels like, but it's day number 1. There's plenty of stuff to still happen for us. We love the crowd, but 2 people that love the crowd more is Slacks and Tsunami.
That's right, we're standing here in the Climate Pledge Arena right now. So many TI memories have been made here in this rough location, but not this venue before. This is new ground.
Absolutely new ground. I cannot believe how packed this is. The gamers have showed up. Showing up. It feels good to be home. Have you been to a TI before?
Yes, I've been to 3 of them.
3 of them here?
Yeah.
Which ones?
6, 7, and 8.
6. What?
8 wasn't here, but.
Okay, don't bring that one up. No, 6. How's it feel to be back home?
Oh, it's so nice. So nice, yeah. This is awesome.
I'm sorry about the team secret there, my friend. Any words?
If Puppy gets the squad back together, he'll win it.
All right. Anyone else been to a TI before?
Seattle TIs.
Seattle TI. Oh,
you got tons of badges over here. This man's he's been
7, 8 in this one.
Whoa!
Oh, show that off again. Show the people.
So you've been to so many. What's your favorite TI memory of all time then?
EG winning for sure.
Any North American Dota fans? Who are you rooting for this year?
Gaimin Gladiators.
Gladiators, all right. Ooh.
Why are you guys booing?
Slacks, anyone else out here?
All right. Who else we got? Has anyone been to something before TI 6? Oh, what do we got here? Hello. Out of my way. right. No, that's good. Yeah, brother. What TI were you at?
TI4.
TI4. That's an ancient one, huh?
Yeah, we were 15.
When you were 15?
Yeah, we just drove right down.
How old are you now?
27.
Wow.
The math adds up.
Does your back hurt?
I mean, actually, no, because I got the Tide Hunt.
Oh! That one's for free, baby. All right, check's in the mail. There we go. All right, has anyone been here before TI4?
Yeah, let's go real back in time.
Oh, my.
TI3, maybe.
TI3.
We got TI3.
All right, there's only 2 people. Okay, I'm too lazy to walk up that many stairs. Hello, so what TI were you at?
TI3.
Oh, no. Oh, no! Why are you here?
Why are you here?
Shut up. Okay. They're still paying. All right, go see Neil. Go say hello to Neil. Do your thing.
Please.
Hi, Neil. Blink twice if you need me to save you from slags. It's okay. You can do one more.
Around. Casey, what's your favorite TI memory of all time, or TI3 specifically?
I think being such an idiot about Dota and still having fun with the way the community was so welcoming. So Michael's skills and having people instead be like, hey, you dumb bitch. They were like, ha-ha, you tried hard. And it was fantastic, and I've loved it ever since.
We're a very welcoming community. That's a famous thing about Dota, and I'm sure maybe you were working by yourself for TI3?
I gotta say, working by myself for TI3 is a highlight.
Yeah. Unbelievable. Can you guys believe she's still alive? That's crazy, guys. All right, well, it's so good to see you again. All right, back to panel. Thank you, guys. Bye. I mean, crazy.
We're going to have to try and save slack for Casey there, but it wouldn't be a TI at all without Casey. So it's so great to have her in the audience, having her appear. So, of course, all of that applause for Casey there. And definitely just running up the bit there, making sure Slacks knows his place, that sometimes the solo venture is a little bit better than a duo with Slacks.
I like that bit. So many shots were fired, like, and the guy with the Tide Hunter, like, yeah.
It is a skill shot.
Like, oh my God, it's amazing. I love this.
It was beautiful there. Do you guys have a favorite TI memory? You got many under your belt over there, Lacoste.
Hard to choose. I mean, it's just a celebration of our community. Every single time it just feels magical, so kind of hard to choose one moment.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it was definitely beating EG and going to the finals.
Oh, so you want to do the inverse. We had someone in the audience, he's like, my favorite memory was EG winning, and yours is beating EG.
Beating EG, yeah.
All of Roman's memories are, I remember that time the crowd cheered for me when I stood in for Empire, etc. I think my favorite memory has to be, TI3 Grand Finals, Navi versus Alliance. It's probably the most iconic moment of Dota for me.
Yeah, I'm going to be the cringiest person ever and say my favorite memory is the one that we're about to make today. It's going to be a lot of fun. I had to throw that one in there. We got Casey back, and she had a lot of fun catching up with some fans, getting to have some conversations with them.
Okay, you guys look especially lovey-dovey. What's going on here?
We got engaged this weekend for this trip, so yeah.
Right before our flight to Seattle.
Yeah, right before we left yesterday. We've been here.
So she could wear the ring all weekend.
Let me see the ring. It was my aunt's, so it's a family ring. So he got it resized and everything on his own. And
we've been so excited for this trip.
Yeah, we've known each other since high school. Been dating for 3 years, so it's about time.
About time, sir. You understand what she means by that?
You're telling me.
That's the best part about coming. I mean, actually, I just got you like 2 minutes in, so maybe you're just not quite sure yet.
We're excited for the Crimson Skins.
Yeah, the Crimson Witness cache. We're excited just for Dota, the game.
Yeah.
Okay. This is my mother. I got her into Dota because we need something to share and have in common, and she got completely hooked on it. And despite the fact that she's never played a game, she started watching in 2017, and she knows all the teams, all the players. She's a huge fan, wakes up like 6 in the morning to watch Dota.
Deal?
Getting the goodie bag.
Let me see what's in there. Have you looked in?
I haven't.
Okay, let's take a look.
It's my badge, and oh, it's Alina.
Oh, look at that.
Pretty cool.
Are you here with a bunch of friends?
Yeah, they're right up there, I think. Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, where are you?
No, I mean, they ditched me. They ditched me at this point.
Wait, you let me take you on an escalator to nowhere and ditched your friends.
Yeah, anything for you, Casey.
Tell me what team you're here for. Nouns, all the way nouns. Yes.
NA Dota.
What?
We made it.
Which team are you here for?
It's nouns.
Nouns, okay, what about you?
LGD.
Yeah, what about you?
Spirit.
Yeah, what about
Spirit.
you? Team Spirit. I'm getting tired. What? Oh no! Which team? Russia. Russia.
Just Spirit.
Okay,
Russia.
which team?
Liquid.
Liquid. Which team?
Nouns got this.
Okay.
Sure.
Phil, I'm very tight. Want me, bro? What are you ready for? What are you ready for?
No, waiting for
What about you? What about you? Quick, we're getting to the end.
no, no.
Ah, God!
What is slack?
What do you mean, where is slacks? Get out of here!
We were asking everyone their favorite team there, who they're hoping is going to be taking home the Aegis, and that's the top 8 teams. But we had many other weekends of Dota before this. We had groups 2 weekends ago. We had playoffs last weekend as well. With playoffs, key memories. What came out of that when we had to say goodbye to, how many was it? 8 other teams, which was massive. This was the bracket for it. We had the upper bracket, the lower bracket, and there were so many teams that we had to say goodbye to at all cost.
Yeah, unfortunately, but it's just the way it is. I'm really glad that there's a rise in Eastern European Dota. This is the region that has a lot of new up-and-coming players. As we can see, they had the 3 teams in the upper bracket, starting in the upper bracket quarterfinals, and also China. China showing up strong. This is the first time that they started TI with only 2 teams, so really glad that they're doing well. Both teams in the upper bracket semis.
Yeah, I mean, Eastern Europe gave us one of the greatest TI Cinderella stories of all time with Team Spirit at TI 10, and it feels like Virtus.pro are on a little bit of potentially replicating that run, because it seems like everything has just clicked for them right in time. I did not expect them to get this far, and if they've gone under the radar that long, they may catch everybody by surprise. So that is my team to watch for today.
I feel like there's another team that has a similar sort of Cinderella story potential for themselves, Reza. That's Nouns. I know you're a fan of them. We also had Casey catching up. A lot of people rooting for Nouns.
Of course I am. It takes me back to the memories of DC times when we were the dark horse, when we were not expecting anything from like our team, and they're kind of in that position as well, where like there's no pressure on them, but they can only perform, and they can perform in front of their audience, which is like amazing, and it gives them energy, and you know, we might see some unexpected results today for sure.
Yeah, a lot of unknowns. We had a lot of high highs and a lot of low lows. That's what you talked about, Rezo. Not only in this stadium will that happen, but we had it last weekend at the convention center during our playoffs. So let's have a recap. Let's see how all of our teams performed a weekend ago.
Total heartbreak for Shopify, but regional rivals in NA have proven that nothing is secured.
What a rough way to go out if you're EG. Because buyback on a fan.
International and Vivo Keystars, they're out of here. For TALON, this is where it's going to end.
Virtus.pro knocking Entity out of the competition, 2-0 here today. 9 Pandas, an unfortunate series for them to go out on, right? This is a team that we've seen great stuff from.
Imagine the mental toll on TSM from the last 40 minutes.
Imagine the mental toll on us.
The TI 11 winners are eliminated by Entity 2-0.
Divine Rapier.
All in. BK jumps forward, finds one, waveform. How much damage can they take? They absolutely rip through him. That's gonna do it. Toronto Tokyo with his axe. He's so freaking tanky on this Undying. 10,000 HP on Toronto Tokyo. Looking for more. BetBoom. They're gonna claim the game. How do you do that? How?
Gabby leads him with the Southern Guy, but Curious just steps up and absolutely rips apart.
Big blast.
Ice Blast coming in with a great catch onto pretty much the entirety of them. Stormstormer goes down. Double kill for Curious. He's ready to look for the cleanup here. Diving into the tower, looking towards Watson. Triple kill for Curious. He doesn't even go down the Watson.
Oh, the Ravage to be able to follow this. An absolute disaster for Gaimin Gladiators. An evil Genius they will feast in this fight. They're able to take away the Aegis. Duracio's back into play, and yeah, Quinn's back with a shield rune at that. Oh, Shellgrave just at the right time to be able to bail up Duraccio. They finish up the tree, but Duraccio fighting for his life right now. Great avalanche to be able to cover him up, but the Shallow Graves are just going. He will not die. Finally, because deals with them, but the damage is done. Duraccio lives.
Kiyotaka, he's right behind. He's going to get instantly hexed. There's the RP onto 2. Can they take out the OD? Aghanim Scepter does activate again. He's going to get rooted up in an Ice. Mystic Flare onto 2 heroes. There's the buyback onto the tree, but the OD is locked along with the Primal. Shiro finally takes a tumble. There's the Overgrowth. Nice Dispel coming out from Moo, instantly getting rid of that. And now Whitemon completely surrounded. Kasane really low, but again, he has the Aegis, so that's life number 1. The roll in with the Mystic Flare. It's enough to take out Ari despite using that ult. A huge team fight win for Nouns as they clean up nicely.
Jeff picks up the Aegis. 23 is going to have that extra life. Is he going to be fine though? Mickey in there with the BKB, but he doesn't hit it. Too much away. Mickey, he managed to push through both of those heroes, 1 versus 2, and the rest of Talon are crumpling to the initiation of the storms here.
Lowe's going to show on the tower. DP's going to start to come in. The left to burst through the Spectre immediately. He went to set up the round again. The Mystic Flare. Tapping off. They didn't have enough damage. Lowe's perfectly fine. He's ready to turn. The dagger across. They brought down Gunner. They'll take down Moo as well underneath the tower. Moo survives. Yamsen also to fall here. Sumner's catching him with the stun.
Now they did kill off the Muerto already. Laurel tries to back away. Tries to escape. Yaro gunslinging away. Does he have enough damage? Anyone out of there survives. He turns it around. Triple kill. Yaro goes for an ultra.
Oh, it couldn't have been worse.
Last weekend, it was those 8 teams that got knocked out. Shopify, Key, TSM, EG, Talon, Entity, Tundra, 9 Pandas. We won't be seeing any of those players gracing the stage, but it did leave us with our top 8. We saw them there: LGD, Azure Ray, Liquid, BetBoom, Team Spirit, Gaimin Gladiators, Nouns, and Virtus.pro. So these 8 teams, there's a potential for TI repeats. It's only ever happened once before, guys, but there is a potential for it to happen again. There is the obvious Team Spirit minus Lal are going to have their chance to be able to lift the Aegis for a second time over the next few days. But also Toronto Tokyo is still in the running on his new team, BetBoom, and we have Y Smile still left there on LGD.
Yeah, I'm really glad that Toronto Tokyo is up there because it was a really difficult decision for him to make to leave the Team Spirit. After winning TI and not having the greatest result TI afterwards, he, also changed the position, which is a bit of an awkward one, going from mid lane to position 5, not a traditional transition that you see in Dota 2, but yeah, Team Spirit, they still have it, this magical TI run that they had at TI 10, and also they seem to power up as we get closer to TI. They just won the Riyadh Masters, and the boys, they're back in town.
Yeah, but also Y from LGD. I feel like LGD got so close TI 10. It felt like they had the hopes and dreams of their entire region on them for so long, and it felt like we saw the decline of the Chinese region afterwards, where teams just did not perform the year after. We only had 2 Chinese teams come into this TI, but the 2 that came in with Azure Ray and LGD, they look so good. They look like they're there to reinvigorate the region, and a 2-time TI win for Y could be just what they need. So I am really excited to see him here contending again in top form.
There's a lot of hopefuls, and I am excited to see if that's going to happen. And obviously, it feels like no matter what does happen, Effie, there's going to be that China region sort of being reborn off of the back of TI-12 here. But there's also new hopefuls, right? Everyone that hasn't won is a new hopeful, but some people, it's their first TI, Rezo. We've got a lot of people on our screen here, and these are all of the players. First time TI, first time here in Climate Pledge Arena, first time on this main stage for the International, and they could, in 3 days' time, be lifting the Aegis.
I mean, I just love to see the combination of new players coming with the old players to the TI, because back in my days, we were coming like everybody was new, but now you have this synergy between new and old. And that's why, that's how you can actually win the championships. Like for Virtus.pro, for example, they have on their squad that G, very very veteran player like FNG that's leading the team right now. So they're they have what it takes to actually be the champions. And there's there's possibilities, definitely.
I feel like it also adds on to what you were just saying, Effie, about how like why picking up the Aegis again for themselves would be massive for LGD to win. But they've got 3 new players too, so even more so that it's like there's a lot of hope for new players in that region.
Yeah, and I'm sure their veteran teammates want them to experience the feeling of winning something. I mean, we saw it in the Riyadh Masters with Team Spirit. Yashiro said that the reason why they tried so hard is they just wanted Laurel to experience that sensation of winning and picking up the trophy. So for that to happen for all of these hopefuls, that would be incredible. But also, I just want to shout out Gunnar because it's wild to think that he's a TI rookie. It feels like he got so close every year to almost qualifying for TI. He's worked TI as an analyst, but for him to finally be playing a TI as a player and in the top 8, in the playoffs no less, in his home region, I mean, that is a story.
Yeah, I mean, last year was so tough for them, last chance qualifiers. That's how far and how close they were to be able to, crowning themselves as TI players. But this almost feels like a story for them, like a fairy tale for them. We've had a lot of faces return here for TI. We saw Casey. We're going to see another familiar face. It's Purge.
362 days. That's the time since Tundra lifted the Aegis of Champions in Singapore. Since then, 123 teams in 6 different regions competed in leagues and majors to make it here to the road to the international. We started on that road at TI with 20 teams. In the last 2 weeks, there's been 126 games. That's 6 rampages. There's been 603 buybacks, 4,866 observer wards, and 343,461 dead creeps. Now, the road has been littered with heartbreak and hearts of Trask, but that road led us here back to Seattle for the first time in 6 years. So we're left with the final 8 teams. That's 8 teams who are fighting for one goal, and that goal is to lift the Aegis of Champions.
Purge giving us all the numbers there, and I got some more numbers for you. That's the times that we might be seeing our teams playing. It's our schedule for day 1 of TI12 Nouns, Gaimin Gladiators. We're starting up with that elimination match. It's going to be followed up with another one between BetBoom and Virtus.pro. We're going to then shift to the upper bracket. We have Team Spirit against Liquid. We'll see if they're able to rival each other, and then LGD Azure Ray going to have that interregional China showdown.
It's hard to choose which one is going to be like the most exciting one because all of these are bangers. The interregional matchups, they might be, people think, oh, they're not going to be as hype. But for me, LGD against Azure Ray, this is going to be the hypest one because they didn't get the chance to play as much because Azure Ray, they formed during the 3rd DPC tour. So I want to see, who's going to be the best Chinese team here.
And it's not just that, it's old LGD versus new LGD, right? So there's always that kind of, sense of arrogance and wanting to prove that you are the better version of that team. And we see this a lot with interregional rivalries. We saw it in South America when EG and Beastcoast had their big roster shuffle. And they both wanted to prove that we are the best players in this region. We're better than you. So I feel like we're going to see that with LGD and Azure Ray today.
A lot of pressure on the teams for today. Hopefully they're not putting it on themselves, though, as they did arrive earlier this morning. They were walking on the red carpet. We see all of our teams trickling in there. What sort of emotions does that bring back for you, Rezo?
That's pretty cool. Like when you're walking on this red carpet, like you feel like you're a success. People are watching you. People wanted to see you like walking on that stage, playing on that stage. It's a very incredible feeling, to be honest.
It was nice to hear some of the audience as well cheering when they saw the players that they're obviously here supporting, walking up as well. So we know the players are in the building and they're prepping themselves up for the day that is going to unfold for them. And any big matchups that you want to highlight, Effie? Because Lacoste couldn't pick, right? Lacoste couldn't pick over there. He's an undecided Andy.
Yeah. Outside of the one we just talked about, I feel like we have to say this Nouns Gaimin Gladiators match has to be the one to watch. Not to be biased because we're starting the day with it, but it could be one of the biggest upset in TI history if Nouns, a team that nobody expected to make it this far, didn't have a good year, knock out the team that won every major back-to-back this year. And that would be a crazy story.
They have it all lined up for themselves. They just have to get over that last little hurdle, that bit of actually winning the series. We're not up to it just yet. I want to talk about this 4-day break, okay? Because Gaimin Gladiators announced they're going to be the first team going in. There's always an essence of calming the nerves if you're seeing other people on stage, if you see other people experience it first, that you might be a little bit in a saner headspace. But 4 days break, how does that alter one, Reza? How do you take such a big break off after playing for 1 day in playoffs?
I mean, I think there's also a struggle of like teams finding opponents, right? Because like you don't really want to show your strategies, and you get to pick like only a few teams that you're like like on the different side of the bracket, so you can practice your things and without worrying that people are gonna steal them or anything like that. I know for gamings, for example, they didn't want to scream like many teams because they thought they would, they teach other teams like how to play better and still like they're improving because they're already like at a very high level, right? So it's definitely like a struggle for teams to have that practice during those 4 days, but it also a very like good time to be creative and find some other strategies that can like find like, for example, counter picks to Bristleback or like to Primal Beast, this heroes that are in the meta, like find some different unique approaches to them.
How would you spend your 4 days if you were coaching or as a player, Lacoste?
It's not an easy one because these 4 or 5 days, I think it benefits these more established teams like Gaimin Gladiators because they're the team that was studied the most throughout 2023. They were the team that, if you wanted to win a tournament, you needed to be prepared to meet the final boss of 2023. And Nouns, they've also been a team, I like to call them the hipster team of Dota because they like to experiment a lot, playing all of these new things. So I'm pretty sure that in these 4 or 5 days, they managed to, slip a couple of these heroes that we maybe haven't seen. And they're going to be able to put them in this series against Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this 4-day break is really interesting because when we have these really cool Cinderella-type runs at TI, it happens because nobody has time to prepare for the team that suddenly shows up. But 4 days puts a wedge in that entirely, right? And then it becomes about your preparation. It becomes about your draft notes, how well you're going to go into a series in terms of how you're going to respond to their heroes, how you're examining them over the next few days, and how your players do personally, because that would change player to player on how they can reel in their emotions, if it makes them more anxious to wait before they play, or if it makes them more calm. So there are a lot of variables that we're not used to seeing. So I have no idea what's going to happen today.
I like that you did mention the draft prep, though, because I did some prep myself. I looked at some numbers, and I was very surprised at the changes between groups and playoffs. And I wanted to see if you guys thought there might be some changes between playoffs and groups of heroes that we're seeing. So between groups and playoffs, AA went from a 28% contest rate all the way up to 65%. So jumped massively. Bristol as well was already pretty high at 62%, went up to 92%, whereas Venge went from 46 down to 7.6%.
I think the correlation between this AA and Bristol has like a lot of in common because AA is a counter to Bristleback, so this is also the hero that everybody's tanky, so you want to be able to burst them down. And Bristleback, I think a lot of teams throughout the tournament figured out, this is just OP. We don't know how to counter it, so most of the time you'll see Bristleback being banned because it's so difficult. Like a lot of teams do manage to sneak it in, especially Gaimin Gladiators in their last series that they played. They played it 2 times, and they looked amazing with it.
I like how Liquid approached the Bristleback. I was talking to Blitz, and he said, like Zai said in the game that we're gonna kill this Bristleback 10 times before he gets to the items, and they like managed to try lane, or even like four people bring on his lane and like keep killing jobs in that game. So that's the only approach they knew how to how to stop that here. But basically, AA has a unique mechanic of like stopping the region, and because like it's made of Heart of Tarask, right? You guys like stopping this item from being useful, and that's why like this hero is in top. But for Venge, like for example, it's very weak on lane, it doesn't provide as much damage, and you need to have damage supports in this meta.
Yeah, but I'm also just really glad that you brought up Vengeful Spirit kind of being shafted a little bit, because there's this interesting phenomenon that happens every TI where the group stage meta, if it's being played online and not in front of a crowd of this caliber, or even the crowd that we had during the Road to TI playoffs, which was not at this scale, but still quite nerve-wracking. A lot of teams will shift from these single-target, individualistic type of heroes to teamfight. Every TI, teamfight somehow always comes back into the meta. So a support like Vengeful Spirit, who just gives you a damage amplification but not that much teamfight presence, will always be pushed away in favor of your Phoenixes, your Ancient Apparitions. We see this also with Rubik somehow coming back into TI meta always, Shaker coming back into TI meta always. I feel like it's just how teams reel in their nerves. You simplify Dota, you play for team fights, you play for the big plays.
All right, well, we've discussed a lot of topics this morning. We've gone over what teams are remaining. We've gone over potential shifts in meta, how teams have spent their last 4 days, that anticipation, those nerves. Are they ready? How are they going to be sitting it for themselves? And it does mean the checklist is getting towards the bottom. We only have a couple more things to do, and that is to have our TI-12 opening ceremony.
a champion shines from within. An inner fire that drives the quest for greatness. And burns away fears of failure whenever the battle horn blows. It feeds conviction to explore beyond imagined boundaries, to find new standards of excellence and carve a path to victory like we've never seen before. The road is filled with fallen adversaries, but the battle for the Aegis endures. And those who remain will fight to show everyone legends don't follow in the footsteps of others.
GG is finally home. Team Spirit down. Knock out their NA brethren.
Azure Ray onto the ancient. GG is called. BetBoom, they're going to claim the game.
They're going to call it here. GG, Team Liquid.
Gaimin Gladiators today completely crushing 9-pounders. Virtus.pro knocking Entity out of the competition.
LGD completely dominated.
The Aegis of Champions returns to the heart of Seattle. And fans again bear witness on this storied ground. Eight teams compete for ultimate glory. Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins. Please welcome the finest Dota teams in the world. Gaimin Gladiators. Nouns. BetBoom Team. Virtus.pro. Team Spirit. Team Liquid. LGD Gaming. Azure Ray.
Seriously?
Remember, Gabe, it's just a game. Oh, yeah, that's true. Wait, did he just tilt you with your own voice line? Yes. What? Hi, I'm Gabe Newell. And like many of you, I have a complicated relationship with Dota. What's not complicated is when you bring the best players in the world together at the highest level of competition. And I'm personally very pleased that we're able to do this in Seattle for the first time in half of a decade. So to all of you, welcome to the International.
It's been 6 years, Dota fans. Seattle, did you miss us? We missed you too.
It feels so good to be home, baby! Welcome back home! Best Dota teams in the world at the best Climate Pledge Arena in the world coming down here to fight for their lives. This is what we live for, baby. This is it!
We brought 20 teams here on the road, and 8 of them remain for the International. Are you guys ready to see them duke it out?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Seattle!
I'm definitely excited about TI returning to Seattle. It was basically where it all began, right?
I love TI in Seattle. I feel like this is the best TI that ever have been.
I'm super stoked for Seattle.
Arena was a really important place for Dota. That arena was really magic.
I've heard from a lot of players that Seattle TI is always like something special.
I never got to play there, so I'm really grateful to get to that city. I think it's also a really beautiful city. Of course, it's gonna be the same arena like the last TIs, right? So it's gonna be cool to be at that place in person. It's quite a historical place for a Dota player, I think.
可能会有更加特殊的自信吧，然后一切都还是要先等到去呼吸一下西雅图的空气吧，然后去感受一下那边的氛围。
Muy emocionado, o sea, fue mi primer tiempo fue en Seattle y como que siento que volver ahí puede marcar para mí un antes y un después, así que me siento muy emocionado de ir ahí.
I'm really excited for TI to be coming back to Seattle. The crossing of worlds there and family members or friends getting to see that piece is really cool and special, I think.
Having TI back in Seattle is gonna be really fun. I think it's gonna tie into a lot of the nostalgic value that I have for my early TIs.
I really want to find some Starbucks in Seattle and try it. It's okay.
Basically, it's like the OG place in some ways. So I'm really excited for it to be there.
It's such an iconic place for a Dota tournament. Seattle is like the TI city.
Seattle will always hold a special place in every Dota player's heart, whether you're up there on the stage playing as a pro player, if you're at home right now watching as a casual player. This arena and this place means so much for us. And now we have a cathedral in the sky. This is the theme, everything that we've been seeing building up to this moment, Effie, of this year and this past month.
Dude, I'm so excited. I just can't contain myself watching those videos, just watching the memories, being here again. There are no words to put this feeling.
It's very special, unique experience for me to be watching and not having having to deal with the pressure and just purely enjoying the picture of it and the memories and what's happening before is just such an incredible feeling. I'm really grateful to be here, actually.
And what about you, Lucas? We're going to be having our first two teams walking out on stage very soon. Not just yet, though.
I mean, this is magical. I can't really even explain it. Look at how beautiful this is. This is by far the best stage we've ever had at TI, without a doubt.
I'm just fully with Evie. It's so hard to be able to put everything into words. I just want to look. I don't even want to speak right now. The opening ceremony, it was absolutely beautiful, but it is time. We have to see some Dota action. We have to see some teams walk out, and we're going to be graced with Gaimin Gladiators, our first team to Climate Pledge Arena. Can hear the roar that the arena has for them. Look at Tharacho pulling out the muscles there. He wants to go far. He wants to be able to play as many games on this stage as possible. They've been able to do majors, but will they be able to show up on the stage that really matters against their first opponent? To stand up against the task that is Gaimin Gladiators, Effie.
My goodness, can you imagine how nouns are feeling right now walking onto that stage? I mean, I was just watching Gunnar walk in there. He's been wanting to play on the main stage for so long. This has been a dream of his for so long, and they have something to prove here today versus Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, this is like a David and Goliath kind of situation. Even though GG are coming in from the lower bracket, they were the dominant team all year. They were the team to beat all year. So this is going to be a true test for nouns here.
Pretty much, this is the last NA team left, which probably no one expected them to be here. You know, the whole underdog story and reaching top 8, and they're still not done, you know, because they played in the groups and it was 1-1. So I feel like nouns, they have something special prepared for Gaimin in this one.
I mean, they have to. Nouns just as a whole, I feel like you can describe as special. Even throughout DPC tours, we're seeing them pick up a lot of different heroes in very unique places already, just on the road to the international. We saw Gunnar playing Ogre mid, and when it comes to officials, that is very out of the box. The same thing with Mu, their offlaner, picking up that Witch Doctor. Dazzle as well. Ogre, offlane too, Rezo.
Yeah, they have very unique strategies, and they use and profit a lot as well from the past games. And I'm just happy to see Gunnar on this stage. Like, I know this guy for a long time, and there's a story about him. Like, when he lost one of his TI qualifiers, he went straight up like to the basement and like practiced non-stop. Like after that, like
really,
this is shows like his his will of like do it no matter what. And I'm really happy that I look at him right now, like on this stage, performing like already in top 8 and having a chance to like be this incredible Cinderella story going forward with it.
Yeah, and he got here with his own flair, right? Just like Nat was mentioning, with the Ogres, the Witch Doctor offlanes, the first pick Naga Sirens. I mean, this team has brought their own special flavor or variety of Dota, I would say, to TI, and it's taken them this far. So I'm just really excited to see if they've cooked up anything new, if they're gonna keep doing the picks that we've seen, or if they've maybe they're gonna bust out that Dark Willow carry for Hector. I know that's not his style, but that seems to be the new, flavor of the week here.
And the Hector has been amazing. You know, if we talk back a couple of years ago when he was playing for the Beastcoast, he was always that guy. You know, the K1 TP. One of the reasons why the games are longer because he tends to farm slightly, you know, more than some of the other carries. But his PL performance against TSM, he was really pushing the limits with the hero. And glad to see that he's back on track because you know, watching Hector play, he's been studied by most carry players for a good reason for a really long time.
I also want to compliment Lelis on this team. I was like really surprised about his performance on this TI, and like especially like heroes like Clockwork and Skywrath Mage. He's been performing insanely well, like doing all the rotation and like always hitting up his spells like perfectly. And I don't know, it's just like it's very good to see him like how he switched from the position 3 to position 4 and like performing like in this incredibly high level already.
Okay, well, if we're already naming all the nouns players, we may as well put Yamsen in there as well. I think a special shout out to him because just before qualifiers, after they had the unfortunate performance at the Bali Major that they did, Yamsen went from 1 to 5, right? They had that roster change up for them. That's how they were able to bring in K1 and they're able to show up like they have now. So Yamsen as well making a really big change for himself, and now he's a top 8 TI-12 finalist.
Yeah, he looks like he's been playing support forever. I mean, but I'm so glad you brought him up because you have to give kudos to a player willing to sacrifice themselves for their team. Because based on the interview that I heard with Gunnar a few months ago when they first made the initial roster shift, Yamsen himself was like, we need to make a change. Something didn't work out at Bali. Hector is a free agent. He says he's willing to play with us. I'm not willing to leave the team. I've played support before. I can switch. I can switch to position 5. And he did it. He just gave up his role, and it looks like it worked out perfectly for them to be able to put yourself in that position for the greater good of your team. That's a very good teammate. That's somebody that you do want to play with.
I do admire players like this because it takes like a lot of you know, conscious about like how you wanna like make your team the best, right? And if it means to switch the position and like bring the other player in, like sure, I'm gonna do it. Like I'm that player myself too. Like I switched many roles during my career just because like I wanted to play like with the people that I admire and respect. Like if it takes that, you know, going out of the comfort zone and learning something new, I'm willing to take that risk, you know.
It's not only just us, by the way, that feel this nouns flair when it comes to heroes where they're going to play it, because I was talking to Quinn and he said the hardest thing about facing nouns is that you could put hours, days, maybe 4 days worth of prep into nouns, but they could show up and they could just throw that out the window, every prep that you've done, and they could just pick something new, something that no one's expecting at all, because that's what they've been working in the backlines, and they think that catching someone off guard is going to be what pushes them through an elimination, takes them that level higher, and is able to elevate them. So Gaimin Gladiators also have a pretty tough task ahead of themselves.
Absolutely. I mean, they're very creative as a team when it comes down to picks, how they're going to play it. I think Moo plays a big part of that team when it comes down to being versatile in the heroes that he's been playing, because you know, he can pretty much play anything. This offlane Dazzle, offlane Witch Doctor brought a couple of records as well in terms of healing at TI because of it. And this guy, you know, he didn't play at TI since he got the 2nd place at TI 6, and then he was kind of gone, you know, showing up here and there, but started to play again recently, and it really paid off. And I'm really glad to see some, you know, old school players coming back and coming in very hot, reaching top 8 already.
For sure, always great to see. But on the topic of Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, it's really funny to hear Quinn say that about nouns, because I feel like in a way, Gaimin are kind of antithetical to how nouns work, right?
The complete inverse.
Right, you feel like you know what they're gonna pick. They're very good at what they play. People prepare for them and they still lose to their heroes. So to have a team that has such a stable hero pool, you know, by the book for mostly everything, with the exception of the Necrophoses coming out recently, with the exception of the support invokers, you kind of know what Ace is going to pick. You know what they're going to build around. You know what kind of carry style Duratio is going to be playing. So it's going to be an interesting collision of styles here.
They did bring some new heroes though, like this Chen from Celery. Like we didn't see many Chens in this tournament. I think Duratio also picking up that Weaver that not a lot of carry players are willing to take that risk, because it's very squishy hero, and he, like for this team, like they can rely heavily on Ace, because Ace is that kind of like guy who's like sometimes even their main carry. You know, you see this Brewmaster like going Midas is Radiance. He's not like really playing position 3. He's playing like more of a Van, and Durache is like taking over of like this aggressive carry hero that's running around the map and making space for him.
We're actually going to directly compare Ace and Moo. We've talked about the clashes of flares, the clashes of styles here between them, and Moo having only played 2 extra heroes, a lot of different ones though for himself. So we kind of already highlighted there, but the Ogre and the Dazzle, this was stuff that they picked up in playoffs last week.
Yeah, and it's interesting to note that the Dawnbreaker, which is one of the popular offlaners of this patch, Moo just hasn't played it, you know? I think that his Brewmaster is one of the scariest in this tournament, and this is a hero that you cannot give away, but at the same time, you never know when he's going to bust out his offlane Witch Doctor, his offlane Dazzle. I mean, anything could happen. With Ace, he's just the rock of Gaimin, like we've mentioned. They build around his Primal Beasts and his Bristles, and he always delivers in terms of farm security, he always delivers in terms of, you know, correct target priority in team fights, and that's why he's so scary. It feels like you can never shut him down, but he'll never catch you off guard in terms of hero picks.
And one of the reasons why they were so successful throughout the year is this Ace stability. They're offlane duo, but Ace as a player, I think he needed to adapt the most after, you know, the big patch drop, because they were playing this early base Dota, you know, buying all these auras and then grouping up, finishing the games pretty quickly. He needed to swap things around because of all of these aura buyers, they were gone. So he needed to implement new heroes, and really glad that they are also playing this faster style of Dota. You know, the average game time at TI was around 40 minutes, and they are speeding things up, because if you look at their last series that they played against 9 Pandas, they really demolished them. These games were so quick. One game ended in 19 minutes.
Wow.
There's also a secret behind Ace and Tofu and why they're so successful on the lane. I know for sure that they've been playing like party games, maybe on
Power of Friendship.
Yeah, the power of friendship. They've been playing on Smurfs together like for a long time, and that's why like they're winning all these majors, because they have such a big synergy like between them, and they understand each other pretty well. Like, you know, both hero pools and stuff, like how to do this micro little things on the lane that, you know, would win the lanes, and you know, that's the key to their success.
I thought you were actually going to say it was their coach, CY, because that's also a new addition for them this year. And CY, Astini, 2 very different styles of coaching, I'd feel, Effie.
Oh, completely.
Oh, she's ready for the monologue.
Okay, yes. No, so I don't want to go too in-depth about it, because we did touch up on a little bit, but I feel like Astini is a very cerebral kind of coach. He makes his style more so about the hero picks themselves, not so much in the motivational aspect or in the, you know, working on each player individually in terms of their psychology or not, whereas CY does that. He's that motivational coach.
We're going to see how the coaches are going to be able to motivate, what they're going to pick as draft for game 1 is here.
Nouns versus Gaimin Gladiators. Game 1.
If it didn't feel real with the opening ceremony, it has to feel real now. Our first series of TI12 here in Climate Pledge Arena draft. Up on screen here, Murta being banned out. We're going to wait to see what else gets banned out between these 2 teams. Do you want to stab in the dark? Bristle, SB, will we seeing those ones let through? Dazzle at all?
Man, I don't think Bristol is getting through. It's just too hard to deal with of that hero. Like it just creates so much pressure on the enemies to stop him completely, and it allows your other heroes to be completely free if the enemy team does that.
Yeah, but I feel like there are so many heroes that have presented themselves as problems in this patch that sometimes Bristleback does get through. Like, we've seen him come through in the playoffs a few times. I feel like another one of these Bristleback type problem heroes is a Spirit Breaker. Often when teams let him through, they try to counter it with something like a Shadow Demon or a Yule's Buyer, and it just doesn't work out. So I do wonder if we're going to see the cow in this series.
Yeah, the Spirit Break is kind of here that puts you on a timer, because the later the game goes, the more broken it becomes, because he's gonna have more move speed, more items, and like more chaos is gonna be created in the fights.
The big hero that I'm looking into, especially for Gaimin Gladiators, is CK. This hero is just insane. The amount of farm that the hero can get, and also team fight, like you hit your early items, and like it's just too powerful.
Mm-hmm.
It's
and
banned.
it's taken out.
Yeah.
There's also the Brewmaster that we mentioned.
There you go.
I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but I do feel like Moo is one of the best brews at this tournament. And in Nouns' series versus TSM in the Road to TI playoffs, this hero was the bane of their existence. It's the reason why they could never end the game on their timer. And yeah, this is pretty scary. Usually teams solve a brew with carries like Luna, things with AoE damage that can kill the brewlings later on, but Luna has had a bit of a decline.
I mean, historically, Anti-Mage and Naix was like counter picks to the Brewmaster, but those heroes are not going to be seen in this meta for a while.
I mean, if there is a team to play Lifestealer, it is Gaimin Gladiators. Duraccio always calls for these bizarre last picks sometimes. I remember at the BV Dacha tournament, we were sitting down and watching the Gaimin draft in the green room, and then this Lifestealer comes out, overall last pick. Everyone was confused by it. CY walks into the green room. He's like, that was a Duraccio call. That was not me. I do not believe in this pick. But they actually ended up winning the game. So sometimes you have to trust your carry.
And we've seen the smiles coming out from Moo because he should be pretty happy about getting Brewmaster in the first phase, because this hero does pretty much everything. If game drags post 40 minutes, this hero just becomes insane. If you don't have enough to kill the Brewlings during the split, especially sieging the high ground, this is the most difficult thing in Dota. It's been like that forever. Brewmaster comes in very handy. And on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, we did touch upon Weaver as the pick, which can be played as a carry. This like newer build where you pick up early shard, you go for Deso, and then you start joining some of these earlier fights. The hero a bit squishy, but it can also be played as position 4. Tofu didn't play it yet, but there were other teams that they try to experiment, especially Tundra with this position 4 Weaver, and it looked really good in the laning stage. And also a hero that can scale. If we're talking about the position 4, which you get items like Rod of Atos, upgrade it to Gleipnir later on, some Solar Crest, you're transitioning really well.
Yeah, I want to touch on that position 4 Weaver a little bit more, because when Tundra played it, they were able to be really aggressive. They were able to take over a lot of this map, and if the game were to play out in an immaculate fashion, they would have closed it out in about 20-22 minutes. So Weaver might be hitting this pace, this tempo that you guys also touched on, that Gaimin Gladiators want to start bringing a little bit more with this meta.
Yeah, they were doing some really cool things with that Weaver, actually. I remember watching 9 just rotate mid behind the tower around minute 5 and just kill the enemy mid laner that Thompson had gotten really low. So Weaver is one of those supports that if it is flexed, it can just be played in ways that are very open in the game. And just back during the DPC, when support Weaver was very popular first pick material, it was Tofu who kind of brought it into the meta with the Vessel.
So I was going to say why the Weaver worked so well for that Tundra was it was paired with the Grimstroke, so you could put the Inkswell on you, and you go in, and it was just this instant, almost guaranteed stun.
Yeah, this was the pairing that people were playing in pubs back in the days when Grimstroke was first introduced to Weaver and Grimstroke. So you put Phantom, you put the Swarm and the Inkswell. So you can't kill the Phantom, you can't kill Swarm, and you're also going to get stunned. And Grimstroke has been the hero that has been buffed. When I first read the patch notes, I'm like, this is pretty big, but after seeing the TI groups playoffs as well, this hero is just insane. The fact that you can time your stun, it makes him so much more potent in some of these earlier engagements.
Yeah, and by adding this Grimstroke to this draft, you can safely say that this Weaver can go against this Brewmaster in lane, because that's the way that you can solve this hero, is you punish it. You kill it over and over again while you still can. And that level 3 Phantom's Embrace, when you have to hit it 3 times versus Brewmaster, into another stun follow-up, maybe from the mid lane, maybe something like a Shaker with a Fisher from a distance. If you can take out this Brew at the start of a fight, that is a way to solve this hero.
Oh, they went for Dark Willow. I wonder if it's position 1 Dark Willow actually for K1, and they practice it and they're gonna show us something new today. But I did think that they would go for Lely Skywrath Mage, because it's like it's really good to have silence against Weaver, or like some Bloodseeker, for example. Like that makes this hero like pretty hard to pull off. But once again, we don't see a lot of Bloodseekers in this meta, even though he has like a percentage-based damage, which is pretty cool against all the beefy heroes.
Dawnbreaker's still in the pool. It's the hero that synergizes well with Weaver, and also another hero that does have something to deal with Dark Willow. We talked about this being, heavy hard blade mail meta, but also untargetable heroes like Dark Willow and also Muerta, these heroes are very difficult to deal with, so you need some kind of AoE to be able to stun the hero. This is why I think Dawnbreaker comes in super handy. And also Chen, this is the hero that we haven't seen much being played at TI. They brought it against 9 Pandas, I believe, and it looked really good. He just dominated the laning stage, which also means that this Grimstroke is going to be played as position 4.
Yeah, I love how Gaimin Gladiators, like when in this meta where people playing like very long games, like 50-60 minute games, we've seen a lot of them. They're actually the ones who are like saying, no, we're gonna like fast push and we're gonna end the games like around 20-30 minutes mark, because people are not ready for that. Like especially when they're like dominating their lanes as heavily as they do. Like it's very cool that they take this approach into the games.
Yeah, the last time that Gaimin played Chen, they won in 19 minutes. It was pretty wild. Like they just played the safe lane normally. They rotated the Chen through the gates. They got a couple of kills. They went mid and they just played on that tempo. So something to fit into that kind of tempo would be this Tidehunter who can buy the auras, can be something to center around and run down a lane with.
I think Slark is an amazing pick for nouns right now. Nope. Earth Spirit. I mean, it's another beefy tanky hero that Gunnar likes to play, and they've been performing.
They don't have much control. The only control they have is this Phantom and maybe a leash mechanic, but that's about it. He's not afraid. Later on, when Tide picks up the shard, that's going to be the big one, and we've seen Tides picking up shard relatively early on. If this is not Dark Willow carry, I feel like there's a good potential to pick up Faceless Void. You did mention Slark, because I also don't see many counters. This is the hero with time dilation that destroys both Weaver and also against the Tidehunter, so you have something, you have, you know, later on really good initiation where you can kill Tidehunter from 100 to 0 with the Dark Willow, with some spells coming out from the Earth Spirit, so I want to see if they are going to decide to ban it out.
I don't want to see Dark Willow carry in this game. If you're playing Dark Willow carry versus tempo, you're not going to get to that mass in the game where you're strong enough. The thing about Willow is that she needs time to farm. She's a slow farmer. She needs space on the map. She needs to rack up those levels with her Midas, get to the point where she actually has attack speed to take advantage of the Shadow Realm, because she peaks with her like level spikes too. She peaks at level 20. So a carry Willow into a Chen lineup sounds a little bit on the suicidal end, to be honest. But I do think that this Earth Spirit was a great pick. It addressed the lack of control that nouns had. You mentioned, Lacoste, that Gaimin lacked it, but so did nouns.
Yeah, and a little surprised that they decided to ban this Necro. I mean, Quinn did play it a lot, but they do have like insane amount of magical damage coming out. Spirit Vessel Buyer from the mid lane, from the Earth Spirit, the spell mechanic when Brew uses the split, but they're still gonna give it a ton of respect.
I think Necro is one of the better heroes in this current meta. The thing is that why we don't see him as much, because like we have a lot of like AA, Eng, and Shadow Demon in the pool, and they are usually like, you know, picked early. But in this draft against nouns, like it's a pretty cool pick for Gaimin Gladiators. So I really like this ban.
I like Sven potentially for nouns. You get the cleave damage to play into the Chen. You got the Warcry armor versus Weaver. I mean, I don't really know what's left in this pool unless nouns are insistent on flexing the Dark Willow to carry, which I mentioned I don't think would be a good idea for them at all.
I love this ban of Bloodseeker, by the way. That's what I mentioned. The hero is really good against Weaver, and you know, on the lane against Tide would be pretty cool as well.
10 seconds remaining.
I think Troll could potentially also work for nouns here. They do have the 23 pick, right? So they can't necessarily catch them off guard completely, but Troll is one of those heroes that's strong on lane and easy to pick blind versus the enemy's last pick.
I think it's a free Slark game, but they have to understand how to, you know, delay the game and make this Slark viable, because Gaimin Gladiators are gonna go and they're gonna kill towers, you know, heavily with Desolator and Weaver, a lot of creeps from Chen, a lot of auras from Tide. They're gonna have this ball, and they need to, you know, understand how to team fight that ball right now.
Nouns are spending a lot of time thinking about their last ban. Probably still just going to be a mid Quinn hero that they want to take out here.
Like Pango?
Do you make sure you reckon it's just going to be Pango banned out?
I think you have to decide between Pango or Shaker, because both of those heroes are going to give Gaimin the control that they need, but also lane very well versus Earth Spirit mid.
Yeah, I was looking at the two heroes, Earthshaker and Kunkka, because they lane really well. They're going to ban Kunkka, which is going to leave probably Earthshaker as an option, now that there is Terrorblade as well. Like, Terrorblade has been the hero for Gaimin Gladiators throughout 2023. They knew how to win with the hero, but they also know how to beat the hero, so I think nouns rounded up their draft nicely. It's they have a little bit of everything on their side. Good team fight, the spell, good scaling as well. This is also the team that does tend to play slightly longer games. They have 3 games over 16 minutes, and they won 2 of those.
Is it enough on nouns though to?
It really is. Or the memes.
Yeah. Look, Reza said you ban it. They didn't ban it, and so he did pick it. So in a way, you definitely knew that one was coming, Reza. So we'll talk about all Gaimin Gladiators draft as a whole in a little bit, because right now I want to know, is nouns going to hit these timings for TB? Are they going to be able to come up against the tempo that it seems Gaimin Gladiators have already set in their draft?
I think it's quite scary when I look at this TB, because while he does give them the damage they need in the late game scaling, I don't necessarily think that this Nature's Prophet plus TB lane are going to punish this Tide enough. Normally you pick this TB if he has a favorable lane matchup and get kills on the offlaner, punish him, but it feels like still a very good lane for the Tide.
All right, we're not going to have too much time to talk about this, because instead we have a coach's interview with Slacks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, my friends. I am here with Steedy, the coach of nouns. Oh, feels pretty good, huh?
Feels pretty good. This arena is amazing. The atmosphere, I love it.
Are you ready for it? Can we give him one USA, please, guys, if you could?
Brazil, Brazil.
We'll get there after this series and when you win, for sure. All right, now, a few questions for you. Of course, first pick Brewmaster, you know, a standard for you guys. The question is, though, are you baiting them? I mean, we have a first pick Weaver for them. We have Quinn's famous Pango. Were you expecting these?
We were 100% sure he would Pango. So we were totally prepared for it. We knew he would do it. The meme is real, you know? 2023, Pangolier.
Okay, fantastic. Now, my heart sank when I saw that Dark Willow. I thought you guys were getting baited like every other team around here and looking for the carry. Did that ever cross your mind in there? Anyone begging for carry Willow in there?
I'll tell the truth, I baited everyone because I asked the EG analyst about Dark Willow carry, and he's like, I'm going to tell my carry to play it. And then everyone started playing it, but we don't. And then everyone was baited. So, mind games.
Mind games. All right, final question for you. You guys locked in that Terrorblade. You're against very good Terrorblade players, famous for that. Are you prepared to face off against that TB? Or not let them have that TB? They know how to beat your TB.
I believe Actor.
Or do they?
I believe Actor is the best player with illusions. So I trust my team. Definitely GG is an amazing team. They know what to do. But we are playing our strategy, no matter if they understand it or not.
All right, well, I don't understand anything about Dota, my friend, but I do understand we're in for one hell of a match, so let's go ahead and throw it to our casters!
It's been a long road to get here. 6 years of qualifiers, majors, and TI, but we're finally back. Finally back in the Sanctuary in Seattle, the Cathedral of Dota 2, the home of the best competition in the world. Welcome back to the International.
And what a match to start it off, right? I mean, they threw me in here with my ex-teammates, but this is definitely a grudge match if you've ever seen one. NA Dota, South America Dota, combining in one team to take on the Western European powerhouse that has just destroyed the DPC season this year. An underdog, a champion, but only one of them continues, and one of them will go home today.
This is absolutely, I mean, everybody is setting this up. It's a David versus Goliath matchup. The North American and South American group is definitely the underdogs against the three-time major winners. But Nouns were also, once upon a time, looked as the third best team in North America. And then they took down all of their competition back to the NA DPC. They ran right through it, and they have now proclaim themselves the best North American team, and maybe they could do much, much more by being able to bring down what was once the best Western European team.
And if any team has insider info, it's going to be Nouns, right? I mean, you have Les Lau out here. He's played with Quinn. They've been on the same team before. He knows how he wants to play, knows how he wants to abuse this mid lane, and that's been one of the secrets to Gaimin's success all year. How do you deal with the support rotations? How do you deal with the mid lane matchups? Can you shut down the side laners while all of that's happening at the same time? And this is another Gaimin lineup that is driven to go high ground early if you give them a start. Chen, Tidehunter, these are two of the heroes they've gone back to. We saw that Necroban as well, just to get the trifecta out of there. You give them a lead at 20 minutes, they're going to be pushing tier 3 very fast. You have illusion heroes, you have a Furion, you can stall this map. Can you stalwart the tempo that comes out from Gaimin and get yourself into that mid late game where you can shine? Because you have Earth Spirit, you have Brewmaster, these are heroes that have won Nouns so many mid late games, as long as you can get there in one piece.
And we're going to start off Nouns needing to be able to win this early lane, and starting off with the first blood Celery is going to go down. Gunner will clean it up with a boulder from downtown. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we also have a fight on the other bounty rune where they are going to be able to get a kill. So it is a trade-off. Nouns do manage to get the first blood, particularly for their mid laner is very important. That'll help in this mid matchup. Gunner versus Quinn, a matchup that we have seen time and time and time again. It used to be in the NADPC all the time. Quinn making a name for himself as one of the best laners in North America and then became one of the best laners in the world. And Gunner was always kind of in his shadow.
These are players that have studied under each other. Like you said, played against each other a lot. They played against Sumail a lot too. So if you're going to learn from somebody, become the next protege in that sense. These are the two guys who have been there and are willing to do it. I will say Quinn has gotten the better of Gunner in a lot of these lane matchups, right? And if you're Nouns, you go into here, you're kind of expecting Quinn to win the lane. That's not a big deal. What the bigger question is what happens after that. And I think Gunner has shown that, sure, you can win the lane against him. He's going to get one of his signature heroes. He's going to pop off, and he's going to dictate the mid game a lot more than you are. They knew the Pango was coming as well. They know it's not a real hero, so they know this matchup's not a real matchup. It's just a matter of who imaginarily gets out of it more. I think Gunner's going to show up today.
I mean, that's the great part about Gunner, right? Is that this is a player who I think Nouns buck a lot of trends, and one of them is definitely the fact that Gunner is the player out of all the teams in the top 8, the mid laner who will take the least amount of farm, and he will just try and make plays happen as early as possible. He is a tempo player. He once told me when he was playing on in Southeast Asia with the Jinnabrews team, he told me, I don't care Des. I do not care Des. I only want to make plays happen, and there's a play right there. Celery finds an opening, being able to kill Lelis. Now, it did cost Durachi, who had to run down the river quite heavily to be able to find that. Moo was free farming during the meantime, but it does kind of set the tempo here of Gaimin Gladiators are looking for kills, and they will catch you out if you tread a little bit too far away from the lane. You see Yamson under a bit of pressure there under the Tidehunter Grimstroke play.
Durachi was going to cost him a lot. I mean, this is a great start for Celery, though, and I want to highlight the Chen in this game, because that 20-minute victory Gaming had with Chen, it was all Celery, right? He dominated the safe lane, rotated mid, ganked that lane twice. That tower died at 8 minutes. Game just imploded. So if you give him a fast start on one of his signature, jungle heroes out here, you're going to have auras up, you're going to have the pace. And you don't have a lot of outspam or tower defense. That's the one downside of the lineup for Nouns. They really want to take these skirmishes around the ults, particularly between the Brew and the Earth Spirit here. That's why the XP might be more important for them than the CS. You're talking about they don't care deaths. I mean, deaths determine XP. Pauses determine a mental state.
And unfortunately, we're going to take a little bit more time to figure out all the issues here. Is this NA Dota? Well, a lot of pauses.
Yeah, they didn't host this game on US West.
I mean, K1 Hector, he's like, I'm used to this. This is every single game for me.
I mean, I think Hector's confused because he probably has negative ping compared to what he's normally.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This man is always working on at least 90. The shackles are off, and K1 Hector has shown it in addition to Nouns, who has done a lot of work for them. When you come to this idea that Gunner is going to be taking very little farm off the map. He wants to be making plays. He wants to find openings, find kills, set the tempo of the game aggressively. You need somebody to be able to pick up the farm game. And really, nobody better than K1 Hector. You talk about the player who takes the least from their position. Now you're looking at the player who takes the most from their position. K1 Hector is by far the biggest farmer in this tournament.
I mean, there's a reason Hector communicates the way he communicates. Right? We've all been in a pub with Hector. Well, I say all of us. I mean, these guys haven't.
We've been
there, Let me tell you. Yeah, Hector, he just screams on the comms the entire game. Give me mana. Give me salves. Give me stacks.
Yep.
Stop feeding and I'll carry.
That 100% K1 Hector. Stop feeding, stop feed, and I'll carry. That's exactly what that's his vision of the game. Is he is a hard carry player. And there's a reason why he says that. It's true. If you stop feeding, this man will carry games. He knows how to do it in the late game.
Can you bounce it out? Can you make him work? That's the interesting thing about these two teams as well. They had these additions that they brought into the rest of the four. Hector for Nouns, Quinn for Gaming, and it's changed the dynamic of the team, right? It creates another threat they can play around that gives the team a lot of vision, a lot of purpose in the game. And if you make these players succeed, they will indeed carry you in a lot of these clutch situations. And Hector on a Terrorblade, that is a nasty combination. We've seen him be I think, most proactive on the Chaos Knight, right? But this is a hero that functions very similarly. He can control the map, dictate when he wants to fight. So if he's the most farmed hero going into 30, 40 minutes, you have a decent chance to just shred the front line of gaming here, unless they already have the auras up. Still, a lot of it coming down to this mid battle, and damn, is it close. Within 2 CS here for Gunnar going into Quinn.
Yeah, and he's got a creep wave coming underneath tower, so if he gets these last hits, which he does with a quick kick, he'll be able to actually secure a CS lead over Quinn. Bottom lane, though, Duracio's going to be in some trouble. Moo, seeing the opening, Yamsen's going to make the rotation. They'll collect not 1, but 2 kills in the bottom lane.
Just as I was about to say, where is this Furion going to rotate? Because the mid rotation looks hard if Quinn is this high HP on a mobility hero. You also have to keep in mind when you leave this Terrorblade alone, he's going to get punished, but that is exactly what you're looking for in this early game. Quick rotation into the double kill, shut Duracio's tempo carry down on this Weaver. Not a hero that likes to play from behind, and just gobble up that experience on the side lane. If you're Nouns, your next biggest priority in this game is probably 6-minute power rune, 7-minute wisdom rune. You get all of those for your 2 supports, you're going to be in a really solid position to contest these tower pushes when they come with the Tide Hunter Meteor Hammer and the Chen grouping up. We'll see if these supports continue to make moves. It's also going to come down into Celery, whether he wants to try and rotate top or mid on this Chen. A hero that can do similar things.
Meta going to be popped here. So damage thrown back the way of Gaimin Gladiators, but honestly, they walk away from that. Not too damaged at all. So meta popped, no kill found. I would say a small victory for Gaimin Gladiators whenever that happens.
Still waiting for Celery's rotation, though. He just feels pressure to stay bottom on Duracio, given the ice armor. This isn't a lane they dominated, which means the Chen's going to have to linger down here maybe longer than we saw in some of those other Chen games from them. Honestly, this feels like a solid start for Nouns outside of, I mean, Moo is struggling, and Moo is continuing to struggle down here. It is a hero in the Brewmaster that can operate with XP alone, but damn, is he poor. He's going to have to make it up in some of these fights.
Yeah, only just now getting that earned. So those kills they got earlier, not really worth as much. Yamsen going to be in some trouble here. Underneath his own trees, he's going to teleport away. Ace cannot complete the kill. He walks away, damage done, but the damage on a Furion really doesn't mean that much, considering the fact this hero can just TP right back out to lane.
I mean, the thing is he used teleportation instead of the scroll, so he actually can't make a real move off this. He's just going to refill mid. So give up some breathing room to Gaming, and I mean, their cores are starting to take over the lanes right now. You got to keep in mind this Meteor Hammer on the Tide will eventually kick Hector out of top. This Weaver Brew matchup is very good. So now I'm looking at Gunnar, right? You get 6-minute power rune here. You have Magnetize up. You have a lot of potential in the tank to get a good fight out of this first ult on the Earth Spirit, especially with how much Gunnar did on this mid lane. He's 500 net worth up on Quinn at 6 minutes. This is a crazy net worth differential for a player we're used to seeing just win the one-on-ones.
I mean, that Earth Spirit laning phase, this hero does so much with that Boulder Smash. They're going to go for the power runes here, and it is going to be top. So, haste rune for Quinn, big pickup. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Moo's going to take a little bit of aggro here from Duracio, and not much Moo can do to fight back, particularly in a 1v2, but up against Frost Armor and his Harpy. In fact, Moo may have stayed a little bit too long. The Lotus might be able to keep him alive. We'll see whether or not Duracio wants to complete it, and he does manage to get that kill. Celery picks it up with a bit of lightning. Duracio is going to take a lot of damage on his way out, but managed to dodge the brambles pretty smoothly there.
And that's Javelin Rush. So this is aggressive build for Duracio, using the fact he has Ice Armor and some extra Chen regen. Just maxing up the DPS straight into the Maelstrom here, trying to punish Moo as much as possible with the opening they've created. And damn, some good creeps for Celery, right? You cannot ask for anything better out of the jungle early.
Seriously, yeah.
Is this going to allow him to make some aggressive moves as he wants to? 7-minute Wisdom Rune will not be contested here, but it will get split. So, okay news for now. I think they had a possibility of getting 2. You always have it with the Furion, but Yamsen looking for a bigger prize.
They know they're going for the 7-minute Wisdom Rune, which leaves Ace alone. Yamsen's going to try and take advantage of that with the meta still halfway through. If they can just body block him a little bit, that's going to be enough. With this scan, they saw the Grimstroke. Okay, he's picking up the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Let's make a play in this top lane. A big kill. Even bigger if they can get Duracio as well, but Celery, he's going to try and stop this. In fact, they push damage back onto Moo. A teleport coming in now as Gunnar's going to make his first rotation out, but it looks like he may be a bit late unless he really wants to dive the tower, but he doesn't want to throw away that net worth lead he has.
Only 2 points in the Rolling Boulder, not low cooldown enough to convert on the kill, so that'll be another missed opportunity for Gunnar, still trying to put this Magnetize to use.
Quinn's going to make use of his haste rune he picked up earlier. Yamsen, who just wanted to be able to get a little bit of levels. Gunnar rolls in, tries to save his support, and that's going to be enough. Quinn checks out the other direction. 8-minute power rune, though, is coming up, and both teams are going to be fighting for it. The fighting continues in the side lanes as well.
They really want this Weaver bottom before the time lapse comes out. This is when Duracio's still susceptible in this lane. You have so much nuke damage. You want the urn charge.
Hit it with the blood grenade. He's got stick charges. Nice silence. Coming out, the support from Tofu might just be enough to change this fight. Duracio, final hit comes in. So they do trade out cores.
And they get a lot of the Chen creeps off this, honestly.
Oh, yeah, I'm saying he's got no teleport and no TP scrolls, so it's going to be a 2-for-1 in that regard.
So you traded Chen creeps and the Weaver for 2 on the side of Nouns. You did get an urn charge off the death for Mu, so a little extra potential there off the max Cinder build. The lanes are going to start to build up here, and I mean, Celery, he got so much out of that bottom, man. This Chen is
look at this rotation. Ravage straight up into the Meteor Hammer with the supports coming in from behind. They can silence him and make sure there's no chance of getting off a Sunder.
I'm surprised Hector lingered this long up here. He'd already thrown out the Sunder. I mean, this is a hammer tide, a tough lane to stand on when he has the mana for the Ravage. Connection's just too easy here. Now you're going to get the pressure of the tower. Can Hector come back this lane? Probably not still, unless Nouns are willing to rotate more cores up here, which you could do, as you're still holding on to this Magnetize on Gunnar. He's just not found the opportunity to use it.
Oh, he really hasn't. Duracio, he'll accept the Curse Crown stun, which is going to set up into Gunnar. Now, he's already popped the Shikuchi, but he does have time lapse, and they don't have enough control. And Mu doesn't have his level 6 yet. He is just a little bit away, but is not going to be able to get it. Meanwhile, Quinn, very efficient use of his Arcane Rune in that play, as he managed to come down here, get a kill with that Arcane Rune, has his abilities back up. They are definitely beginning to get a bit of a lead here on Gaimin Gladiators, which is scary for Nouns because they haven't even taken any towers yet, which it is coming. Chen and a Meteor Hammer, you're almost guaranteed as Gaimin Gladiators to have a tower lead in the next 5 minutes.
And the Roshan threat, very high in this game with the Swarm plus the minus armor. Chen's going to give you with a fast Solar Crest here. Gush on top of it, Pangler coming through with Lucky Shot. It's another one of those tempo lineups that can just decimate you with the armor differential here. So yeah, you give these small openings, they're going to run away with it. Hector did manage to go top and defend that tower at least, so you're going to repel some of the speed Ace was coming out with here.
Yeah, but as he shows himself immediately as smoke up, not only they secured the 10-minute power rune, but if Quinn can connect here, it would be massive for Gaimin Gladiators.
Sunder coming back up. 3 seconds on the cooldown is now up for Hector, so there's turnaround potential on this play. If you cannot burst him here, it could go really wrong.
They're going to get on top of him. Silence and the stuns. K1 Hector doesn't really have much help coming in. They're going to use the Rolling Thunder. Last bit of damage required is going to have to come from Quinn, but they do manage to get out the Sunder onto the support. Yamson is going to be sacrificed to keep K1 Hector alive, and he will have to TP back all the way back to the fountain, so it's not even like base out of that. Meanwhile, though, Duracio did die in the bottom lane, the first use of the split from the Brewmaster. And they're also going to get that tower.
Just got run down off the root from Lelis, and this is going to result in a very fast tier 1 out of nowhere that was on a safe lane. Gaming were doing pretty well in, right? So this is a lot of catch-up farm for Mu, putting the first ult to pretty good use here, extra XP.
And he's going to catch up even more if he can complete that Hand of Midas pretty soon.
Oh, that, I mean, you get the Midas here for Mu, I think you're really happy with how this early game ended up, considering of how much pressure that lane was creating on you. Just got to turn it around, big core kill into the tower, into an acceleration item. Yeah, you're really happy with that, especially if you can use this next Brew ult to defend mid.
Yeah, the question is that too greedy, right? Because you know Gaimin Gladiators are going to be putting a lot of pressure on you in this next 10 to 15 minutes.
There's some truth there, right? Like, you're giving up an early fighting item to go for this Midas, and you know the tower pressure is going to come fast. I mean, you go in and Midas a Chen creep and say, I did my part, team.
Underneath tower, but it may not matter. Good Terrorize, though, coming out from Lilis. This may buy Gunnar some time to get more Magnetized stacks onto Quinn. Nails him with the next rolling Bobo as he tries to swashbuckle away. Locked in, though, by Tofu. Great spellbound, and they're going to be able to catch him into the hammer. Into the hammer. The chain stuns are real, but Gunnar is somehow still alive, and he's going in. With the Magnetize, he's going to chase after Tofu. Tofu gets the armor room. What a turnaround for him. The luck of the gods showing up just in time. Layla's trying to finish off this support and walk away while K1 Hector is feasting on heroes right now. He shows up last of the fight, but he will claim lives here. Oh, Ace actually not too afraid. He's going to try and get this Meteor Hammer in time, but Yamson's already teleported away. The tower survives for now, but damage is done, and Ace is still here with that Meteor Hammer.
Did clean up some Chen creeps. I mean, very good shield rune on the end for Gaming, and Ace just powering through with the damage in this fight. That is an absurd amount of damage for a Tidehunter to be doing at 12 minutes in this engagement. You can show how much Yeah, I mean, it shows how much Nouns want to defend this mid tower, and you can't blame him. You hold this tower for another couple ults, it secures a lot of your map, buys Hector time. There's just no way to stop it. It is inevitable. Ace is inevitable, as he has been all season long. He will push himself to the top of the board here, having a tremendous Tidehunter game. And he's going to become an issue because you don't really have direct burst damage or stack building heroes to take him down. There's a lot he can dispel in this game between the Dark Willow, the Magnetize. You can toss him in the air and take the fight 5-on-4. That is a route Nouns can think about going, but for now, Ace is going to be a brick wall.
A brick wall that is particularly important for Gaimin Gladiators, as much of their success throughout the season has been based around him and his playstyle, which that did become weaker with some changes in the game, but it seems like Gaimin Gladiators have maybe found a position for Ace to really take over the game. That hit. Once again, nice hit with the Terrorize, lined it up into the stun. Gunner easily has the control to bring down the Weaver.
And this is going to be Nouns' biggest target the whole game. Dyrachyo, we've seen him on this Weaver before, right? He has some bad deaths, but this is also a hero that's very susceptible once you start getting killed once. It just starts rolling. That's a 4th death for the Gaimin carry on a hero that ideally will give them Roshan and a siege mechanism at a certain point. Still level 9 on the Weaver at 14 minutes. He is falling behind in XP. Nouns got a few more cheeky kills on him. This is a way to just bump your supports up, help you take those tower defense fights.
Yeah, who cares if they're taking all your towers if their hard carry is still poor and cannot outmatch the Terrorblade. Try to roll in, Quinn. Invisibility, and managed to sidestep that boulder coming across. He's going to get some information out here, though they do seem to know he's here. Can they bait him in somehow? They're afraid there's more behind him, so they're just going to back out.
This is your defusal timing on the Pango. Ravage back up for Ace. He's a little bit off the blink, but it did prompt a smoke from Gaimin to push into the Nouns triangle. However, they vacated it. For whatever reason, they knew it was coming. However, they're just going to run it back. Ace trying to control both jungles right now. Without a blink, this initiation's a little difficult. Will Hector see it coming? The tree line.
If they get around, just around this corner and find him, maybe it's possible. Slow him down. Get on top of him with the Inks while the Ravage are going to go out. Big burst damage and no mana and silence. Too much for Hector to deal with here.
Really nice connection. Just enough reach.
The worst part for Nouns is they were making a smoke move at the same time, so.
Yeah, they were looking for Ace. Try and preemptively read this. This is why Hector was there in the first place. Almost gets baited by the own move, and hey, 15 minutes, we're already pushing a tier 2 with Chen to back it up on the Skelly boys, adding their aura.
I think this is the part that I love about this matchup. I feel like Nouns and Gaimin Gladiators have both bucked the trends when it comes to the heroes and strategy of this tournament. Nouns certainly have their own list of heroes that I think are special to them. Meanwhile, Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, playstyle-wise, everybody's going like 50, 60 minutes in these games, but Gaimin Gladiators, they're ending games at 25 sometimes.
This is a team that does not care what anybody else is doing right now.
Yeah.
And they're going to speed it up. And like you said, both these teams, I think, are 2 of the faster teams this tournament. They're happy to just take these fights, win it in the mid game. If it goes late, I mean, they always have a backup plan. Sure. And I feel like Hector is probably the better backup plan here, but man, we've seen Weaver scale a lot harder than he used to in a lot of these matchups, especially when you have a bunch of auras and Tidehunter and Chen behind you. And there's also just not a huge amount of control for Pangolier in the late game. That's one of the things. I mean,
yeah.
We saw Steenie talk about they knew this Pango was coming. I feel like everybody knew it was coming. Can you stop it anyway?
Magnetize builds up, kills not only the Chen, but also...
That's pretty value. Honestly, very value here. Every time you take Celery off the map, you're slowing Gaming down. You're slowing down the next objective. Huge amount of gold into Gunner's pocket. Frees up the map. And I mean, Gaming were just split, right? We're talking about them abusing the fact they have a very strong ball. They were waiting for this Ravage to be back up. Rare misstep will cost them some time, and that is time for Hector to get the lanes out, or at least attempt to.
He kind of has to, otherwise they're going to lose too much control over Roshan. The next objective for Gaimin Gladiators on the list. They have a 3,000 net worth lead. They could take away this last remaining tower. They're going to have really good control of the Roshan pit, and you said they've got a great team to take it too.
It's just a race to the team fight items. You're looking for Radiance on Mu, give you that huge AoE damage in the fight. But you're also looking for these big auras on Gaming in the pipe on Celery and the BKB on Dyrachyo. That's a very big item for them as well. We'll make sure that they can man up in this Roche pit, deal with the Terrorize, deal with Tornado, all these AoE spells that Nouns are trying to throw on the Weaver. Pretty much useless, and you don't have the physical to burst him yet. if Moo can get this Radiance untouched, I think you have a decent shot contesting.
But he's about to be ganked. Ace is going to jump forward with that Blink Dagger. Anchor already locking him down, trying to see if he can land the Meteor, and he does manage to with a Swashbuckle to follow it up. They've got this kill. Moo is going to find his Radiance delayed even further. You saw we have 3 different cores on Nouns that are all trying to get that next big item, but the pressure is mounting from Gaimin Gladiators.
And it's just Gunnar who's really getting there. Looking for Heart on the Earth Spirit. I mean, he is massive. He still had a tremendous game here, 3-1, pretty much untouched. But all this objective gold is just making his net worth not look as effective as he wanted to, so he still just wants to fight. Gunnar wants to slay here. Give him an opportunity. Set it up.
But how do you fight into this 5-man ball that's coming your way from Gaimin Gladiators?
I mean, you have to take the tower defense or the Roche contest. It's one of those two, which means every time you give a pick off like that Brewmaster, you miss one of those opportunities right now.
Right.
So Gunnar, he wants to push into this Heart and take a fight immediately after. Also, you're rushing towards this Ags on the Pangolier. A lot of extra damage and takeability coming out, and you don't have Rolling Thunder control. So this Axe is going to do work if you let Quinn get to it for free here.
Oh, jump onto the 2 of them with the double ravage, with the Meteor. What an opportunity from Ace. Just like that, cutting 2 down right in front of your tier 3. Wait, who needs a Roshan?
Yeah, Roshan be damned. You died in a bad part of the map to die on right now, as Moo is struggling to get to this Relic. An early Glyph as well is just going to open up this entire lane. Solar Crest and Pipe done for Celery. This Chen is massive right now. Do you have the damage to take this fight? You're almost like all magic oriented.
Yeah. This tier 3 is going to be forfeited before they even get their heroes back up. They still need another 5 for the Brewmaster to get here, but Gaimin Gladiators will relent. They say, okay, we just did some serious economic damage to you, being able to kill 2 of your heroes. Once again, that Radiance is delayed. We've taken more and more property off the map, and now we could just go back to farming our side lanes again.
And the team items are just rolling in, right? I mean, Hector, at this point, he might be asking his team to please slow the game down. Just let me get to Scotty. We can take a good engagement, because right now, it's a lot to punch through. You give Ace another big team fight item here, and you're going to have to abuse buybacks at a certain point. You need some extra firepower. Ato's done for Lels, looking for the extra setup. Another big smoke, but you just got pushed in really deep in your base. Gaimin got obs in your base as well, so these moves are very telegraphed right now. Hector's just, he struggled to get these lanes in deep.
Yeah, big difference between, I would say, K1 Hector and his Terrorblade play and Dyrachyo. I mean, Dyrachyo would be running down lanes constantly. He would die sometimes for it, but he would achieve some space. K1 Hector playing a lot more conservatively, trying to protect his own net worth. And it does result in some lane problems here. They're going to go ahead and deal with the Tormentor, pick up a little bit of extra gold for one of their supports here. Almost killing Yamson. Playlist is going to be the pickup.
Not a bad shard to get if you can make it work in the fight. Decent net worth for him.
Yeah.
Still looking for this Radiance on Moo. That's going to be the big one for Nouns. Is, I mean, they're finishing up that Scotty and Heart between the 2 other cores, so they're really ready to gun it here. Contest that Roshan, which still hasn't been claimed by Gaimin. If you can do that, you can turn a lot of this momentum around, put Gaimin in an awkward position where the high ground just doesn't look that appetizing, and then what are you doing on the map, right? What are you using with all these auras for? It's just a race to this 21-22 minute mark. Are you fast enough if you're Nouns? Are you willing to even contest this? Scotty done. It's on a pretty damn good timing here. Man, Hector, he's big. This is where you want it all to align and just have it work for you. But Gaimin, they're just too fast here. You're not here in time. Early momentum, just the extra gold from the tier 3, the tier 2s that they claimed. It's going to propel them into this Roche for free. Who are you going to give it to? Give it to the real hero.
They are going to give it to the real hero. Pango's going to take it. Level 15, just picked up a shard as well, so he's going to be tough to combat in these fights. He's going to get in there with his Rolling Thunder, and
it's a lot of damage.
Tons of damage. Just a question of whether or not Nouns can find that opening, right? Ace gets the anchor. Really good tool to be able to lock down these mobile cores. Earth Spirit's going to take some damage here, but nobody's rotating on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They're just trying to scare him back because they're still making this move in bottom lane. Dyrachyo wants to keep the pressure up here. They still have this last remaining tier 2 in the bottom lane.
You just want to stall. Cut as many lanes as possible. Stall this push as long as possible to put Hector in the best position to take that high ground defense fight when Gaimin will likely force the issue.
Yeah.
And just go in, try and... I mean, your burst is just so bad. That's the one downside. But you do have kickback here. And this is great lane cutting. This is going to put Gaimin in a position where you're losing some gold to force these plays. And if this high ground goes wrong, we've seen it go very wrong in this meta.
they're actually going to skip past this tier 2 because they want the pressure in here as quick as possible. Now, Layla's going to be in some trouble here with the Inkswell coming in from the Weaver. Caught by the Brambles, though. They have the Meteor Hammer. Lots of AoE damage. He gets off the Terrorize, but actually a roll-up from Quinn dodges that fear, and they immediately put the damage onto the range barracks. Melee's going to be dying soon. Nouns, they're missing their timing. They still don't have that Radiance on the Brewmaster. They're not quite ready to take this engagement, and Gaimin Gladiators are going to punish them for it. In fact, they're going to chase after Moo. Moo has to use the Primal Split. Otherwise, there was danger of him being locked down, but his Brewling may be dying immediately. This last Brewling, it's in trouble. It's going to be chased down. He's gone. He's dead. It doesn't even matter if he has buyback if you don't have the Primal Split.
Still doesn't have the Radiance. That's your level 2 ult down in a flash before Hector was even willing to come back. This might just be another, I mean, the waves did get cut. That's the one upside here. So you're defending the base through the backdoor protection. But damn, you still have 3 minutes on this Aegis. You're just giving up too many core pickoffs here. The lead's not growing, but the momentum is.
Yeah, eventually a wave is going to be protected, and Gaimin Gladiators will put damage on those buildings once again. You have to come up with a team fight somehow. Eventually, you cannot concede all of these buildings, but Gaimin Gladiators are giving no space to breathe whatsoever. A kick away, that's not good enough. The chain set of the Rolling Thunder is a problem for Gunnar, and even stopping by to be able to stop the damage from K1 Hector. They stun him up, and then they retreat. They say meta has been used. Let's go ahead and make sure we have the spacing. We don't get caught too much like Quinn, who may be in trouble here, does have the Aegis, so this is just going to be his first life. Not a big deal, especially if he can get kills out of it. Moo and K1 Hector limping along, forced to use the Sunder here onto Ace, but they just do not seem to have the damage to threaten these heroes. Meanwhile, Nouns are dropping like flies out here.
I mean, that's such a fast Shivas from Ace. Just gets it on everybody. This attack speed aura really hurting Hector right now. Who has the damage, but not the speed to get through it. And a second lane at 24 minutes.
Now, and the only saving grace for Nouns is if they can get Hector out of here. They have this tier 2 up, but maybe it's not even needed. If the carry dies here, they might just be able to go straight for the throne. Layla's trying to limp back to the fountain. Will be able to make it. The cores, they're going to have to use some buybacks here. A kill on Darachu would be crucial to holding, and Nouns do manage to get that much.
Gotta get more.
Gunnar chasing after him, doing what he can, but afraid of the turnaround. Yams is going to try and lend him support here. Sets it up with the Sprout into the rolling boulder. Do they have enough stuns to control this Pango? A silence fall went up, and they do manage to get him 2 cores on the side of Gaimin Gladiators as they overstep themselves, daring to tread close to the staircase of the fountain.
Those are big kills, almost 3,000 gold total, so at least you're getting something on the backswing. But like you said, still just not a entire team fight put together for Nouns, right? We haven't seen it the whole game between the Radiance Brew, which is still not just finished, by the way. Thank God I don't have to pray for it anymore. But now you have Radiance Brew online. You have to get these ults in sync. That's been the biggest problem. Ace is just continuously forcing the issue before you're ready to take that straight 5-on-5. I mean, he instantly put that Shivas to use on the back end, and if you don't have all 5 heroes there, you lack the damage right now. That's been
the difference in net worth despite the Midas pickup. Yes. Between Moo and Ace.
I mean, Moo and Celery at this point, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about Chen accelerating these games. Zero benefits so much from these Raxes going down because it just sets you up for an entire other team item. Vlad's done as well, buffing up the damage here across the board. This is where this hero is absolutely terrifying, and looking down the barrel of Megas, it's going to be a hero you're thinking about game 2 no matter what. Because once he gets to control the game like this, it just throws you into a tough position. Going to look for a core pickoff of their own.
If they can get it, the Inkswell is going to be able to help out Quinn. He rolls up, turns around now with the Rolling Thunder, and it's going to be Nouns who are now on the retreat. Caught by the Soulbind. Does manage to get out the Primal Split, though, and thanks to Gunnar's heart, he does have plenty of HP. Caught here on the river, but do they really want to go for the Tidehunter first? He is untouchable.
Absolutely invincible at this point, and Ace knows that this is not even a fight Hector showed up to.
He's going to chase after Moog here, see if he can get him.
Darachu on the
with
back.
The anchor on his way out. Now the real Brewmaster is revealed. They do manage to jump on Darachu here. Can they turn this around? The BKB activated to buy Darachu, but a Glimmer Cape might just get moved out of here. Darachu searching, won't find anything. Ace, he's not going to jump in. No need to at this point in time. They still cannot hit that bottom lane, that final lane of barracks just yet. There's still this tier 2 in their way. So.
Yeah, look at the top wave. Hector got it all the way in. So you have a Catapult pressuring the tier 2 for Gaming right now that Darachu has to go back and clean up here. I like that fight a lot better than some of these other pickoffs though, right? Especially the one we saw right by their tier 3 that translated into breaking that base first. You take a fight on Gaming side of the map, even if it goes a little wrong for you like that, you're not getting punished for it. And now maybe you can create an opening elsewhere with Darachu having gone back to the other side of the map. Gaming missing some heroes here.
Yeah, this is a big slip up here for Gaimin Gladiators if they lose these heroes. There's so many from Nouns being brought to the table. They need to be able to lock down Ace, but he's so tanky and he had the mobility. The Force Staff, they're going to try and hit this Terrorize onto Quinn. Couldn't roll up in time. Gets hit by that first. The chain stuns are here. Gunner locks it down, and there's another pickup for Nouns. Another breath for Nouns to take in this game.
That's a very big one, and it's a great read of the map. This is all Hector setting that up. He gets that top lane in, you take a fight, nobody dies, it gives you room, and then you get to punish on the other side of the map with Gaimin not respecting the fact that, hey, there's an unlimited chase down hero on the side of Nouns, right? That is the power that Earth Spirit gives you with the new stones.
Yep.
Gunner's gonna chase you, he's gonna catch you, he's gonna sink somebody into the dirt here. That's more gold into Hector's pocket, more damage coming online. If you can get to the full Silver Edge here, all of a sudden your front line goes away if you're Tidehunter.
Right.
The control can suddenly be there. You can chain stun Ace. The armor's still going to be a problem, but you're starting to find the solutions here. And this lead back down to 9K. This is all you're trying to do in the game right now if you're Nouns. Keep the economic damage to a minimum and prevent Gaimin from getting to that last lane of racks, which is going to make the game a real uphill battle if they get a free Megas.
But you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they see these pickoffs and it is a wake-up call for them. They're going to go ahead and try and clean up the lanes, but they're also going to group up a little bit more.
Gunner trying to break the smoke here. Does get scanned, so Ace knows.
Roll away. Is it in time? Gets him on the anchor. Nobody's going to be able to deal with this. Oh, good Force Staff down to the cliff. They need to be able to deal with this anchor still. Earth Spirit this far away. He still has that heart. He's pretty tanky, but Duraccio is shredding him pretty quickly. Does manage to roll outside and into his base. Duraccio just not quite in front of him. And that's going to be a BKB used.
Yeah, that's all the way down to 6 seconds already. It doesn't feel like we've seen a fight where he got to use it at all. And it's down to the minimum. That's how much Nouns have been cutting out this fight. And another fight where Ace did not want to pull the trigger on the Ravage there. Feels like Gunner's either slightly too tanky or maybe he has a buyback and they get in a weird, awkward position. But like you're talking about breathing room, that's some more breathing room right now for Nouns as they hold this game steady. And now they're looking for their own pickoff. Once more, Gunner will find the catch.
With this beautiful combination, Bedlam rolling Boulder, but the heroes are tanky. He got off the pipe, and now it's a problem. Gunner, half health, Rolling Thunder, completely chain setting him down. No way to be able to get out. Now they're scrambling here. K1 Hector, he's going to be in some trouble.
He's back from Gunner.
Trying to fight back into these heroes, but he is lacking in the teammates to do so. The buybacks are going to be coming in. They do manage to get off the Thunder, but immediately time-lapse rectifies that bit of damage. Gunner rolls back in. It's the stun, but K1 Hector needs to be able to retreat. This Tidehunter is constantly playing in his face, constantly slowing him down.
Him, man.
And K1 Hector, he's going to go for a desperate TP away. The damage is going to come too quickly, though. And now Nouns are left perhaps broken as they have 3 heroes dead with no buyback, and they do not have the lanes pushed in either.
Yeah, that's exactly what Gunner is trying to do right now. He says, Yamson, make as much space as possible. I will try and clear up some lanes with this buyback that yielded nothing. There's just no damage on the board here. Ace just runs through all of them, does not give a damn.
Yeah, but
Duraccio gets to clean up.
It's just so much different, right? The pickoffs on the Pango when he's alone, sure, damage looks okay, but then you get these 5 heroes all grouped up around this pipe and these auras.
And that was a fight where Gunner found the Chen first. This is supposed to be the target you want to kill at the start of a fight. 2,000 HP with Pipe, Vlad, Solar. It's not even that easy. Hell, even the Ogre Totem doing some work here for Celery. He's just way too beefy. This is a beautiful Chen game right now as you are running out of damage. If you ever had it on the side of Nouns, that's going to be a 31-minute Megas.
And I love the fact that they just back away immediately. They're going to deal with further objectives. They've got Tormentor. They've got Roshan coming up. They are not going to give an opening to Nouns and let them climb back into the game like they did earlier. Learning from those mistakes, they stay grouped up, and they will back away. Roshan is going to be spawning in just 15 seconds time. And Nouns, well, they're going to have to be playing against Megas for the rest of the game.
Well, we have seen our fair share of Megas come back at TI.
True, but I'm not sure if I've seen any this early. 32-minute Mega creep.
Yeah, it's a little tough.
If Nouns is going to make that comeback, it's going to be a long haul game. It's going to be another 40 minutes or something like that, which we've seen a lot of those games. But again, Gaimin Gladiators, that's just not their MO. They don't let you get to those late games if they can help it, and they're in a great position to be able to end it as they take this Roshan, get the extra Aegis and Cheese. One final push is all it could take.
I also just don't see what's changing the paradigm in terms of Ace walking into 5 of you and going, what's up? Yeah, I mean, what has been the answer from the entire game? And it's supposed to be this silver edge on Hector. I think that's the one big difference maker here. Get the break in, and then all of a sudden you can stack the magic damage, the magnetize, all these debuffs on Ace. Maybe you have a chance of bringing the Titan down. But damn, it's just gotten delayed here as Hector is still searching for the damage, still searching for the levels as well. When you don't win the fights like this, you just fall behind. He's only level 16.
Yeah, and we're seeing the
17.
The carry ability of the Weaver. You talked about how this hero scales so much better than maybe it used to. He's got an MKB complete, and he's now level 20, so he's got the plus 90 Geminate attack damage.
Plus the shard. This is just a huge power point for Dyrachyo. Absolutely going to shred all 5 of you in the fight if he just gets the Sakuchi through. Nouns will take the smoke wrap. Pretty heads-up play if they can find the supports on the backside.
What are they looking for here?
Grimstroke, Chen, that's it. Gotta find the squishies, take them out, get a numbers advantage.
Supports are bust, but they have the scan. Gaimin Gladiators made the read, and now they know they're outside of position here. They're immediately gonna pounce on it. Gaimin Gladiators read you like a book, and they will slam that book shut as they get these 2 pickups, and into the base they go to now finish it off.
Quinn just burning Hector's man out as well. I mean, everything is around Ace. Go with Ace. Follow his jumps. The man has led you very far. He'll continue to lead you farther here.
Once again, it's underused. Gunner, he just has to go in, but shredded. That heart doesn't mean anything for him anymore.
So much for a tanky meta. Yeah, game 1 in the books here with a very, very fast Chen lineup from Gaming. And if you're Nouns, you're going into game 2, you're thinking, how do we slow this team down, right? That is all you're thinking about right now. Is it heroes? Is it players? Is it a play style thing? Do we need stronger lanes or auras of our own? Something has to happen, though, because Gaming have shown they're not afraid to push these games high ground 20 minutes.
That's the part I love.
If you don't have the outspam, if you don't have the lane shove, you just get pushed down.
Yep. I love the fact that Gaimin Gladiators are showing that there is a way to be able to punish most of the strategy that teams have been running with, which has been a lot of greed, a lot of hand of Midas, scaling cores, scaling supports. And Gaimin Gladiators are showing that, hey, there's a different way to be able to play this game. And you have to be prepared that this game may end before you're able to come online.
And this was with a lot of Nouns signature heroes we've seen them own with for a lot of this early tournament, right? The Brewmaster, the Earth Spirit, these heroes that are deceptively hard scaling in the late game if you can get there, but still have some mid-game prowess. They just couldn't muster up the damage to take down the front line here, and that's really what it goes back to. And yeah, all Ace all day, man.
Game 1 goes exactly how most people would have expected, with Goliath striking the first blow. 1 up for Gaimin Gladiators over Nouns.
It is the best of 3, so there's always the potential for Nouns to be able to come back. On our panel, though, we had a little bit of a change up. Fly, you're going to be joining us here. You're going to be talking about this little NA showdown. Bring the faith for the Nouns fans.
Oh, yes. I'm here for all the NA action. You know, like either way, America wins today. So that's what matters. And also, hi, Seattle, by the way, everyone. So nice to see you guys.
Hello, Fly.
It appears Seattle is saying hi back to you.
That's nice, that's nice. No, that was a fantastic showing from Gaimin, and my God, these guys are so good at this like early tempo game.
Yeah, we were worried that maybe just in general, not so much for Gaimin Gladiators, that when you put yourself on a timer, when you play this tempo, that if you aren't able to break that high ground, it's all going to crumble in that later part. But Gaimin Gladiators are able to perfectly execute that one for themselves. But the early game wasn't so strong for them, Rezo.
Yeah, I think Nouns played insanely well early game, and they got themselves into the mid game like pretty in a good position. But the way the Gaimin played the mid game was like incredibly well, and you understand that when the teams are like controlling every rune, when they're like pressuring this mid tower super hard, and like they know their timings exactly well enough to like understand this little moments where they can pressure and like win the game off of. Like this mid jump when Ace jumped on the 2 heroes, Mu and was it Lelis? It was like the game-winning jump for them. Like they turned the game like super hard in their favor after that moment.
And I mean, after that jump moment, Lucas, why weren't Nouns able to get anything else for themselves? Why weren't they able to take some of the map back for themselves, especially when you have a Nature's Prophet in post 5 that is able to split out those lanes?
Yeah, he did one hell of a job at some of these early engagements, these early rotations, but yeah, they were not punished. I think also going for really greedy items, Hand of Midas into Radiance and also Heart, these are very expensive items, and Gaimin Gladiators, they know that this team is not going to slow down, and one of the reasons why they were so successful successful is Enchantress was banned out. This was one of the Celary's better heroes throughout 2023, and he banged out Chen. This was his second showing of Chen, and he looks really comfortable on the hero. The only thing that was changed, the way they played at the first start of the year, was, you know, he's not buying aura items on Ace. It's going to be Chen for now, so Celary took over that role, which does allow Ace to scale. Ace had tremendous scale. Just all over the place, he died once. Same goes for Tofu. Both of them combined have only one death, which is pretty impressive. We talked about how good and how strong their offlane duo is, and I think this game shows it extremely well. It's insane what they can do together.
I absolutely love the idea behind the Chen because it relieves all the damage from like Earth Spirit and Brewmaster early on with all like these heals, mechs like Leds and stuff. Like it's just like such a good pickup for Gaimin Gladiators. They created this hero, like, you know, comeback, made them come back, and they're showing to us like why it is so strong. They're ending every game like at 30 minutes.
Yeah, it's pretty phenomenal, their average win game time there. But for Chen, Fly, you're a bit of a Chen player yourself. You got 20 assists on it, so it's a pretty good showing for Chen. But how do we make him work, and why is it only really Gaimin Gladiators that have confidence in him right now?
I think they're just one of the only teams that's willing to go down this route, because most of the games now, they end up being pretty late game, right? Like you're drafting and you're aiming to play 40 minutes. You're going to play for second, third Roche. Chen is a different hero. Chen hits its timings pretty early, like 15, 20 minutes is kind of like your critical mass. You can take any objective super fast. Your laning stage is a little, like, not the best, but what they did is they picked a Weaver to make up for it. So suddenly you have a good laning phase with Chen. He was able to open up the small camp. He got a Harpy, which is basically what we're praying for as a Chen, you know, as a Chen player. So I think they discuss this and they understand how to enable the hero, because that hero needs enabling. You cannot just pick a Chen and be like, yeah, that's fine, just go play Chen, like you would pick, you know, a Phoenix. You know, a Phoenix can do fine in almost any situation. Chen needs a very specific set of conditions, and these guys understand it better than anyone, and they're willing to do it, which is really impressive on the stage.
And when it works, it works. I mean, like we all said, they're able to close out a game in 30 minutes. We're going to hear, though, a little bit more information, a bit more of a breakdown, as we do have Purge standing by.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators going for a very aggressive push strat with that Chen pickup in this game. And because teams are farming so long, it's important to keep your net worth high while you're doing this. So if we take a look at some clips here, we can see some of the things they did. 15 minutes into the game, they're sieging the tier 2 tower. The only way Nouns can defend this is by either grouping with a team fight or by counter pushing. They tried to counter push this, but what Pango does is he jumps in and zones out Gunner. This forces the glyph from the tower, and this allows Duraccio now to just escape towards the right. So while his team deals with the tier 2 tower at a surprising 15 minutes, he basically just gets to farm the rest of the map. So if we take a look at the space that is now his, it's basically everything here. This is all his space that he can get farm for on the map as he moves down there with the fast hero. So this means he gets to accelerate net worth. He doesn't get behind against the enemy carries, and his team gets to further map control and gain advantage. And that map control is what finds them those kills that allow them to go high ground. If their opponents don't have their cooldowns, they can't actually take the team fights, and that's what gives Gaimin Gladiators the advantage in this game.
Thank you so much, Purge. Nice breakdown there, and the visual cues as well. I always like it. Sometimes we're talking about team fights, sometimes we're talking about movements, and it's tough, but Purge having all the clips there with him is nice to be able to have all that information. And we've got some more information for you. It's about one of our teams currently on stage. It's about Gaimin Gladiators.
I've been playing games throughout my whole life, whether it was on Game Boy, consoles, eventual computer, like all due to my older brother and his friends that I just watched. I wanted to play and I got into it. I was backpacking throughout Asia for a year and I saw some poster of TI and some public viewing in the city. So I showed up there and there's all of, I don't know, 1,000 people, and I was like the only white dude walking in, so everyone was looking at me. People were like getting interested. I bought a laptop there. I started playing on a laptop. Then at some point back home in Germany, started studying. I'm like playing from the kitchen table or lying down in my bed. And eventually when they introduced the DPC leagues, I was like, Div 2? I can do Div 2. And then, I don't know, I eventually got ambitious and wanted to prove whether I can make it or not.
He's still alive, but not for much longer. Eventually he will fall to Tofu.
I started grinding into top 100, getting into games with pro players, eventually making contacts, friends.
The golem comes down on the slash cutting on through though. GGs are called, and the series will go to the Hellbear Smashers.
My first team was Hellbear Smashers back then.
Get Tofu though, watch Tofu, watch Tofu.
But I don't know, it's not really real if you're not playing against a real and big competition. from watching TI is like filled of hype and emotion, and you see these teams with like fireworks winning and sad teams losing, the whole spectrum of emotions you get with like eventually people lifting the ages and me at home at the screen watching, like shredding tears. Like it's so intense that you really wish to experience the same, like to be there. For me, actually making it there now is an experience that I wouldn't trade for anything else, and I'm really glad that I made it to the main stage, and I hope that I get the chance to lift the ages.
What a beautiful piece on Tofu, his upbringing around gaming, and the fact that now here he is, top 8 on the main stage, potentially even going all the way to top 6 fly.
Yeah, I think what he said is very true, because when you enter this competition, you get to TI, it's the highest of highs and lowest of lows, right? I've been in situations where I was able to progress further, or in this case, not so well. And it's so devastating, and it's also so amazing at the same time, right? So that is the spirit of competition, and TI is really where it's all at.
Yeah, well, we're going to listen a little bit more about that game one. We do have the comms, the team comms from inside the booth of the final fight between Gaimin Gladiators and Nouns.
Okay, we do not go buck wild on this push. We sit in formation and we make them run into us. They have to run into us, so we just let them and then we take the freebies when they roll in.
Stay off your chin. I have every aura in the game.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna rush with Ravage. I'm just gonna hold a bit.
Yeah, we just can hold ourselves and we just chill.
Do you expect comms to be that calm fly?
I mean, that's a very, first of all, it sounded like very American, which is really funny. But Quinn said he's basically, sounds like he's leading this this high ground push or this situation, and I think that's really cool because this game really progressed to the point where cores have to lead later in the game. You cannot be a support and control the game. So he made the call, just take it easy, let them run into us. That is a very calm and collected and very cool call to make.
And take freebies, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Go ahead.
I was going to start looking towards game 2. So if you want to talk about game 1 still, Rezo, please.
Well, I mean, there's not much to talk about other than like how well the Gaimin Gladiators played and how like much transition needs to be made for Nouns to win the second game, right? I think they need to make some strategies pop up their sleeves. Like they need something new. Like maybe Dark Willow was a carry. They need something that to break the game. They need to break the game because otherwise Gladiators are gonna take the stable game and they progress very well with it.
How crazy is too crazy, Lucas? Because we liked the flair that Nouns have brought so far in TI and Road to the International. So where's the line? Is this it? This is your last game? Bring it out.
Potentially,
do that mid-ogre?
I think Nouns, they need to go back to how they've been playing throughout the DPC, playing at the major, the last major, and I feel like they need to bring out the big guns because if they want to play it super greedy, it's not going to work out against Gaimin Gladiators. They showed against 9 Pandas, they showed earlier when they played against them in the group, so they can speed things up, and we're talking about, 20 to 30-minute games, which is pretty impressive for this meta.
How do you guys normally prepare for Nouns during DPC on Shopify?
For Nouns,
are they the toughest to prepare for?
I mean, for us, it's always been TSM, to be honest.
Okay.
We've always lost to them throughout the years, and Nouns has generally been okay. We have not faced this Nouns with K1, which is different. But I think a big key for Nouns is definitely Gunner, because he sort of sets the tempo. It feels like he's the one leading the game for them. So if he can make calls, if he can hit the rotations, I think that's how Nouns is going to do well. And I think now the important thing is for their coach not to really panic. He should go back, talk to his players, look at it objectively. What exactly happened and what do we need to do for the next game? Like, don't overstress it because your backs are against the ropes. You're one game from elimination. You need to be able to be as collected as you can possibly be.
Yeah, well, Gunnar has some good stats for himself. So in a single match at this TI, he's ranking 2nd right now for kills. So they've had a lot of good showings for themselves. And Reza, what would you want to hear if you were back there and you're like, okay, one game away from elimination?
I mean, I also would like to see that Lettuce have his hero that he can roam it and like set up the tempo for the game. Like heroes like clockwork for him, and maybe some Witch Doctor for Moo, because like Lelis is the guy who's making all the rotations happen and really helping the Gunner in making this mid-game rotations happen as well.
But also, I feel like if he's playing these heroes that get involved early on, that he's not on farm-heavy hero like Brewmaster, especially with the hand of Midas Radiance, because one of his best performances were on these like healing offlaners like Dazzle, Witch Doctor, and also Spirit Breaker. He really shines on the hero. Somehow, if he manages to get the hand on the hero, I feel like this is the hero that he's going to shine the most on it.
Look at the players walking back out here. They're all ready for game number 2. They've had the 10-15 minute break. They've got the reset buttons pressed for themselves now, and especially on the side of Nouns, there's a lot building up for themselves here, but either way, they've got to be happy with what they've done for themselves. Do you want to take any stabs in the dark at what they said in the back room? Quickly, Rezo?
I mean, it's mostly about the trust, right, at this point, because they need to understand like how to stop this machine that is walking on you and like pushing all your towers. Like you need to have heroes, like maybe even like a Keeper of the Light, like something that is stopping this push and like being able to fight this mid game and having this, you know, freedom to walk into the late game if you have that.
Look, they might have been talking about heroes backstage in that small break, but we do know that we have previously been able to catch up with Nouns and ask them what words they would give themselves if they were on the edge of elimination, which is what they're facing right now.
I feel like body language at that point is probably more important than actually saying a speech. If you look at your teammate and, you know, they're like slunched over and like kind of like, you know, they're stressed, like they're holding their head or something, like, you know, it can give off the wrong vibe. But if you look at your teammate and they're just confident, they're just sitting there, they're just chilling, it can kind of instill a confidence in the rest of your team, right? Like this guy is just here, you know, he's just playing. Because I'm a veteran, right? So it's like the younger guys, whether instinctually or not, are gonna look at me and try to like how's this guy acting? Like how is he doing it? And I think that I kind of have to be almost you almost have to be a role model in that sense. You know, I play with Misery, I play with Fear, and I remember thinking like these guys, they have habits, they've been around forever. Like whether I realized it at the time or not, like you end up copying them in a way. So I guess that's me now. I'm the old man.
Old man for himself over there, but the body language is the key. Apparently that's the indicator, Lacoste. When they were walking out, did you have a look at their body language, how confident they might be feeling from their walkouts?
Yeah, I didn't see anything, you know, that I should be too worried about. Maybe some slight nerves coming in because it is the first time that they're playing on the stage for a couple of players. But, you know, we've seen some of the comebacks. We've seen BetBoom managing to make a comeback after losing game 1, which is the only one in the lower bracket. And they're going to need to speed things up. Like we mentioned it a couple of times already. And I also want to see Hector on more explosive hero, something that comes online fast that is not, you know, this troll. Rezo was, you know, aiming for this Slark potentially. It's not the best against this like dead ball, but you know, if you're playing the pickoff game, try to, you know, get some of these early engagements going. I feel like these type of the heroes for Hector could work out.
Do you double down on the same tempo if you're Gaimin Gladiators fly?
I think they're going to have to see what trades are going to be in the pool because it might be different, but I think they're the team that does not shy away from taking the faster options. Like, nobody's going to first pick a Weaver versus a Brewmaster. This is like a Gaimin Gladiators thing. So it depends what they have prepared, and I think now it's on Nouns to change what they're going to do, and then for Gladiators to respond.
If you're in the Nouns position, Rezo, you've been there before, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'd be thinking about how to make my lane stronger and like look into the mid game. You know, this have robust heroes that can fight back and no matter what, and not like, you know, not even like thinking about split pushing them. But I think Furion is not the best hero for them in that sense.
Maybe back to the drawing board for themselves, but the series isn't over. We do have game number 2.
Nouns versus Gaimin Gladiators. Game 2.
We'll be having a draft very soon, and I do know Gaimin Gladiators having first pick yet again. Fly, a bit surprised by that one?
A little bit. I think Nouns, like, they should see what Gladiators are doing. They're just banning their strong teamfight supports, right? They ban A, they ban Phoenix, and then whatever is left, which was this Nature's Prophet, is a completely different hero. It does not do anything those other heroes do, right? It's a very tempo hero, but with the way Gladiators are drafting, it's hard for him to even fight them.
I'm surprised Nouns went to the ban Necrophos because, as I mentioned, there's like so many counter picks to this Necrophos early on that you can pick like Ant, Shadow Demon, like even AA. I mean AA is banned, but like there's just too many of them that you can't really afford to pick Necrophos this early. So I'm not sure what is it for really.
Probably it's going to be some like a mid hero for Gunner that loses heavily against Necro, some melee hero, because most of the time Gaimin Gladiators, they've been using this Necro on 23rd, 24th pick to a great extent because they know how to utilize it. They see, oh, there's no magic damage coming out, we're just going to bang it out and dominate the game. And also the build that Quinn went for is, you pick up that shard, maybe a booster, Boots of Travel, and then turn the booster into Heart, into Aghanim Scepter, become unkillable.
I mean, there's something interesting that happens when you have a week break, because I've noticed this. So even when we played the first stage and we had to wait a little bit and play the second stage, that's when we sort of came up with this idea of like Dark Willow. It turned out horribly, right? But
unfortunately,
that's why it's interesting to see what changed, right? Spirit Breaker, I know Gladiators is probably the only team that was willing to give away Spirit Breaker, but suddenly, Nouns aren't picking it either. Maybe it's just in this specific series and we're going to see Spirit Breaker later in the day. But during this week, a lot of things could have changed when people scrim, because that's what happened to us as well.
Did you see how confident they picked that Spectre? They didn't take even 1 second. Like, they immediately answered this Dazzle.
I feel like they just wanted to ban out everything that was comfortable for Gaimin Gladiators in that early, everything that would give Spec a bad lane. And they're like, let's just insta-pick her. It doesn't matter if Gaimin Gladiators have first pick. Doesn't matter what they pick up for themselves. Spec is going to be our make or break right now.
Yeah, we wanted to see this Spectre being, like the carry, being more active. This is the hero that is active every minute at level 1 ulti, so... And this Necro ban makes even more sense. This is the hero that destroys Spectre. Spectre is a hero that plays on low HP, and also in terms of laning, you do absolutely nothing. This is going to be the potential off-lane Necro, and yeah, really glad that they got rid of it. And now they also have a backline jump for this Dazzle, so they have, all you need is Vision Hero. We've seen throughout the TI that there's been a lot of these Vision Heroes, mostly Treant Protector, who's paired up with Spectre. He picks up that level minute 15 shard, and then provides Vision for Spectre so that she can get the jump.
We're going to see they're going to be able to pick that one up for themselves because Gaimin Gladiators having Dazzle. I feel like this team has a lot more flex in a Dazzle pickup. How do you rate the hero right now, Fly?
I think the hero is ridiculous, especially when we can play it in different positions. It's a lane winner. It scales into the game. It gives you objectives. It pretty much does everything. It's also a tinker for whatever reason. It becomes a tinker late game. We saw Ace play it.
Yeah, it was one of the highlights.
It was insane, right? That clip where he gets a blink across the map. And you can even play it as a support if you want, because it is a strong laner as like a very last resort. So Spectre, while it is good against Dazzle in the game in a very theory, you can jump the Dazzle, but you might get bullied in the lane, and Dazzle is also good at grouping up, which is something Spectre doesn't like. So it's sort of like a double-edged matchup for me.
Yeah, it looks like Gaming's not gonna switch things up. They're gonna just keep going for this ball, super push with Dazzle already, having all the auras and protecting the backline. And as you said, this Dazzle is not your ordinary support Dazzle that Spectre can jump and burst, right? This is gonna be super fat Dazzle with BKBs and 3000 HP, and it's not gonna be as easy to focus him in the fight.
This Grimstroke pick makes Spectre lane much easier because you have a kill threat. Usually, we've seen a lot of defensive lanes coming out with Spectre, but also the pairing is insanely good because you can, it was one of the Chinese teams that were doing this constantly, just Grimstroke following Spectre, and whenever she has ulti available, use that Inkswell, she uses the Haunt, and then you have extra damage, extra stun coming out, especially if Spectre builds into this early Urn of Shadows, which does allow her to pretty much solo kill the supports from 100 to 0.
I think this is it's a good Chen pickup because, again, Spectre doesn't like playing against a team that's grouped up as 4 or 5 because you're going to sit there with auras and heals, and it's hard for her to kill anyone. So Chen is inherently good against Spectre. This does tell us that this Dazzle is most likely going to be a core position, right? It's going to be either offlane or mid, high chance. Because they picked the Tiny, I'm going to assume it's going to just be offlane. They said hey, Dazzle versus Spectre, free lane, let's just pick a Tiny, because Tiny is not the best hero right now, but if you have a hero like Dazzle in the offlane, it basically enables you to pick something like Tiny, which, if you get a lane for this hero, he can be very strong. And I also wanted to touch real quick, I think Grimstroke is actually a very weak position 5 in laning. If you can get out of the lane, the hero's great. He has amazing spells, but he's actually a very weak laner, in my opinion.
I love this Tusk pickup for Lilith. That's the hero I was talking about that he can roam with and set up the tempo for the game. But I'm not sure about this Gaimin Gladiators pickup of the Chen, because it seems to me that they're double downing on the the auras and the push with the Zaza, and they're lacking, like those three heroes are lacking in damage for now. So they need to pair it like really well with some hero that has constant damage like Terrorblade, and if they don't get it, they might have troubles in the mid game phase.
How do Grim and Tusk fare as a support duo then, Fly? Like if you're playing the Grim and you get a Tusk as the other support duo, do you like this? Do you want to be playing together a lot more, or how do you enable those two supports?
So Grim is definitely enabled in this game. First of all, to what Rezo said, they already picked Darkseer, possibly anticipating that Terrorblade, so that was kind of a cool call. But Grimstroke, we saw this Grim Spectre combo before, where you Inkswell the Spectre and then she ultis out. That's a really cool way to get Spectre into the game, using that potential. And then you can also play with the Tusk as well. Ooh, Lone Druid, all right. Got some
It's a
exciting
lot
players.
of push coming out from Gaimin Gladiators, a lot of heal, a lot of sustain. Really worried because nouns, they have very limited amount of damage coming out. It needs to be this Darkseer popping off, also Grimstroke as a hero, as a position 5, you want to max out your Inkswell. This has always been the problem with the hero, because you want to max your other abilities. You see this push coming out, the extra units, you want to max out your Q, but most likely not going to happen because of the value that you get from Silence. So Darkseer at least is going to have this like one lane out push. They're really strong at getting the pickoffs with this Inkswell, Spectre, Iron Shell on one of the heroes, but Gaimin Gladiators, I don't think they're going to be, on the sidelines as much as nouns would want them to be.
It reminds me of some of the TI4 vibes, right? When when we saw the heavily one team coming with the heavily push strategy, and it's like Gaimin Gladiators in this tournament. They're like doing some things that are like no other teams is doing, right? So, but I'm not really sure how you can push without like having a team fight, because right now their lineup doesn't have really a good team fight. They only have like auras and like tower damage, but like what is there to like stop this Spectre running under your supports and killing them with the Darkseer and like insane teamfight that nouns already have on their lineup?
Yeah, I think it's a different concept, because what they're doing is basically saying we're gonna get a gold lead, and this gold lead is gonna be our team fight, because you do have all these items in the game. You have pipe, mech, drums, Vlads, all these different auras like drums of bearing. And that is basically what your team fight is. And what I can see happening this game is like they're aiming to win lanes again. And these guys have a Grimstroke 5 of a Spectre. That lane is going to lose, right? This Darkseer hero, he usually loses his lane too, especially if these guys are going to put Lone Druid against Darkseer. They're going to win that lane to enable Chen again, just like they did with the Weaver. I can see this being a Chen Lone Druid lane to enable the Chen. They're going to use that gold lead to group up. When they group up, nouns only has one option. They have to get in there. They have to get into the center of the fight. They do not have D-push, right? You said Grimstroke is going to max Inkswell. He's not going to have his max Q. They have to jump everyone, cast their abilities, and hope something dies. And I don't think they have it right now. Maybe it'll change in the last pick.
Yeah, I mean, for Gaimin, they need to play this game like pretty much ideal, like to make sure that there's no like random fight popping up on them, and like they lose and then they lose their timing, and then the game becomes like super random. Like they have to make sure that they are collecting all the runes, going tower by tower, and like not giving this random opportunities for the nouns.
I'm looking into one hero for mid lane. That's Keeper of the Light. We talked about, maybe some position 4, but I feel like this hero could really work well in the mid lane because he builds into Spirit Vessel. It's a deep push, lowers the cooldown on some of the abilities of Spectre. If she manages to, stall this game for 30, 35, 40 minutes with Chakra Magic, all these auras buffs on top of it, I could see them, maybe even taking it.
Is Invoker coming out? That's a Ricky ban right there. That could definitely fit the tempo of what they're doing. They're going to Alacrity this bear. This bear's going to go wild. He's going to just maim the towers down. I can see that being something they would go for.
Yeah, I love the Invoker suggestion. Just historically, he's been really good against Darkseer. It removes all of his like shields and surges. Oh, wow.
Okay. What does this mean then? What do we have here?
Okay, look, I was going to throw it out there because I didn't know if it was ever possible, but will we ever see Quinn going on Dazzle mid, or potentially a Lone Druid mid, sort of a BM towards Gunnar, because Gunnar does love his Lone Druid mid too.
I don't think we're going to see a Lone Druid mid, but I think now... So I was wondering this because Ace is known to be a Lone Druid player.
Yeah.
But when they picked Lone Druid, I thought this is a good matchup against Darkseer, so maybe, Darachi is going to play it. But now I can see being a Lone Druid offlane and Dazzle mid, and this Alchemist being just safe lane against Darkseer, because Darkseer does typically give your carry a free lane.
I think it's might be Alchemist for Quinn as well. Just like you're looking at the matchup, like if he's gonna have a free matchup mid, he might play it mid. Because Laundry is, as you said, like it's really good against Darkseer, so there's no point of like switching it from there.
Good thinking from Gaimin Gladiators. They don't have the last pick, and they have like multiple options left what they want to lane in this mid lane, which nouns they still have to show it, because I can see them winning this off lane on Gaimin Gladiators no matter what they decide to put there, whether that's Dazzle Tiny, whether that's off lane Lone Druid plus Tiny, so they have a lot of options in their sleeves.
And this is why this Dazzle hero is a headache to draft against, because they have to pick a mid hero that's not bad against Dazzle, and there's not many. Those melee heroes like Kunkka, Earth Spirit, they're all bad. So maybe that Coddle suggestion is going to come out, because that is a hero I can see stand against all the potential mid laners. I'm not sure really what else is that good against Dazzle. It has to be a ranged hero.
I was looking at any other ranged heroes that Gunnar has played in so far in the Road to International. The only other one was Invoker on that list, and everything else was melee, which you already said that he doesn't want at all for himself.
Pretty much comes down to Invoker at this point. Maybe some Queen of Pain, but not that hot. Oh,
it is going to be the Coddle. Yeah.
All right, well now, was that last pick enough to tie all of nouns together in your eyes, Fly? Their draft has filled in all those holes that you pointed out when they were 4 picks in.
I'm afraid for them, because I do think they chose to pick weak lanes against one of the most laning dominant teams in the game that punishes you for having weak lanes. So I have to go with Gladiators. I do think the Coddle was probably the best pick they could have done though in that situation.
I also love the Alchemist pickup, because the nouns can't really pressure this Alchemist this early. So he's going to have like a free lane and a free game.
And also it's a bit of a security for them if it comes down to the mid or super late game, which nouns are very famous for playing these 60-minute games. So they're going to have some security coming from the Alchemist, really good scaling. So they're not necessarily going all in this like 30-minute push.
All right, we had a lovely draft panel there talking about everything that was picked up, and it does mean that we have one more person to hear from, and that is Gaimin Gladiators coach.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the dominator of the DPC. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for CY. How you doing?
Doing pretty good, obviously.
Ah, fantastic, fantastic. Last game, a lot of comfort heroes coming out for your opposition, but a few comfort heroes for you as well. How confident were you in that last series?
I would say after draft, I felt pretty good already. And when I saw the tempo we could put in the game, I was even more happy.
All right, well, speaking about tempo, they got the first pick, Spectre. Now, I know this hero's been exploding in pubs after the Road to the International. You guys picked a very aggressive lineup, not only against that, but in your team push in general. How do you feel about your draft? What are your chances of winning this one?
Our chances, I'm not going to give you any number, but I feel pretty good about this draft, I will say. So, yeah, I hope we go for the W.
Just one number, please. Just one. Out of 100, just throw one out.
70.
70%. All right, you know what? That's passing. That's how I graduated college, my friends. Let's throw it over to the casters.
Well, hopefully we're going to be able to do more than 70 for this one. Game 2 of Nouns versus Gaimin Gladiators, and there's no other way to say it. That game 1 was a stomp, Avery.
Yeah, that was a bit of a one-sided exchange, but of course that's the nature of those lineups, right? I really don't think Nouns necessarily played that game that bad. I just think if a couple things go wrong, you fall behind. That's how that game's going to go, right? There's no real stopping the ball once it gets rolling. And, hey, they decided to give it back to him game 2. So the confidence off the charts here for Nouns as they say, you know what, you can have the Chen again. You can have your push lineup. We're going to be able to combat it a lot better with some more outspam, some faster heroes, and hopefully as good of lanes. Because honestly, we were talking, those lanes didn't go that bad for Nouns. Like, all things considered, it was an okay laning phase, right? They weren't ahead, but they didn't get run over. Yeah. It's just the speed at which those auras came out and the pace at which Ace ran down these objectives was way too much for those heroes to combat, particularly Hector on the Terrorblade. So Spectre, I don't know if I was ever going to say this, but Spectre might be a little bit of a faster hero in all the metas we've seen. So
yeah, she's there now.
Hopefully Hector can get more
seconds, you want to be getting a kill somewhere.
Exactly. And if Hector can join all these fights, especially the tower defenses, maybe they can get a bit more going, particularly with the outspam they have. Coddle, Darkseer can get the lanes in a lot more. It's not all on this Terrorblade shoving the waves. So Nouns have come up with some ideas on how to combat Gaimin, who are basically running it back, right? This is a Chen 20 to 30-minute high ground lineup. No way around it. They want to dominate lanes, get out to a big lead, and go high ground with the Alchemist and a bunch of sustain behind them. Chen Alk always makes an appearance on the main stage. In fact, now that I'm looking at this lineup, this is like an OG lineup through and through, right? Chen Alk with the Tiny to boot, and a couple cheese heroes. What more do you need?
I think that's one thing about this lineup, though, for Gaimin Gladiators is I do feel like there's going to be more opportunity to play for pickoffs against them, right? Gaimin Gladiators, they did a really good job of like grouping up as 4 at some point in time, and it felt really hard for this Earth Spirit to be able to roll in and take like a full team fight against them. But here, you know, you've got the Lone Druid and Alchemist who are both going to be farming a decent amount, and we've got a Quinn Dazzle, which I don't know how you feel about that one. Lelis in game said Bronze Hero, calling out the fact that Quinn doesn't necessarily have the most experience with this.
I agree. I don't know if I've really ever seen him play it in a meaningful match where a lot's on the line. This is not Quinn's powerhouse, right? It's generally the spirits, the mobility, the Pangolier, the cheesy heroes that win you a lot of MMR that you can spam 1,000 times in a row like Leshrac. You know, Dazzle just hasn't been there for too long, so we'll see what he can do on it. But this is a pretty free matchup for Gunnar as long as he can keep blasting the waves out. And if you can get a fast Vessel in this game, oh, it's a great Vessel game, right? You're looking at a lot of healing coming out from the side of Gaming. You wish you had an Ancient Apparition, but that's the next best trick. Dueling top, getting a lot of damage on Theracho early. Don't exactly view Darkseer as a good Tusk combination, but I guess double the punch.
Yeah, if you manage to get the shard in, lock him in against the double ion shell, there's definitely opportunities to be able to kill this Alchemist, though typically it means you're just pushing in the lanes. Oh, they're going to group up a little bit. They stay out of vision. Oh, this is an opportunity now for a turnaround. They hit him with the tag team, slow him down enough, but unfortunately they're just a little bit too far away on Lelis. So they weren't able to capitalize on that, but at least it does mean Dyrachyo missed, I think, 1 CS there, took some damage, has to blow through some more regen.
And the bigger thing is they're blocking up that small camp for Celery. Right. So you're limiting the Chen's really early options. You want to hopefully not get mana burn, purge creeps. Those just decimate the Darkseer. Bear kill on 7 HP.
Oh, we got him in the end. Got him with the stroke, so Ace loses that one. They get a healthy bit of gold for Nouns.
That's really nice down here. These bears count for so much in the early game. Basically a hero kill, if not better. And now if you do find any connection on Ace, I mean, it's gone for a long time.
I think this combo is really interesting. They do a 5-position Grimstroke, but you know, maybe not the best laning phase power, but later on, you have this ability for Spectre to join in these fights anytime, 60 seconds, and you could globally just, you know, like be next to Spectre, put Inkswell on him, have him jump onto some hero. There's a pretty good amount of kill power in just those two.
It's also deceptive. You just don't expect the stun coming out from the Spectre when he haunts onto you. So the other big one's like the Bedlam combo with this hero. We're seeing it being developed a bit more, but yeah, I do like this combination. Double dagger in the fight's never bad either.
But are you going to be able to get out of lanes healthy enough and powerful enough to go around looking for those kills?
That's the big
right
question.
Now, it's not looking so hot. 7-1 in CS for K1 Hector.
Yeah, Gaming definitely pulling ahead on the lanes here. Even mid is going a bit rougher for Gunnar than I would have expected. I mean, you have to rush boots in this matchup. You get to just push it out, but there's no small camps around mid anymore, which kind of hurts this hero's momentum. In a lot of the games I've seen Gunnar play it, this hero is slower than the ultimate mid-coddle patch that we saw. So you can't really measure him up to that standard. Still, you're going to be looking for a pretty fast bots into Vessel here. Will be bots first, potentially.
Yeah, well, Gunnar may have played this hero a number of times, as you alluded to. Not necessarily the best coddle mid-patch in the world, as Lelis and Mu trade a bit of damage here with Dyrachyo. This hero is not having a great time at the International. It's currently sitting at 28% win rate for the Keeper of the Light. Every single time I watch it, it looks kind of lackluster, Avery.
It's a hard hero to execute because you really need the items on time. You need to get the fights out of them. Otherwise, this hero is not doing much for you. A Boulder almost killed his Ogre Frostmage.
That was random. But what wasn't random, Celery made the read there. Placed a ward to be able to see this rotation coming out for the Grimstroke, Yamson.
Oh, we got another one. Okay, no worries here. Just double Frost Ogre Mage for the first 4 minutes.
See, they block in Celery, but the support is coming in. 3 versus 3. Celery is likely to die here as Inkswell helps finish him off, and that is first blood. 4.5 minutes in, we finally see first kill of the game. Tofu, they'll chase him away, but damage already being done. It does leave Spectre in a 1v1 against Lone Druid. I don't know if this is any better than the 2v2. Feels like there's no situation where K1 Hector is happy in this lane.
No, this matchup just plain sucks. There's no way around it. You're going to get bodied in the one-on-one. You have no ability to fight back, no innate regen. I guess you could go an early regen item on Spectre, but honestly, there's just not much in the meta that people are building towards. So it's another game of like bend on the lanes, but don't break and get that one fight. I mean, man, this ice armor has done work top, but first blood for Moo is also going to be pretty damn nice here for Nouns.
Try for a kill here. The top lane. Get the stun off, trying to block away Tofu, but he's close enough for the avalanche, and that's more than enough. Underneath the acid spray, with 2 heroes hitting you and a neutral creep, a healthy amount of damage. Moo falls in his lane.
And this is where Gaming are happy with the lane setup right now because they're getting solo XP on their 2 cores that really want it. The Alec doesn't need it as much because he can just go back to the jungle and kill the stacks later for the net worth gain.
Sure.
And they're getting kills for their Chen. So they're boosting Chen in this position where your ball is going to be crazy strong at that 8 to 10 minute mark going into these tier 1s already. It is shifting some of the onus back on Nouns in terms of who are you addressing in this laning phase, because right now, all 3 of these cores.
In here, pretty deep behind the tier 1 tower. Get a toss away, but Gunner's a little bit low. Fortunately, did heal himself up with that Illuminate Blast just in time. Now Quinn is here to help out, and they're going to be chased away. Gunner still trying to finish off Tofu, but the heals will be able to keep Tofu alive, no problem.
Hector getting rooted.
Oh, just perfectly timed for Ace. He even had the support coming in from the side. Wasn't necessary, but Celery was there for the backup.
And it should just be a fast tower push on this Lone Druid lane, the way it's shaping up. Ace has also protected his catapult on this wave. Benefit of that pull on the other side, and the golems.
Yeah, killing that golem just gives you even more boulders to be thrown around.
And hey, a Bull Assassin on the main stage of TI, Cav. I bet you never would have thought you would have seen it. But the hero is here.
Oh, finally. I've been waiting so long for Avery to be able to talk about the
hero we've been waiting for. So many years in the making for this hero to return to Seattle, but it'll do some pushing damage here. Celery decides which side lane he wants to help. I mean, there's a toss-up, like, do you actually need the Chen down here for the Lone Druid push at all? Probably not.
Spectre, it's 4.5. I was going to say, like, okay, maybe you can get level 6 soon and, you know, participate in some kills around the map, but this Spectre is having a jungle already. K1 Hector is going to be very, very far behind for the next 20 minutes.
You're gonna have to combine this Darkseer and Coddle at some point. That's the big one. If you can get it around the tower defenses, I think those fights can go pretty well for you. They're a lot better than the last game draft setup wise. And it's really unlikely Dyrachyo joins those very early pushes, right? In that Weaver game, he can join those fights, and like even if he dies, it's still a numbers advantage. It's still HP you have to get through. Here, it is kind of just the Lone Druid and Dazzle with the Chen. The Tiny is, you know, giving you some team fight later on, but he's not too terrifying in these early fights if he doesn't wrap on you.
And Dyrachyo is able to brave defending this tower kind of by himself. He's got the Chen behind him, but that's because he's hit level 6 already. Nouns know it's a tough target to go for, so they're going to try and find something else here. Quinn, he's going to be caught trying to hit the jungle. Good Illuminate Blast clips him there on the side, and Quinn will die. Nouns do successfully find an opening, and they needed it real badly because these lanes are not going well for them at all.
Time to dissolve him and get some skirmishing done.
Nice toss back into the bear. If he gets a root, this is all but guaranteed to be a kill on Gunner. Doesn't even need the root. The damage is there to finish up with the blood grenade. Yamson's going to be slowed down with that diffuser blade. The inhibit going to work. Nice attempt there with the block in. Keeps the heroes out, even if the bear is still able to chase down Yamson a bit. Maybe even chase him enough down underneath the tower. No response from Nouns. They really just cannot seem to handle this army that's going to be pushing them down.
Yeah, out of nowhere, right? Ace, he took this bottom tower, rotates mid, has his next objective lined up, and everybody from Gaming just connects to it. A really great pickoff on the Dazzle, but it just gets them lingering a little too long, and all of a sudden, you get one Coddle Blast to defend this tower, and it's gone.
You don't even get any creeps off of that blast. I mean, we talked about behind stage after game 1. We said, you know, like this Chen, I'm not sure if you could give that to Gaimin Gladiators. It does so much for them.
It is the best support in these types of lineups, and every time they get a game like this where it's thrown away, it just looks scarier and scarier.
And Nouns, they may have thought they had a plan to be able to deal with that Chen, but unless that plan comes to fruition soon, they're going to be too far behind to be able to do anything to stop these pushes. Bear getting a little bit low there. Not much Move can do about it, though.
And the push continues. Ace, he wants all 3 towers by 10 minutes here. The last one will get defended, still full HP, so this is something that Nouns have to rally behind. Get their combinations online and going. And it is time for Hector. I mean, the upside of, you know, Ace making these rotations is, hey, your Spectre gets some free jungle time.
How free is it going to be, though, because he's immediately going to jump over to join on this tiny kill. Good timing, because Ace was just threatening him there in the bottom lane. So not only does he get away from a gank, but he also gets to join in on a kill. And that is the power of the Spectre right now with this new Shadow Step.
I don't know if Hector even saw Ace down there. I'm pretty sure he was looking at the gank, but that was a absolute kill on the Spectre because Diffusal's already done for the lone Druid here. So he quite literally dodged the bullet, gets a kill into a tower push. Pretty nice. And it's just about Gunnar keeping the lane equilibrium. He'll rotate bottom to get the defense. So these tier 2s are going to be a bit harder to bring down, I think, for Gaming, unless they get the big pickoffs. Because you can always sit Hector in these positions, and the upside of Spectre is he can make the fast plays. He's also hard to go on, especially if you can get this Blade Mill out pretty fast. You can bait Gaming onto your Spectre, take the fight with the Darkseer and Coddle, giving you the damage from behind. And to me, it's all about this Vessel. Like, how fast can you get the fighting items on the Darkseer, but more importantly, this Vessel on Gunnar to give you the kill capability on all the sustain that Gaming are outputting right now.
Yeah, if you throw in a Shallow Grave on somebody, they're getting these heals, they get a Hand of God. It's a huge amount of burst heal. Oh, straight through the portal. There's going to be the follow-up here, though. The Tusk's going to follow in. Yamsen joins in on this as well, thanks to the Spectre. They're able to kill
and the bear
immediately and get the bear. Now they're going to be able to chase down Tofu on top of that one. So while Gaimin Gladiators thought they had the one up there, Tofu taking a quick pit stop to grab as many Lotuses. He knows he's dead, so he might as well get what he can off the map.
That is a great pickoff for Nouns. We also talked about this, you know, Inkswell Spectre, the Shell Spectre too, with this low duration Haunt. It's a great shell target in these fights. You can even shell him before, you know, the jump theoretically. But that is going to be a lot of gold in the Hector's pocket. The bear plus the kill plus a tiny, basically for free. And I feel like already Hector's contributed more in this game than the last one. Didn't take much, but this is already helping your team so much, giving you a little extra boost here, particularly Moo, who's gotten most of these extra kills on the fights.
Slowed down quite heavily. K1 Hector is going absolutely nowhere. Sides back to the fountain, and his team is going to be too late here. Their Micro Smoke rotation might be able to get the punish.
They want to keep killing Ace while he doesn't have this ult. It's a big window when you can take this Lone Druid down without having to deal with the true form.
Who is spotted? They slow down the bear, see if they can kill that instead. They also get the shard to block out Celery. So a support and a bear wouldn't be too bad, but they're only going to get the support out of it.
And a Centaur and a little golem. Those count.
One last little golem.
You can see the rotation speed. The bots for Coddle is also enabling this. So you kind of have two global heroes, right?
Yeah.
It's another tool you can use to combat these pushes. Just don't let Gaming group up because you're constantly taking small fights on these lanes.
Haste Rune on Quinn. It's going to be dangerous for Hector. Quinn opting not to chase him down. Can just kick Hector back out of lane for a little bit. He's playing so far forward.
Quinn's been quiet this game compared to the last one. I mean, he's gobbling up runes, he's farming on the Dazzle. It's just a different hero, different play style. That Ags inverse Shadow Wave, it's coming. And it's gonna hit hard. This is a very powerful time for the hero. He, of course, can ultra scale into the late game, becoming Tinker 2.0 with Arcane Blink. So maybe some hidden scale for Gaming if they really need it up the sleeve, but this is all about the timing push. So again, looking for the pickoffs, trying to slow it down. Wells will attempt to connect, or maybe just gobble up some creeps. Yeah, why not?
And take what they can. Nouns, they gotta find these pickoffs because you know what's coming. Gaimin Gladiators have an Alchemist farming away. They almost have the Aghanim Scepter like you talked about on the Dazzle. Lone Druid's getting bigger. Yeah. You can get these pickoffs with the Shadow Step, but what happens when they get 5-man and they're ready to go?
Yeah, we haven't really touched on Taracho. I mean, there's a good reason why he hasn't had to do anything. Yep. And that means he has had an absolutely free Alchemist game. He is Omega fat here. It's going to be a almost 16-minute BKB on top of Radiant's Phase Boots with sustain to back him up. That's when that early Alch BKB feels the best because you guarantee can take the fight. Just punish them with your overwhelming net worth here. Back through the gate once more.
Quinn already teleporting away. Not going to be caught by this rotation.
Do a little smoke farming. But nothing else. Continuing to try and control the side lanes, create the space for Hector.
Take a little pit stops here and there while they're smoked up. Farm up these camps.
They didn't see anything, I'm sure.
Still nobody showing up, though, on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. They're doing a great job of dodging these rotations of Nouns, understanding that their timing is just going to come later. No rush for things.
Honestly, I like the Octarine rush on Mu as well. Just anything that gives you lower cooldowns, more uptime on the map, and helps you shove these lanes out faster is going to feel good right now.
Yeah.
You just want to get to that mid-game teamfight where Darkseer, Spectre, Grim, it's no joke, right? Especially when you throw Chakra, Mana's out on all these heroes, reducing cooldowns even more. It's a lot to deal with if you can't just sit there on the front line with your BKB timing.
Yeah.
Which is what Gaming are aiming to strike with here. And that's a big question. What do you do versus the Alk BKB here with this type of lineup? You have Tusk Physical Burst, and you have Spectre can come in with a little bit, but otherwise Dyrachyo should be pretty untouchable. Especially with Grave behind him. I mean, that's like, it's even worse, right? You really want to find the backline here if you're nouns. Find the backline, force a collapse, get a big vacuum, and yeah, if you can ever find Ace before that ult comes out, you're going to be really happy.
Do you think that means that, like, in order to actually literally see the backline so your Spectre can jump, does it require somebody to get in there? Do you think like Mu is going to join in with the Tusk, like some sort of Blink Dagger initiation, or do you think he just goes more for like these aura items and try and combat Gaimin Gladiators, who are obviously going to be sticking to that same game plan we saw in game 1?
I think you're looking at auras here. I mean, Blink is going to be really nice later in the game, but you know the fight's coming to you. I think traditionally you just go for the correct angle, right? Get smokes, get flanks going, find the backline by just wrapping, and Hector will automatically connect. And it's going to be a Radiance for him as well. So we'll see if he can have more impact with it than that Radiance from last game on Mu, which just got mega delayed, right? This is it's a risky item to go for here. It's a lot of gold to build up. A lot can happen in that interval where you don't have a fighting item coming out. But if you get there unscathed, it's going to pay off. It's a very good Radiance game to go in and start burning people.
See the farm build up between Dyrachyo and K1 Hector.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little unfair. You know.
The GPM is going to be obviously massively outmatched, but you could see there was just a lot more space for CS for the Alchemist.
And BKB is already done, and they're instantly smoking down mid with it. Dyrachyo wants to put it to use.
And he's going to go straight for the Spectre, straight for the enemy carry. Inkswell quickly dispels that stun.
Yeah,
good idea
rush
from the Emsin to rush that shard.
It's going to be pretty value this game.
Meanwhile, bottom lane, Mu trying to get out the shard, blocking him in. Oh no, Lelis, that wasn't what he wanted to have happen. Mu, he's desperately going to try and throw out a vacuum, but there's nothing to actually get off of that vacuum. The Spectre leaves. K1 Hector's like, you guys are supposed to be setting up for kills for me to be able to collect on, but there's nothing to actually get.
Global Dagger. Will hit. I wonder if it scouted that smoke. Might have, honestly. Either way, a failed gank. True Form goes off, and it'll give a window here. Blink on Tofu as well means that all these pushes, all these fights are a little more dangerous. You get caught, like Nouns got caught last game. You're just going to crumble really fast around these towers. Aggressive TP bottom from Mu when he knows they were moving here. He's tanky. I don't know if he's this tanky, though.
Round to tier 2. Is his team going to try and defend him here? The Surge is going to be running out, and Quinn might just be able to catch up to him. Another round, though. Thanks to the Octarine, Surge is near permanent uptime for Mu.
No blink on Dyrachyo yet, though he'll buy it out now. So it's going to be multiple jumps from Gaming. Just try and take the fight before Nouns are set up. And if one or two of these heroes go down, you're just looking at a very fast high ground again. The margin for error very thin here. You do have that Vessel up on Gunner. It's been up for a little bit here. He has double charge. This is generally where that Coddle would want to be taking the fights or finding big core pickoffs on the map. The downside in this type of game for the Coddle is he's great at dealing with the lanes, but Gaming are not going to split. So you're not going to find this like global pickoff presence between the Spectre and the Coddle. It's just going to be 5-man down a lane. In 18.5 minutes, they said the last game was fast. This one, it's going to be even faster. Let's see if you have the answer.
And frankly, it doesn't look like Nouns are ready for it. No Crimson Guard just yet on the Darkseer, which would do a lot to be able to dissuade this threat of the Bear. Gunner's trying to stop him, but the damage just keeps on chipping away from the Lone Druid. He's going to take that tower without much really needed from him. All in, that's pretty nice. Can they take advantage of it, though? They're still trying to go for that Bear. Toss back from Tofu, catching the Coddle. That's just what they needed to really ensure they can take this tier 3 without much fuss. In fact, Dyrachyo just blinking in boldly, seeing what's up, getting some information down, and they're going to hit barracks now.
Where's your damage? The damage test has returned to round 2. And you're once again just found lacking, right? The state.
Well, no, Dispel managed to put him inside the snowball. That allowed Moo to be able to get back, but the bear is saved by the shallow grave. Even if they get the damage, go through all this HP, they still can't get there. Darachi is going to clean up at least Yamsen, while the others limp back to the fountain, barely alive. A lane of barracks before the 20-minute marker. Gaimin Gladiators, they are not messing around here. They are kicking Nouns out of this tournament in record speed.
They are looking for the lower bracket speed run for sure at this point. Another toss back. Hector, you got a blade mail.
Nowhere, nobody to be able to bail him out. They'll take him down eventually. Harpoon pulling back in. Moo gonna be in some trouble. Knock up in the air. Once again, a snowball save is there, but this time around he can't reset. Gets off the vacuum last second, but there's no damage to follow it up. Gaimin Gladiators are extremely healthy. They've got the Chen heals. They've got the constant Dazzle heals. Quinn is sitting at 500 HP constantly, but there's nobody to actually jump him, nobody to punish him. They see all of these moves from Nouns coming a mile away.
And they also have double purge creep on Celery. These Satyr Banishers, they remove the vessel, they remove the shells. All this damage that's supposed to come out from the Coddle of the Darkseer, it doesn't exist when these Banishers are on the back line. He even has the magic resistance aura, so these heroes are incredibly tanky at this point in the game, and the spells that you were supposed to have to deal with them just don't even exist.
I feel like I've never seen this in this current patch. In this current meta, a lane of barracks down before you actually take Roshan. Every team is going, they play it slow and methodically and is saying, let's get the Tormentor, let's get the Roshan, let's build up our advantage, let's get a 20k net worth lead. Well, Gaimin Gladiators get a 20k net worth by taking away your buildings, taking that lane of barracks. And Nouns, I mean, they're living on a prayer at this point in time. That's all they really got to them.
I mean, who needs Roshan when you don't die the first time?
Yeah.
All these cores feeling invincible right now. Nouns continue to search for answers, and they will take the Roshan. I mean, at this point, give the Aegis to the Satyr Banisher. Might be the best choice.
Keep him alive at all costs. Protect him.
Might be the only killable unit. It might be the most valuable in a way. It'll be a DD rune and BKB almost completed for Quinn. And this is also where Lone Druid just... He's a really strong hero at this point in the game. If you can get over this, I think we've seen a lot of Lone Druids struggle to scale in the current meta. I think the hero can fall off very hard. But right now, with Diffusal Harpoon, which has generally been the meta build, that is when this hero peaks. So not only are you pushing very fast at 20 minutes, you're utilizing a hero that has struggled for a lot of other teams. And what do you do if the game just gets prolonged, right? Yep. And Moo still looking for that Crimson Guard, perhaps the biggest item in keeping their heroes in the fight, being able to take it. A pickoff would be a godsend right now as a shield rune might prevent it.
That's going to be a problem, but maybe they can kill Tofu instead. Witty, pretty fast elimination there, but Quinn is now going to be joining in with the double damage. They really got to watch out for that one.
Hector stuck in no man's land.
He's stuck. Nowhere he can really go. They thought they could chase for more, but guess again, Duracio's here now to be able to get more pickoffs. Lelis is going to die next. 2 dead on the side of Nouns, and a push that's on its way. Do they want to take the time to take these top towers or just take another lane of barracks? Honestly, the world is entirely open for Gaimin Gladiators. And it's not like they're going to scale down anytime soon. There's no threat of this lineup running out of steam. It's only going to get stronger in these next 10 to 15 minutes.
AC completed for Duraccio, so now you're getting some minus armor synergy with the Bear, with the Dazzle, with Juju coming through. These Shadow Waves are going to hurt. It will be the BKB completed for Quinn, and damn, that is a lot of building damage in 20. It will also be the Crimson completed for me. So this is like your big ore item that's supposed to help you take these tower fights, get you back in this game. It has to happen now. There is no more breathing room. This is a final push. This is a push to eliminate you from TI right here, right now. You need a massive vacuum. You need a combination. You need to lock them in the shards, get an Ink Squall going.
And Gaimin Gladiators are showing no signs of slipping up. Look at their formation. All 5 heroes far away from the high ground and letting the Bear do its work at max distance.
And again, these Soulbinds, these Vessels are just instantly getting purged off the back line. There is no initiation power from this Keeper of the Light. It all has to come from Moo, and well as getting on the front line right now. You can wall the Bear. Looking for the back into the...
They're trying so hard, but he keeps him away with the avalanche move. Doesn't get that initiated.
We got 4.
Oh, maybe does. Any follow-up to that. The blast goes out. Now Leela's tries to jump in, but they're also damn healthy. They're all grouped up, yes, but the Shadow Wave just instantly full heals them all.
Got 1 Bear out of it, so resummon from Ace.
Yeah, if they can actually get back to the fountain somehow, but K1 Hector, he's going to be slowed down. Not Gaimin Gladiators isn't worried about him. Maybe they will. They're going to get the toss back and finish him off that way while taking the buildings in style. Gaimin Gladiators, they're ending this one right now with 40 seconds left on the enemy carry. Not that he's much of a factor, to be honest. The Harpoon, pull him right back in. No force staff out of this one. Gaimin Gladiators have all the answers to nouns. They are giving them absolutely no room. They didn't just choke them out. They knocked them out in one punch.
This was pretty much a slaughter. I mean, there's just no fight back. Way too fast, way too quick out of the gate. Every objective down again by 25 minutes here. You're gonna have a found defense, but of course, the Tiny's not only gonna toss you back, he's gonna toss you straight out of the tournament. As Nouns will be defeated in a swift 2-0 as Gaming show why they are still one of, if not the best team in the world over the course of the year.
And they do it their way, too. They do it with a strategy that not many are employing, and they put it to really good work to Nouns here. I mean, you've got to be able to come up with better answers against this push strategy the Gaimin Gladiators is running with. And Nouns, they thought they had it, but it proves when push comes to shove, the push certainly wins.
But hey, I mean, this is a team not many people had in their top 8. Not many people thought would go this far in the first place. And I think they surprised a lot of people. I think they came together in the end. This is a team that formed their roster very late as well, had to overcome the NA Demons to get here in the first place. And hey, they showed they're still here. They can play some good Dota, and they have some strats of their own, which is what I respected most about this team. They weren't afraid to play the heroes that they felt were good, not what everybody else thought was good. And they'll go out with their heads held high for sure, as this was a tough opponent to go in an elimination match on the first day of the International.
And Gaimin Gladiators, their heads are going to be held even higher as they're going to be making their lower bracket run starting here at the International by taking down Nouns.
A massive congratulations to Gaimin Gladiators. They now are a top 6 team. They do get that 2-0 over Nouns. And whilst it's only one series that we're going to be seeing Nouns for here on the main stage, it was still a great showing. They fought right until the end, having to play in front of all of their fans here. But Fly, this game went pretty much how you expected it to when you saw the end drafts.
Yeah, I honestly, I was very worried when I saw the draft, how it developed, because I felt like they're doing the same thing they did game 1, which is just not put enough emphasis on being able to win lanes, fight back, have a gold lead at 10 minutes. It pretty much went exactly how Gaimin Gladiators wanted to play. And you know, you're waking up for a 10 a.m. match, you're playing Gladiators, you know these guys are gonna come hard at you. You need to be ready.
Yeah, but then the first pick spec was really rough to kind of look at as well, Rezo. There wasn't anything for the Spectre to take any traction with, nothing to get him going.
I mean, they tried to find this active hero that can, you know, fight back like very early on, but there's like, after the laning stage, they couldn't really fight a fight. Like, there was like pick-offs here and there, like very small ones, but they had to like, you know, make this big fight happen, and just literally they didn't give it to them. They're just waiting patiently for their timings, and as soon as they got it, they just deathbolt, and they just snowballed anything out of control.
How could Nouns have found those pickups? Like, what did they need to improve on? Is it the vision for themselves, the way that they move together?
I mean, I think they didn't have the opportunity to push the towers themselves, because their lineup is lacking that, you know, that way of forcing objectives. And if you don't have that, then Gladiators can just like split up on the map and just keep farming and not care about anything what they're like trying to achieve.
Well, Gaimin Gladiators proving why they are the team to beat right now. Lacoste, a Quinn Dazzle mid as well. We finally see it.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's banging out some new heroes as well coming into TI, but this whole team is just so good at understanding the timings. This is how they dominated the whole year, and they're not stopping. They decided to speed things up in the last couple of series that they played, and really glad, because this has been the most studied team throughout the year, and it's going to be studied again, because they are showing that this Dota right now can be amplified, and it can be finished in 25-30 minutes with a great confidence. It's kind of hard to choose who like play the best, because their heroes are not dying. I wanted to see some extra like magic burst damage coming out from Nouns. Didn't happen. Like we saw 4-man vacuum wall. Nothing happened. It just out-healed the damage that they got.
What else was Gaimin Gladiators doing so well outside of those picks that we mentioned, the way that they're able to play this tempo? Sure, you can build a tempo draft for yourself, but the way to execute it, what are those keys for it, Fly?
I think throughout the whole year, Gaimin Gladiators have been basically the strongest laning team, or if not one of the strongest. And that is the foundation of how they draft and how they play. They choose to go for these strong lanes. They know they can play them well, and they build that up, right? They get this 1K lead on the lanes. They turn it into 2K, 3K. Suddenly, it's 10K out of nowhere. And that's how the game just completely blows up after
And
that.
for this game specifically, I want to mention the rotation from the ace because he killed that bottom tower. He like immediately ran to mid lane. He killed that mid lane. He went to the top lane. Like he tried to make a pick off there as well. Like he was just all over the place and making this, lone druid hero like become a ganker and like forcing objectives on the nouns.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see some more lone druid, but maybe this is the weekend that it gets pulled out for themselves. But Gaimin Gladiators, a 2-0 them. They're going to be progressing top 6 team now. Let's hear some words from them.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with Tofu of Gaimin Gladiators, where we actually got a chance to hear some of your thoughts before this game began. You did an interview where you talked about your origin into this competitive scene was watching the International, just seeing it from home, and now being like, okay, maybe I can compete Div 2. My friend, you have come a long way since Div 2, now top 6 at this International. How's the journey been for you up until this point?
Honestly, I think I've been pretty lucky overall, but also like very hard working to this. It's still unreal to grasp actually playing here. And like I owe a lot to my friends and family also for supporting and my team for like bringing us all this way. Like we've put in a lot of work, but we're not done yet. It's hard to feel whether we can make it further, how it's going to be to lift the ages. And for now, we're just playing, but we'll see what comes.
Job's not done yet. Top 6 is a good place to start, though. You've been a part of many, many winning runs throughout this year, from Lima to Berlin to Bali. How is this run comparing to all of those championship runs that you had this year?
Somehow those previous majors, they feel really far away. And I think for every major, every tournament, we've learned a lot along the way. And there's always takeaways you can draw. But somehow this tournament feels a lot different for us. There's been a lot of changes and things that we had to progressively work on. But I feel like we're in a really good spot right now. And I'm just happy for every game we get to play on stage here.
Well, Seattle, they're going to treat you to some more games because they are continuing the run. Tofu, congratulations on a top 6 finish. And we'll speak to you again.
You guys all have iPads, huh?
Thank you so much. You spoiled it there, but we've got a big old panel change up here. We do say goodbye to Rezo, Fly, and Lacoste for today, and we welcome T, Effie, and of course, our prized possession right here, Owie.
Hello.
Hello. I wanted to see if there were going to be any cheers for you because I do know everyone at home is very excited to have you on a panel here insight for this. But first of all, how's this last week been for you and now falling into the TI Grand Finals, the finals weekend, sorry?
I mean, we lost, so it's never easy losing, but honestly been really exciting. Like as we started to get closer and closer, the TI hype always builds up. And seeing the stadium always like, I don't know, this is insane, so.
Yeah, were you here for the opening ceremony? Did you get to watch it in person?
I was like trying to get on a shuttle, but I was watching on my phone.
That's all right, it happens. T, how are you though? We haven't seen you this morning.
Oh, it's just perspective. It's so cool, like just being here and like turning around and seeing like, whoa, it's just, no. Just give me a minute. I'm just enjoying myself over here. Don't talk to me.
Yeah, I was going to say, T's only making noises. He doesn't have any words to say for us. But Effie, I know that you're quite eloquent, so how are you feeling now?
I feel good. I feel good. I was sad to see nouns go, but I mean, that's TI. Teams that you really love and you root for are going to get knocked out eventually. This next series is really exciting, so I'm just looking forward to it.
Yeah, our next series is going to be that Virtus.pro BetBoom Interregional one. Do you guys want to start talking about it now?
Sure.
Sure, yeah.
I was having a little bit of hype from my panel. I mean, the audience is so much fun. They're cheering along. They're getting rowdy. I thought, see?
There you go.
See?
I mean, do you want us to say no there or what?
No, I was expecting it. Yes, please. You know,
Okay.
something.
Sure.
T, do you want to talk about Virtus.pro and BetBoom?
Yeah, sure. Virtus.pro, the entire year, they have been 4th place in their region. They've done, putting it bluntly, not a lot. They've been very average. They rock up to TI, though, and then they are kind of like the Eastern European version of nouns, where everyone's like, damn, this team, they're doing a lot. They're making moves. Even Spirit, they're showing a lot of respect to this team. Like, they've made incredible improvements. So I think coming into this series, everyone expects, oh, another one of those ones. But, you know, maybe they can make the upset that we haven't seen earlier.
I am going to quickly jump in before we talk more about this Virtus.pro BetBoom matchup, because I just got word Slacks and Casey apparently want more airtime.
The best part about being out here in the concourse, other than getting to talk to all the fans, is that Slacks is nowhere to be found.
Hi, we only have one microphone. Hi.
Oh, great, yay for me. We came out here and we said, okay, who are the nouns fans? How hard was that for you to watch?
It was very sad. I would have liked to see them being like the next big underdog, but
I don't know. I'm just a herald. Green.
You gotta be proud of how far they came, though. They did so well.
Definitely, definitely. I'm a huge fan of K1 and all this story of all the teams from South America. Sadly, there's no teams from Mexico that make it this far, but I'm here representing.
Viva Mexico!
Yeah.
Yay. All right, so we're trying to. Okay, you've got that look.
We gotta convince you to join another team. Nouns is gone. It's over for the boys.
Oh, I love Team Spirit. So.
What?
That was easy.
What?
And before that, OG. So I'm like.
We were supposed to convince you. Is anybody here a team?
Take the microphone.
Team Spirit. All right, come here, you. Right here. Convince this former Nouner to love Team Spirit.
Team Spirit has a lot of hot players, and they're from a very exotic part of the world. And, you know, they just have that air about them, that air of confidence from winning an unexpected and beautiful TI.
Beautiful speech. What about over here? All right. Yes. Convince our former Nouner which team to join.
This one. AR team?
Yeah?
Yes, I'm a fan of Maybe.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me. All right.
I'm a big fan of Maybe since Dota 1.
Why should he be a fan of Maybe?
Because I think he is the best mid of the world. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Casey, here you go. Give me one more.
You gotta actually hand it over. Who else wants to convince this nice young man who he should root for next? You?
Yeah.
Who should he root for next?
After what? After which team?
VP lover.
VP!
Virtus.pro, obviously.
Why obviously?
Because they prove to be, even though they are like, teenagers, they are like a young age, they prove to be at the highest level.
That's right.
So I think they can beat BetBoom and they can go forward.
You know, they're young, but they're like my age, right?
Yeah, of course. But I'm pretty sure they will go forward. I trust them.
You trust them?
Yeah,
That's a lot. That's a lot. He missed an opportunity to call me old like you did earlier.
Who do you choose, Nouner? New team. Fairweather Fannin. Who do you choose?
I'm really sorry to our audio department.
Okay, so we have the good mid, we have the hot players, and we have the, I didn't hear that, I couldn't hear it.
Virtus.pro.
I'm going with Team Spirit. That's it. Yeah.
All right, come on, everybody. I want to hear how excited you are to be at TI. Come on.
Don't jump ships just yet, though, okay? Nouns might be out. You might be looking for a new team to support, but we are still going to hear from Nouns. We do have Tsunami joined by one of their players right now.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm standing by with Estini, coach of Nouns, which the run ends here, but like, be honest with me. Was the run ever even supposed to get to this point in the first place when you guys were struggling out through quals this entire year?
Yeah, it was a rough year. I believe top 8 was a good result. Of course, I cannot say like, oh, I'm happy with losing today, but where we got, like being at TIs, like hearing the crowd chanting is like, it's a dream. So like today, even with the loss, one of the best days in life, something you need to enjoy and enjoy the day because it's a dream. Yeah, we made top 8. Unfortunately, I'd say especially for the fans, like the crowd was amazing. We couldn't go further. But there are like no regrets. There's not like this thing that you're gonna go sleep and are like, oh, I could have done best. No, I believe we did our best and we should feel happy with this.
And you put on a show for everyone in the audience. Everyone, one last time for Nouns, representing North America, making it all the way to top 8 and making us all proud. Estini, best of luck in the future. It was a hell of a time watching you as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you so much for that one, Tsunami. It is tough, but Estini doing very well there to, still convey a lot of emotions. It's tough. They should be very proud of top 8. I'm having a struggle today, but very proud of top 8. Top 6 sure would have been a little bit better, but how do you guys bounce back from a little bit of a loss? Did you guys just go, all right, I'm going to just go chill out?
For us?
Yeah, over on Tundra. Especially as a coach, right? Because Estini was speaking from a coach's perspective.
Yeah, I think our year was sort of rough for us mentally anyways, and we're sort of, I don't know, we were in the best state going to this tournament, so when we lost, it wasn't like as hard a blow as usual, I think it is, losing TI. So I lost a lot of TIs, so. But,
well, when you say it like that now, I feel guilty for asking.
I don't know, you just try to move on. Like, you're working the entire year towards this event. Like we saw from Estini, like, even getting top 8 for them, it really validates your hard work and it motivates you to put in the work for next year.
Yeah, I'm glad that it's able to go that motivation route. Now, though, is the time that we're going to talk about Virtus.pro and BetBoom, because we've closed out that chapter, closed out the Gaimin Gladiators, Nouns won. We spoke a little bit about Virtus.pro. This was a team that you wanted to hype up a little bit more as well, Effie.
Yeah, I think they're on the road to potentially a surprise Cinderella run, but I do wonder what the 4-day break did to them, because it felt like Virtus.pro came into this tournament a team that was, you know, undervalued by the enemies, not really studied, so they came in with their strategies, they came in with their hyper-aggression, and they caught a lot of teams off guard. If they can continue down that path and play in that way, I really feel like they could potentially have a top 4 finish, but at the same time, I wonder if teams having this many days to prepare for them is going to stint the growth that we've seen from them.
Do you think it's maybe as heavily as one-sided, Aoi, in this matchup that people might believe? Virtus.pro is full of those players. Again, a tough year for themselves, whereas BetBoom is deemed as that powerhouse for Eastern Europe. Is it really that lopsided?
Honestly, I don't think so. I think VP is a team that, like, they got 4th in a lot of regional leagues, but when we scrimmed them, they were always a team that we thought we could learn a lot from. And we thought that they always underperformed at tournaments, which is also weird because I feel like BetBoom was sort of the same story. The thing about BetBoom is, like, they're supposed to be like a superstar roster. They have all these really high skilled players, really high ranked, but they tend to crumble a bit under the pressure as soon as anything goes wrong. And when you play another team for a region, sometimes the emotions can flare up, which I think gives VP a huge advantage.
Do you think that that's what we're going to see BetBoom-wise, T, today, the difference between a player stage and a main stage?
I think, first of all, they do need that discipline, but for VP, I just hope they bring, like, they've got 3rd highest kills average of any team so far at the Road to International, at the International. So it's like, if they bring that level of chaos, they also have, like, 27 deaths per game. Like, their games are just a bloodbath. And if you bring that type of Dota to a team like BetBoom, what Aoi's mentioning, it gets 40 minutes, you're on main stage, you're trying to think of, like, new ways to get back into a game where your draft should have won at maybe 35 minutes, 30 minutes. I think that's exactly what VP needs to bring in this game.
Is BetBoom another team that could fall under a similar category as Gaimin Gladiators, where they can execute a tempo draft, or not as much, Aoi?
I think BetBoom don't really like to play for that. Sometimes it'll happen naturally, like this on Terrorblade, who went like 10-0 in lane.
Yep.
But I think normally BetBoom's strength is when they play with the win condition, and then they don't feel any pressure to have to do anything on the map.
We're going to see what sort of pressure BetBoom face for themselves, but first we have to welcome our teams to the stage. We're going to have a walk-ons right now. It's Virtus.pro, our first team. With little to no expectations on them, though they've made a massive run for themselves. They're walking out onto the main stage, hitting top 8 and a potential to hit top 6 for themselves as well. But they're going to have to come up against some familiar opponents. They'll be facing them on the other side of the stage. It's BetBoom. Super team of Eastern Europe. We'll see how they're going to fare against Virtus.pro, how the 4 days have treated themselves. They're in Seattle. They're enjoying the arena, the crowd cheering for them here. As a lot of days, a lot of prep, and it comes down to this elimination best of 3 for themselves, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, the question with BetBoom is, and it always has been, how are they going to perform under pressure, right? That's been the story of this team. That's been the story of any GPK stack, really. But honestly, I will say that I have faith in them, because their last series that they played versus TALON was a nail-biter. Like, that was one of the closest series, and they won in the most extravagant way. They could have easily gotten 2-0 that series. So I believe that gave them a lot of confidence. and it's going to drive them moving forward. I think that when you win series like that, right before you go into the main stage, it just propels you further forward instead of making you more nervous.
Are you still thinking about that 4 days later, though, Aoi? Like, yes, it was an absolute nail-biter. It was an amazing series. Every game going practically 60 minutes there, and they were able to pull it back for themselves. But that's where a momentum break could happen in your days off here.
I think as players, you're mostly trying to reset from the games and try to not let the past games affect you. I think these teams have all been practicing for so long that you don't want like emotions to carry on to your next series. You just want to let your practice shine. I think for BetBoom, I think it's something that they've really focused on working on is the fact that they don't have like a as calm leadership. I think when Toronto Tokyo departed from Spirit, like that's one of the things that they differed on. Like they wanted someone who's a bit more calm on Spirit, and Toronto Tokyo is a lot of energy and excitement. So what that means is that when stuff starts going wrong for BetBoom, I'm not too sure who's going to like rally them into playing their own game. But they've had a lot of time to work on it, and as Effie said, like they played this really tight series, and it looked like they were in control, even though the game was really hectic.
So maybe that's the one thing you want to take from a past game is just knowing that you've made that growth within the team of how to remain calm, remain patient for themselves. But look, T, you've done a little bit of coaching as well. You know, how would you have spent the 4 days?
I told my carry player not to play Dark Willow. I wouldn't fallen victim to one team doing well with it and everyone subscribing to it. But no, I think in the 4 days, it's trying to find those cool, like, you know what concepts are going to be coming in because the meta isn't changing drastically from week to week. So you just need to make sure that when you see that first bit bristleback, you know what's coming. If you see that Willow, like have that flexibility and knowledge. But yeah, just don't try and fall victim to copying other people. Like, stay true to yourself. That's why you got to this international. And then just try and respect the strategies coming at you. Because I think a lot of teams that we've seen so far, they try and overreact to everything. They try and copy this, copy that. They're not doing so hot. And I think when you start floundering in the moment, that's when suddenly you're picking a lot of different heroes. You're not really understanding who you are. And I think that's the main thing you need to do throughout a 3-week-long tournament.
What is the truth or the core identity of Virtus.pro, though? When we saw them in group stages, it was this team, a lot of people were like, okay, they could potentially be playing tiebreakers to be eliminated. Then all of a sudden, they're doing their seeding match. They're in the upper bracket, and they're performing well, and they've made it here to top 8. So how can we describe them as a core identity in how they play?
So I think this iteration of Virtus.pro really identifies or embodies the spirit of EE Dota, of hyper-aggression in a way that BetBoom doesn't, and Team Spirit doesn't even. Because I feel in the past that this region has developed in a way where it's heavily focused on lanes and macro gameplay, but not so much, constantly running at your enemies. But this version of VP, you find it in their draft, they're first phasing or they're prioritizing the Spectre really heavily because they enjoy when their carry can join fights at any stage of the game. They do look for those fights instead of looking to kind of turtle on the map. So that is their most distinctive factor that I've picked up on watching their games.
Would you say there's anything else that you wanted to add on to that one, Aoi?
When I was looking at their drafts, I thought I really like VP support duos. They always have one support that is sort of like a tank killer in this meta. They pick like some A, Dark Willow, can't remember, but if they have like FNG on the Treant, then they always have a Dark Willow on Sayui. I don't actually know how to say his name.
So we asked Rezo Sayush?
Sayush. Okay, yeah. Sayush. And I think it lets them basically pair up for any kill around the map. Like the map became really big, so you want to be able to make kills and rotations forced with the limited amount of heroes. Like before, it used to be like you would bring 3 or 4 to kill. Now you just want to make some plays with like 2 or 3 heroes max. And I really like their drafts for that. I think it'll be good against BetBoom, honestly.
Yeah. Do you want to expand on why exactly? Like, what's the BetBoom maybe plot holes that VP could take advantage of?
So I think BetBoom is really good when the game is stable, but as soon as you add more chaos into the game, they start to sort of lose their foundation or their script, and I think they can make mistakes there. I think if BetBoom are able to just like play lanes, everything's stable, you rotate to the runes, everything's good, you came from winning lanes, I think they'll probably have a very good shot against VP. But I think VP, from what I've seen, they're like really active on the gates. Their supports give a lot of kill threat. They can just add elements where like, oh, this play shouldn't happen in our opinion, but they just like push through and do it anyways.
Yeah, one of those methodical things you're mentioning as well is like when you think about the 6-minute rune, BetBoom GPK, he has the most 6-minute runes picked up from mid lane, 6. When you compare to Squad 1X on the other side, he's only got 1 6-minute rune so far at the Road to International. So it's like, even though they're very aggressive, they're not doing the aggression towards securing mid lane. It's like that very side lane style, like use the twin gates that I was mentioning, keep going for that fight. And for VP, my one concern will be if you are an aggressive team nowadays, that over aggression can sometimes bite you where you fall off on like your scaling, where you're kind of like, you're taking too many fights. And I think that's kind of been the story of VP so far, where they'll always look for that engagement, and sometimes they aren't kind of securing themselves to play a longer game if it gets drawn out.
That is true, but I found that in their last series versus Entity, they were able to temper themselves in that game too. That game too went to over an hour, and they had a point in the game where they didn't really look like themselves and that they were constantly looking to make these plays. They were content to just sit back and farm. So I feel like that they have also learned to adapt throughout this tournament. And for me, this series is going to be a matter of preparation. I mean, I feel that there are some key heroes that if you take away from VP, their identity as a team shifts, right? You take away their Coddles, their Dooms, their Spectres, things like that. Their CKs, especially their CKs, that should be a contested hero. I feel if you take those away, you eliminate a lot of the threat in how they play those first 25 minutes. Whereas for BetBoom, I feel like they're a lot harder to draft against because they're so lane focused. You have to focus on breaking their lanes, but they're one of the harder teams to do that against, Awi.
Yeah, I think so. Actually, I really like what T said about the runes because I had no idea about that. That's a cool stat. But I think BetBoom, their best strat's probably the Coddle Storm, I think.
Yep.
Pretty much the entire year. Like when I talk to the players, or when my players will talk to players, they'll pretty much say like, oh, sometimes the opponent forgets to ban Coddle Storm and get a free win. It's been the entire year like this. And I think if they're having rune domination, they should want to pick a hero mid that can use those runes to snowball. So I think we'll probably see either VP should ban the Coddle Storm, steal the Coddle, or they should be like really ready for it, because I think that's 6 runes to 1. That's really big.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I can load it back up again, but not a lot of, like, to be fair though, I gotta respect like Lelis, for example, Nouns. Like he was there with 5. So like when you think about Nouns gameplay, I mean, not
yeah,
here
I think
anymore.
Lelis comes on like runes at like 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Like he's there every single rune. I don't know, it's weird this tournament because I feel like the teams have a very different read of the runes. Because the entire DPC year, Gladiators were like 18 heroes every rune. So everyone sort of had to match them. But as the game sort of developed a bit more, I'm not exactly sure what exactly changed, but teams started putting less emphasis sometimes and more emphasis other times.
I mean, you got a 1-minute window between 6-minute rune plus then the 7-minute wisdom. So it's like you naturally want to maybe take a side lane gank, use the twin gate, get a fight, then you swarm for the wisdom, and then mid lane's like, guys, I exist too, please. And then you just can't help everyone on the map, right? So I think obviously the game state does kind of script where certain heroes need to go.
Yeah. I was going to ask more questions on this. We don't have time, though, because I do know the lobby is full, and our game 1 between these two teams is beginning.
Virtus.pro's turn to battle. BetBoom Team versus Virtus.pro. Game 1.
We're going to see a draft coming up very soon. I do want to go back. I want to circle back around to these runes, maybe even the potential of, are we seeing teams focus more on side lanes as a whole? I know everyone always wants to win lanes, but with this twin gate, is there just more focus overall to be fighting on the side lanes rather than in the mid or in opposing jungles?
I think it's definitely added like extra points of value to the map, because before it's like 6 and 8 minutes, like if you weren't on the mid runes, you were just done if you played the team like Gladiators. Now, like I can see with what T said, like if they manage to get a gank off on Nightfall during the 6-minute rune, even though you secured a rune, if your safe lane's died, you're the one who's under pressure. You're the one whose carry has to TP back. And it never feels good to have to react to your opponents like that compared to like controlling the map.
And another question to look at when it comes to the rune security is how often of those runes were secured just due to lane domination as opposed to support rotations. Because I watch BetBoom a lot, and they do tend to be static on their support duo because they focus very, very heavily on enabling Nightfall in particular on that side lane. So more often than not, it feels like GPK kind of wins his lane and is able to play for the rune himself. I mean, obviously supports do help, but that is a factor.
No,
also,
oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Curtis.
I think that's a really good point, because I remember about Save. He has a special save technique. He like sneaks off at like 5:30 and he pretends to go for the rune. And he's one of the only 4s that like he's actually staying in the lane and he'll go for a kill with Pure. And they do it like, I'm gonna say like over half their games. So just look for a sneaky kill during that. But if GPK is getting all the runes, then it must be like a lot from his lane domination.
Well, look, here the draft is, we've seen the Storm Spirit being taken out, so you already highlighted it, and it's nice to know, yeah, Virtus.pro on top of that one. They pick up the Phoenix for themselves, and then BetBoom replying with the Sentinel there, so.
Can I just say that outside of the Storm Spirit threat, there's another threat when it comes to BetBoom's mid lane, and it is the GPK Invoker. And he showed us that in his series versus TALON, why you cannot give this hero away. So I wonder if VP are going to dangle it, if they have something prepared for it, if they're going to take it out in this second phase.
Okay, so they picked the Centaur. Was it first pick? Sorry,
It was
I guess it's first pick Phoenix.
and then Centaur.
Okay, so in my head, I think Phoenix is not bad for Centaur and lane, but Stampede is really good against the Egg. I'm not too sure if Toronto Tokyo has played it, but I think the 5 Centaur would actually be a really good matchup here. I think generally how VP should approach this series is that they want to contain the pressure from the offlane. So Phoenix is really good at preventing the enemy from pressuring you, and they want to put pressure on the enemy's safe lane. And I think Centaur, if I was BetBoom, it, would do a good job of preventing. I don't know. I played some pub versus some Centaurs 5, and I don't know what's happening. He just stuns me from anywhere, and he just kills me. And it would fit like Nightfall is like some Morta, Terrorblade, all these heroes at range heroes. I think it would go really well for them.
Yeah, it's something that TSM did try running in the 4 position. So we have seen support Centaur at TI so far, but yeah, I think just having that big body and knowing that you're going to buy a blink eventually, you're still going to be the same hero, but securing your lane. I think the main thing there is having the right carry, like you were mentioning. But them being second pick, they're going to see information before they lock it in. But yeah, it'd be pretty cool if they did have flexibility in the tank.
I think the idea is just good because when you see this Phoenix, like the hero's super high value right now, there's nothing that really matches his team fight. And I think Centaur is one of the hidden ones that can actually do it because you can just commit for the egg or you can reset on the egg. And I don't know, Phoenix, like you can't match him with Warlock anymore. You can't. I don't really know what fights this hero. So I really like this pick coming up from BetBoom.
Yeah, and just in terms of player synergy, I do feel like Pure has had his best performances this TI and Road to TI just with the Centaur. The struggle that BetBoom had in the last series that I watched versus TALON, where every game went to minute 60, is that when they didn't have that solid initiation coming out in those first 2 games from Pure, they could never really pick and choose their battles, and they were consigned to playing for that late game. Whereas when Pure is on the Centaur, you have this low cooldown blink initiation stun that sets up for plays all around the map. It sets up for picks like Invoker, for example. So I do like that they managed to get this Pure pick secured.
Ooh, Pugna. That's probably going to be your 5, right? You'd see from here. I mean, it could technically be 4
I think it's probably safe, Pugna.
Like a double lane, sure. But like Pugna, incredibly strong, got buffed as well with Never Blast, so it does more damage to towers. In lane as well, super potent, like the range, the move speed, your attack animation is pretty good. Like it's just a very strong laner in itself, in its own right. So like I was mentioning, you got Centaur to try and deal with Phoenix to some degree. Pugna already quite a strong laner. It's just emphasizing how BetBoom likes to approach most of their games and drafts.
Yeah, I think they're looking to snowball on their offlane. Like in most of the series, most of the pressure comes from their offlane. I also think that Sayush,
yeah,
okay, sorry.
Just roll.
He plays a lot of 4 Pugna, so I think it's something that they're looking to prevent them from getting as well, just because they want their safe lane to be stable. And as T said, like I think Pugna's probably the strongest 4 laner. Like Nether Blast is super easy to hit on 2 targets now. You have really good stats, you're fast. Like everything's very easy when you play this hero for the lane.
It's a scary lane because if you do misplay it, suddenly they have levels and then your tower's fallen. Centaur with a Vanguard can naturally just take over your enemy's safe lane, pressure inside those waves. So it's like 2 heroes can just break your own half of the map very quickly if it sets up correctly.
How does Pugna look into that mid to later part, right? Like we focused on it for laning, but how do you either shut him down or sort of have these counters for him when it comes to team fights? Because he wants to put down his ward, and then what other impact is he having? And then what do you want to do as Virtus.pro to ensure that he isn't having any more impact than just that ward?
It sort of depends what the matches are, because the Pugna support can be sort of weird. Like some games, especially on save, like he can get to the Aghanims and he can just become a full core. The shard is really strong once you get the eggs, but other games, like you want it so that he just becomes sort of a support. Like you're jumping someone and he's like trying to play for saves, and I think VP Sign is sort of good at that. Like if they commit Bolt plus Egg and stuff, it's hard for Pugna to stand his ground and use Life Drain. So they're able to fight even into the Nether Ward. You can see from BetBoom, they picked the Monkey King. I think it's probably a flex for them. I'm sorry, I'm trying to think. I think that, yeah, Nightfall plays as well, and they just want to match against the Kunkka. So wherever Kunkka goes, they're just going to stick Monkey King there, their second pick, so they can wait till the very end to match it.
They give away the Monkey King flex with the Vengeful Spirit pick, but I mean, if you're seeing the Kunkka mid, I feel like it's pretty great regardless, right? Just because of how good the matchup is. But if you look at these 2 supports in the Phoenix and the Grimstroke, in these backline supports, they don't like heroes that are active early on that can jump on them. And Monkey King is one of those heroes that does that very well. Usually the issue with Monkey King is that he can die quite early on, he can be punished against, but when you have that Vengeful Spirit behind him, you give him the additional security of you have the swap out, you have that kind of backup plan to take you into the mid game. Also, Pugna does the same thing to an extent, right? He just life drains you. There's not that much backlane jump coming out of Virtus.pro's draft, so in terms of stopping this Pugna from life draining a core that's going in, whether it be the Centaur or the Monkey King, there's nothing really there yet.
Yeah. And it's pretty cool as well because, you know, Vengeful Spirit coming into this, 35 games, 40% win rate. People can just say, oh, it's pretty bad, but like Effie was mentioning in this draft, it is the fact that you have this double saving supports backline now. If Monkey wants to Wukong and stand his ground, killing him is going to be a little bit difficult, but VP, they get their specialty Spectre here. Like, this is, you know, the bread and butter of this team throughout the road to TI, and they have a lot of setups to some degree. I think it's mainly going to be Kunkka leading the charge with one of his supports behind him, and then Spectre will kind of poke his head in. I'm still looking for that one like high-pacing explosive hero to really give Spectre some extra purpose, because they're quite defensive in nature, outside of maybe, like I said, the Kunkka looking.
Honestly, the idea of Spectre here is, it's like a very risky pick from VP in my opinion. I think they know that BetBoom have committed the Centaur and Pugna to the lane, which I think is one of the strongest lanes you can get. And you're basically saying, like, it's okay if we lose our safe lane. We're going to play for the pressure on other lanes. It's not bad at all, I think, with VP's playstyle, but there's a chance that Centaur just snowballs out of control. Like, I can see some 6.5k minute, like 10, 11 Centaur, and then you don't really have that much damage for him, honestly. Like, you have Phoenix and Grim, who are supposed to high damage. You have Kunkka, who's a bit limited damage, but he's going to have a really fast pipe this game. And I'm not too sure how you're killing him with Pugna and Venge behind him.
Yep, those are great points that you make. But even if you're getting sacked on this lane of Spectre, just having a Grimstroke, I feel, gives you that extra bit of damage that you need early on to play for those early kills. And that Doom ban is great, by the way. I was thinking that Doom would be the perfect hero here for VP with the Soulbind into double Doom, into heal reduction from the Monkey King, but BetBoom identify that.
I'm wondering if you guys are still pretty solid that Kunkka is going to be going mid, if there's the chance for it to go into the off lane as well, and they could pick up the mid to find the damage that T was saying that they might be lacking right now.
I think it's just awkward because no matter where Kunkka goes, like mid or off lane, he's going to be sort of sacked versus a Monkey King lane. Like, BetBoom have the last pick, so they're always going to be able to match where the Kunkka goes.
Right.
And a sack Kunkka doesn't, like, you're playing for the Torrent Storm. You're not really playing for the early boat. So I'm not too sure. What's up?
They go for like a Primal here, because then they continue the flex between the Kunkka and Primal themselves.
Yeah, but both those heroes are not good versus Monkey. So, like, you're giving Monkey
they banned themselves. Yeah, yeah.
I think they'll probably go for offlaner. I think Effie was on the right train of thought. Like, you need an offlaner that scales a bit, gets some damage, and can work well with the Grimstroke. They banned out probably the two offlaners for that, the Doom and the Dawnbreaker. Okay, completely wrong. Okay, that's interesting because it actually gives them a lot of damage. And they're saying, like, even though you counter our Kunkka on the off lane, we're going to have a strong lane in the Lina. Like, it gives us at least an angle in the lanes.
The answer as well is for BetBoom, they have very good backline supports to protect, and the repercussion is they themselves can't also find the backline of their opponents, because Monkey can jump in, Centaur can, but BetBoom now are lacking that. If they kill Lina, how else do they really convert after? So it's going to be a balance on who finds who.
Honestly, I'm sort of surprised by the VP draft. Like, I feel like their draft is more greedy than I'm used to from their cores. Like, you have Kunkka in sort of a losing lane, you have Spectre in a losing lane, and Lina, she's a strong laner, but she doesn't do anything until at least like Aether Lens, maybe even Travels.
Like 2 items plus, yeah.
Is it time for GPK Invoker, now that we're putting the Monkey King versus Kunkka on the off lane?
Invoker sounds good.
Like, it's still in the pool. He's so darn good at this hero, and I feel like there is an opening now versus this Lina. I mean, what else would you pick to lane into Lina? Usually people go for Sniper, but that doesn't really feel great here.
Yeah,
Invoker's good. I think any range hero where you can sort of rotate a bit and just make sure that you're getting your farm will be good enough against Lina. You should have good rune control because you have good silence this game, so we'll just see how like GPK wants to play it.
I just love this Invoker pick. I mean, I was a bit sad when the Monkey King came out. I understood why, but I was like, dude, give us that Invoker performance at TI. But you have the setup stuns coming from your Vengeful Spirit, your Monkey King, your Centaur. You have double save supports. You have a good lane versus Lina, and you have the ability to rotate. So I'm heavily favoring this BetBoom draft.
I think VP's lineup, it might look quite slow on paper, but I think they're the type of team that can make drafts that look, you know, slow, very high pace. So watch out for those Spectre moves that aren't as characteristic, but I think BetBoom just looks extremely stable for sure.
All right, do you guys want to put any other information out there about these two teams? Any predictions for the game?
I think VP should dedicate a lot of resources to like snowballing onto the Monkey's lane. Like, they don't have to win the lane, but even if they lose it, they need to bring a lot of heroes there. Like, even some Lina, even if she's not supposed to be ready to fight, like, she can still do a lot of damage in that lane. And I think if they don't pressure BetBoom safely in this game, like the game's gonna sort of fall apart for them.
They should play for those Reality Rift Ink Swells, like just into that Monkey King or whatever they can, because I don't feel like Spectre's going to have the greatest lane going into this game, so they're going to have to make every movement count in those first 15 minutes.
Could this be like one of the most active Spectres we're going to see? Like, she has slowly become more active now, but could this game be, wow, Spec really is an early game?
I mean, I think she won't have a lane, so...
she has no other option, is what you're saying.
She's going to have an urn, and like, she'll have a good game if you get kills, which is very possible. Like, Monkey King is pretty vulnerable. Honestly, even Invoker's sort of a vulnerable hero. But it's just like they don't have... It's only one Kunkka setup. Like, I wouldn't say they have the best setup sort of Spectre rotation. So we'll see how that goes for him.
Alrighty, we've had our pieces to say about these drafts. All that's left before we get into the game is to hear from Virtus.pro's coach.
Hello, everybody. I am here with the coach of this VP team. So good to see you. G, formerly God. Hello, God. It's me, Slacks. How are you guys feeling in there?
Yeah, feeling good. By the way, I have a question for you.
Oh, great. Yeah, what's up?
Do you like our heroes?
Do I like your heroes? You know, you did pick that Lina earlier with a, you know, very aggressive. That's how you won a game in the groups.
Yeah, I know. Is it good?
I'm like ancient too now. I recalibrated from Immortal. I don't know anything anymore. But this is how you beat the good. I think they're good. What do you guys think? Good heroes? All right. So pretty good. What do you think? What do you think?
I don't know. I ask you.
Okay, that's not a good sign. All right, no problem. So let's talk a little bit about you and FNG. Came in here 2015. You were both players. He's still a player. You are...
Yeah, I'm not a player. No.
All right, no worries. But how do you guys feel back in the arena? Did you give any advice to the newbies on your team first time in front of this roaring crowd?
Yeah, play good.
Play good! Well, let's see if they can do just that. Thank you so much, God. Thanks for everything. And we're back to our casters.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much, Slacks. And G, with the wise words, play well, play good. All the good things that you want to see, Trent.
Yeah.
Already into the game.
I think they might be taking applications from the crowd, it sounds like, because he kind of directed the questions over there. They did like the heroes, though. The crowd likes it. They see the Lina. She's back. Fiery head, fiery soul here, now that we're back in the heart of Seattle.
Absolutely, and ready to get things underway as we are already into the game. The horn has sounded, and you can see that out across the map, it looks like that was a trade-off of bounty runes 2 apiece. So no really early first bloods. I thought that it's always an interesting thing when you have these Eastern European intra-regional matchups happening. I was anticipating an early Spectre ban, and it just was let through the entire time, and they do finally get it for Kiritich.
Yeah.
Let that one through.
I think here we have an instance here of teams both getting what they wanted, really. Like, coming into this day, if there's any one hero I would want for Virtus.pro, it's got to be that Spectre. And of course, BetBoom, they know the same thing. So they're recognizing that it could come out at any moment here. But likewise, as our panel was saying, that BetBoom, GPK, Invoker, having that there too, got to be feeling pretty solid. Same thing with the Pugna as well. Save, definitely a hero he loves. As you can see up there, Grandmaster tier. This guy spams it all the time. So also very happy to get that for his team. And what should be perhaps a more contested hero, I think, as this moves along here.
Do you think the Pugna will be?
Yeah, I think Pugna's super solid, alongside the Phoenix as well, right? We had a lot of teams talking about this Phoenix because you know, we got Heart Blade Mail, we got percent damage, percent healing, super solid. So expect more of the fiery bird here too.
We'll see indeed. The first wave already going very much into Squadix's favor. 8-4 right out of the gate versus 2-0. I mean, this is just going to be Quaswex Invoker, but I feel like he's really taking it to him.
I mean, you got to do this as Lina, right? This is the whole idea of the hero, is that you better be winning that mid lane nice and early, get an advantage, and hope that you can make something of it with this hero. Because she's still, you know, she's had her days of dominance. We were all a little tired of her, but it's kind of refreshing to see her now. It's been a while.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and, you know, like Howie was saying on the panel, they want to see some early rotations, maybe making things happen, particularly towards trying to shut down that safe lane. Because you imagine that Nightfall has got to get off to a good start. Somebody that is already taking a bit of a beating up top is Kiritich.
Yeah.
The Spectre, not a great beginning, at least in terms of the amount of harassment she's taking.
I mean, can you think of a worse duo to lane into? This looks awful. A support Pugna just constantly harassing you. He's so fast. 330 move speed right now. No bonus items. That's just how it is on this hero. You just keep running back and forth, throwing these harassing right clicks, and then if you get too close, Nether Blast. Maybe you get 2 heroes at once too for the extra value. Very frustrating to play against, and almost impossible for them to punish these 2 heroes.
And look at him. Every time he comes up, Pure is just going to spam this double edge. I mean, Kiritich is just going to have a bad time. And this is what they were talking about, needing to sack this lane. But at some point, I mean, this is why it's so important that the Lina does well, because they're going to need her to help out with this.
Yeah, they're going to need her to do very well. And of course, you got to slow down the Spectre because we have seen the power of this hero. It's one of the winningest heroes in the road to the International. Just kept on winning and was being ignored in a lot of drafts. So we've had a lot of days off now. Teams are looking through like what heroes were doing really well. But, you know, should we be adding these heroes to our repertoire? And, well, Virtus.pro, they were on the Spectre pretty early. But they do love it in combination with that Treant Protector, which they weren't able to get here. Of course, that was banned over right at the start.
You can see the pressure being put on Denies in GPK's face back behind the tower. Where's Safe? And yeah, do they have quite enough damage? They do. Safe gonna draw first blood here in this series. And Pure keeping that pressure. I mean, he has cast Double Edge so many times in this lane.
Yeah, he's got a Lotus there too. He's got 3 rings, so lots of bling here.
What a monster. I mean, yeah, this is really going to continue to be tough. A lane that we haven't really looked at all so far has been the Notice Kunkka down bottom with Sage on this Grimstroke, and at least at the early going, he's been able to stay pretty consistent with Nightfall, which is pretty impressive. Kunkka not loving to go up against the Monkey King matchup.
Yeah, certainly a counterpick matchup here that they were just going to follow you wherever you went. But with the help of the Grimstroke, I mean, you can already see, right? Potential for turnaround.
And a chance maybe even for a kill. The Stroke of Fate, they try and get out, but with 2 stacks of Jingu, it's too scary. That's how much respect they're giving to Nightfall.
Yeah, you really don't want to throw away this even lane you have. You know how quickly you can go south here.
FNG down low, he's slow right click, but he does eventually get him. So Save finds himself another kill. The support's getting stuff happening, and top lane continues to be a kerfuffle, we'll say.
I mean, they started the draft with this, right? Like the idea of pressure. Sure, there is some flex there for both of these heroes, really. They can move around somewhere else, like that 5 Centaur that they were mentioning, but you knew that there would be pressure. They knew that they wanted Spectre. They prepped for this the whole time, and, you know, VP said bet, so we'll see if they regret that.
I know. I mean, so far it's definitely hurting, and the slowdown with the Icarus stock, Nether Blast, a third. Save will go down, so FNG getting a nice injection of gold and experience. They need something like that because, you know, it's going to be a tough one otherwise.
Yeah, maybe not on the Phoenix, but
wait a minute.
You know, that's what you got.
Noticed. Will get the Jingu, but the X will keep him at distance. Yeah, you can see it's the tenuous situation down bottom.
And so, because they are missing that Tree and Protector, like in this mid game, what we often saw was this setup where the Tree would roam around the map with his upgraded Shard abilities, where he's invisible and he's just like punching people, and that would help set up for the Haunt. That's going to be noticed this game on this Kunkka, right? He's going to be the one who's going to be very responsible for trying to get these good plays warmed up here for Kiritich to get back into the game.
Well, of course, the benefit here is Pure is going to TP out right in his face. At least when Spectre's dying with that Urn Charge, does manage to get it refilled. And, well, while only level 3 on the Spectre as Save tries to hunt down Squadix, eventually you're going to maybe be able to make some type of a counterplay. But level 5 Centaur in his lane is just very scary.
Well, runes, as discussed here, both supports ready to go here from BetBoom. Regen. Sayush not going to be able to get the deny from up above.
Well done, well done. But yeah, I will say that having the center have to TP out when the Pugna came mid and then not getting anything out of that, Save has been spending a lot of time here, and that's giving some space for Spectre to get some uncontested CS.
It does pull the Grimstroke mid as well, so that maybe could potentially hurt Notice here, but I mean, he's only a little bit behind Nightfall.
SMG.
They're starting to set up on him here, though.
I mean, they're bringing a lot of people to kill Noticed. So this one should be an easy bring down, most likely. Torrent not going to connect. They continue to dive. They're thinking about it. Jump, Primal Spring, Boundless Strike. Now the problem for BetBoom is that they might lose a Wisdom Rune for all this action that's going in. Squad X moves forward, GPK is there, but nobody in position. Pugna is gonna make the move over, body blocks, but no, they get it. Virtus.pro steal away both Wisdom Runes.
That is huge. When you feel like the lanes aren't going that well, to snag that up, super important right now to try and balance out that XP a little bit. Does mean that FNG is kind of massive on the XP now. He is essentially even with Kiritich despite rotating quite a bit.
Yeah, and 3 points up in the Fire Spirits. I mean, that could really come back to haunt this BetBoom team a little bit later on as Notice separates and gets away. if he can actually make some solid moves with the Phoenix, we've seen before at these big events, the team fight from Phoenix can be insane if he's over-leveled.
A bit of a hard hero to make the ganks happen, but if you get that perfect egg and that rotation down in that bottom lane, obviously you do have a Kunkka to set it up, so it could happen here. And he's trying to make it work, right? He's trying to use this advantage he's gotten, but...
Oh, and that instead is just going to be a huge injection of experience to GPK. Oh, that hurts.
All right, bit tough, bit tough.
Well, a stun now from Squadix with Sage right on top, and another kill going the direction of VP.
Yeah, GPK won the coin flip, got an arcane rune at the top one.
For the center violence down bottom, or rather top there. So they try and create some separation, and yeah, Kiritich almost now at level 6, gonna get it off that creep. We'll see where they decide to go that first Shadow Step.
See where they can set something up here. I mean, 3 points in the Inkswell with the Kunkka. So can certainly try something here, but very difficult to punish the Monkey King. It's probably gonna have to be Toronto Tokyo if he steps out of place.
Picking up another couple neutrals, but yeah, they're setting up bottom. They're trying to
recognize this too. Toronto Tokyo just put down some vision as well. Now that sentry that they placed from Virtus.pro does spot the pillar, but obviously no one to actually scout it here.
Again, Shadow Step at the ready. They find one. Stun is there. 4 heroes in the area. Nightfall steps up. Are they going to go for this?
It's tough without boat. Notice is so close. If they can get 1 kill into boat, that could be huge. Oh, cut down.
Looking, finding, and they go immediately. Nightfall, if you get caught up on a tree, that could do it. LSA connection.
That is
Virtus.pro. I mean, you just randomly find a tree cut down. FNG, only level 5, doesn't have egg yet. Would love to get it, but not quite going to be able to connect in time. They do have level 6 on Kunkka. Sets it up for the Torrent, off the mark. Kiritich still standing tall. Squadix is down. They're starting to tear him apart a bit. Do they have enough damage? Good decrep to back away. Toronto Tokyo in the area, tries to take it off. Nether Blast connects, but it's not enough damage. Finally thinking about throwing it out. It is going to connect onto GPK, but they don't have the damage.
It's just saving Kiritich, though. It might get him out of here. Oh, the chase down. Nightfall's trying to find him.
They can't quite get there. Toronto Tokyo's going to go down, but you can feel there's some tension going on in the room. The spell's being missed, and both squads may be feeling the pressure a bit in this one.
Getting the cut down on the tree on the Monkey King is pretty much the most huge impact you could have right there in that moment. Because in order to try and bring him down, they were probably going to have to do a chain into the boat or something, but he just catches him with a Quelling Blade right there.
Oh, yeah.
Always a danger for these Monkey King players, and it's like getting roared by a Beastmaster, you know? It's that equivalent. It's such a huge play to make for your team when you have such little opportunities right now because of your disadvantage on experience.
Right, and those types of plays are the type of thing that you're going to want to get for this Virtus.pro to be able to weather the storm and make sure that Spectre can come online. So these freebies being given away by BetBoom, I mean, both teams, you can definitely sense that there's a lot of tension in the air from them. As you see the replay finish off, it was just all kinds of craziness coming out from them.
But this Catapult and Save both doing work on this tower in the mid lane right now. 3 points in the Nether Blast. He is just letting it rip. Gonna try and bully them back a bit here. The Squadix and Sage. Still 3 heroes here, though.
That's right. Not gonna be able to do anything.
They're kind of just wandering back and forth in circles here, figuring out what can we do here? You know, you got a Spirit Vessel up on GPK now, so Kunkka kind of a decent target. And instead, it's Virtus.pro who are gonna try and get some aggression going, knowing that they want to come for this tower.
Yeah, this is interesting. And with, again, Shadow Step ready, this should be an easy pickoff onto Save. Does get the Nether Ward down first, but that type of a move, and no real counterplay coming from BetBoom as of yet. They're just trying to farm up and get to the items.
Hey, Catapult's still up here.
Why not? Keep the pressure on. They sit now.
Oh, Toronto Tokyo. He's so close to 6. If they get 1 kill, maybe into swap after.
It's still so hard to kill this Kunkka. You know
with an egg.
Gonna have a rum buff too. So they chase, down to half HP, doesn't get anything off, notice? Just stood there and ended up dying, couldn't get any abilities. Then the swap back, he got level 6 off of that kill.
There it is, that's all it takes. The snowball effect to Dota, and then you were trying to set up for an egg on the side.
And FNG gets brought down. BetBoom, they are all over him. Take down that tower, that is the move they needed.
They feel like they have to take risks, right? And they got punished hard right there. Excellent defensive plays there from BetBoom. Kind of waiting patiently there. Good follow-ups. Amazing swap there, too, getting the level up. Good presence of mind there from Toronto Tokyo to get the punish on that. And despite having your own sort of saves, right? We talked about this double save of the Venge and the Pugna, but the save of the Phoenix, just trying to wait for that perfect moment with the egg, it can be so tough on this hero. It's not these like smaller saves you can just throw and feel okay about.
Right.
You're sort of waiting for this perfect moment, and unfortunately, it's what ends up getting FNG killed.
Well, a tough time, and suddenly a 4K gold lead. I mean, this was relatively close just a few minutes ago. And again, you do have some crazy team fight potential coming out from Virtus.pro if they can hit all their spells. The question is, are they going to find that right moment? Are they going to be able to find pickoff into pickoff with these X marks the spot plays? I mean, Kunkka right now, only level 8. He's just now getting that second point into X marks, which is normal, but it's offlane Kunkka that hurts for it. Now they are wrapping around. Kiritich, they're
closing in.
About see him trying to dodge away. Where's the help? Swap back. Gets a little bit of separation actually, but the tornado lift up, and with the sun strike, that's going to be enough.
Easy peasy there too, and of course the Stampede is even back up now for Pure as well. So if these ganks get a little bit scary, they can just bail out. But ideal situation, right? You're ganking onto the Spectre, so a lot harder to turn around. Any sort of a play there with the help coming through from the Spectre, obviously, if you just go straight for her. And now GPK immediately comes bottom here with the Ghost Walk.
Trying to hunt. This is Blade Mail going to be completed for Noticed. And again, sort of measured aggression taken on is what it feels like the plan is for Virtus.pro when they get opportunities, but haven't really found anything good going for themselves for a bit now.
They're just all over these runes too.
Yeah.
Every single time there's a support here who's just waiting for it. Save gonna try and use this to maybe skip something out here and set something up for their own team. Again, still have the Stampede, so can get a little bit funky.
When they find any targets, and are Virtus.pro even gonna, I mean, it feels like the name of the game for them is just dodge away as much as possible and buy time for their Spectre to come online. Almost has a second Blade Mill done. Squadix, save is right there by him. Rest of their friends are coming in now. There is an exit catch on the back lines. They managed to find Toronto Tokyo, but also Squadix caught for a moment. They get him, but the silence is there on the boat. With the leash up, that's what they needed. Will it be enough to get the kill onto Lina? Yes, it is. But afterwards, the egg, can they bring it down? They do. Oh, BetBoom. It was almost amazing for Virtus.pro, but they come out on top, and now the chase down onto Noticed. He too is in trouble. Inkswell won't matter. Damn.
Oh, nice play there with the Invis rune. Gets right up to catch Squadix, trying to catch them on that rotation into the back line to punish Toronto Tokyo first. And every time it feels like they're this close on Virtus.pro, but BetBoom keeps shutting it down, not allowing them to get back into this game.
That one hurts. And I mean, now you've got Midas done on GPK, so he's going to start skilling. Already, all of the cores from BetBoom are on top of the Virtus.pro roster. And you can see this replay, how good it could have been, but they didn't even need Toronto Tokyo to get the finish.
And in the real game here, yeah.
Another one.
We're losing a lot of cores here. There, Virtus.pro. There might be a ward. They've decided.
Jeez. Yeah, that's pretty devastating. So another pickoff happening in the game. Centaur able to escape with his life. And at this early stage, 16 minutes, a 7,000 gold lead.
Yeah, BetBoom are just playing immaculate right now, truly. Like, just so much forward pressure. They're constantly across the river with both of their supports.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is the kind of thing you're kind of hoping with a Spectre lineup, right? You're thinking like, oh, I want my guys playing on the other side there, and we're just catching people. I mean, that's pretty real.
They find him. Now they are going to get this D ward here, but a lot of the rest of BetBoom team are nearby, and they're just going to farm up this area and deny out more. I mean, I think that was Aoi that was saying that the Centaur can definitely snowball the game. It also feels like in a lot of ways, in spite of the counter pick, GPK has really risen over the last few minutes and been able to set up a ton of these kills. They're firing on all cylinders.
Yep. Well, it's all looking good. I mean, Save is just farming their jungle, right? Like, they're in desperation mode on Virtus.pro. They're trying to get as much farm as possible wherever they can on the map. And to have the position 4 of the enemy team just taking what little camps you have doesn't feel very good. They've had a great vision advantage throughout a lot of this. Many sentries now placed down, though, as you can see here on our graph. And that's what we're trying to counteract. Trying to get rid of that vision so they can find some better places, safer places to farm here for Virtus.pro. But they're really failing to create any sort of shadow step plays, unfortunately, because it's just hard, right?
Yeah.
Like, they have not been willy-nilly with the Stampede, so it's just always there.
that defensive maneuver being available just puts a thorn in their side whenever that opportunity comes around. Now, we do have some more time before the next item is going to come out. It's Shard is queued up for Lina at the moment. They do have Shard on Kunkka, and of course trying to get towards that Water Park Aghanim Scepter. It already does set up for some potential at least to pull people out of position, but that obviously is going to take a lot longer.
Yeah. Manages to escape there though, with that X, keeping himself safe. We've talked a lot about Notice's hero pool as well in terms of like what looks like a good game for Virtus.pro, and a lot of that time it has come down to this idea of a scaling hero. And the Kunkka, you know, much more of a setup and trying to enable his allies.
Well, let's see if they can find this setup finally here as they do manage to come in, but there it is, Stampede run together, but the torrent, and then into the Inkswell. That was well played, and exactly what VP needed, but then everybody dies on the other side. Oh man, that Wukong's command was devastating. He's still up. Trying to take it down, they kill the egg, they kill everybody. All for save. Yeah, that one hurt. That one hurt a lot.
It's the same thing every time. It just looks good for a moment, and then the immediate shutdown from BetBoom. Just like, no. Like, we know how we're going to play this map. We know the limited options you have, and we're going to be there defensively to support our cores. Oh, Notice. A decent setup. But again, just can't get anything off of this. Despite, like, they have everything going. They have the Inkswell. They have the follow-up there. And then all it takes is just Nightfall here with the ba-boom. Squadix didn't even cast a spell.
He couldn't do anything. I mean, this Lina has just been completely ineffectual since the laning stage. 2-5-2, and so much pressure. And it's that, like, 1 point of contact. That's so much of their damage at this point in the game that if you kill her, it's all done. Can find the X, can find the torrent, but if you can't find the kill, it's all for naught. 10,000 net worth lead right now.
And they are not slowing down. Still hunting here. Oh, not again. Let her go. Oh, nice dodge.
The jukes, they're just so mobile. The Squawks can't do anything. Doesn't get a chance to cast spells.
Well, he can cast LSA.
Well, that's true. But they do find a return kill. Save has been the one to die over and over. 6 of the team's 10 kills for Virtus.pro. So you got to get something where you can. But it very much feels like it's a stop the bleeding type of game at this point for Virtus.pro, and so far they haven't been able to.
Oh, and Save knows they have a ward there. So nice snipe by him. See if they clean that up.
That goes Saber. Now done for the Monkey King on top of BKB Maelstrom. So these next few minutes, this is where things start to become a serious issue. As if it's not already. Although, look at that Philly Stone. Oh, it's on the
we need those on the.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's.
All right, Grimstroke has one Philly. We'll see what FNG gets. They need everything they can to try and stall this game out. Whatever is there.
Oh no. Well, we've seen this one go awry a couple times.
No, it's
not this time though.
Fine. They're gonna be fine.
4 heroes. Nobody's dying to the Tormentor today.
Exactly. I mean, FNG does do some damage to himself as he's casting those spells, but has a salve going. Almost done with the Radiance.
Nobody dying to the Tormentor, right?
No, surely. FNG, you're fine, right?
Getting close.
Oh, Sage. Oh my goodness. So here's the thing.
That's a great upgrade though. They got Phoenix. That's huge, right? 4 points in the Sunray. We'll actually be able to keep helping out during those eggs. Can be a little bit more liberal with the eggs. Just hop right out there.
I mean, the big thing to me is that this Supernova keeps on just getting brought down right at the edge. It feels like if they can buy a little bit more time, you get level 12 on Phoenix. I mean, it just can't happen though. How many free jumps and initiations have they found on this Lina? She's getting demolished.
Let me just check here. 2-7-2, about 7.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
Yep. And Save getting the tips from his team for setting up those kills, getting the vision down. My goodness. It is appropriate that we have a stomp with the Centaur game.
That's true, yeah. Very thematic here. I mean, what's so nice about this is that they are giving up some parts of the map, but they're still getting enough gold that they're keeping their lead. Like, it has shrunk, right? It's down to 9K, so it's not as if it's constantly growing. But when they are missing out on some of that lead and this ability to just like farm and spread across the entire map, they're taking these objectives one by one, right? So knocking those down, in the end, that's going to give you a bigger economic advantage. Even if you do offer up a little bit more space, it's more important to just not give up these free kills because they have the Shadow Step, right? They have Kunkka. That is a lot of setup damage if you are alone.
Yeah.
It is still possible that you could die, as if the Kunkka's setting up, the Stampede might not be able to save you, obviously, as you can't run from the X forever.
Right. Well, and it feels to me that the real time when this team for BetBoom is going to completely take over is going to be when Invoker gets his BKB2. And then they can play freely wherever they want.
Oh, they just got double wisdom. Nice.
FNG, they're not opting to go, so a little afraid of what could be happening. Thought he got a freebie, but not seeing anybody else. FNG gets away with one. All right, GPK playing it safe. I mean, you can tell there's still a ton of respect for what could happen if things go wrong, and we'll see if they can close out the game, because building up a lead is not winning. They need to be able to finish the job.
They do eventually have to go high ground. It is true.
And as we know, you should never go high ground.
No, nothing good ever happens going up there.
But also, if you don't tighten the grip enough, and they're able to keep farming, a 10K gold lead right now.
All right, there we go. That's hope. That is hope. That radiance.
Yeah.
That is what it signifies here for Virtus.pro.
Kiritich finishing that one off along with the Blade Mail.
And I going a little jaunt here with Roche. Oh, what? Roche? Nope. We're just not going to hang out with Roche anymore. Okay.
Nope. I don't want to go for it.
Nope.
I mean, this little bit of indecision, anything right now that buys time for Virtus.pro, like I was saying, if a 9K gold lead at this point is good, if it's still 9K at 30 minutes, I'm feeling a lot better about Virtus.pro.
Yeah, no doubt. Keep it stable. But again, same idea. Giving space on the map in order to get big objectives. So get the Aegis for themselves here on the side of BetBoom. A little bit of help there from Save. Oh, and there's a closeout item for you right there, the gem.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure that they can clean up all the wards across the map here. They don't want to offer those opportunities. Vision is crucial for the Spectre lineups. That's why that Treant Protector works so well with it. Kunkka, not quite as sneaky unless you get set up there with the Shadow Blade. So in this case, you're just going to have to try and rely on some Observer wards that you sneak in behind them.
Well, and I will say that as much as this looks very rough for Virtus.pro to hold, basically the decision to take the Spectre was the call that we can hold against this high ground push that's going to come. We'll see if that's a bet that will pay off, or if it's going to be BetBoom that are running away with this one.
Yeah, or if they just made the right call and let it get through, like knowing that they were going to take it.
Yeah. It's definitely a possibility.
I mean, we sort of saw a similar thing too in our first series, right? With this idea of giving up the Brewmaster and then countering with that Weaver that we've heard everyone talking about. That's worked out very well for GG versus Nouns. And now, again, here, these signature heroes that you can expect. We've had a lot of days to look at those drafts and think about, you know, if we give them the opportunity, what hero do we know they're going to take?
Oh, they find her. She still has a haster though. Trying to get away. Can't escape even with the haste.
I mean, they're just as fast.
Oh, no.
Everybody hasted.
Oh, man. And Kiritich now also going to get chased, maybe. They go for the Shadow Step, excuse me, onto GPK to get out of trouble.
Yeah, that's definitely an escape Shadow Step.
Nicely
Please,
played.
let me go. Pure, though, not so sure. He wants in.
Right there on top of one. Still scary. They have Aghanim Scepter on notice. No buyback on the Lina, but can they chase down Kiritich? Still scary to make that move, but they jump in. Able to find it. So much damage, but they heal. The heal coming in from FNG, actually keeping the carry alive. That was so much heal as the Supernova will end. They managed to keep him alive.
They're getting a little custom fancy there with the swap, and the meatball's already coming down when he sent down the swap there too. Trying to alley-oop a kill onto Kiritich, but not enough damage there thanks to that shard. So good thing they went for the Tormentor when they did.
Absolutely. Well, that is one BKB down too. GPK used it. Squadix though, oh mid, gotta be careful, buddy. They're right ready to jump.
You did that to yourself. Don't take it
So the first engagement with BKBs, you lose one. It's again the Lina. But when she eventually gets towards her items, maybe that will help out a bit more. She's almost at Aghanim Scepter. Definitely hurting though.
Yeah, maybe she can play a bit further back because of that, using the Flame Cloak. Try not to be the first one caught out every single time. It will be tough though, because they should be at a vision disadvantage for a lot of this game now at this point, right?
Oh yeah.
They do have the gem on Pure, so he's just running around, dewarding everything. It's going to be a very hard hero to bring down, of course, between this Kaya Sanj and Pipe. Unlikely they're going to be able to sneak that one away here. Some vision for themselves, though, in that mid lane. Scouts the rotations here from Nightfall. They're going to go.
Okay, Stomp comes out.
No egg.
LSA starting that fight, in trouble. FNG tries to get out the Torrent Storm, but they had enough to kill off the Phoenix. Nightfall, not sure exactly what they were trying to do there. Maybe bait out the BKB or something, I guess? but he stood tall.
Yeah, almost feels like just like wasting time at this point, eh?
Yeah.
See if they can just draw them all mid, but GPK, he's going for the game ender here. He's getting a Blink Dagger. Okay. I love it when you see these players get Blink Daggers in this day and age, because there's so much scaling. There's all these big items. Blink, I feel like, has been pushed to the side a little bit for a lot of heroes.
Right.
But now you got a Shadow Blade up on the Monkey King and a Blink Dagger up on the Invoker. So this whole map just got very dangerous for Virtus.pro. And of course, the Blink Dagger, one of the best things is just actually going high ground, right? You want that perfect moment. You don't want to miss it. That's what Blink Dagger always gives you.
Nightfall spots Kiritich, goes right under him.
What if he cut that tree, though?
Oh, gotta get out, gotta escape tornado lift up, but everybody there, and that is a painful loss. Taking out that Spectre. Man, they are hitting hard. I mean, she did a lot of damage, but it's still not looking great. LSA gonna connect on the Nightfall. But the heal is going to be there from Save as they start to siege high ground. And without Spectre, you got to imagine it's going to be tough to make any type of a move. Tries to step forward with Noticed.
He's just trying to kill the Nether.
Actually burned through the Aegis. Okay. X pulls him back in. Not terrible. And as far as a hold goes, I mean, that's something. Aegis was wearing down soon. The tier 3 tower starting to fall. Notice looking for an X-play. Can't quite connect onto it. He steps in. Well, all right. Will get punished there as the boat goes out. The landing stunned. Kiritich also chasing. Toronto Tokyo goes for the swap away. Still hunting, chasing. Gets the kill onto one. Can they find any more? GPK gets that Ogre Seal Totem to separate.
All right, BetBoom gotta, don't throw a bad fight here just to save. Let him go. Be the unsaved here. Just trying to secure that tier 3 there with the Nether Blast. And immediately you have the TPs down bottom there from Pure and Nightfall. Start cleaning up the gold on the rest of this map here. 15K lead. I want to keep it going.
See if they can for sure. I mean, you are starting to get into these items, and with no Aegis, the worry is still that you have this, one, pretty substantial gold lead, but two, the BKBs, and they really don't do that much through BKB at this point on the side of VP.
You know what I love too is GPK going for the Ogre Seal Totem.
Yeah.
On the Invoker. Like, he knows his job, right? Like, he has to be a little bit in there. And he knows things can get a bit dicey and a bit risky there when you're stampeding your way in there or using this Blink Dagger, and so just has this opportunity to escape and be a little bit tankier. Or perhaps go in. Maybe he'll be the aggressive Ogre Seal Flopper.
I mean, it does a little damage, right? Why not? So, 30 minutes in, and Virtus.pro maybe could be thinking about another Tormentor when it comes back up again. And we're 2 minutes until Roche is capable of respawning. As BetBoom.
We'll see if Noticed is feeling lucky here. Maybe he's got a couple Crimson Witnesses, right? Maybe get 4 or 5 of the event. Feels like he can hit some Torrent Storms.
Well, they find one right away. Kiritich, the heal. It's not going to be enough.
He's not lucky.
Don't have enough at all. And the Stampede, they try and run away. We'll get X back in now, Pure. But there's just no follow-up. The Supernova is off to the side. They can't do anything. So FNG will Icarus dive away, and that is going to be a tier 2 tower that they give up off the death of another Spectre.
Almost certainly, yeah. It's hard to imagine they'd want to stay around and try and defend this.
They don't even have Supernova. You can't really do that. There's a creep wave coming in, but they're still hanging out here, Virtus.pro.
I mean, the gas station's hard at work here, Pugna. Save is just filling up Pure, giving them lots of mana. And it's tough on those Centaurs, right?
GPK. An X. FNG. I'm not sure what the goal is, but the LSA connects onto 2. They're going to be able to slip out of there and barely surviving on the Phoenix. But Virtus.pro, they just feel a little lost.
And it's showing that they're willing to just jump on anything right now.
Oh yeah.
On the side of BetBoom if you offer it up. And now they're taking a look at that Tormentor, thinking they want to grab it.
Oh, this would be
they scan. It doesn't hit Notice right now.
Oh, they take that really quickly. Nightfall with alacrity on him. This Monkey King is a monster.
Yeah, okay. And everyone just TPs out. Nobody gonna get caught here.
Dun, 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 dun. Pick up the Wisdom Rune. Go get another one. Everybody gets a Tormentor. That's what you love to see.
The supports are just, guys. Yeah.
Guys, come on. We gotta go get that, right? Hello? Hello? No.
It's tough out there for Toronto. I mean, that's a great shard, too. Like, he wants it. He's pinging. Guys, get back. Come on. Please, help me out.
Please. Oh, no. Somebody's gonna die here. Toronto Tokyo. Does he live? No, getting lower HP. He's gonna be fine. Well, off to the races with another one.
This gives us the bouncing magic missile here. Very frustrating to play against.
Oh yeah. Yeah, double rounds of those is pretty nice. The only people without it right now on BetBoom Team are going to be the Invoker and the Monkey King, actually.
Yo, Squadix, though, just bought a Blink Dagger on this Lina.
Dude, what's he doing?
Squadix is gaming. That's what he's doing, all right? If you hit this move, you don't get caught out, this is just high skill. Very high risk, very high reward, right? I mean, if he goes BKB, he's not going to help. He's going to get swapped. The target he's trying to hit, if he's like going to right-click mode or something, is just going to get decrept or something. He's going to be inside a Wukong's command and just die.
The way that he has to play the game does feel just dramatically different from what's been going on so far. There's no doubt about that. And
you don't think he wants to get stunned 100 to 0 every fight?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, we're going to find a different tactic here.
But, I mean, they're running in. 5v5 fights feel really bad. Notice, smoke breaks, save is there. Again, front person in these fights. You got a Centaur, and it's the Pugna that's running.
They're trying to outskill so hard.
Tries to jump, gets onto one, stun is there. They don't even have enough to throw off FNG, though. It doesn't quite look like it. Kiritich jumps away, gets some separation. The egg is down, but they've already lost the Kunkka. And I think with that, everybody is just going to reset. No, never mind. BetBoom, they want to battle. Hunt, who do they find? Stun onto one. They connect now onto Sage. He's going to die. They manage to get out with the rest.
I think any fight where Notice just gets completely blown up, it's going to be a bad time, right? He's kind of the centerpiece of these engagements. He's trying to be the one who sets up the vision for the Haunt. He's the one who's to try and be this body that you're hoping that the Wukong's command will be a little bit more centered around him as opposed to someone like Squadix. And so when he just goes down and they have free reign, then it's just never going to work out for Virtus.pro.
Well, and for BetBoom now, Nightfall is just so impossibly ahead of everybody else. You can see the Dota Plus win probability out of this world. Queuing up an Aghanim Scepter next, and this Roche was a 20-second spawn. So they are comfortable at this point going in as far as they need to.
Yep.
To break these teams down.
I mean, it's a little stompy, but can we just all agree that we're happy that it's not a Battle Fury Monkey King?
Oh yeah, there you go.
You can buy other items and fight and kill people. It's pretty sweet.
I like this.
We can see some more of this.
Absolutely. Well, and seeing it is just an answer in general, because, I mean, for a very long time this tournament, we're trying to come up with answers. How do you beat this Spectre? How do you deal with it? And we're seeing some of the results. The Centaur, the Pugna worked together, made the lane terrible, and then just killed the mid of the Spectre, I guess.
Absolutely miserable lane, and then never leave their side of the map.
Yep.
Which is tough. That is actually a very hard game plan. There's a reason why Spectre was working so well. It's because it's proven to be a bit of a difficult tactic to actually achieve, right? I mean, we've had teams like Nouns who have just managed to claw their way through games despite being down in similar situations by finding these heroes like a Spectre for some teams, or for them the illusion heroes, and just waiting it out. But staying aggressive here from BetBoom, and again, this idea of just super clean play. It's every single time Virtus.pro think they have this little tiny moment where they're going to get back into this game, the door just shuts every single time from BetBoom.
On something that was said multiple times by the panels. If BetBoom have a plan, if they can execute their strategy and keep things non-chaotic, simple, then it's all going to look pretty good for them. And so far, that's definitely been the case in this one. VP will see if they can insert a little bit of chaos into this game. Goes in, down, but it's just not anywhere near enough damage. That's Laguna Blade with
just
Flame
firing up the
going.
stacks, that's all.
Belden trying to do what they can. Torrent connects. The save heal is there. GPK a little off the mark with the Tornado. As tries to force them back with the EMP, but in a similar fashion how they've been playing this game, slow and steady, it's going to win the race for BetBoom if they just keep coming in and right-clicking down these buildings. It's the first set of racks done. Nightfall gets pulled up to the high ground, has the X mark, the connection with that Torrent. There's just no follow-up. They can't do anything.
And they're not even hard committing here from BetBoom, right? Save is just chunking away there, throwing out nether blasts. Very safe and secure as the Wisdom Runes return here. One already gotten, the other still remaining there.
A bunch of creep spawn too, so they can go farm those again.
Perfect.
They do that every minute, Trent. Just in case anybody out there was wondering.
That's good. Someone needed to do some now.
Exactly.
You know, they probably were wondering a little bit here.
So 37 minutes coming up. Next round of neutrals. Toronto, Tokyo farming, but they want to try and find a pickoff. GPK there hits the disarm. Blade mail out, jumps away. He's like, look what I can do.
Hey, it's every 40 seconds now, right?
That's true.
Level 18, so chuck him out there. And once again, BetBoom playing just too tight.
You force those types of rotations, it's pretty good. If you can get any type of BKB charge or anything out of that, it's going to be a nice window for them. The problem is that this Venge is still very tanky and has freaking Boots of Bearing like a maniac.
It's a good choice.
And I think Aghanim's just completed too.
Oh, perfect. So now wanting to die here as well. Squadix, though, hoping to not die quite as much. After that Blank Dagger, now picked up the BKB. Again, certainly some issues with it. Don't want to be stuck anywhere near Nightfall, especially when he's running here right now with Silver Edge and a DD.
Yikes. And Pure, I mean, if he starts stacking up these double edges, I don't, like, they don't have enough damage to even tickle him.
Yeah.
I don't know what you do. It's like the most damage is probably going to be FNG, but I mean, he has not been able to get the Sun Rays to full duration with the Sun Ray going out. I'm pretty worried about this. As they get set to head up towards high ground, DD about to wear off for Nightfall. And on the opposite side of the map is GPK.
I mean, FNG has like 10 mana on the high ground. If that Boundless Strike hits him, it's not looking good.
No.
Oh, plants a ward from up above here. Pure does not have the gem right now, so they don't actually see this, so a bit of vision. Oh, they put down a sentry, though. Now they're going to see that ward off the side here. Pure passes that tree.
Just in a moment, jump in, stun, immediately there. FNG trying to heal. The double force staff gets him away for a moment. Now the swap just kills him off.
Kill to Pure, not to GPK. All right.
Yeah, that one hurts. But Wukong's down. With Wukong's down, maybe they can make something happen here. Although onto him already, couldn't get the egg off. FNG is going to die.
Oh, Pure, he's just in there. He's just waving at him.
Ready.
Any high fives? Oh, he's hitting him with the stomped too.
Oh, yeah.
It is looking that way, I'm not gonna lie.
They did manage to bring down the Monkey King one time. Buyback comes out from Kunkka. Can they find anybody? There's a gem on the ground. Pure still not afraid. Jumps the back line. No, not going for it. Instead, Torrent Storm, already used. Notice wants to find. FNG picks up the gem himself, still looking for the hunt down. But as they retreat, there is not an easy way Pure thinks about jumping. They get the egg down though. Okay. Toronto Tokyo, he's the only one hit by this. This is not good enough from VP. This is not good enough at all. They jump in from Pure, find Kiritich. The stun is going to be there. The break, a couple more hits. Can they bring down this Spectre?
Oh, he's so huge.
Standing tall, Pure. They just have to walk away from him at this point.
Oh, he wants in. He's
still totem. The chase, he's so big. 6,000 HP. And with Lina dying, Squadix goes down. The continued hunt, I mean, it's just, they don't have an answer.
Certainly can't find one. And again, save just fueling up here.
They don't even feel comfortable dealing with the creeps. They got to go heal up. Nightfall, Alacrity, another Wukong's command will secure the second lane of racks for BetBoom Team. And start heading over towards the third. With 33,000 gold lead, Virtus.pro just have not stood a chance in this one.
There's always concerns about regional rivalries, of course. You know, we've often see these upsets when you're coming from the same region here, and BetBoom perhaps a little bit subject to that already by Nine Pandas, of course.
Oh yeah.
If it's maybe not call that one as much as an upset, but you know, wanted to come in here today and ensure that it doesn't happen again.
Absolutely.
Take down their regional rivals here in what's looking like a very clean game number one.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, going into game this one, like I was wondering, like if it felt like the battle was just going to be Spectre versus everybody, but
who?
Exactly. There just hasn't been an opportunity. It felt like no options and no ways to take the fights. A smoke up for what feels like it could be the last one. BetBoom repositioning themselves. Was that another Radiance queued up or something? Maybe Nullifier.
I think it's probably a second Radiance. I think that might be the right play. Yeah, it goes for the disassembly here, so Nullifier done. And that's going to help you cut through these plays here from the Pugna.
Waiting up on high ground.
And Radiance returns.
BetBoom work together. Squadix caught for a moment, and again pops the BKB, tries to escape, but pulled back in, lower and lower, couple more hits. Pure chasing, punching, fighting, and killing. Cannot get away from the Pure Centaur, and well, Virtus.pro hoping to do anything here, but they just don't have any damage at all. They find themselves another stun now onto Kiritich. The second Wukong's does manage to get force-staffed out of trouble there. So they'll reset the fight, but with another death on Lina,
I mean, they didn't even want to kill Toronto Tokyo because it would just refresh his abilities, you know? And then you just get chain stunned and someone else dies.
Oh, it hurts. And, I mean, it's just destruction.
All right, okay.
Running into the fountain. I mean, you got to be a little careful about the Kunkka there, but it's not looking like it's an issue. The Torrent, the tidal wave, the Sunstrike's there.
I'm expecting another voice line here soon from Pure.
Oh, yeah. There's probably a couple.
It's pretty much everybody. We have both sides there, spamming the voice lines here. Virtus.pro, they're looking to put this game behind them as well.
Absolutely. BetBoom, they run in, they find another stun. Stampede, notice, tries to get away. Not going to happen. The damage is just not there at all from Virtus.pro, and, well, they did manage to get Pure into the fountain. Hold on a second. He ends up going a bit too
far. Hey! likes that.
Pure is going to die in the fountain. Maybe a little bit of cathartic energy from, our own experiences getting fountain farmed.
Those 2 catapults, though, they are doing work on that Ancient.
Oh, it is indeed.
Until they get hit by Fire Spirits.
A couple of tips out. Ooh, FNG, careful, buddy. So they're going to back out again. Third Roche is up. That one has the Aghanim Scepter on it. But with Mega Creeps and no Tier 4 towers remaining, it's going to be a bit of a tough hold for VP, we'll say.
Listen, they got them right where they want them.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? Because the Ancient is really close to the fountain.
Okay.
And that's where you go when you buy back.
I like that.
And they've been dying a lot.
That's true.
So.
Well, and in that entire fight, they did no damage on all of BetBoom.
Yeah.
They just dove into the fountain for no reason. It happens. Happens to the best of us. Well, they are going to head in now. Still in position. They have Kiritich back at home trying to deal with the creeps, while BetBoom are setting up to take Roche for themselves. Now, Sunstrike comes out. Get the D ward for FNG. Toronto Tokyo drops one of his own. Stun is there. Laguna Blade, half HP. You don't want to kill this Venge, though. FNG runs forward, drops the Sun Ray, but like we have seen many times, just doesn't turn into anything.
And that's even without the Stampede. Like, it's already hard enough to force these fights, as you can see, but imagine if the Stampede is up and available. Probably what made them feel like they could actually go for this. What a jump in.
Oh, and Nightfall, level 25. That one hurts. They pull him back in, try and bring him down. Notice.
Oh, he's chasing.
Gets a little bit of separation, but 2 already dead, 3 dead, and now time to run it down lanes. Also, creeps are hitting the Ancient, as they will call it. GG, BetBoom. Sometimes the stomp takes 45 minutes, but they get there nonetheless.
Yeah, time maybe not the biggest indicator in this one here, and with a 12 kill streak through this game, GPK making it clear why the Invoker was being mentioned as one of his signature heroes here. I think GPK, I think Storm Spirit, I think Invoker, but you're not going to let him get that nice combo there with the Storm Spirit, so the Invoker comes out at the end of this draft and just absolutely cleans up this game. Fantastic performance from GPK for sure.
Right, well, in the recognition of what they needed to accomplish, this is what you get when you get last pick. They see that Lina, they say, all right, well, we have what we need, and feeling a little bit of good stuff coming out of the booth. BetBoom Team come away with the victory, and the crowd appreciating, of course, ex-TI winner as well. As we head on back to the panel, let them break down the action.
It's game number 1, Virtus.pro BetBoom. They take it. This Pugna, we wondered if they'd have questions for him in the later part of the game, but the Invoker last pick as well, Effie, you predicted it, and it did damage in this game. It did numbers.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing that I've learned watching GPK throughout the years, it's that you cannot give him his signature heroes in a game where they go unaddressed. And honestly, I feel like just due to the genius of this BetBoom draft, that Monkey King really threw a wrench into their plans. It forced the Kunkka flex into the Lina pick mid, which then enabled the Invoker pick. But overall, it was not just a GPK performance. I think Nightfall played impeccably well on his Monkey King. He was the core that carried them through that early game. They rallied around him. He had that beautiful Wukong's command where he got the triple kill. When it looked really bad for them, it looked like the first clean initiation that VP got that game, but Nightfall just turned it around completely.
Yeah, I think it's one of those differences as well. When you have the Monkey King, like minute 19, he's got Echo Saber that disassembles for BKB, he's got the Maelstrom, And at that point, you look towards the Spectre, it's like, okay, so what's she got? Oh, Urn, Blade Mail, and like gold towards Relic. Just the fact that you have this Monkey King constantly leading the charge, joining the team, and yes, lanes went so well for BetBoom that it just amplified this aggression that they were trying to bring, right? Like, you see the Centaur Pugna lane go well, you see Nightfall happy to leave his lane, happy to jump around the map and apply this pressure, and VP, the entire game, it just felt like they were reacting. We never really got to see them successfully make a move of their own because of how well BetBoom were just dictating the game.
I mean, the very, very early part of Virtus.pro's game wasn't the worst. I know that BetBoom are a very lane-focused team. That's what you guys have been telling us a lot here. But for Virtus.pro, there was a little bit of hope in the lower lanes, like the side lanes down there in their off lane, in BetBoom's safe lane, that kind of gave some glimmers of hope, Aoi, right at the beginning.
Yeah, honestly, I thought VP was doing better than expected in lanes. Like, top lane, they already knew they were going to lose. Lina had a pretty good lead on Invoker mid. And bot lane, for some reason, like, the Kunkka was even with the Monkey King at 20 CS. I think VP, they sort of lost sight of what their lineup was set out to do. Their lineup is very kill heavy. You want to set up any opportunities for Spectre to join. Haunt is a really low cooldown now, but we saw like they made one play to bottom. It looked pretty good to me. They were starting to go on the Monkey King, stuff like this. But they ended up like trying to go for objectives instead. They tried to chain their kills into objectives when they should really just be trying to hit their next timing, going for more kills. And as soon as you lose one fight against a BetBoom lineup, I feel like your lineup doesn't really have that many options. I think in the next game, they're going to look to either have more active supports, like Phoenix Grimstroke are a bit awkward together, or like better cores for them to play with, because Lina doesn't offer anything to the supports, and Kunkka can't just set up everything. It's too like telegraphed, and only one hero can do it.
Well, that Kunkka, we weren't really sure where it was going to go. We thought mid was going to be it, that they were just going to run it there no matter what the matchup was going to be, and build around it a little bit differently, pick themselves a different carry. But the Lina ended up going mid. That was their last pick. Did you feel the effects of it, Effie, or would you have liked that Kunkka to stay there, and they could have picked something else when it comes to offlane?
I mean, they felt the need to flex the Kunkka just to not get owned by that Monkey King. Maybe they thought that the Kunkka was too important for their tempo, but I mean, I don't think we necessarily got to see Lina play Dota because it became just a really heavy snowball game from BetBoom after one play went really wrong for Virtus.pro, which was pushing that mid tower. So I don't think we can get a really good read on Lina in this kind of situation. They just didn't have the initiation to come back into the game after losing the net worth lead, right? But because of that, I want to commend Toronto Tokyo, because I feel like the smoke usage in that game was the reason why they were able to get that net worth lead. Like the first double smoke mid to defend that mid tower, into the 3-man smoke that got the Spectre kill, into the 2-man smoke that they went into the triangle where Monkey King was setting up for them. I mean, they got 10k gold off of that, so that was really excellent shot calling in-game.
I mean, they're great points, a lot of highlights, especially with the smoke plays there. If you guys didn't follow along at home, then don't worry. We got Purge, he's got clips, he's going to break it down even more for us.
Thanks. Yeah, draft is really, really important in the games right now, but execution is even more important, and that's what we saw in this first game. VP had a rough laning stage, but they transitioned it okay into some tower pressure. In the clips here, they got this great kill on Save at the 11-minute mark while he defended towers, but the response from BetBoom was so expert and so well done that it changed the game impact in a huge way. They basically disabled the Kunkka here, putting him in trouble. Lina thinks, oh, I can save this guy, but they didn't know that the Monkey King had teleported into the left, and as a result, he gets this beautiful stun on 2 heroes while Squadix comes forward, which sets up the Tornado, which then sets up the swap into the center of the circle where he takes even more damage. And in the meantime, on the right side, Toronto Tokyo is already ready to go. He's swinging around to set up follow-up kills. So this perfect skill execution from BetBoom got them 3 kills for nothing. When VP didn't get the tower, they get the tower, and this just cascades them in such a winning position because then the map control is overwhelming. Spectre basically only feels safe farming up here. BetBoom gets to be aggressive on the middle of the map, and the bot side is just Nightfall, hitting as many creeps as he wants. So they use this Invis rune on Pugna to get a second kill here on the Lina, and then they win this following fight as well. So perfect skill usage with the right draft, put them in this commanding victory with gold advantage, and they didn't make any major mistakes until they won the game.
Thank you so much, Purge. When I hear that explanation, it begs the question then, Aoi, after that mid-rotation fails for you as Virtus.pro, what, with hindsight in an ideal world, how would you have come back into this game? How would you have given your Spectre a little bit more space?
I mean, I think it's a bit hard with the heroes they have. Lina's sort of a useless hero unless you start, like you have the space for it, and Spectre I feel like is a bit of the same. But I think they had to keep going bottom and just trying to force reactions there. You have to give the Spectre the opportunity to like choose to join or not, and if not, you're just going to force some reactions, and hopefully you only lose a couple of supports on the way out. I think it's it's like not easy to play against these invisible invokers and monkeys that are very mobile if you're behind. So you sort of have to force the opponent's reaction so that you have space. You can't just like hope they give you it.
Virtus.pro, it's a team that not a lot of people knew coming into this. Maybe the org, but not so much the players. And so we're going to have some more information, a little bit of deep dive onto their players now.
We were underdogs even like before the tournament, and we put a good fight.
Virtus.pro has lived in the shadows of all the other Eastern European teams. They finished 4th every single time. They have been like one series away from getting to a major, but there's never been good enough.
But we were not proud of the result.
Not a whole lot left for Virtus.pro. They have looked so good this entire time. GG is finally called. Team spirit.
My mom, she was always telling me, even if you lose some tournaments, it's not the biggest part of your life, and being a competitor at any tournament is good enough for me. So I'm like, okay, thank you, Mom. That's a good thing that I can say in my head to myself to keep going after the loss.
Team out on top.
Yeah, they showed they can bleed, but could not finish the job there, despite having a chance in that game too, and that's gonna hurt a little bit there for Virtus.pro.
Still, I love competition.
This is a big one. We got Virtus.pro and Entity here, and I want to just straight up hear your thoughts.
Skill is not something you grow up just, to be skilled at Shadowfin. Skill is the thing that you need to bring to official match, that you can repeat what you learned before.
Pro will take this game 1.
Pretty convincingly, honestly. They control the map for what feels like 40 minutes.
And it's not only that we played a lot of Dota to become good, but then I realized that crucial parts were missing is also a psychological thing, how not only to win now, how to improve with time.
This was a really nice gameplay. Honestly, I have to give
and
so
then
much
suddenly something started clicking that, okay, it's not only about, to play heroes, it's also about to build a team, to move them in a good way. Everyone needs to figure out their own formula or their own value that they're stronger against some, young player. And that's the hardest part to, keep talking to yourself that you can do it, and also prove to yourself that you did it.
GG well played is called. Virtus.pro knocking Entity out of the competition 2-0 here today.
What does it take for a player to be a TI winner?
I mean, I'm not a TI winner myself to be the judge. I'm still trying to figure out the formula, but I know that unless you work hard, you will never be a TI winner.
So what's your motivation then? Oh, sorry, what's up?
My mom is calling.
Oh, okay, great.
Right on time.
That's so sweet. He talks about his mom, all the motivation that she's clearly giving him, especially out here on a big main stage. And she's calling him, checking in, making sure what he's doing on his off days in between groups, playoffs, in between playoffs and main stage here. But it's a hard equation and a tough formula to know what it takes to be a TI winner. But we could ask you, Owie. You would know all about it, wouldn't you?
I guess I think it's a lot of hard work, but honestly, it's a lot of luck. Like you go into a tournament and you put all this time and effort into boot camp for a tournament preparing, and sometimes you just have to be a bit lucky that you're showing up on form and you're able to perform what you practiced.
You know what they say about luck? It's when opportunity meets preparation.
Yeah, that sounds true. Sounds good.
I'm glad it resonates with you as well then. Look, Virtus.pro are going to need a little bit of luck for themselves, or at least a much better draft than what we saw in Game 1, for them to be able to bounce back in this series. It would be really tough to lose to Team Spirit, another regional team of yours, to lower bracket, and then now to lose to BetBoom, a regional team of yours, to be eliminated from TI here.
Yeah, that's where the mental recuperation aspect comes in. But honestly, I was so glad to see that piece, because I remember watching an interview you did with FNG TGov after the regional qualifiers, and they basically asked FNG what his motivation was after they qualified, how he feels about Dota overall, and he said he doesn't find the game very fun anymore. He's been playing it for so long that it doesn't excite him, but competing is what excites him. Competing is what pushes forward. The idea of potentially winning something. So you dealing with players like that, they can be very discouraged after losses, but to know that he has a support system, from his mom and whoever else, makes me feel a little bit better for them after this loss.
It's why you surround yourself with the young players as well. Because if he's losing that, that love, maybe he's still at the love, but maybe that same level. These little fresh talent, they're going to be every day nipping at it. Let's do this, let's do that, let's do this. And then he'll have the maturity and understanding to fine-tune what really needs to be done. And of course, that's what we'll be talking about now, because one game down, one game away from elimination, they're going to need to lean on his experience with the tenacity of the young guys to find that secret sauce to actually muscle up against BetBoom.
Yeah, a little bit of an insane concoction there between the experience and the tenacity of the young ones. On the side of BetBoom, they're one more game away from making it to top 6. So how do you keep yourself calm? And are you hoping that you're going to get the same heroes, the same playstyle? Like, what's the goal coming into a game 2 to keep the momentum rolling, Aoi?
I think mostly they should be thinking like, oh, our plan coming in is working. We don't need to make any significant adjustments. You can maybe talk, oh, there's something small. You don't want to try to be learning during a match, but you can make like, oh, I want to draft a bit more for this. I think they saw that in this series. They had a lot of pressure on the offlane, and they should feel really happy with that to continue with that as their game plan and just, you know, just look at the counter picks on the other lane and making sure they're stable.
Do you think some picks are going to be changing up? Because we had, you know, Murata, Dazzle, the Storm, which is a very targeted one on the side of VP. Should they be staying pretty stable?
I think VP's first phase bans are good. I think their second phase bans were honestly a bit weird for their game plan. They banned out the Willow and the Enge, which are like support bans because it seems like they're, I don't know, how to, like afraid of the offlane of BetBoom, but they ended up giving them Pugna Center anyways, which is probably one of the strongest lanes. I feel like if those bans were targeted at making their mid and offlane, the heroes that they're going to pick on the second phase easier, then the draft would have ended up a lot better. I mean, as soon as they picked this Kunkka and there was a Monkey in the pool, like BetBoom was super eager. Like they were probably really happy that they see a Kunkka with Monkey, that they're able to flex versus it.
Yeah, I think they're the 2 big points for me as well. It's like the last time that VP played Lino and Spectre, they had a Bristleback in the offlane, which is the complete opposite of a Kunkka. Like Bristleback, he makes all the moves, he kind of dictates the pace of the game. So a Spectre can join a fight or a Lina can join a fight, it doesn't feel bad. But with a Kunkka, you're playing from behind. So I think for VP, the last pick Lina, this kind of Kunkka semi-flicks they're doing, these are kind of the 2 pivotal points in their draft that remove their kind of aggression that we're used to seeing. So if they pick Kunkka, put it mid. Prepare a Monkey King ban, but don't do this Lina shenanigans.
And on the other hand, I really think that when BetBoom played versus TALON, they really kind of exposed how long these games can go or how they minimize the aggression of BetBoom when Pure isn't on those short cooldown initiators. I really feel like it makes a difference if you're putting Pure on a hero that can start the fight first team. If you're taking away these Centaurs and these Spirit Breakers from him, then you're already in a better place to fight in BetBoom after that laning stage is over. So I really think that VP should consider never giving the Centaur away or the Spirit Breaker. Both of those heroes should be untouched moving forward from now.
Spirit Breaker was a hero BetBoom banned for themselves, so now it really does have the question that is there anyone else hero-wise that could hit similar things like that if Virtus.pro were to change up their bans and take away the Centaur as well?
Probably Axe. I think Pure's a really good Axe player, and it does similar role. I think anything that sort of snowballs their offlane and starts to start fights for them will be good for Pure in the series.
Okay. You guys all the same? No one else sticking out?
And same kind of vein, like any of these offlane heroes that can just absorb the safe lane after like 10 minutes are very good, right? Like Axe can do it, Tide can do it, a lot of heroes can do it, but of course Pure has a very big hero pool.
All right, our teams are standing there right underneath in the tunnels. They want to walk out here on stage and they're going to be feeling the energy of the arena one more time, potentially 2 more times if Virtus.pro are able to bring it back for themselves. So they've got that reset for them. Anything else that you want to touch on for playstyle? Are BetBoom able to be very versatile? If Pure gets shut down in the offlane, Effie, is there a different backup plan for them that you've been able to see?
I've found that they just tend to take these 60-minute games if they can't snowball their offlane and have an easy way to take the fights after the laning phase. They do play for the late game because they have one of the best carry players, if not the cleanest carry player in the world in Nightfall. I mean, he is such a safe player. He doesn't die. He doesn't take silly risks, and he farms very, very efficiently. So they do have the backup plan of if they can't play into that early fighting play style, that they can always take it to minute 60, minute 70. I mean, they can do both things.
Is it different having a carry player, Aoi, that wants to play in the way that Nightfall does, rather than someone who's willing to be active and they're okay to die 4 or 5 times in the first 20 minutes?
I mean, Nightfall's like, I don't know, there's like a Russian meme about him being like ideal-lich. Like he always goes for ideal play. He'll press like BKB TP if he thinks he's going to die. But I don't think he's like not active. I think he's just playing how he thinks is best. Like we saw the last game of Monkey King. He was really active that game. He could join a lot of things. But I'm not too sure. Carry's like, in my head, like Carry's supposed to be the role that the one thing you can't do is like have bad deaths. Because like how the map works now, there's so many camps, you just constantly amass farm, and like your job is at the end of the day to scale and carry the game. But there are more aggressive carries, I guess. Sorry, I sort of rambled. But Nightfall,
No.
Nightfall, like, he wants to just play for what his vision of the game is, that he's decided, I think, that like after the laning phase. He doesn't want to be disturbed from what he thinks is the best, whether that's snowballing the Monkey King or going for the late game.
Interesting.
Yeah, going back off that point as well for like Nightfall, he currently in the tournament has the least amount of any deaths of any player. 1.94 on his all games, and there's like 6 players, he's like 3. So he's averaging like 1 less death per game compared to, let's say, like Mickey or Nisha from Liquid. It's like just that level of being in the carry position, not having those cheap deaths, where a lot of carry players, when they get to this stage, they always throw a couple away and make games a bit spicy. And then second place, GPK as well. Like the top 2 least deaths of any player so far is on one team. Like this is, when we're talking about punishing them, they rarely put themselves in a position of actually misplaying. Like when you think about the previous game, they're sieging this top racks, they kill Spectre, they have 40 seconds, but they don't overcommit to try and take the racks. They poke, they prod, Venge dies, they reset, they go all the way to bottom, and they ignore top again. Like they are very methodical when they get to dictate the control and the pace of the game.
Well, we can continue this conversation in a little bit, because right now, game at number 2 draft is going to be happening.
BetBoom Team versus Virtus.pro. Game 2.
It's BetBoom this time with first pick, so we are going to see a change up in bans. I have no doubt about that one, what's going to be let through, but we'll see if they're willing to double down if Centaur gets through to pick that one up for themselves, if they're willing for it to be that much of a high priority and a first phase pick for them.
Yeah, for sure. There's also the Train Protector that they will take on first pick whenever they can, if it's given to them. Never Virtus.pro take it away, but I think this is one of the heroes that they also build their draft around very well. I mean, I feel like between the Train Protector and the Vengeful Spirit, those are Toronto Tokyo's most impactful supports this TI, and one of them does have to be taken out.
Okay, so the Bristleback for BetBoom as well, and then Chaos Knight for Virtus.pro.
10 seconds.
Just comparing it to the last ones. That means the Dazzle, the Storm, the Mirror, Virtus.pro are going to have to let one of those ones through.
This is one of the repercussions of the format, because entering the Road to TI, we didn't really see Chaos Knight as like the answer to Bristleback. A couple teams did it, and then suddenly we get to like week 2, week 3, and now the logic is always, is Bristle available? If so, we pick CK. They can't pick Bristle. If CK's banned, we can go Bristle. Like, there's a lot of mind games between these 2 heroes alone, and yeah, BetBoom themselves, they have first pick, they ban the Bristle, and then VP's like, wait a second, this hero's still very good, they ban out themselves. But yeah, these are kind of the 2 big heroes from the development, I think, of this new format.
I think CK's just like
also very good.
I think he's just the best hero of the tournament. Like, the map is so big, you sort of need heroes that like push lanes without their heroes actually having to be there. CK does that with Illusions. You want Carry that has a strong lane, and he can be flexed off lane. Like, we saw some like Entity, Gabby, like he really likes CK, and there's a lot of people playing it in pubs. This hero, I don't know, it's too much damage, too strong a lane, too much on the map. I think we probably won't see that hero unless people have like a very specific plan against him.
Is Muerta gonna make it through?
Would you rather her through or Dazzle through?
Depending on how you're gonna draft, I feel like, I just feel like when you give away this Muerta, it sets up for so many really strong offlanes for BetBoom, and then the flex there is just too good that you might honestly be better off giving the Dazzle away, but we'll see.
If you're in this position, Aoi, which one would you be feeling more confident that you'd have a plan for?
I mean, versus BetBoom, the thing is for both Muerta and Dazzle, they flex it. Like, I think Pure plays the Dazzle as well. Does Save play the Muerta? I'm actually not sure.
He does.
He does? Okay. I would probably be okay playing with both of them, honestly. Like, you want to go for a trade. Okay, Spearbreaker's sort of a good hero, I think.
Like, we're talking about Muerta, we're talking about Dazzle, we're talking about, then Spearbreaker hasn't even been hit yet. Like, the fact that VP, they ban out the Pugner and the Centaur from the previous game. We're now getting all these kind of big heroes in for VP. Are they going to quickly jump on a hero themselves? They also need to deal with Spearbreaker. This is a hero you need to shut down in laning phase. That's the key thing. They go for the Muerta themselves. Nice slows, some good fears, pretty good early aggression for sure, but for me, when I see Spearbreaker, you need to shut this hero down inside laning phase and force the 15-minute plus mark to be, I'm farming my Midas. If they go for the Octarine build still, it's still a lot of just backwards logic. Delay the inevitable of him just taking over the macro game.
Honestly, I think the plan for VP to play is Spearbreaker. Like, at first when I saw him, I was like, oh shit, Spearbreaker, like hero OP, you know? But I think the plan's not bad, because I think the hero won't really pressure any of VP safe lane. I think they should think that they really want to have a very solid safe lane and like have if you can put pressure on Pierre in this these teams matchup, I think VP comes out way ahead.
Yep.
I think Muerta already, like whether it's carry, whether it's 4, the 4 is really good at rotating to the safe lane, and the carry is like probably one of the strongest laner. I mean, we've seen like Spirit run some Tusk or Morta. I don't know, you have minus 50% attack speed level 2. So I think this is not a bad trade for VP at all right now.
I think in terms of gameplay, when I mentioned earlier that Pure on Centaur, Pure on Spiritbreaker really simplifies the game for BetBoom, it just enables them to fight on their own terms instead of kind of be consigned to the enemy's timings. And when you pick the Spiritbreaker for BetBoom, it's suddenly opening up the ability of your offlaner to play with something like a Storm Spirit from mid lane. And Aoi mentioned earlier how often BetBoom have been running the Coddle Storm, but it is something that Storm gets gunned out. But you need heroes like that from both lanes that can play with the Spirit Breaker, because if he doesn't have the strongest lane, if they're setting up for it from now, he just needs to be able to play with active heroes, specifically coming from mid lane.
I do like that every time we've talked about it, it's pretty much been the ban straight afterwards when we mentioned that Storm Spirit combo. It does leave Grimstroke there still in the pool, Virtus.pro favoring it for themselves, and they're going to pick it up, they're going to run it back, despite it obviously not giving them too much success in game 1.
I think they just need to make sure they have a better Inkswell target. Last game, they really didn't have anything that made the Grimstroke work, and they also sort of picked it into like a theoretically losing lane. I think this hero is strong when you're the one who's like running your opponent some small kill squad, 2-3 heroes, and you can really just catch your spells and let them go in.
10 seconds remaining. I like this Willow pick a lot, just because the Muerta flex in VP's draft is honestly addressed by the Willow flex. Like Willow conceptually, as a carry flex, plays very well into Muerta, because when Muerta ultis, you just press Shadow Realm, right? And you're on a lower cooldown than she is to be effective. But as the game progresses, Muerta is a much stronger hero in terms of sheer damage output, but Willow is the solution to it. She can play into it, and the flex is still open.
That's what we saw in the BetBoom TALON series game number 2. And it was, in the long run, Nightfall able to win it out on Muerta. So it's weird that now the tables are turned.
That was a close one, though.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
There were some suspicious buybacks in that game, to be fair. It could have gone either
way.
Yeah.
I feel like there's some sort of weird pressure on VP in the draft. Like, they feel like they have to ban the Storm, and then they feel like they have to take the Grim because they don't want to give them Grim Spiritbreaker. But like, I feel like Willow was a much more natural pick actually for VP. Like, it's a lot better for Spiritbreaker. You stop the charge with the Brambos. You're a decent kill threat on him. Just feels a bit more awkward for them.
And now they also set themselves up where BetBoom, their support duo, if it is going to be Willow support, which I would prefer, is super potent into any aggression from VP. You're playing into high ground tombstones. You've got, like Aoi already mentioned, the defensive capabilities of Willow. And then the lane as well. Spiritbreaker plus Dark Willow, quite an aggressive lane. If you step up and misplay, you're too far down the lane, there's actually kill potential. There's not a lot of combos that really give Spiritbreaker that much kill potential in lane, but Willow is one of those 4s that can bring it out. And it sets up for this just formidable safe lane once again, where it's going to be Undying plus I see 4 heroes pick my carry for Nightfall. That is going to be quite a scary situation for VP to deal with.
If this is a Muerta tough safe lane though, don't you think the Dark Willow Spiritbreaker lane's sort of hard? Like, I don't think you have any chance to really fight back into that.
No, yeah, it's not going to be the most optimal, but it's a playable. It's not really that playable.
I think
Spiritbreaker is such a weird hero. He doesn't win lane.
Like, yeah, BetBoom's laning is really good, so they might be able to get away with something. But I think in theory, like this Muerta Tusk should stomp Willow Spiritbreaker pretty hard. Like, I don't really see what you do on the Willow Spiritbreaker side. They just have so much damage, and Spiritbreaker already has low BAT. You put minus attack speed on that, he's not going to hit at all.
The trade-off is as well is like VP, they're seeing some Undying plus something, so it's like they pick a Doom for their off lane, and then Spiritbreaker, yes, it doesn't start the same way, but you can scale to the point where you have the same level of economy as a Doom once you have your Midas, your Octarine, etc. So it does feel like both teams are kind of copying each other, where Tusk plus Muerta in one safe lane, Undying plus 1 in another safe lane. The offlaners aren't meant to have fun in this game.
Yeah, the great thing about this Doom pick is that it addresses the potential of the Willow carry flex, because when you're playing against the Willow carry, you need these really strong ground damage cores. We saw BetBoom play into a Willow with a Pudge. I mean, conceptually, a Doom with an Aghanim Scepter later on should be able to address the Willow carry flex if they do choose to do that, so now I feel like they should be discouraged from it. Also, it synergizes so nicely with their Grimstroke. They were probably looking at it in the last game, but it got banned out by BetBoom. But you get the double Doom into Soulbind, you have an Inkswell carrier, and you also have a means to pressure whichever carry comes out from BetBoom, because the second Doom Grim get levels, they can just run down the carry. There are very few carries that can survive the Inkswell level 3 Scorched Earth tower dive.
Honestly, I think these side lanes are looking sort of good for VP right now. I think they have the right idea in this draft. Like, they felt like in the last game they got pressured so much in the safe lane, and they don't want to have that repeat. Said this lane, the only thing that I think they have to be careful of is that BetBoom, like this Willow Undying could be a strong lane, or if they pick a different carry with a counter pick, and the Undying can rotate pretty easily on a Morta carry. She's not very mobile. You don't really do anything when they drop this Tombstone behind you. So this could be like what BetBoom should start looking for. They even have the Invoker. I think, like in theory, like you can take like 1 or 2 points in the Invoker Exort, like level 5 or 6, and just go like some 2-2-2 build. And then with the Sunstrike and the Tombstone rotation, they can like sort of overwhelm this Morta Tuskar lane that's supposed to be really stable.
I just like the fact that both teams have the same kind of concept with their supports, where if the lanes do go well for them, then they'll use the twin gates, try and break the map. And for VP, that's what we were kind of lacking that previous game. They had very kind of backwards thinking supports, a lot of the please run at us and let us use our spells. So this is a development from game 1 for sure. And 2 big carry bans for VP, Luna, Terrorblade. When you have Doom offlane, with the Undying, again, you're expecting free farm for this hero, so taking out some of these bigger statement carries for Nightfall. Good old Wraith King, okay.
This is the traditional historic Doom counter, right? You get doomed, you reincarnate. You can also just, with the Axe build that a lot of people are doing, it allows you to play for longer fights, it allows you to play for tempo. But I don't necessarily think it shuts down Doom in lane, if I'm being completely honest. I feel like it gives them a timing to play on. It gives them a way to play into the Exort that Aoi talked about, the potential Sunstrike on side lanes. It gives them another stun to do it, but I don't necessarily think it's the shutdown hero that they needed.
This is a very different game for BetBoom, I feel. Like, when you have Spearbreaker and Wraith King in your side lanes, it's a lot of farm that you need, and then you're expecting Invoker maybe to fill in the gap there with Undying Willow. And on the flip side for VP, they, I mean, kind of also relatively greedy as well, but I think there's a little bit more points of aggression, just because Tusk and Grim, they can do a lot of things in this map and actually seek a lot of engagements. But yeah, I think VP have improved drastically from game 1 to game 2. This is a much better draft from them.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I think this Kunkka pick in particular, like, it's going to be a completely different Kunkka game than last time. He has a lot of things to play with, and he's going to have a good lane, and it's going to make all the difference on this hero. I also think the Wraith King pick is pretty good. I think just because there's a Grimstroke in the Doom's lane, I think you can sort of swing that lane that way. The Skeletons are really strong now. Like, they keep buffing them, and I think with Undying, like, they have insane kill potential when they hit level 2. Like, I think we're going to see it snowball either really hard for the Wraith King, or the Doom will, like, sort of get to Vanguard and start, like, cutting ways and be very independent.
What do you see as the win condition for each team here?
I think the win condition for BetBoom is if they break VP safe lane. If they're able to get a gate rotation onto this Morta, I think the lineup will sort of, like, you're too vulnerable on too many sides, and the Doom doesn't really want to rotate. Kunkka's really not that fast a hero. And for VP, they just need to make sure their lanes are really solid.
Alrighty, there we go. We know what they have to do. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. But first, it's BetBoom's coach.
Thank you so much, everybody. I am here with Maelstrom, our wonderful translator, and Volk. You taught me to say that. Thank you so much. Great draft that we saw in game 1. Excellent draft in game 2. But Spearbreaker first pick. I mean, very reminiscent of the road to the International. Have you guys learned anything since that road? Has your opinion changed on any hero?
Отличная первая игра, классный драфт во второй. Вы опять используете Bristleback и Dark Willow. Это те же герои, что вы использовали в групповой стадии. Вы что-то новое для себя вот за эти дни вынесли после групповой стадии? И если да, то что?
Конечно, мы с каждой игрой выносим для себя что-то полезное. Но если отвечать конкретно, то все увидите в будущем.
Yeah, of course, we found some. But if I want to answer, you will see in the future.
Oh, okay, you're okay. That confident, huh? Easy 2-0?
2-0.
Посмотрим.
We'll see.
Oh, come on. All right. Well, fantastic. I guess we will see. Are you ready to throw it to the game? We can tell you, just point at that camera and say, casters. What do you think?
Ну, скажи, кого ты думаешь, кто победит?
Я думаю, победит дружба.
Friends will win. Friendship.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to our casters.
Hey, we got him. That was amazing. I love seeing it too because, like, at some point I thought I heard him say Twitch chat. I'm not sure if that was correct.
I don't think he was asking Slacks' questions. No, that's for the better.
That's the way it should go.
I heard Bristleback Will. I don't remember Slacks saying those.
But it is one of those moments, too, is going into game number 2, where you got to be feeling good. It's the coach of BetBoom. My goodness, they came in, rocked the house. They had a perfectly prepared draft to deal with this Spectre that has been a terror for every team that's faced off against Virtus.pro. And now going into this one, they come up with an answer to the Doom early on. They've got this Wraith King that's going to be played by Nightfall. Let's see if they have what it takes. And this time around, at the very least, they're saying, okay, we're going to give Squadix instead the Kunkka.
Yeah, so a much better matchup, obviously. And to be fair, the lane action went fairly well in the previous game for Notice, considering the situation, it being such a hard counterpick. But now, you know, you have the counterpick, right? You got the Kunkka and the Invoker. This is the matchup that a lot of the Kunkka players want to get. So hoping to get some great rotations in this game. Coming into it, though, I gotta say, sometimes you can get stomped and you throw it away to draft or something, and maybe they could do that. Be like, okay, yeah, we tried our Spectre, they were obviously ready, and it didn't work out. But the level of just clinical play that BetBoom had, that was terrifying. They barely made mistakes that entire game. So Virtus.pro, I hope they had a really good talking to there from G, try and set their emotions straight here into this next one.
Yeah, figure out what they need to do differently and seeing if they've come up with answers. That one hurts right there, even just losing out. I mean, this is a lane that I feel like should be going a little bit better through the first wave for Squadix. We'll see if that does come back to haunt it. But, dude, when you get the Torrent and still getting denied, GPK is in his head. This is a very strong performance. You can see him just spamming Invoke right in front of him. GPK is feeling himself.
It's actually so nasty. All right, okay, yeah, we better look somewhere else. We gotta find some hope here. We got Notice on the scaling hero down bottom. We got Pure on the most terrifying of heroes here. It was getting a little bit low, but we'll be okay.
Right, and this is something that they were talking about during the panel. Ali was talking about how strong this Muerta Tusk lane can be, and as you see, Sage just barely getting away from all those zombies and skeletons. I mean, Halloween is around, you know?
They're awful.
Yeah.
Skeletons and zombies. Oh, wait, hold up, though.
Finding Pure, chase down, one more hit. Kiritich, able to draw that first blood.
It's really hard to get carries that maximize so nicely with the Tusk, as you were just about to point out, right? This idea of actually utilizing the tag team, it's much more often seen in terms of a position 4+ offlaner situation, where you just hard commit on top of them every time. But with the Muerta, you don't have to hard commit. It's just, if FNG gets the good position, then you can do it with a, but oh, they immediately want to try and punish. Great shot there, though, from Kiritich. Will fear Pure off of him.
Yeah, I mean, like you're saying, you can sort of just walk in with the Tusk, and if you get a good dead shot, if you get a good calling, they're going to be in a dangerous situation. And we'll watch how these lanes do work out. They've equalized again a little bit in the mid lane, and down bottom, trying to play for this 3-minute Lotus. Who's quicker? FNG. Who's going to get it? Charge now connects. Snowball the dodge. And the turn onto Pure, looking for a dead shot maybe. Got to be careful, pulled back in. Has to walk away from the brambles though. FNG taking too much damage, still has obviously a lot of regen.
Has a blood grenade stashed away too, so might find an opportunity a little bit later to actually get aggressive here. But I mean, last game our first blood was 3 minutes 19. Same-ish here, just before the 3-minute mark, but already a lot more aggression. More trades back and forth, it feels like, in this game than our last one.
GPK keeps on finding these denies. This is not something that's supposed to happen. I mean, you look, granted, different now because he's a universal hero. GPK's damage has been building into it by getting this Bracer, Crown, Circlet. He's trying to go for like a maxed out right-click build, which is pretty nifty, and getting into the Solar Crest as quick as possible.
All the last that's looking kind of all right, though, across the board. Here, the only one a little bit behind here due to some charging aggression that he's been opting for here, and of course the kill in the bottom lane. But other than that, pretty chillaxed here. And one of the best things that I would say for Virtus.pro this game is Noticed here, as I'm going to curse him.
Oh, yeah.
As they rotate around on him.
Oh, man. They're getting through all of the summons. Like I say, that's the skeletons, it's the zombies.
Like I said, game looking much better for Noticed here because he's on this big scaling hero, right? This has been a lot of success for Virtus.pro. Not so great there. Yeah, I played against this like yesterday or 2 days ago, this Undying and Wraith King, and I just looked at my hero and I was dead. The summons are brutal.
They're devastating. Pure, he's getting punched a couple of times, walk in and actually able to dodge away from those brambles. But Kiritich definitely off to a better start than he had in the last game. Across the board, actually. All of the lanes seeming to do decently for VP.
See if they can actually find a second kill here this time, and see if they can also make use of these twin gates, of course, as we heard T mention in there on the panel.
Definitely is feeling good, though. I like this build that he is going for as a charge down bottom. FNG could think about going again when he has the next round of his abilities up. Deadshot pushes Pure in closer. Yeah, Muerta's having a free time.
She's doing a great job here. Like, Kiritich does an excellent job here. And he's just constantly keeping the pressure up as much as he can, right? Every little right click that you can get, of course, getting maximized there with the help of the gunslinger. Really trying to keep this pressure on so they don't feel comfortable diving you.
Oh, maybe a little bit of a miscommunication up top. Thought that they wanted to go in for an Inkswell play, but was not actually in position to do just that. So, at least at this early going with Earn done, we'll see if Invoker wants to maybe get active if he gets lucky with one of these runes or has other people rotate into his lane. Already, VP, they're bringing 3 mid. So trying to set up to stack the camps, it looks like, with the Grimstroke, while Toronto Tokyo is going to rotate across through the Twin Gate. Thought about it. They're going to make a move now onto Kiritich. Potentially. Tombstone down, and yes, they are. Drops down the Blood Grenade, wants to hunt. The Fear pushes one away. Can Kiritich survive through this? Trying to take down that zombie house. One more hit, it's there. Toronto Tokyo will come through with save for the finish. But in the end, FNG able to get a return kill.
I get one trade, but it's certainly favoring BetBoom, of course, to slow down this Muerta, a hero who's trying to get as much fire as possible in the early game. Up top as well, the stun on the Notice here with the chase down of the Skellies, just loses half of his HP. That's a tough one here. Still has the highest net worth, though, as you can see on the predictions there for everyone watching in game on our Muerta.
7-minute mark coming around now, and Virtus.pro last game were able to steal away the double Wisdom rune. This time around, it does look like BetBoom Team are in a better position to go and claim those ones, so should be a trade-off of one apiece.
I remember at that point it was already looking pretty rough for Virtus.pro.
Oh yeah.
We were kind of happy they managed to actually get the Wisdom rune, so this time, of course, things a lot more stable here. But Pure on the Spirit Breaker, you know he just wants to break open this mid game, right?
Oh, yeah.
You've all been watching Spirit Breaker. You've probably been playing against Spirit Breaker. Hopefully not playing Spirit Breaker, I'd hope. None of you out here. You know, these Midas Octarine gamers all over the place.
It does become really disgusting. And again, if you're tuning in for the first time in a while, and you're like, Spirit Breaker Core, what the heck's going on? You're going to see this guy run all over the map, just farm up absolutely everything. He might end up with the most last hits by the end of this game. Just
it has happened.
That's how it works.
Yeah, you just charge right through that creep wave, you get all that gold, life's good.
Oh boy.
Let's see if they can slow down this Spirit Breaker at all here.
Or he might die like 10 times. That could happen.
Yeah, you know, that's also possible.
Give and you take. EMP always hurts. Kunkka losing all that mana. Toronto Tokyo shows up. They're actually charging now. Bringing in numbers. Are they trying to bait this in? Snowball going at the same time. Squad X, he gets the boat off though. And now the catch. Is it going to be enough for the kill?
They got him. Not 2 games in a row.
That's right. Not going to drop that time. And with the actually Tombstone down, they'll farm that up too. VP looking great.
I mean, that's got to feel great after that last match, right? I mean, he spends the entire time just terrorizing you, and you finally bring him down.
Let's see if they can continue that type of a play as this game gets later and later. A lucky bash. Keeps Pure perfectly fine and dandy. And in the meantime, we talked about this as a counter. The one plus side for Doom is that you should be able to farm pretty safely in this one.
As the Vanguard, right? Been waiting for
that. They bring everybody and he gets Caster Curse. That's a possibility too.
We gotta stop talking about Notice.
Honestly.
Every time we bring it up, he's near death here.
Manages to get out before too much extra aggression comes in as the 9-minute mark comes around.
Somewhat failed rotation from GPK, but circles right back for a bounty rune. Toronto Tokyo happy to spend a little bit of time here in the mid lane here. He's level 5 in this Undying, trying to get to level 6. Spear's gonna run into FNG here.
Oh, stun.
All right, gotta watch the...
Oh, he's gonna get the kill.
Jeez, I thought they might need like a dead shot play or something there, but between the silence and the Grimstroke, not a chance at all. They do have a lot of frustrating lockdown early on for the Spirit Breaker, actually.
Yeah, it's frustrating to play against. I mean, you know, there aren't many things that he hates to play into, but if you can catch him before he gets that Charger Bulldoze off, it definitely hurts. Now the move in towards mid. Squad X does have enough to get the boat off, and actually finding Toronto Tokyo. Gonna pull him back in even closer. Snowball onto the Invoker as Toronto Tokyo drops lower and lower. The dead shot goes out, but the slow is there. Virtus.pro ready to fight back in game 2. FNG a little interesting.
FNG's crushing it. 1-0-4 in this Tusk. He's a part of so many of these kills right now. 5 out of the 6. GPK, oh, immediately cancels that regen. What a frustrating fellow.
See if they can catch him out, and yeah, actually throwing a couple of tips around.
They got some respect back and forth here for the mid players.
I mean, you got to imagine Squadix after that last game has been like, you bullied me all freaking game. I'm going to try and pull this one back.
Do you think he's just like, he definitely doesn't have Exort, right, guys? You know, he's farming on top of a Watcher there.
No chance.
He does just get his first point now at level 8, though. Nasty Sunstrike's about to come out.
Down bottom. Tusk is kind of in a deep position, is going to run into a lot along with Nightfall. So they pass by each other. This is everybody from BetBoom. They brought the house.
Yeah, Charge not up for another 10 seconds here, but there's Skelly's hitting this tower with a catapult. I think Kirtich is going to start farming his way back towards the base.
Yeah, they got to get out.
Closing in on that Maelstrom to really increase that farm speed and try and stay on top of the net worth board here.
Well, and you got to imagine, too, in a game like this, this is really important that you start to get some good momentum for Virtus.pro. This is a young team. This is a team that hasn't played on the main stage a ton at many different tournaments. And on an elimination game, if you suddenly start dropping a couple kills here or there, the game doesn't go the way you want it to, it could go bad. But these type of kills, if you can secure them, are a nice little injection. So Kiritich makes the move. They're going to give the kill over to that Muerta.
So important to slow him down before that Midas. And also catching him before the Willow is level 6, because you're almost playing a bit defensively there on save, right? And, well, he's trying to make some saves, but doesn't have the Terrorize yet. Try and back up the Spirit Breaker.
See if they can keep these feet under him and keep this momentum going for Virtus.pro. And for BetBoom, I mean, again, you have a lineup that can play somewhat high tempo, but of course, again, it's Invoker trying to get into the Midas, become that scaling hero that we've come to see. 7-2 right now is the score. Only 1,000 gold separating the two squads. Stacks on stacks going to be claimed here.
Much faster pacing here for the Kunkka in this one. Nice Squadix. Thinking about joining up with this push, but waves are coming in mid, so.
Instead, going to go on to GPK. They find him there. Snowball Inkswell got him caught and can't dispel it with that tornado. They do have the ghost ship already out, but not going to be enough for the kill with multiple people coming in. Well, can they get the kill here? This would be huge. If Squadix goes down, he's in trouble. Snowbind, is it going to be enough? No, Kirsten shows up and turns the fight. That is what they needed.
Oh my goodness, the XP on save is killing them right now. He was so close to 6. They could have turned everything, right?
Yeah.
One Terrorize, one Bedlam, even just putting that right on top of Pure while he charges in, and suddenly you're the ones who are getting aggressive getting these kills. At least GPK does survive.
Could have made the difference there. And they won't be able to pressure the mid tower too much. It's still down below half HP. But this is a window too where, like, you look at GPK, he wants that first Spirit Vessel charge. Any kill right now is so high value.
He's been trying it for a while. As him and Pure both working on the golden gloves right now, while Noticed is utilizing his already on the Doom.
Nightfall trying to get towards that Radiance. There's going to be a window. And, you know, the other thing the panel talked about, the combination that you can have later with Doom paired together with Grimstroke in terms of the Inkswell. But, of course, the other one's going to be that Soulbind Doom. Can definitely,
2 Dooms?
I know, right? It's pretty good.
That's pretty exciting.
Well, smoke now. BetBoom Team going to look for somebody.
Trying to use this ward that they have up ahead here, but it's not spawning a whole lot for them, so they're going to start wrapping around behind Noticed instead. He's full HP with a tier 1 and a Vanguard.
Also has
Where's my team?
Serenity.
Where's my
Drop
team?
him down. Is there any help at all? Tries to get out of there. Sage, the Soulbind turn he wanted to do, but not going to go for it. Instead, the Snowball. And now the Dead Shot connects onto both. The Leash is there. Do they have enough for the kill? Nightfall Chase Shards just barely off the mark, but the X. They move in now with Squadix. Going to catch onto him. Hit some good damage. The boat is just off the mark. Still enough for the kill. GPK, he's going to try and turn this. The Fear pulls back in.
My goodness.
The Wraith King and just obliterates.
Where'd he go?
Pierce the Veil way too strong. And though they lose the Doom, VP keep this momentum going and even find a dead shot. Wait a minute, save. He might be in some trouble. Inkswell, can they get it off in time for the stun? Yes, they will. Sayuj, right on time.
Okay, Virtus.pro says we got a series here, folks. 15 minutes in, 12-3 in a 4K lead going the way to Virtus.pro. Things looking so much better for them.
It is definitely turned around. And know, that you start to build some momentum, and suddenly BetBoom Team, how are they going to respond to this? Obviously, still they've got a lot of their draft left to unpack and time to come for them to start feeling better, but they got to start thinking about maybe shoving out all these waves and just buying time with the Midases or something.
And how much time are you going to get?
Right.
How similar will Virtus.pro play this game compared to how BetBoom did last time? Getting across that river, getting into your jungle, taking away this space to farm. And, well, similarly, BetBoom probably going to be waiting on that Radiance. Much like Kirtich was on the Spectre, that's going to be the problem for Nightfall here on this Wraith King.
So time will be on the side, most likely of BetBoom if they can get there, but that could be a big ask for them. And now, 15 minutes in, it does kind of feel like Roche taking potential for both teams is quite high if they find themselves in a decent position. Obviously, Pierce the Veil, you can take it so quickly, and then the Flesh Golem from Toronto Tokyo.
Oh, Pure.
But this kill, this is a good one to get.
The chain disable.
Can they bring them down all the way? Pure tried to get the charge off, but they clean it up with the Kunkka. A pretty good answer overall. That mid tower still not down yet, though.
Skeletons pushing out in the top lane. You had Toronto Tokyo has just been jungling on Undying, trying to get towards a pipe, trying to help the team out, knowing that that aggression is coming and seeing this massive magical damage that they have inside of Virtus.pro between the Kunkka and the Muerta.
Wow. The rest of the Virtus.pro squad, they're going to head on into the jungle and see if they can find somebody. Now, there is a ward, so BetBoom Team, they see this.
Ooh, save, not spotted there.
Yeah, that's nice. So they saw the ward being placed down underneath their own sentry, and immediately you can see BetBoom evacuate. Although GPK, wait a minute, if he shows on this creep wave, they might go, or thinking about Nightfall, moving in, bottom. This is a pretty deep dive. There's TP rotations coming in, going up towards this high ground area. You got to be careful. Are you going in it too far right now on Virtus.pro? The Terrorize is there too. FNG is in no man's land, but the turn. Looking for a chase down. They get the dead shot to pull him back into position, and the double doom. It actually works out for him. They're going to bring down the Undying. I think he dies.
Oh, get him, get him.
Yes, they will. Nightfall able to move in.
Save still on the run here. Will escape down to the south. Should be all right. As they make their way back towards that mid lane. GBK, however, has cut all the way up top here and is going to try and push this out.
Try and pull that. Noticed. Eats up the creep. Mjolnir next on the docket. GPK is over here. Still not easy, and yeah, they're going to get the D ward. Sage so retreats before any extra action comes through. And at this 18-minute mark, he's already thinking about that Aghanim Scepter on the Grimstroke. So wanting to have that big answer to Nightfall when he comes around.
Yeah, and of course he's getting up there now too with that Radiance. Very close after getting a kill in that last fight and managing to not go down. When they started that initiation on a Nightfall, it was like 15 seconds till his ulti was back up, so could have gone poorly if it wasn't for all the assistance that came through from Toronto Tokyo on that TP.
Yeah. Well, the next couple of minutes are going to be pretty telling as to what the pace of this game looks like. Squadix trying to get into that Aghanim Scepter, and I want to see what the next set of items are. If with no BKBs, there is a window here where maybe BetBoom can do something.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of that comes down to Pure, right? And this is one of the most tenderized pieces of beef I've ever seen. He's 0-6-1.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Yeah, Spirit Breaker's not usually down that low at this tournament so far.
That means it's less tough, isn't it?
Well, I mean, he's been beat so many times.
Okay,
that's what I'm saying.
Gotcha.
He's 0-6-1.
I see.
So he's tenderized. Yeah. It's a lot funnier when you explain it.
Yeah, I think so.
So thanks for the help on that.
Listen, I can't turn off my chef brain, okay?
Gotcha.
This is the curse I'm afflicted with. 19 minutes and getting close to and now completing Octarine. Dude, he's so big on this.
He's just better Spirit Breaker. He's just, that's a nice build, you know?
He's a monster. Yeah, Noticed is going to start popping off here pretty soon. If they can get this Blink Dagger online and then into the BKB, that's going to be that window they're looking for.
And of course the BKB as well onto Kirtich, right?
Oh yeah.
Get this nice, safe Muerta. That's the idea. Really help them push forward on the map, get whatever objective they want as they create some space for her.
Well, some laughs coming out from GPK as they buy as much time as they possibly can. And I mean, the next window that I feel like you might look for, have they even been able to, they have taken down that mid-tier 1 tower at the very least for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, the Ag's definitely the big thing, I think, there too, right, for Squadix. Yeah. Certainly hoping to grab that up on the Kunkka, move forward from there. Best targets to take down in the fight, probably the 2 supports. I mean, they've done a really good job of just cleaning up Pure super fast. I don't know how long that'll last. The Bulldoze levels are coming through, but they also have some spells that the Bulldoze isn't really going to help you with. So, depending on the positioning, that could be the hero they grab. But I think just getting Toronto Tokyo before Tombstone's obviously the big goal. So, expect to see him kind of lurking a bit, I think, in these fights to make sure he survives. I'll see if Notice will survive here as GPK is stalking from the Ghost Walk.
Ready, ready, ready. Finds him immediately, and with no BKB and Octarine Core, it's a lot of damage out. Turns with the Doom. Okay, now moving in. There's more heroes in the area. Sayud shows up. FNG there too. The stun. They have a snowball save. Can they get there in time? Notice they pull him through, chase down, and connect onto GPK for the finish. Yes. Notice kills him off, now tries to walk out. Notice is actually living. The charge is going to be enough, though, to bring him down in the end. Save trying to escape under the cover of that Glimmer Cape. Torrent connects, and the X marks the spot. Enough to finish him off. It is going to be a trade of 2 apiece, though.
I mean, considering the situation, maybe okay for BetBoom?
Yeah.
A little bit. I mean, they get the gold advantage, the XP advantage just a little bit. They're doing it on the Radiant side of the map, so they shouldn't be punished too hard for this. Now, there is one objective down here that they're eyeing, and that might be the Roche.
Could be good. Yeah, and you can see just how much they were able to clean that one up. As Notice realized, hey, you know what? We can take the fight right now. I am tanky as it can be. But wasn't able to survive through it all at the end of the day. As the next couple of minutes here, I'm also thinking a little bit about the way that these fights might make out and the way that Virtus.pro want to play it. You mentioned earlier that it was like the fast tempo that they might be looking for. Do you think that they need to play with that fast tempo if BetBoom gets to a later stages? How scary is that team?
It certainly depends on the pacing of the Spirit Breaker, I think. Right now, you're kind of feeling okay about it because he's a little bit behind. You know, we've seen some Spirit Breakers that are considerably out of control at this point. But I do think it's important that they grab this Aegis. They're kind of down here, mulling about for a little bit here. Maybe we just want to ensure that the creeps are actually hitting that tier 1 tower down bottom first. They take it super fast. It's not a big deal. They're not going to use the Pierce the Veil, though. They don't want to use Merit's ultimate right now because they want to ensure that they save that. So it'll take slightly longer, but that's okay.
Right, no real contention coming in, but we have seen a lot of these fights around the Roche pit where FNG, don't die, dude. A lot of these fights are on the Roche pit where, you know, Muerta pops ultimate, they take it quick, but then the fight happens afterwards and you lose the fight because you don't have the ultimate.
Oh my goodness, but you know, you're seeing it now though from Pure, right? Okay, yeah. He's got 4 points bulldoze, he just walks into the middle of that wave bottom, or in the mid lane, he just bulldozes, charges through, gone. Whole wave's eliminated, and now, all right, now we're in trouble. So you can have a 2K lead by the time he gets the Midas Octarine here. With a Doom on your team, this would be a humongous kill for them.
Can they get him? Oh, chase. They purge. Oh, the purge creep. No bulldoze.
He's
and Doom.
That.
TP out. Do they have a way to break it? He needs something. Oh my goodness, he gets away. And actually still burning down in the fountain. All the meantime, they are starting to lose this Willow. Stun is there. With the water park, it's enough for the kill. But Pure does survive in fountain.
Yes, a little bit terrifying. If you haven't played Dota in a while, you no longer heal when you're doomed. So can be a bit spooky.
But you can TP out, which just feels wrong every time I see it.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I'm very confused right now.
Yeah.
All right, well, pressuring with this Aegis, sweeping across the map here, knowing that it's going to be very hard for them to get punished for this. And you're just going to be seeing Pure moving through, trying to catch as many waves as possible. Slow this game down. I would be feeling pretty okay with this game if I was BetBoom.
Yeah. I mean, there's definitely, problems that have come up, but only a 2,000 gold lead at 24 minutes. This definitely can go either way, and it's going to depend a lot more on the team fights. I think back to the last game, and when Virtus.pro was in the BetBoom position that they were in, it was feeling really impossible to do anything. This time, BetBoom feel like they can still kind of do what they want. But it is going to be a shard picked up for save.
Oh, very helpful in these team fights.
KB's done. Yeah, I don't know. Taking a fight now for VP I mean, it's not going to be easy. They really have to make sure that they're hitting their spells right and that they're getting some kills either before BKBs come out or they kite them afterwards.
I think that what's important right now is just cleaning up the tier 2s, because I do think that's very easy for them in the current setup. Because there's no BKB on the Spirit Breaker, they can just make their way through the map, clear up these tier 2s as they go. The problem is with the Midas and the Octarine on the Spirit Breaker, you can see it right now in the minimap. He's just moving around, clearing every single wave instantly. So his gold is starting to, like, he's actually passing by the Doom despite them being in a disadvantageous map position because of this.
Well, and look at also how spread out BetBoom is on the map. Like, they're everywhere.
But
and all of VP is stuck right behind this Kiritich Muerta.
Like, he was just behind their tier 2 top and he just annihilates the entire wave. He just appears, charges through, wave is gone.
Yeah.
All of that gold into his pockets.
It's going to start to become an issue.
I'll take your Ancients while I'm at it.
Yeah, why not?
Okay, too scared. Couldn't finish him off.
So the rest of VP play together, and you can see the gold lead contracting. That's because they're playing so close and grouped up. BetBoom, they know that, you know, this is where VP is at. In a way, I feel like if VP play this sort of like passive, steady style, eventually BetBoom are going to eclipse them. I feel like they need to do some type of a smoke play or something at the same time. Throw some trickery in there. We'll see.
Getting the tier 2s is the big thing, right? That is what's going to help. The catapults are doing a lot of work. They're a lot harder to bring down. So just getting to the tower like this was very helpful.
Kiritich forced back for a moment while the waves obliterated.
He's just having a time.
Off to the races.
And he's got that, man, he was working on this BKB, like he was so far away.
Yeah.
And he just kills all these waves and now it's just there.
And he's underneath wards and they just can't do anything to stop it. The wave's gone, Pure runs out. And if he just goes through the gate now, all this movement that's been going on is going to be for nothing.
Someone's queuing up a pub right now. They're like, I want to do that.
Yeah.
That looks fun.
I mean, that's the thing too, is like this was a first pick hero for a reason. There's been a reason that has consistently been banned out.
He's just climbing the ranks. He's just going up the ladder. He's catching up to Nightfall.
Yeah.
Oh, look, another creep wave here. Oh, bye. Oh, that's fun.
Shame if something were to happen to it. Can they catch him here though? Underneath the ward, they see Pure, they know he's here. Squad X tries to get in range and they will get him with the X.
And yet
he's gone.
Yep.
Just like that.
But BKB charged down.
True.
Man, getting that wave earlier was so huge for BetBoom too. Like, I feel like they should have lost this mid tower.
Yeah.
You know, but just cutting and cutting constantly. Like, he's just down bottom again. All right, I swear, I'll look at something else, I promise. But it's kind of hard.
It's true. I mean, there is a very clear way that VP are trying to play, which is pushing in these waves, getting the rest of the tier 2 towers with the duration of this Aegis. But there's 10 seconds left. Are they going to try and go on him here now?
It's spotting all the backliners. They know where Notice is. They saw where FNG was lurking. They're thinking about a play here.
As the Aegis expires, but no, they're not going to go for it. They do get the tier 2, though.
Okay, and they got the Blink Dagger up on Nightfall, right? GBK still a little bit low on the mobility. But Nightfall. He doesn't go.
BetBoom, they're thinking about it. Chasing, blink forward, stun is out, but the Terrorize to follow. It's a lot committed to go, but they find another. Now the Soulbind connects onto 2, the Doom connects onto both of them also. Tusk is not in this fight. The BKB is there, wants to chase. Kiritich beating into them. So much damage out with that Pierce the Veils. They kill him off once. GPK, BKB running in. Toronto Tokyo still alive. They decided not to buy back on this Tusk. So taking this fight without him, Notice is going to fall. And just like that, it is going to be a fight. It feels like won by BetBoom.
I mean, they're on their side of the map. They get back. They get the DD rune after. They get the gold advantage as well with the 2 kills to the 1. Pure, you know, dying. It's okay. He'll find some more farm.
Oh, yeah. Well, and showing the danger. I mean, this lineup, things are definitely starting to tilt more and more into the favor of BetBoom as we're getting later. And this next Roche is going to become, it feels like, the very important turning point.
They have just completely dominated them in terms of map movements, like truly. I mean, this shows why the Spirit Breaker, like, we saw how much he was struggling.
Yeah.
Right? 0-6-1 started this game. Couldn't get anything going, constantly being silenced up. The calling was there from the Muerta. Little phantoms are hopping on top of him from Grimstroke, Soulbinds, everything you can imagine. Just killing him over and over again. And then Midas Octarine is complete, and suddenly he is a BKB and is 4th on the net worth.
It is pretty insane how much and how quickly that can start to stack up.
Oh, he's doing the, we've seen this play quite a bit as well from the Spirit Breaker players, where they bring out their courier to charge that camp. Very useful. It's helpful to just have it here the whole time as well, right? So you always have an escape mechanism.
I think that there's still some of the settings that you can do where you can hotkey your courier, or rather your vision to a specific hotkey too.
Yep, you can do that too, yeah.
Some of the old tech. But 18-8, and what has felt like a somewhat of a slow, beat down game that was looking good for VP has definitely stalled out, and they've gotten what they wanted.
It's such cerebral play from BetBoom is what it is.
Oh yeah?
I mean, this Spirit Breaker, it's just, it's too genius.
Exactly. It's too hard to comprehend how complex this hero is.
It's truly something masterful. I mean, he's calculating these angles, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. When will the next creep wave come? He just knows. It's like they're on a timer.
Well, to be honest, when I tried doing it, I couldn't do it. Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, he didn't get me first. I mean, he still has TP.
Okay. He doesn't want a TP. He's just going to another strike a creep and get out of there.
Fair enough.
Okay.
Right. Oh, I guess there was a task.
Yeah,
so that makes sense.
Good point.
Yep, we are smart casters.
Well done. Gets out of trouble, gets back out on the map. Gonna be fine and dandy. Man. Yeah, I guess that's the thing too, is that like having the Tusk, you need something. Eventually, you think about it, maybe level 25 for Doom. Perfect. We could have another way to break it. You can get the mute out finally again. And this might be one of those games that starts to go the distance.
Well, it's definitely looking that way. I mean, they're waiting for the next Roche before they want to move again.
Yeah.
Did not get everything they would hope to achieve, I'm sure, on that last one. Still have the tier 2 bottom, just missing the tier 2 mid. I mean, that was a massive win for BetBoom that they held so much of the space on the map through that first Aegis. And now moving into lurking for the second one here. It will be a Radiant side Roche, and they're going to know that as well.
Right. A minute gives them pretty good window where VP should be able to claim it. Now, this feels like it's much more likely to be one of those where you maybe think about piercing the veil and just getting it as quickly as you can. Based upon how they're set up, they might try and defend this area. That's an AC done for the Wraith King, but it's the same time that Grimstroke completed the Ags.
Yeah, so we were talking about that for a while. Been working on it for a long time. Looking for a copy of one of these big heroes.
Gotta watch for this now. Aghanim's also done on Squad X. This fight might be insane.
So they have vision behind themselves on BetBoom, but none up ahead. There is vision in the lane currently. Ob Sentry combo for Virtus.pro as Notice does pop.
Breaks it.
Knows they're nearby.
Hides behind
Save just goes for the big ward.
He gets it down. That's good vision.
They do Sentry for it though, so Virtus.pro immediately want to move away from that area. Don't want to fight under a ward here from BetBoom.
The vision becomes paramount. They have one down in the lane, which is pretty good.
They're just gonna
for VP. Oh my God, this is a crazy play. Wait a minute, they pop Pierce the Veil and they're just going to take the Roche. If they can get it in time, and look at this.
Yeah, they know they want to wrap.
BetBoom, they're taking too long, but the Sunstrike is there. They're going to come in.
Now they're coming in.
Are they going to be too late? FNG, he's really low. Gets the Sove off. Trying to back out. He walks in and he gets it though. Kiratip snatches the Aegis, forced Staff to get out of trouble. Now connection. Doom, does he have enough damage? The connection of both. That's a Doom onto Spirit Breaker. Pretty solid. And look at the deeps.
Oh, they got a Spirit Breaker of their own.
Can they get it? Any way to break it? No. GBK will get out. But the play, that is a big ball play going for VP. Holy moly.
That is so terrifying versus Invoker and Spirit Breaker, right? Like he did the Sunstrike for the vision, the charge through, and not able to clean it up though. Great play, especially using the Pierce the Veil too, right? Because you're not going to have it for the fight afterward.
Exactly. Oh man, that was close. That was on a knife's edge.
All right, well, we'll see if they can be a bit more successful out here on the map compared to that last game. They struggled a little bit here as GPK's Courier is in a precarious position here looking for a Lincoln Sphere.
Man.
Sneaking around.
Well, Blink Dagger now done for the Tusk too. 20-8. And I mean, so with this Aegis, how much do you feel like you need to get done for VP now? Because, you know, you've sort of reclaimed some more of that, the power. You can try and push high ground maybe if you want, but that doesn't feel great either.
Yeah, it is tough. I mean, obviously getting a big kill out of the map is what really determines it, right? You know, there's a haste rune up there. Maybe that could help. Give yourself something in terms of the actual catch around this map, but getting good vision down and trying to get a pick outside of the base to enable you to go for a tier 3, and then you have this threat of like win condition if you get a buyback on someone. That's what you're hoping for right now as Virtus.pro. But also just getting huge objectives like Wisdom Runes and Tormentors could be good as we approach the 35-minute mark.
Well,
steal this one away here. And they already have a lot of shards, so that one's going to go all the way up to Noticed.
That's a nice one. Gets what he needs there. And we didn't even really get to see that much of the Dark Portrait in that last fight.
I did see a Spirit Breaker running around there, so just getting stuff done. Of course, that could have been the planar pocket.
Right, that's a good point.
Who knows?
The planar pocket.
Coming into clutch.
I mean, it's scary. If you actually manage to steal that one away with Bulldoze going on, it'd be pretty nifty. But nonetheless, it is BetBoom holding their high ground. The pings come out. They're going to tempt this. VP getting a little antsy.
And there's that Wisdom Rune steal. Nice positioning from Notice to keep that on his mind. But of course, Pure has the same thought. He is charging that top lane. He wants their Wisdom Rune, but he has to cancel. He's going to try and cut this wave mid, trying to slow down this push.
Snowball.
Oh, Pure's not here.
The Force Staff away. He's in trouble now. FNG in no man's land is just going to die. They do manage to claim the tier 3 tower, but Tusk just in deep wanted to find that punch and then maybe a dead shot back or something.
And Pure is just going for the waves in the mid. Are they going to try and stop him at all, or is he just going to get away with it?
No,
he can't keep getting away with this. But he is.
And he's probably going to get the Wisdom Rune too. He's out across, maybe a little bit too afraid yet.
Squonix is on it, yeah. I had a feeling he might show up.
So VP, and you can see the 36-minute Midas.
Okay, perfect.
Got by Toronto Tokyo.
This makes absolutely no sense, says Save. Just keeping an eye on his captain there.
Yep, they're also getting a Midas on Save, so that's going to be how many now? Is that 4 Midases?
Yeah, you know, Nightfall just falling behind on the tech. Tired out there.
Okay, interesting. So we know where BetBoom want to go with the game.
Yeah, there we go.
We'll see if VP are going to let them get there.
It's either Herald gameplay or absolute top the international gameplay for the 5 Midas, right?
There is no in between. Oh, and this is the other one. Oh, God. Gets the X pullback. The X siege, as they weren't quite able to break that TP of Pure. Range racks very low, and with people retreating to their side of the map, VP are just going to reset. Only 40 seconds left on this Aegis.
Fairly successful so far, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
No massive losses. Playing a lot of time on the enemy side of the map. Taking a Tormentor here. Getting a Courier.
Looking.
Forcing the opponents to buy Midases.
Not quite able to get there in time. I mean, I think back again to that BetBoom game that we saw earlier where Toronto Tokyo was playing the Undying, got up to 10k HP with the Aghanim Scepter, and he's already got it queued up again. He's got BKB Aghanims after, so knows what he wants to do in this game.
And he's got the other great neutral item there in the Ogre Seal Totem. Very, very nice on these support heroes where you feel pressured to buy like an Aura or something and you have no survivability, and just get you out in the nick of time.
But Virtus.pro, I mean, they're sort of still holding on to this area of the map, and the unfortunate reality is that they don't have any way to shut down the Spirit Breaker from doing this, like we've talked about multiple times. So they aren't really stopping BetBoom from farming. They're still getting kind of everything that they want, and this net worth lead is sort of just standing constant.
Yeah, they're holding 2 waves though, right? Like, they are getting waves mid, they are getting waves bottom. But can they actually do something with it?
Well, he went in and got the range rack, so nice little sneak play there. Okay, good, mark the spot.
Oh, looks like they're just kind of deciding, but now what, right? Like, are we gonna hard commit for a melee Rex?
I mean, there's no way. I think that they actually are gonna wait for next Roche. And the thing about this too is that, like, you know, notice he's got Refresher at this point. They are getting very farmed also on VP, but are the supports going to keep up in the same way that the supports of BetBoom Team will?
Oh, okay, he went for one more time there.
Chasing.
Tusk is here, snowball in.
This is good for them if they can connect. Pure, no way out, fish punches there. Let's go the Nether Strike and then the run away. Okay, Pure's out.
Good. The Lincoln Sphere coming into clutch there.
Jeez. Oh, wow. Gets out of trouble. Well, another instance as Muerta will get some good damage onto him. Needs to back out of there. Sunstrike actually connects.
That was sick.
Down to about a quarter HP.
Oh.
Refresher's done
come
now
on.
Spirit Breaker.
Have mercy.
Dude, they're getting there. BetBoom, they're actually going to hold. I don't think that VP has been able to play fast enough tempo. And now, highest hero level in the game, starting to get towards the highest everything. Is net worth's going to be up there?
Okay, but here's what it is, though. Muerta players, this is where they want you, right? Those Muertas, they want you to think that you've got an advantage, and they want you to forget that they're playing Muerta.
Okay.
You've seen these late game fights from a Muerta.
It's true.
It's unbelievable. One good positioning during Pierce the Veil, other team's just gone.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. It can completely boggle the mind how much damage she's able to dole out. FNG, though, is
always
charged, and man, the Bedlam from very far range, and then they just move in for the swipe. Nightfall gets the kill. I mean, how quickly things can turn. It can happen in just an instant if they're not careful. This marks the spot, still held, not used yet. Nightfall.
Oh, Kiritich.
On to Kiritich, and now the Terrorize and the connection. Fully chain stun gone.
But he didn't think they'd do it.
Even more. Oh, he didn't get a chance, didn't get the BKB.
Another one.
Finds him. Notice in trouble. It was going so well, and BetBoom just shut the door.
I think they just thought they wouldn't jump. I was like, I'm fine up here. I don't need a BKB. Just absolutely blown up there. And now with this refresher, I mean, you could just see Pure, if he wants to commit it, you're just done. Goes for a second charge through there. Didn't even have to use the Nether Strike. Just spend his time waving at him while he killed him.
Well, BetBoom making good calls in this one and retake the map with all the lanes constantly shoved out. There just was no answer. And now a tier 2 tower gonna go down. Look at how much damage was done. They couldn't do anything on VP.
All right, Dota is a team game.
Oh yeah.
But seriously, Pure just won this game. Like Pure's map gameplay, and sure, his team's setting up for it, but this idea of the Spirit Breaker and opening all this up, he has done so much individually to keep this game going and now giving them straight up the lead. I mean, they have the advantage in this game at this point.
Right. Well, and like you said, it was the stun, the 4 staff away, didn't BKB, and I mean, it's just a painful one. It hurts when that happens like that. The charge through, the control onto Noticed. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination.
They got a lucky break.
They did.
Because that Roche is not there.
Well, and the other thing for VP is they got to right the ship. They got to calm themselves, get themselves in a good state of mind. And
they have Kunkka.
That's right.
He can right the ship.
Hey.
Yeah.
God damn it.
But it is a very long Roche. So they've been waiting there. It's almost max time. So they're just kind of sitting there like, where is this thing? Why isn't it spawning? And that's huge news for Virtus.pro because it's hard to imagine they want to give this up. Like, Muerta needs that burst fight. So more lives, like you're already dealing with the Wraith King. I don't think you want to have to handle another one. Same thing with the Doom. They got to get this fight. So this could be the one that decides it here, folks.
Well, Doom does not have bots level 2, so getting there a little bit tough for him at the moment. Is going to TP in now to rejoin the crew.
No vision up ahead here for Virtus.pro. They don't know what's going on. And Nightfall is just sitting here alacritied up ready. The Penguin comes in.
They're ready to make it a big jump forward. This Doom so tanky already, and then the shield group makes it even more. They walk right in, able to connect, but they find him. Good snowball save. That keeps him alive. Pure, he's going to get hit by that snowball with the refresher, and then Notice pops BKB, rolls back through onto 2. They're all caught in no man's land. Notice looking for a target, can't find anybody. They just don't have the good fight at all. VP gets completely caught out of position like that, and I mean, now Notice he might go down too. They just keep finding these openings. BetBoom on the right side of the fight, and when Chaos is striking, it is all coming up. BetBoom, my goodness. This team is way too good.
Certainly are. They're now backing up to their base. You got to imagine they're going to head back. Check out Roche. And it's still got enough time to still finish it off on this Radiant side if they want. No real rush here as some X plays now from Squadix to try and keep this wave pushed out just a little bit, but GPK, great play in that team fight. The snowball save was excellent to start the fight, but then he just holds Tornado, catches them on the way out.
Oh yeah.
Easy setup for the rest of the team. Another Tornado later on to help catch out onto Notice there too, so easy mop and bucket here for him. And just solid positioning too, obviously, like way back behind Nightfall, then a cheeky little wraparound. Pure. Oh, okay. Pops the Lincolns, then X's.
Okay.
BKB back up in 1, though.
I mean, bulldoze, right? Like, even X, it just doesn't last. He's trying to do anything at all, but
he's not taunting.
It does wear out now. Okay, now BKB, and then charges away. It just doesn't matter. Dude, you run into, like, all these heroes, and you can't do anything to stop this guy. He is so incredibly strong. And Toronto Tokyo is the one that takes the Aghanim Scepter.
Wow. I mean, it must be nice being the captain.
Right?
Yeah.
So he is now catching up to and going to be on par with the Invoker. I mean, I have not seen the combos. I haven't seen the Grimstroke Soulbind with Dark Portrait paired together with the Doom for a very long time. And I can't help but think that some of this is like outwarding, outpositioning. They're just getting outplayed.
I'm sorry, I'm still just not over the fact that he is the Aghanim. He is double Midas, he just uses.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Toronto Tokyo doesn't care. It's like, look, everybody thought that I switched from core, but no, he is actually the character.
Hand it over here, guys.
He's got a Wraith Band too, why not? Getting Lincoln's next. This guy's a monster.
I feel like Pure, you know, might have deserved it a little bit here. I can be real.
You don't want the Aghanim, sure.
He's got Wind Waker going on now too.
It's not like it's good.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe Willow, you know, Undying?
Yeah.
All right, we'll see. He just wants 10k HP again, like you were saying previously, so.
Well, X-Play from Squadix tries to do a little bit of wave pushing himself. As Nightfall is queuing up the Aghanim Scepter, and a 16,000 gold lead. It just keeps getting bigger. Not quite able to catch Pure there with that tidal wave as he's heading cross country and has a full Wind Waker.
How many marathons do you think he's charged this game?
I mean, there's a lot there.
It's a lot of distance.
Making moves. I mean, again, their positioning, you can see that with this Aegis, they don't even feel super compelled to push high ground with BetBoom because they just feel good about the way this game is going to go as it gets later. You still have 4 Midases.
Yeah, it's actually not that easy for them to break high ground either.
No.
It kind of would be like a giant jump from Nightfall into hopefully helping to blow someone up, but it's difficult to get that first bit of vision into the back line so that you can get the really solid charges out from Pure. Okay, this is one way to help defend your high ground here, though.
Okay.
Doom has the Aghanims, but more importantly, FNG going for the big kicks, all right?
This would be nice if they can find anybody. Because that's one, too, where, like, status resistance isn't going to help out Pure as much. If they can manage to get a Doom onto him, that could be the window and how you make it work. So, high ground, not easy for either team. There's still only been 1 Rax taken. Oh, my God, the Wind Waker, he got away. FNG still hunting, wants to get it, can go for the kick play, but no, the Lincolns! Oh. The Lincolns, it was right there, and now tries to get out, but the Wind Waker away again. This hero is so frustrating to play against, but the Doom Ags doing pretty good work. Can they bring down GPK? They will. That's one time. Do they have another? Tries to kill him off too. Toronto Tokyo, though, building up the stacks. He is getting large and in charge on that Undying. Still controlling. Notice in further trouble. Toronto Tokyo hiding, chasing in the front lines. And there they're going to get it. Look at this freaking zombie. He's a monster. 6,500 HP, 88 stacks. He's dealing so much damage even just to these buildings now. And with 3 dead and no buybacks, I mean, it was a good attempt for a moment, but BetBoom, they're going to claim something here most likely.
I mean, great positioning from BetBoom, right? Like, they're causing you to kill the Aegis as well as one of the lives on the Wraith King. So.
Oh, no. A little bit of a miss on the armlet toggle there, so.
You just wanted it back, you know?
Nightfall, hurting a bit. Will they be able to get more? 55 seconds until Doom. They tidal wave to pull him in, but Lincoln stacked on Lincolns. Tries to do something. The EMP will go out, and that's just going to cover the melee racks being taken.
And we got save here on the safety pushing of the Willow.
Oh, yeah.
Down below here with Aghanim Scepter, just firing away on the tower.
They're all so farmed on BetBoom right now, and VP not coming up with any real answers. You can see how low and small of a duration that X marks the spot is.
This all comes back to that attempted kick onto the Wraith King, right?
Oh, yeah.
Breaking high ground was difficult, but that Lincoln Sphere, it messes up their initiation, then they're outside, you're forced to go for this fight. All just trying to knock down Pure at the very beginning.
Well, they can try and catch him again, but it's not easy.
Pocket.
The Hex is there, the tidal wave, but look at him, he just gets out. The freaking big Yules keeping him alive.
Oh, and he's going
to Wind Waker is way too good. It's a 9.8 second cooldown on Wind Waker.
Oh, yeah.
It's disgusting. He has a refresher. Why not? Aghanim Scepter now done, going to be brought out to him soon. They're not even saving for buyback right now. They don't have buyback on the Spirit Breaker or the Wraith King.
They didn't steal their Wisdom Rune, though.
That's a good point.
Positives here for Virtus.pro.
Absolutely.
Unfortunately, you're probably going to assume that they definitely did, so you might not even check.
I mean, can they find any window to jump out here and catch somebody? Oh, BetBoom. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Get that XP. Level 24.5 now for Doom. Getting there.
They want to put the nail in the coffin. Pure.
Oh, he's going all the way.
This charges all the way through the freaking base. Wind Waker backs out. Now the Hex onto the Wraith King. Nothing is capable of being punished as of yet, although they
Torrent Storm
down somewhat low there. Okay, maybe the start of something good. The fear pulls them back in. They also have the Dark Portrait. Toronto Tokyo starts to die. Toronto Tokyo eats the cheese, tries to do what he can. The boat's going to go out so they get the run buff. Trying to take down that zombie house. Great shards controlling. Wind Waker lifts him up, but now the pull back in with the tidal wave, and they manage to find one.
Oh,
the kick a little off the mark, not the way FNG wanted it, but now the snowball into GPK. He's going to BKB and run out.
Plays it safe there too. BKB with the Arcane Blink.
So they do hold on, but it is only getting the 1 kill hurts.
I mean, they've only lost, what, 1 Rax?
It's true.
You know, life's okay. Get out there, have to find some big kills. Not going to be easy for sure, but as we discussed before, they have the damage. That they certainly have, right? If Muerta gets her space, the damage is there.
Definitely. Well, and trying to get into the next set of items for her too. Yeah, you can see that she was able to unload into him.
Unfortunately, Squadix won't be able to get this refresher right now either. Did lose the recipe on the courier.
So in terms of the next few minutes, we know what we're waiting for eventually, and that's going to be the 60-minute items.
Of course, yes.
Which BetBoom are going to get almost instantly.
Yeah, the minuses that will be saved up there when you minus a creep and the new neutrals are out, you get one instantly. So that will be the plan.
For BetBoom, do you think that's what they try and like wait for before they fully commit? Do they just sort of secure themselves the next Roche? What's the game plan looking like for these guys?
I think they are very comfortable just moving on the map right now because Virtus.pro has left their base. I think they just want to shepherd them all back into the base and look for the next Roche. Yeah, maybe they'll wait for the neutral items anyway because Roche isn't for another, like, at minimum 40, and then, of course, it could be 3 more minutes, and then at that point, it's really close.
Right.
It will depend a little bit on that timing, but overall, I feel like they're just so powerful right now. I don't think they need to wait for the neutrals. If anything, that's probably going to give more value over to Virtus.pro if you get something crazy on Muerta.
Fair enough.
Or like Ex Machina or something on these heroes, you know, because they all have refreshers on BetBoom, right? Like,
yes,
there's quite a few around already. They don't need the Ex Machinas.
Well, refresher, speaking of which, is just about completed for the Kunkka, but Courier is dead for another 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, it's tough.
So that part's a little annoying for him.
All right, so relatively fast Roche, under 1 minute here. That means it will be Radiant side that it spawns.
So another Aghanim Scepter maybe be handed over.
Okay, yeah. Of course, it's only Invoker, yeah. Because everything has bought his own.
So everybody has their own eggs except for Invoker.
Yep.
Good to know. So really, they're getting less value from the Roche, so it's good for VP when they get it, right? That's how that works?
There you go. Now you are learning.
53, and they'll hold it. Arcane Blink forward, holding this area. And this is looking eerily similar to what we saw in the last fight that did not go so well for VP as they run on in.
That is not the hero, not the guy you want to see.
They didn't break smoke at the very least.
That's true.
So they know what's going on here, and BetBoom at least have not gained that extra bit of information. Scan connects.
And he's going to try and ward and go for a huge kick. He's going to do his best American football kicker impression.
Can they do it? Nightfall, they find a backline. Squadix breaks smoke. They've done him immediately.
Uh-oh.
Snowball, can't connect. They missed. Not able to get him. He jumped away too quickly, and Nightfall is kind of separated from the rest of the squad, but they do throw in Toronto Tokyo. Okay, he's almost dead. Very rapidly by Kiritich. He goes down. Now a big green monster is there. Starts to take down Pure on top of Pure. Pure is gone too. Okay, a good fight for VP. Can they find even more? Trying to take a second life away from this race. Save comes in just in time, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. Nightfall now turns onto him and destroys Kiritich. Noticed in further trouble. Do they have anything extra? They need a Dark Portrait. They need something, but they can't connect. They're going to lose the Grimstroke. The Noticed Doom is also going to fall. As BetBoom reassert dominance, they did force out at least one buyback, Pure as well as Toronto Tokyo.
That is a big one. They have on Pure for sure. That's good news for them. They didn't immediately buy back on the Muerta and try and get back into the fight. That is because Muerta, you know, she's in some ways a bit of a transformation hero. Like, you really want to use that Pierce the Veil, so buying back without it can feel very, very painful, even though they're fighting down here by the Radiant Outpost, where it feels like, hey, this is your chance, right? You can actually fight this for a second time. They'd rather take advantage of it on the high ground, and probably largely due to that buyback from Pure, because now they can say, hey, if we fight on the high ground, we get the kill from Pure, you know, that'll be a dieback.
I love that moment where he's holding the snowball and he sees Pure just jump away and he knows, like, this isn't going to end well.
I'm very dead. Yeah.
Did manage to get the kick on to Toronto Tokyo, though, which I think helped out that fight a lot.
Yeah, helps bring him down here, but then Kiritich, of course, not able to get any spacing, thanks to that ghost that's up there from the Undying as well.
Oh, and look at that. Back in the world that we're living in, they left the cheese in the pit, too.
Okay, nice.
Hex, Torrent, pulls him back in, lifts him up, Notice is there, and the Doom, Pure decided not to go in. And Pure now also caught in a weird position. Pure, what are you doing? It's a dieback.
He does have the Aegis, but this is the big thing about Kunkka, right? The sass resistance doesn't matter.
And got him caught. He's not going to be able to get away from this, most likely. The lowest, but no! He gets out. Are you kidding me? How?
You know,
dude,
most wanted, dude.
This hero is so dumb.
I can see them putting posters up around the arena right now. Have you seen this cow?
That is insane. All right, we got to look at the cheese down there in the bottom right-hand corner. I can't believe he lived a second life. Man.
That, of course, now opens up a bit of a dieback condition here on Virtus.pro, as Notice was forced to buy back on that one.
I do love it, though. This is why you first picked this guy, though. And a bold move from VP to let it through, as so far it has not worked out for them. BetBoom still sitting pretty. Now, they did burn through the Aegis, so it's, you know, more of a missed opportunity than anything not being able to take him out, as the heart is now completed for the position 5 Undying.
Yes, yes, of course.
Because why not? The same time that Kunkka gets his.
Okay, that's painful.
I think it was his, at least. Maybe not.
All right, Kiritich is feeling it. The rest of the team, not so much, so they're going to X him in. All right. This is how you siege.
Interesting.
I mean, Muerta, a very rare thing for a carry to have like such good tower taking ability here, with the use of the gunslinger working on structures.
Wait, so they're actually, because he's still dead on Invoker, this is a bold move from VP to make that type of a play. Oh, got vision for a second. No.
You hear the spear breaker.
It's true. It's really scary, man. It's no joke.
They're catching up to them. They have a ward here. FNG looking to pop smokes with the positioning. Kiritich kind of far up front.
His positioning's great. They find one. Toronto Tokyo starting to fall right at the start. Can they bring him down? Oh, chasing. Invid heading out. No, Pure's chasing too. Kiritich is right there. Tries to bring him down. Cataclysm not going to do all that much damage.
Still holding
and the
Pierce
Doom,
the Veil.
They're there right on top of him. And there it is. Pierce the Veil. The turnaround. He almost brought down GPK, but able to get some separation. And now stunned for a long time. Saving the day for BetBoom. Sets up for the kill. That Dark Willow is doing so much.
Oh, barely able to TP out of there as Nightfall blinks in, trying to stop him.
Wow. Just like that. They manage. It looked for a moment like it could have turned around. Now they do still have buyback, and you can see Toronto Tokyo, yeah, for a moment, 9,800 HP. First time that this heart has been bought on Undying. But will it be the last? That's the real question.
I hope so.
GPK, Hex to start. Pure coming from across the freaking map. Tidal Wave tries to get him out, down. Ooh, the Tidal Wave actually breaks the charge, but Nightfall finds himself noticed. BKB tries to run. Squadix in trouble and burns. GPK gets him dead. Does have buyback. Only hero without it right now that's dead is the Tusk. And they would love to be able to go for the kickback play.
They've been holding this buyback on Muerta for so long. So many fights where she hasn't gone for it.
Oh, and BetBoom just trying to clean up. VP, it looks like they are giving up the mega creeps. Pure starts to hit the tier 4 towers. Now there is still the buyback play, and they end this one here. Are they just going to be content to... Oh.
Yeah, they're rotating around towards it, thinking about it.
Yep. Last one up top. BetBoom goes in for it, still 8
They're going to try and get Muerta's refresher here for this fight. So I think they're going to give it up. They're going to try and get a respawn naturally, buy the refresher, and get double Pierce the Veil in the hopes of winning it.
Can they do it? I mean, they're facing mega creeps, but still maybe one last gas coming out. Dark Willow hitting the tier 4 towers. FNG jump forward, Inkswell, kick back one, snowball follow. The Doom is there, they get him caught. Is it enough for the kill? Kiritich chasing, wanting to get something done. Now Squad X hunting also, they connect and find that kill onto the Wraith King. Nightfall, BKB tries to TP out, but the Doom is there, level 25. Gets him caught. No way to get out of there. A second round now. Notice he will have another one. They kill him off again. In trouble. Cataclysm there for the turn. They have enough damage to bring down Kiritich. Kiritich turns, starts slinging those guns, beating into him. Toronto Tokyo still very tanky.
He bought the refresher mid-fight.
Oh my god, he's a carry now. Get the hell out of here. This guy's hard to deal with. But the disarm, the lift up, the torrent's there. The control Pier beats him back in. And Toronto Tokyo, the giant zombie, 12,000 HP, just starts hitting buildings. He is way too strong at this point on this Undying. Heart, everything else. GPK gets hex. Squad X is there. Muerta is back alive again after the buyback. There's the refresher. Pulls him in. Wants to bring him down and turns for the Pierce the Veil, but save. Does he have enough damage?
Oh, how do you like it, Willow?
And gets him caught and killed. Nightfall with the turret, starts being into him. Okay, maybe a chance. Nightfall.
6 seconds.
Almost gone. No, but he gets away. The lift up from GPK keeps him alive. Second round.
Oh, he walks back in.
Can they get him? Do they have enough? Yes, they will. That's GPK dead. No buyback on either Pure or the Dark Willow. If they can actually make this fight work, wait a minute. There might be a chance. Kiritich hexed up. Can they get him out of there in time? The Inkswell is there for the turn. They find the finish to get out. Squad X there with the control, the break, the hits. Does he have enough? Toronto Tokyo getting lower, but is just going to back out. This is a dangerous territory. There are no buybacks right now on any of the Dire. They find him with the Walrus Punch to the kill. Dead for 2 minutes.
They're being swarmed by creeps in their base, but they're going to hold the line at least one more time on Virtus.pro. Amazing positioning in this fight here from Kiritich, managing to stay alive. The use of the refresher to get the second attempt there on the Pierce the Veil, unbelievable. And Nightfall too, lurking in the back there, waiting to jump back in there with another ulti. With this overwhelming blink, so close to just ending the game and taking this Muerta down for 7 minutes. No buyback here. She has to still worry about that.
They are just now ticking back into it, though. So this actually isn't as bad for BetBoom as it looked like it could have been for a moment. They will have buyback back on the Spearbreaker, but actually not the Undying. He doesn't have the gold for it. Okay, they're picking up Wisdom Runes. Still 250 gold away.
Muerta's Courier. It's got a mission here. It's thinking.
Oh,
she's doing some quick math here.
I mean, you've got. I think you have to go for the all-in play. They're going to go for it. I mean, Rapier is queued up.
She's still pretty poor, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough.
Oh, here we go, though.
Doesn't have a refresher.
Coming out here.
Okay.
62 minutes. We spent so much time fighting in the base. It's time to go out and farm some items.
They can get him. FNG going to look for a kickback play, maybe. I mean, it's still a 31,000 gold lead, but gold lead matters so much less as the Rapier is completed than these buybacks. And again, you don't have buybacks on Invoker, on Wraith King, on Dark Willow. And honestly, actually, Spearbreaker bought out. So they are close to buybacks, but don't quite have them yet on those two heroes either.
Somebody buy this Muerta, Moonshard.
Roche is back up. I mean, decision-making here is really, really close.
All right, what do we got here, folks? Are Virtus.pro going to do it or what? What's going on?
We'll see. The crowd's starting to believe they're going to instead go for a second lane of racks.
Do you like a Rapier?
Is this jump in? Nightfall, Rapier Gaming. They're starting to kill him. That's one life. Noticed on top with the Doom. They try and charge through, but they don't have anything. They got him caught. Starts to fall. Wind Waker wants to get out, but he can't get away. That Wraith King is gone, but look, in the base, they're still chasing in. Book of the Dead starts to take it down. They're onto the Ancient. At the moment, they're starting to bring them down low. They needed to TP back with one. Squad X TP's out. That is what they needed to do.
Oh, GPK, he breaks up their YOLO push there.
Oh, GPK, that is the play that they needed. It was getting testy. They did manage to bring that Wraith King back alive. Holy moly, that was close. Refresher, Wraith King. That is what saved him right there.
And of course with the Aghanim Scepter there too, it just never ends. It's these constant green zombies.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage in this one. And Roche is back up again now. 30-30. And what are the items that we're getting into? VP should be able to get a couple of them now, right?
Did they even find any?
I don't think so. Yeah, there's the cheese. A little leftover garbage from earlier.
Yeah, I don't think they've actually managed to get their tier 5s at all yet for Virtus.pro. So they got to go and start hunting for them right now.
Yeah, this is the window. They need some time, but of course it's scary.
It's so scary.
You do go in and now manage to claim the...
I don't want the Aegis. I mean, anybody? All right.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Picking up the cheese. Dude, don't leave that in there. That's pretty important.
I mean, they want to give it to Willow so she can dump hers, yeah.
All right, fair enough. A little bit of inventory management.
Do we have any yet still?
Wait, did he just rebuy Refresher? Oh, because he had to sell Refresher to get Rapier.
They still have no tier 5s on Virtus.pro.
I mean, this is the window to get him.
There's a camp like right there. Let's go, FNG. What do you got? What do you got? He's farming. All right, not lucky.
Not lucky.
Should have bought a minus.
That's the key.
Okay. Oh, there's one.
That's one.
All right.
It's going to send that back for the other heroes.
Oh, unlucky for Kiritich. Takes down the Ancient, doesn't get one.
They should be able to get some soon.
Jeez, this is tough.
Yeah, they're not getting any.
Help him out.
Need that Midas. All right, Pirate Hat from Muerta.
Oh, okay. All right, that's better than the Moon Shard.
And Giant's Ring for the Kunkka. I mean, the fact that BetBoom are actually letting them get these, it's helping VP a lot.
FNG is so unlucky.
Yes. Has not been able to get that many. So Pirate Hat gonna start digging, still Rapier on deck. A Book of Shadows for the Doom.
Is he just trying to smoke home? Oh, FNG, this is so scary.
Oh my God. Oh, jeez. Not a care in the world, no fears.
Oh, absolutely huge that at least got it on Muerta. Clearly the most important hero here.
Oh yeah.
But it can all go wrong so fast.
Oh, it definitely can. And is this the beginnings of it? FNG caught the big old Toronto Tokyo. 9,700 HP with 1 round of decay.
I mean, that's one of Pure's BKB.
Look at this guy. He's got Giant's Ring too. How can you stop him? He's hitting so hard.
They're going for the throw.
They're going for the throw, but into the fountain. Maybe they're going to go. Toronto says, I'll do it myself. Position 5, my ass. I'm taking your buildings. But the Hex is there. Wait a minute. Have they gone too far? If you don't hit heroes, they're going to start hitting you.
In the well.
One. He's into the well indeed. GBK trying to do what he can. Still trying to take the Ancient as a ghost, but he dies.
He's still in the fountain. He's trying to fight his way out.
Nightfall in trouble, Pure.
Oh, don't die for him.
Hoping to get out of there, but they find him. Feared, caught, going to be killed. The buyback from the Undying now. Wait a minute, they managed to catch him here. Still onto the Ancient with all these creeps, but they don't have enough. That is going to be a dead Wraith King, and he doesn't have buyback either.
Oh, they're holding. Virtus.pro with this Muerta. She's in the midst of that fight. I can't believe she lived for so long.
Well, and also the decision to just go for the throne. I mean, they don't have Glyph, but 23,000 damage. They almost did nothing with the exception of Wraith King, and that was just Radiant burn only.
Look at Pure calculating here. Some angles.
He wants
He's
it.
coming in. Oh, what a charge! He gets the wave.
That is insane. I mean, there's another wave here, but maybe it doesn't matter.
He's calculating.
Pure. Okay,
he's got to make something happen.
Gotta be careful, gotta be careful. You get
that's his buyback. That's his buyback.
Caught in the cookie jar. That is 4 dead. Virtus.pro, they're not to be denied as they've got their eyes on these tier 4s. Okay, what do you have left? How much left in the tank? I mean, they will not have the Invoker
they
or
can't
the
get the
Wraith
wave.
King. They're trying to do it.
They have
They're trying to end this.
They have the Glyph.
What can they get? How much can they do? Pure jumps through, gets them all. Caught for the moment, but can he get out? Going to go for the BKB, the walk away. Kiritich right there on top of him.
Half HP.
Doing what they can. Second round refresher.
Save is kind of huge. Save has the Pirate Hat. Save has a Moon Shard.
He's going to hit very hard. And just like that, Pure, he kills off all the creeps again. He gets out. He also has a block of cheese. He's gone. The little whippersnapper, he gets out of there. Unbelievable. How is this even fair, Trent? What is this hero?
Okay, we got Muerta on one side. We got Spear Brain there. It's fine.
That's fair. That's a good point. Well, cheese is down. Oh, and yeah, there's more Lotuses as well. We already have, I'm pretty sure that is a full block of cheese, if I'm not mistaken, on Spearbreaker. Am I crazy?
Like he has enough?
I thought that he had a...
No, he just had a cheese in his backpack.
Okay, he had a cheese in his backpack.
And a shield rune, I think.
Oh, the bulldoze, that's what it was.
He's fading.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Nailed it. Because level 30.
Yes, you get a barrier. And for some reason, people take the other one with the bash chance. Weird. Yeah.
So the other thing, too, to consider is there is going to be this other window where both teams have Glyph. I don't anticipate BetBoom are going to try and go in for the all-in play again. Mega Creep's, I mean, obviously really important. It means that you can only really go in through mid. There's still a tier 2 up top. That tier 2 standing up on the top side of the map is absolutely another thing that's winning BetBoom this game.
It's true. It's making it a lot tougher for the final finish there.
Oh, yeah.
The ability to just like constantly focus on that really one wave in the mid, as you can see from Pure, just ensuring that they were going to have that one locked down for themselves and they can't just push up. Kaka has 9,000 gold.
I mean, we're 70 minutes in. Everybody, we're back here, the international late game Dota in Seattle. This is what we wanted to see. This is what we were hoping for. And I'd love to get it for all you beautiful people out there in the crowd.
I think this game is longer than the first series.
It might have been. You're not wrong. And, well, BetBoom, I mean, they don't feel safe either. I mean, with good reason. Somehow, like, they still are missing buyback for gold on Wraith King. Like, stop buying items for a second. Make sure
it's expensive. Look, it's at $37.50. You got that laying around? Inflation's tough, man.
I mean, he has a Radiant in his backpack. You sell that thing. Get it out of here.
Nah, you make a fair point. But he's got a refresher.
That's a good point. Yeah. Okay. Well, Squad X takes it down. Tidal Wave, kill the wave. Kiritich revealed. So this is the other thing to watch. I remember a game earlier on, I think it was Tundra that was playing it maybe, where they had Treant Protector late game with like Spectre Spirit Breaker.
Yes.
And you would see these like, you know, charges across the map. I kind of feel like Cataclysm, and then if you see somebody solo, Pure charging, and then Boots of Travel level 2, like we're finding new ways to, you know, make somebody feel terrible, but it's devastating.
It's the boots level 2 that are just absolutely ridiculous in the late game. That 2-second TP, whether it's escaping or joining fights, can be so crazy.
Yes. So again, for those of you that have been gone for a long time, you can TP onto your ally and join in. So what that means,
you get to be old Tinker.
Yes. What that basically means is that, you know, Spirit Breaker sees that there's one person solo on the other side of the map, charges, he gets there in a second, the rest of the team shows up and they're gone before they can even really do anything. So Spirit Breaker, not just great at getting you to the late game, but also broken when you are in the late game.
Now, we did eventually get all those neutral items as well for the Radiant, and Notice has one that's very important, and that's going to be the Book of Shadows.
Right.
And that is one that can really just turn an entire team fight or grief your team. So, very difficult item to use in the late game, but as you can see, it only has a 6-second cooldown with his current items. That is crazy.
That is actually going to be a huge
It lasts for 4 seconds. And you can do it on enemies too, and they become silenced, muted, and disarmed for 4 seconds. So theoretically, he could just like get rid of Nightfall.
Yes, get rid of Nightfall. You can get rid of Toronto Tokyo, who's proven to be a really big problem.
Get rid of Save, I mean, at this point, honestly, because that Dark Willow sitting in the back lines is way too dangerous. She is the Muerta as well.
But that's only if like you can even target her. Like Save also is going to be really hard to focus down. No, I mean, they finally did take that tier 2 tower, and now we're going up towards high ground. Up top, interesting. Okay, with the Book of the Dead for themselves and Kiritich stepping forward, they bring down that tower pretty quickly. That is actually really good for VP, the fact that tower's gone.
It's so hard to actually just fight out there. You know, they actually got enough time on the map to get themselves up there. They couldn't clear the waves in time. Does anyone care to take Roche? I feel like BetBoom probably don't. We do need Aghanim still on a couple heroes on the Radiant. Actually, it's just Muerta. Never mind. I mean, Grimstroke, of course, could synth. Tusk could synth. They would be happy about that, but the Muerta, the parting shot, which we've seen quite a bit so far in the road to the international, at least.
Right. It is a very interesting dynamic, and yeah, I think so. This is actually pretty huge for them. The fact that they're going to get the Aegis and now set up for it. I mean, look at how quickly it drops, first of all. But this is more gold injected into the team because now it's what, Tusk, I think, that got the Aghanims for himself and is going to be able to sell out the Ags that's in his inventory.
It looked like he was holding it, yeah.
So that's something to watch for.
Is parting shot that bad? He just doesn't want the button. Doesn't want to misclick or something.
Yeah, I guess. And has another Rapier queued up now, too.
Okay, that's true.
Late game Dota becomes very strange. This is the thing, right? Like, obviously we've had all these crazy fights and stuff that battles out that happened, but now they just have to, on the side of BetBoom, wait for the buybacks to come up, and that gives so much of a window for VP to pull themselves back into this game that you're no longer in as dominant of a position. Obviously, all it takes is 1-1 fight for BetBoom, and they're going to win the game, but finding that fight, if they lose it, it is going to fall out of their hands.
You know, Squadx also has a Rapier queued up on the Kunkka.
That's pretty hype.
That's an interesting one. I mean, got into the Deso in the later parts of this game. Has the level 30 talent with the 2-second Tiebreaker.
Right.
Kind of terrifying.
That is interesting. I mean, and the other thing too about this is that because you're playing against Mega Creeps, you're almost always going to have something that you can cleave off of. That's one of the issues you run into.
And zombies and...
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
There's a lot of stuff going on in these fights.
That's an Octarine Tusk.
Yeah, that is. I mean, he had to synth the eggs, you know? Life's good. So that the big thing for that is really just the survivability. I'd love to see him get a Yules if he could, or like an Octarine Core, right? Because then you get multiple snowballs, multiple kicks off.
Right.
It's kind of the dream.
Well, lane's being dealt with. And they do spot for a moment.
He's killing the Tormentor. Okay. In his Book of the Dead, he was like, can they do this? No, the answer was no.
No.
They very quickly perished.
Yeah, those do not survive. Book of the Dead, pretty cool, but not that cool.
Undying still doesn't have Shard.
Okay.
Still can't get your team to do Tormentor.
The
75 minutes into the game.
I think. At least he didn't for a little while.
Yeah, you're right. He's missing it too.
I mean, this guy, he has 8,900 gold. He's just not getting it. Wanting to, you know, make sure that he's all saved up and ready to go. But yeah, both teams at this point terrified of actually running into each other in a fight. I mean, this is the part that's weird too, is like elimination game. It all comes down to this.
Muerto's looking at buying eggs right now.
Oh.
It's like I have nothing else to spend it on.
Well, they're waiting for next Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, my Tusk could never afford the synth, so I gave it to him. I'll farm my own. Still already has the Moon Shard consumed. There's an Octarine Core on the Kunkka. There's an overwhelming Blink on the Undying. Get enough strength up. That's something.
That's going to hit really hard. Okay. Off to this side.
He just drops the wards. It's like, I can't. I'm no longer a support. Just put them on the ground. Exactly. I don't want these things. I need room for my overwhelming Blink.
I mean, it does really become a problem as Willow is also queuing up for Rapier. Okay, this...
Nightfall queuing up for Rapier. Okay, cool.
We're getting to some territory where every hero becomes massively important. And again...
Come high ground, guys.
Yeah, I think everybody's getting in on the fun.
I think when you're the ones up a game, it's kind of on you. Exactly. Yeah, I think that's only fair. You should be the ones that have to go high ground first.
Absolutely. Now, everybody understands what the situation is. And, I mean, again, the play like this of Kiritich to even just show on a wave for a second, it's important to notice how scary that moment can be. If they can anticipate your movements, you're going to be going down.
It's so scary to try and make a play outside the base right now, though.
Yeah.
I don't want to be out there. I want the safety. Nice little high ground. Buybacks.
It's a good place to be. And, of course, the other key thing here is going to be the glyphs. Making sure that, you know, you're not using those unnecessarily. Because while it didn't work fully last time, there was still that like opportunity, and you could see how strong it could have been for BetBoom with just running in with the, you know, Wraith King zombies. And by zombies, I mean dead heroes that are coming back to life.
There's a lot of things happening in this one. There's a lot of zombies. We got zombie shooter lady. We got the zombie house, as you keep calling the tombstone. I was gonna let it keep sliding, but now that we have some time, what's up with that?
Yeah, I like the zombie house.
The zombie house?
I mean, it's evocative, you know?
But they're not like in the tombstone. They come out of the ground.
That is true.
So it's not really their house. If anything, it's a hero house if you get the shard.
What would it be then? It's like
it's a tombstone.
Okay, that's fair.
It has a name.
I'm gonna keep calling it zombie house.
All right, that's fine.
You know what we haven't seen was the grab ally. Where's that at? He doesn't even have the freaking shard.
I mean, you know,
this guy bought. Look at the Undying's inventory.
Okay,
he bought Aghanim.
Have you accidentally used it on an ally because they get mad?
Everything, and it just doesn't get it. No Aghanim shard on the Undying. How good would that be this game? That's crazy.
You accidentally self-cast it. The fight's ruined.
Just don't accidentally do it. All right, whatever.
Just don't make mistakes.
Oh, and the fantasy points. Now that's a good one.
Oh,
look out.
Okay, I see. This is very important now. All right, so Kiritich, the big winner in this one, presumably.
Whoever picked Kiritich. Another Rapier now in the hands of Nightfall.
Okay.
They called for them to come high ground. Are BetBoom the ones getting bored? Or they're the ones that are ready to make a move?
Well, I've seen this move in pubs, right? Where you're like, oh, it's okay, we're not defending, come high ground. I think that's what he's hoping for.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, they pushed out one creep mid, and now we're sending the... yeah, look at that. It's actually doing some damage. Oh, baby, look at it fall. It's going to go down. Bam!
And the crowd goes wild.
They managed to take an... Listen, that is the first objective that's been taken in a very long time. They did it. Also interesting to see the Revenant's Brooch for the Spirit Breaker.
I've been waiting for that for the Willow as well, right? In the matchup versus the Muerta.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, certainly a great item versus the Muerta, and one that we don't get to see all too often because it is very expensive.
Yes.
But when you get to these late game situations, this is something about Dota that is often theory crafted, but not really seen, of course, is these mega late game moments. So you might not have ever tried something, but you need to have these things in your mindset just in case you do find yourself in an 80-minute game on the TI stage in the first day of Seattle.
First day. And now out, and now smoke. Muerta not in it, pure waiting. Just to the side, they break for a moment, and immediately they run away. Dangerous times. Who's gonna blink first? Toronto Tokyo drops the zombie house up on the high ground, and now the jump forward. Onto FNG. Tries to back away, already at 12,000 HP. Now the charge comes through onto Pure. Can he manage to get anything off? We'll have the snowball and the cheese. Rotates, rolls in, tries to get out after. Does he have a blink?
Yep.
Yes. But the separation, it's still there. He's caught now in the shards. The rest of them are left all alone, and the team has given up FNG for dead.
He's testing out
that's 13,000 HP on Toronto Tokyo, but no mana. Interesting.
He's just dancing in the fountain here. Yeah, there you go. Giant.
Look at how big he is. He's bigger than the Ancient. Oh my God.
Let's just defend him instead.
You know, I've done that in demo mode a couple of times. I didn't think I'd actually see it in a pro game. This is what happens when you get to 81 minutes. I feel like, I don't remember what the record was previously for longest game, but
please no.
This might be one of the games where we actually get there.
Oh, once you hit 80 minutes, you know.
Oh yeah.
Everything's out the window. People are starting to make their way up to level 30.
Totally.
Everybody on the Dire except for Toronto Tokyo is already level 30. Only 2 though.
Squadix. Yeah, that one hurts. That was a lot of damage.
Bit far out for having somebody dead.
Wow. Yeah, gets caught for a moment, and VP, they've gotten a little bit too comfortable. Now, again, if you can force any buybacks here for BetBoom, this would be huge. Can they get anything out of this?
All right, Kiritich is ready.
Gotta be careful, gotta be careful. Kiritich throws out one, the dead shot's there. Tombstone, Yules, buyback already there for the Kunkka.
Has to pierce the veil though, almost defensively versus save.
I think with the buyback, BetBoom are gonna let that one go though. They don't want to attempt any further, unless VP step out of their base here. They're waiting nearby. Wait a minute, are they actually thinking about going? A kill on the Kunkka is obviously great, but if you're fighting into the base, it can be very scary, particularly with Tusk ready to go. Jump in, find him. X already down to half HP, pops the BKB, tries to back away. Ghost ship there, keeping him alive. He's able to get it off. He gets out. The neutral item keeps him alive for the moment. Sunstrike aiming for it, wasn't able to connect.
Pierce the veil in 5 seconds here, and they're going to retreat back. So no refresher having to be used there from Kiritich is massive, and unable to get themselves another buyback forced out as Notice survives.
The value right there of the Book of Shadows. Self-cast on the Doom keeps him alive. And showing that this one, it's not going to be simple trying to end it for BetBoom. You're going to have to take a risk at some point. And now, I mean, they probably, there's another Roche ready.
GPK's checking it out. It's like, do I even need this?
Do I care? Yeah, they're TPing in. They're going to claim it. Okay, so Aegis, if nothing else, you're at least taking it away from VP. All right, do you think they deny the Aegis? Is there any chance?
No.
Okay.
Surely someone will find a use for it, right? I mean, Save is getting the important item, though. Has realized that, I need this Revenant's Brush.
Okay, they're just going to leave everything in the pit. That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, GPK decides to take it. Aghanim Scepter, some garbage, but look at Kiritich, backdoor! Oh, wait a minute now.
This is how Nags gets left behind.
That's the X mark spot. Interesting. With the creeps taking over. Wait, is that a Helm of the Dominator? It was.
The necessary late game plays.
Wait, who has that?
It's on the Doom.
Oh, yeah, it is. Notice playing Helm of the Dominator. First time on this hero, 123 minutes. Excuse me, an hour and 23 minutes.
He needs the Overlord so they can get the time creep so that, help with this Pierce the Veil.
Rapier, second one bot.
All right, but Save has the item. The Octar. I mean, this is position 1 Willow at this point, right? It's like fully done, and she has all the magical items that you need, the special Willow items.
And just goes for the double. Not actually assembling it in inventory.
With one in the stash.
Okay, triple Rapier Kiritich.
I mean, at this point, get rid of the Lincolns. I mean, what are we doing here?
Dude, Helm of the Dominator, actually, I think if they can get it there with the X marks, she takes the whole thing. A second Rapier now bought also for the Wraith King. Oh, we are in a weird position. I mean, you might need to buy like some halberds or something.
Does the price go down when there's so many, like supply and demand here?
I don't think it works that way.
Okay, well, how about with another one?
Maybe. We can dare to dream. All right, the creep, it's going. Look at him. Look at him. They're sending him off. Are they going to try and do a TP play onto this? The little archer that could. He's heading out. Kiritich. Oh. Well, there was a battle, maybe a brewing over to the side, but the TP in. Dun, 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 dun. Tries to take it down and...
Oh, the X! He ran out!
They got him caught! Kiritich, no!
Not my Rapiers! GPK was on that so fast. Was sitting there lurking in the side.
Oh!
Got him.
Oh, that one hurts. Save now double Rapier. Oh, goodness. 69,000 gold lead and a pirate hat to boot.
Didn't even get the racks either.
That feels really bad, man. Oh, jeez. Oh, man.
GPK is AFK for a second here. There he comes.
So Kiritich will have another Assemble Rapier, I think. Is that right? Was that a fourth one then? Yeah, he has one in inventory and one in stash.
Yeah.
With buyback. Nightfall. Jumps in.
Has the buyback.
Kick back. The buyback's there. Can they? Oh! Two-shot. Gotta be careful.
Remember the throne. Remember the throne.
He's gone. The throne is there. It's exposed, but nobody is hitting it. Notice tries to get out, but God, they do so much damage with the rest of these heroes. Now kicking back in. The tombstone, double tombstone's down. The throne exposed. Pure, all on top of it. Can they bring it out in time? Save! He's in the Shadow Realm and trying to end the game. The control, it's going to be there, but they find the Hex, trying to kill him. Saves, they're in it! Toronto Tokyo ends the game! And with that, BetBoom, they are going to knock out Virtus.pro in a thrilling 87-minute game. It took them a while, but they got there.
And you got to go way back. I know our memories are short, but remember this game was looking so good for Virtus.pro. They were sweeping across the map with this Muerta. They were taking objectives, but then Pure on this Spirit Breaker, he held them in this game. He killed every wave. He stopped every push, and eventually he became a beast.
Well, the jubilation from the booth as crowd appreciating what we've seen in this Dota 2 Cathedral.
They gave us a good one.
They gave us a solid match. We'll be knocking out Virtus.pro from the tournament. And again, you go for those type of plays. The decision to go on in from Kiritich, try and find that last little hit, but a solid response from GPK to be able to catch him out.
Hey man, last games on the stage here potentially for Virtus.pro, and you go for plays like that. That's what you want to see, right? That's what everyone's here to watch when they come to see some great Dota. They want to see you making those risky plays to stay alive in TI. Not for Virtus.pro this time, but BetBoom will carry on here through the lower bracket.
So we head on back to the panel.
Bet BetBoom. They are now a top 6 team, but they did not get it easy. This is now the longest game here at TI12. So we got to experience it on the main stage in the arena here. It was only beaten, the record here, made by about 9 seconds, give or take. So it was very, very close when it came to it, but BetBoom, not only are they able to get the win for themselves, but now they have that record of the longest TI12 game so far. And it was insane. I thought we were going to see a much earlier finish from them because I thought it was down to who was going to initiate Aoi, who was going to be able to get these fights, but they all just kind of dissipated and no one wanted to initiate anymore.
No, I think late game Dota is just super scary right now. Like, heroes are dying in 1 second. You press the buyback, you know you're super committed. It's really hard to go high ground in these situations. Honestly, I thought that both teams were being pretty creative with the risk, and I was happy to see that. So like VP, they're busting out the helms and like some travel 2 plays, and then BetBoom, they're like just YOLOing the throne at times.
Yeah, 2 things that are remarkable from Virtus.pro is the fact that they were able to have such a good early game. I thought it was going to be closed at about 30 minutes because BetBoom wasn't really hitting the same timings as Virtus.pro and the tempo that they were bringing in, and then to be able to hold the high ground like that, Effie.
I mean, geez, that felt like 2 games ago. I feel like I just watched 3 games in one, but that just speaks to the power of Spirit Breaker. This hero is so ridiculous in its ability to control waves, to extend games, to just do things unpunished. And I have to give my credit to Pierre, because if it weren't for his Spirit Breaker and his early BKB purchase, where a lot of other Spirit Breakers might have gone greedier, might have gone for the Wind Waker, could have gone for the Kayasha. No, he went Octarine into BKB, cut every wave, and even when VP tried to smoke, tried to make plays on him, tried to kill him, he was getting out, man. He had that early BKB. He was ulting neutral creeps to get out of ice shards. I mean, he was doing everything that he could to keep his team in the game, and he did just that, and Nightfall delivered in the end.
Yeah, and you talk about hour-long game. Spirit Breaker is his 5th hour-long game now, undefeated when you get to this point in the game. Not a single game has been lost for a Spirit Breaker player at this mark, and it boils down to what Effie was mentioning. The fact that you just skip all these waves, and I think, you know, fair play to VP though. Like the second Roshan, the fact like they take it with such confidence, they're making all these plays, but unfortunately, they don't have that one element of getting out of the game. Like they have this early lead, they have the early Aegises, everything's going their way, but when they look towards high ground, it's like, but what next? Because meanwhile, Pure's just on the other side of the map making all these moves, and when you get to 60+ minutes, it's a completely different game.
And also, when they had that lead, when it felt like they were snowballing, the lower and lower the net worth gap got, it felt like there were heroes on BetBoom that could solve Muerta. Like when VP were trying to take the fights, you had the Spirit Breaker on top of Muerta with a Bedlam, pushing her away, making her unable to use her ulti effectively or unable to hit the Wraith King. And then later on, the Undying gets Heart, Blade Mail, Blink Dagger. He starts getting on top of the Muerta. We saw Toronto Tokyo zoning the Muerta away from very crucial team fights before it became that 60-minute stalemate. So hats off to them for dealing with her.
Just so you're aware, Muerta did 162,000 damage in this game. She did 27,000 building damage. Like, that's the game, unfortunately, you lose with, but like these stats, it's like insane. 18-6-14, an insane game, but yeah, just couldn't close it out.
I know we could keep talking about this series for as long as we were given, but unfortunately, we got to jump to a winner's interview. I know Tsunami has Toronto Tokyo joining him.
I'm joined with Toronto Tokyo, who has just given us a sermon in this cathedral of Dota, where it seemed it was a little bit of a hard game for you there, it seemed.
We tried our best to make content, guys. More content, better TI, better like the more long game. It's more like fun.
Did you guys have fun? Ever the showman, Toronto Tokyo, but you had an opportunity to kind of put a cork in that game. You guys were pushing. Instead of going for tier 4s, you went for mega creeps, and then you guys kind of stuck around. You're like, should we end the game now? Should we try to force buybacks? What was the decision making there?
I don't know. Maybe because it's from TALON experience, we didn't go Tron this time, but I felt like we could. Anyway, 3 sides it's okay, but then we suicided for Tron. Maybe it was not best idea because the Tusker tossed our resking to the Fontaine. So yeah, but in this patch, it's really hard to win games. Yeah.
It's okay. We know that it's all part of your master plan to entertain us in Climate Pledge Arena, Toronto, Tokyo. Hell of a performance. Congratulations on top 6 as we send it back to the panel.
That's some hell of content right there. I mean, an 87-minute game. If you're going to make content, you got to make sure it's long form, apparently, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, that was a test of endurance for the players, and that kind of content might be a test of endurance for the fans, but hey, I'll watch it.
Ali, what thoughts are you having in a late game Dota like this? Anything plus 60 minutes, is it a lot of thoughts, or is it your mind's almost blank where you're like, okay, how do we close this game out now?
I think it depends on the situation. A lot of the times you're like trying to get creative, you're making plans, oh, we all buy Deg and 5s and smoke may zap someone. There's just a lot of things that can happen in the late game, and it's super unexplored. So I think Lyrical mentioned in the cast, like you're just doing things that you theory crafted before. There's no really like book to go by, and it just ends up with these crazy games. I think this game, like, it was probably really hard to play from VP side because I felt like they probably thought they had this game. Like they got the first Aegis, everything was looking good, and then they sort of like threw their own momentum away by just like running down the lane instead of trying to take the map. So I was really impressed that like they fought back so much in the late game.
What about UT for Virtus.pro? You know, it's the end of the road for them now. Their run in the international is done. Top 8 is a massive performance for themselves.
Yeah, I think it just boils down to just like the fresh talent that we are seeing, especially when there's captained by quite an old school player. It is cool to see that kind of we have that life in Dota, that these teams are kind of still, you know, cultivating. We're not seeing the old guard still do stuff. Of course, it's been what, a couple of years now this has been the case, and you know, I think just scene's in a good spot. We're having top 8 teams where it's not the expected every single time, so it's pretty good.
Do you think FNG's mom would be proud of him, Effie? We saw that content piece where he's talking about how he does it for his mom.
For sure, but he should also be proud of himself. I mean, this man has been around Dota forever, and he really is a grinder. He really has worked so hard, because the last time that he had any kind of significant performance at TI was in 2015 with the really old version of Virtus.pro, back when they were starting to be really dominant. And then he just had this stagnant period in his career where he couldn't get to any TI, his teams weren't working out. He goes to TI 10 in 2021 with Alliance. They don't do very well. They just plays very, very low, and then as a coach, he didn't succeed. So for him to grind for that many years and make it here to top 8 and go out in such a spectacular fashion.
Yeah, it's a true testament to him, and we're actually going to hear more from him because FNG and Tsunami are standing by.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by FNG, and my man, I've been always keeping my eye on your career because it seems that you're just like always one step away. I remember the minor major system, you're always like second place from qualifying to the major. And this year, what did you think was going to happen on your journey from Tour 1 to the international?
Well, I actually don't think so far, you know. I just sit here, play Dota, try to work, and if you work works, then you will achieve some result. But yeah, what matters is the amount of time and effort you put, and you know, the result might not come sometimes. Yeah, it sucks, but it's still enjoyable run. So you know, I'm not proud, or my team also is not proud of the result, but we are proud of our work. So yeah, we will keep going.
Nice. That's very encouraging to hear. I know that you've oftentimes in the interview that we saw of you earlier, you've definitely emphasized the importance of hard work. And something else that you also mentioned in that interview is that you said that your mom is always supporting you, supporting your endeavors, and oftentimes picking you up in moments where you might be doubting yourself. What do you think that she might be saying when you get to speak to her next?
Well, she would say, who cares result? If you are in the tournament, you're already a winner to me. So yeah, thanks, Mom.
Shout out to all the supportive parents out there, and shout out to all the supportive fans. FNG, do you have any words that you'd like to say to all the people who've been supporting you throughout this journey?
Спасибо еще раз.
Spasiba, friends. FNG, congratulations on a top 8 finish. I know it could have been better, but it's always a pleasure watching your performance as we send it back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Tsunami and FNG. Look, FNG might not be lifting the Aegis. He might not have won TI here this year round, but he definitely has won the heart of a lot of people in this arena, a lot of people watching. There are those fans, so it's nice to hear this little shout out that he gave all of them. Any final thoughts that you have on this series before we're sort of out of here?
No, that's a wild series, but I just think VP, like, they're a bunch of young players with FNG captain. There's no shame in how they performed. I think I'm excited for the future. Like, you look at their games, if they can watch them, take and improve from them, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in the future.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, BetBoom, they seem to finally have conquered their demons. They can perform, they can bring their A game to this main stage. The anxiety, the nerves aren't getting to them. They seem to be feeling themselves. So this is a very exciting chapter for this team too.
Yeah, main stage BetBoom, a team that's able to perform in front of everyone. We've got a few people behind us, by the way, and I thought we could do something special for those sitting behind us. Yeah, not only do you guys get some camera time, we're going to give you guys some freebies for sitting behind us, all right? Look, I'm not the best.
Does anyone want a hat?
You go. You go.
You guys
Just throw
first?
it out there. Just throw it out there. Let's go. Let's go.
Standing up for this one. I'm going back.
Oh, T's winding it up. He's got it out there. If you guys want that,
I gave it to a bald guy. Yes.
Guys, we have one more thing. It's a keychain.
Please don't hurt anyone.
I don't want to hurt anybody. So
It is a keychain.
It's going to be a low toss, okay? A low toss.
Perfect. All right, we're going to throw it. If you guys want some merch though as well, I do know Slacks is in the correct vicinity for that.
Hello, everyone. We are here at the Secret Shop. Welcome. Hello. Woo! Dota fans are alive. Hello. How's the line treating you?
It's fantastic so far.
How long has it been?
Not that long, maybe like half an hour.
That's not bad for a Secret Shop line. Very, very.
It's not too bad.
I see you're an aficionado of Dota.
Indeed.
Yes, yes. What do you want from the line?
Ooh, keycap set. I'm 100% sure. You know, and 2 caps.
You a Medusa player?
I am a Medusa player.
That is disgusting. Well done. Well.
I love it, you know.
All right, fantastic. You know, I could walk you over. Maybe we could beg them. Sure. Over here, look at these little dips and dobs. Look at that.
The keycap sets. Oh, and the charms.
Oh, the keycap set. Now, if I could get you one thing for free, what would it be, my friend?
Probably the keycap set.
The keycap set.
Indeed. I'm a mechanical keyboard.
Listen, we're live on the camera right now.
Hey.
We didn't pre-record this. We didn't ask you. Would you give this man a keycap set?
I would.
I'll pay for it. All right, you can have the keycap set. Let's get this man one keycap set. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lex.
Yeah, great. Thanks. That's wonderful. All right, here's the moment. Your keycap set that I will pay for. There you
Thank
have
you
it.
so much. I really appreciate it, Slacks. Thank you. Shout out.
Yeah, great. I will see you at the Secret Shop, everyone. Goodbye. They're selling out everything. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Slacks. And while he was off talking about Secret Shop things, we changed things up here with Secret Panelists. I mean, T's nice, Sheep's nice. Hey, Matu, how you doing?
I mean, I'm doing great. It feels back to be at the old key arena, now Climate Pledge Arena.
Yeah.
I'm technically the returning champion here, so I mean, it couldn't be a better moment. If Liquid grabs that Aegis, I'm gonna go be the first one to grab it with them.
I believe it in a heartbeat. Is it extra nostalgia that you're here in the very same place where you lifted that Aegis in 2017?
I mean, Seattle is a special place for me, most definitely. Dating back to 2017, I mean, I feel so home here.
And we got ourselves our upcoming match, which is Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. We are shifting from lower bracket to upper bracket, so we will not have any eliminations for the rest of the day. You can rest easy, but we will have a guaranteed top 3 team. 2, actually. So there's a lot on the line here. Sheep, how are you looking forward to this match?
I'm so excited to be doing it with Matu mostly, because I'm really hoping he's going to shit-talk Liquid the appropriate amount to bring their egos down. Obviously, Blitz on that team, you know, he's a little bit too big for his boots. Yeah, he's okay. He's okay. But no, it's going to be really hype. I think Spirit not looking as indomitable as they were earlier coming into the tournament, I would say, after the previous match series. But yeah, so I'm thinking it's going to be a real good one.
I mean, this is going to be the match to watch. It's Liquid, Spirit, one of the favorites. Spirit being the TI-10 winners, Liquid having a really hot year, and coming here, I'm expecting like this is one of the matches of the tournament.
I mean, they've been toe for toe throughout the entire year, right? Be it Bali Major, Liquid wins, and you get Riyadh and Spirit wins, and it's like they're the best of Western Europe, the best of Eastern Europe, like. It's just the best series, putting it bluntly.
The best series, we got the best people here. There's a couple of things missing. First of all, I mean, you know, the arena is kind of empty at the moment in terms of players. I guess there's a lot of Dota players in the audience as well. I mean, on the actual stage, because we got Team Spirit come, of course, out in a little bit. But before they do, we are going to say hello to Team Liquid. Climate Pledge Arena. This team has had a fantastic year, coming second every single big LAN. But if they want to have a shot at second or maybe changing their place to first, they first have to make it to that grand finals, and they have a formidable opponent in the way in Team Spirit. They are champion of 2021 of the International, and they look to be repeat champions. But again, it's a long road still to that grand finals. Can they make it? There's definitely a lot of smiles. It must be electric being in the arena. And I do want to ask Matu, walking up there for the first time in the arena like this, that must be magical.
I mean, every time you go on the big stage, it's a special feeling because you don't get to experience it that often, and especially for the stakes here. I mean, coming back here, Climate Pledge Arena, once again, is like, damn, like this is the real TI in my books.
Yeah. The real TI, the one that matters in Seattle, the one where you could potentially get the ages if you make it deep enough. These two teams are two of the favorites here. Being in the upper bracket proves that once again. I want to focus on Team Liquid here first, because we've had a little bit of a change of the guard. The last TI, Matu was still playing for them, but the team has changed a little bit.
Yeah, it has changed, and you know, should I say for the better? No, no. Yeah, for the better. You know, clearly they've hit a lot of second place strides. You know, they did a pretty good run, but no, I think right now they are in that position where every time you look at them at a tournament, no one doubts them that they should be in the finals, right? Like they should be easily top 3. Just the way that they play the draft, like the hero combos that they bring out, like they never feel like they have major off days, and that's a key thing for a team. Is like you want to have that ability to turn up every single day, and you know here in this series they need to bring just the all to beat Team Spirit.
Why did all the good things come after me? We didn't win any of these.
You came third. It was great.
Yeah, but yeah, they come second, you come third. So like you're kind of in the same zone, kind of.
I mean, they're kind of my grandkids. That's how I feel about it.
No, actually, Matu, you told me yesterday why they're doing great right now, and why maybe third at that point was the highest point that you could get then, because I want to talk a little bit about Team Liquid's drafting style, because it changed drastically just over a year ago with you at the helm.
Yeah, I started doing this because obviously something wasn't working out with the way we were doing things, and by chance, actually, I started drafting, and later Blitz and Zai took it on after my time, and it just worked somehow better. How can I describe it? For me, Dota is about random things coming together. You add random plus random, and maybe good, maybe bad.
You said you laid the groundwork for them to work upon it. You don't need to be humble, you know. You can claim a little bit of credit.
I mean, I have to be a bit mellow here because Blitz is going to watch this broadcast after, so...
I'll leak his secrets.
Sure.
I remember William telling me that there came a lot of confidence when you came into the drafting seat, like the ability to kind of in the middle of a draft in a match, be able to just say, we're playing this hero and just pick it. Would you say that's accurate?
Yeah, I mean, sure, that's me. I pick a hero, guys, this is Imba. If you don't win, like, it's not my problem, it's your problem, you know, like, just let's us win. It's good heroes.
That's kind of what Zai is doing nowadays. A lot of interviews throughout the year have always been, Zai, why are you playing this hero? It's like, well, I just called for it. And it's like, everyone in the draft's like, I guess, you know? So he's kind of maybe taken the reins of the Matu drafting position, being a little bit more volatile. But again, it works out time and time again.
Yeah, and for Team Spirit, they have had not the greatest success this year, but also some changes, Sheep.
they have a change in their mid lane. They have LOL. I love LOL, by the way. I cannot sing enough praise for like Team Spirit as a whole. I watch all their vlogs, big fan. And I think LOL is a really nice addition because he's just like super stable in the mid lane. He's very calm. Like he doesn't overstress himself. Like I think I've seen the difference between like Yatoro, who will just plan out his entire laning stage. Like he's just playing against Shopify. It's like, yeah, they're going to come here. They're going to play this lane this way. They're going to hit me a lot. I have to play reserve. They're going to use the gates. I have to be careful. And then there's like a LOL over here, and they're like, LOL, how do you play? How do you play your lanes? Do you plan everything out in your head? He's like, nah, bro, I just chill. I'm just relaxed. I just do my thing.
Do you know why I like LoL though? 450 games, he's never played Tinker, he's never played Brood, he's never played Husker. All of these cheesy, disgusting mid-heroes in his like 2-year competitive career, never touched them. He has ethics, he has, you know, prestige. He's a gentleman of the mid lane. Unlike these other filthy mid laners that we see here, he has, some gravitas.
That's like the opposite of me on my prime. I was living through this cheesy.
I mean, look at him. Yeah, look. These are just some honest mid laners we're seeing right now. 4-0, 3-0.
That an honest face?
Yeah, I mean, kind of.
Yeah.
He played Viper.
He played a Ricky.
Yeah, but he lost on it, so he knows not to go back to it, right?
I also feel like he was forced to do it.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't his jam. You know? Like his teams, you know, they have a Spectre Bristleback. Let's play Viper. It's like, okay.
Sure,
you want TI. Okay.
Happens every time in the draft. Wait, how many times would you say that during a draft you've been forced into a hero that you don't want, or did you always have that control?
It definitely happens a lot. I mean, sometimes you use the captaincy, something that you necessarily don't, because you don't put as much thought into it. As a captain, he sees the bigger picture. Sometimes it's too theoretical, and it doesn't work in practice. So there is always, you have to find a balance for these things.
Speaking of balance, there's been a great balance on the side of Team Liquid on a trio T. There's been a trio, and at the moment they're not winning just yet. But
at the moment, but after the first game, you know, checking that Dota, thank you, very helpful. They will break the record for the trio that has played the most games together. They will be then taking over the reign from GH, Mind Control, and Kuroki with 1,120 games. And that is like, when you actually think about it, that is like a disgusting amount of games to play, like competitively, to be clear. Like this isn't, like when you think, how many times have you played 1,000 games with your friend? That's pretty hard. Competitively, when there's prestige and money on the line, like that is so cool to see, and like this trio has done so much.
Yeah, you're able to find duos that have high numbers, but for you to find a trio that has that high number playing together is incredible. It also is a sign, I think, of Team Liquid's philosophy, Matu, because in terms of changes in players, that doesn't happen that often in this team. They are really, truly supportive of each other all the way.
I mean, the team is built on Blitz Dota. He built the team, got them together. These three came from Han. They climbed the ladder together, and now they are here. It couldn't be written better. You know, the script is there. Like, it's amazing.
Yeah, and it looks amazing, this as well. I cannot get enough of our cathedral that we have going on here. And with Team Liquid and Spirit on the stage, it really is just a cherry on top here, Sheep. I want to talk more about Team Spirit. I want to talk more a little bit about how their play style has changed over the year. And if people, you know, people might be tuning in as like, okay, upper bracket semifinals, that's the series I tune in for. I haven't watched all year. Team Spirit, what did they do?
Team Spirit are very fun to watch. They have a very big focus on Yatoro as their win condition. If you look at their drafting style, he has very often had his hero picked at the end, either on 18 or 24, depending on if they're first or second pick. LOL tends to be, you know, more sacrificial. It was actually an issue they had as a team. He used to be more of the focus on like having farm priority and win condition in his previous team, and now he's had to step back and learn how to readjust. So it is really cool seeing how they've gotten better at that over the year. They had to learn to be more aggressive at the start of this year, and now they're currently working on expanding their hero pools, which has been a big focus for them.
Yeah, I feel like at the start of this year, T-Gov, there was a pretty vocal fan base calling for Laurel to not have a very long run in the team. I say that very, very friendly.
That always happens when you replace, you know, Toronto Tokyo for then a new player, right? And then for Lau, especially because he was picked up from a BetBoom at the previous tie, they also didn't do well. So it wasn't as if they were picking up a player who was at their prime. He was like a fresh guy. And I think it does show that Spirit also has the same type of systems as a Liquid, because they went through nearly half a DPC year of just bad results, just nothing. And then because they commit, because they continue with it, then they hit the good stride at the end. So I think it is just testament that we have the two teams on the stage here have some of the best infrastructure and support network around their players, so that even if they are starting off a little bit weaker, they eventually, because they are doing the correct kind of scout system, they are going to get their moment to shine. And yeah, here it is.
Here it is. This team is, both teams actually, very easy to root for. And if you still need a new favorite player and you haven't watched the Boxy documentary, you really should, as that has some very heartfelt moments where he shares about his health issues and losing his mom a few years ago during a competitive season as well. It's definitely a must-watch, and it once again highlights the support that a team like Team Liquid and Team Spirit as well, as we highlighted there as well, Sheep, can give their teammates.
I have massive respect for both these teams and the way you see them communicate in their team content and stuff. Obviously, you can even throw it back to the beginning of this year, where Liquid looked like they would take the Lima Major and ended up having to drop out with the health issues on Boxy. And who stood in but Jabs, their coach? And the fact that they then won a series against TALON is insane. They have such strong players and such trust in each other, and they wanted to just make sure that Jabs was comfortable and happy, and then were able to still play up to standard. They're not tilting out, they're not raging at each other. There's just pure love and support.
And love and support is great. And we talked about the team playstyle of Team Spirit, but that love and support, how does that have an impact on the team playstyle of Team Liquid, Matu? If you were to describe Team Liquid's playstyle, how would you do it?
Well, I think this team is based on their drafts. They see heroes as we pick the heroes and the heroes kind of play themselves. It's hard to explain in normal terms, but they have a foundation of Zai and Blitz doing the groundwork for strategy, heroes, what are we gonna do, and then the other four just kind of blend in and try to make that become a reality. And I just appreciate that we have two teams that are trying to actually play Dota on this stage. They want to end the game early. They're not just waiting for 60 minutes like some other teams, or even 90 minutes, or specifically 87 minutes that we might have just seen.
A little bit of shade.
They're all gone though. Statistically, all the teams with the average win time, over 50, they're all eliminated. Only Nouns was doing it, so they're all gone.
Apart from the match we just watched.
Outlier. This is good.
It's all good. That being said, I wouldn't mind seeing a long late-game brawl between these two. There's also something that is very telling always for a day one. We are day one of the finals. We've had a couple of days break, and for these teams coming in, it's very different from seeing them now compared to us getting to see them tomorrow, because they have had so much time to prepare.
Yeah, they have, and we've seen with this new format, some teams have had maybe too much time to prepare. I'm already looking at Zai's pubs right now, and he's played a couple offlane Witch Doctor games in the week.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, wonderful. So, of course, they haven't touched it so far. They saw Nouns succeed with it, and now suddenly in the week break, this could be something they've been trying out. I think this week break is the curse of some teams and the best possible change for others. So we'll see if it is a advantage for either of these two.
I feel like I have heard that Liquid said that they are one of the best teams when it comes to, if you give them time to prepare, they'll nail it. Which also might be a reason why being in the grand finals best of 5, you need to be able to adjust mid-series, and that is then maybe a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, the week is interesting for sure. I'm glad to hear Liquid seem to be doing well with it. I know Spirit wanted to use the time to learn new heroes or train. And we'll see how they come out.
We'll see how they come out indeed. The wait is over. Our upper bracket semi-finals beginning.
Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. Game 1.
Here we go. To be able to have a fantastic game, we need some fantastic heroes on the board. In game number 1, Team Liquid will be Radiant side. We got Team Spirit on the Dire side with first pick, and Team Liquid will therefore get second and overall last pick, which could be considered a great strategic advantage. But we'll see what we have coming out of the gates right here. Sheep, is there anything in particular you want to see come out from either of these two teams?
Well, I wanted to see Primal, but it's gone, so that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
They taking out me post because Ench was pretty hype.
Yeah.
Very smart. That guy is insane on the hero.
I mean, I think definitely like the sports are going to be very contested. Pugna, Grimstroke, like the flavors of the tournament. Personally, I just want to see Yatoro plays Faces Void, his Terrorblades, or Spectres. Like, this guy is always a treat to watch.
No, for sure. And I think already you're talking about the carry. I'm going to go for the support. I think Maposhka on Team Spirit, he has been so insane this tournament here, with his Enchantress being, I think it's undefeated, Tusk as well, leading from the front. I think every time we talk about this team, we always seem to go Yatoro, Collapse, you know, everything here. But Maposhka, I think he is having a stellar tournament so far. But yeah, the supports I think are going to be key in this series for sure.
They're all really skilled. Boxy is versatile. He can play multiple different types of support, but I really like it when he's playing the things that can roam along the map and like set pace, right? Because he's the shot caller of the team, especially early. He wants to make calls, he wants stuff to happen. And I like when he's on his Tusk, for example, you see that so much. His ability to come on mid and help there sets up Liquid really well in early games.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Liquid's games always flow good when Box is feeling good and he gets to do his things on the map. I don't really know position 4 right now, but that role has like endless possibilities, which fit him perfect.
Yeah, it's been great watching the Twin Gates and how teams are getting better at it. But I think Spirit, obviously, I mean, both teams are going to be looking into this, but there are teams that will use the gates like way more than other teams. For example, later on, Azure Ray, they love that. Making sure you control them or ward them and keep tabs on how these supports are moving is going to be very key.
And we got a Muerta coming out for Team Liquid straight out of the gates. Is this for Team Liquid also still a flex pick, T, or are you looking to see that only on Mika? He has played it, of course, earlier on, and we have not seen Boxy play it.
Yeah, like you said, Boxy hasn't played it. He has tried playing it a couple times in his pubs in the week building up to this, so I'd like to think there is some flexibility that has now been introduced to this pick. But if anything, for Spirit, them going for the Phoenix, it feels like a way to prevent Tree and Protector. They take the Phoenix themselves. It is the counter to Tree because, of course, you overgrowth, I egg better than overgrowth. So Spirit trying to dictate a little bit of the draft just with going for the Phoenix. And yeah, we'll see if Liquid does have that flex with the Muerta.
We'll see indeed. We, of course, have our next ban phase straight out of the first opening picks. Team Spirit on the side of the Phoenix, there is some flex potential. We've actually seen it on Team Liquid playing it on position 3 with Zai, but Team Spirit has only played it so far on Mira on the position 4. And the question is, will they do that again? It is highly likely, right, Sheep, or would you not mind seeing it somewhere else?
I mean, I would love to see it somewhere else. Like, Core Phoenix is always a treat to watch. I don't think we will, though. I'm definitely more interested in the Muerta. I assume if they do keep the trend and keep it as carry, the way that Liquid will tend to play it is you have like your Pike and stuff, you build her up to just be able to, you power farm, hit the Ancients, and then eventually you're just going to be able to sit there and hit towers, and your team needs to just be able to hold off long enough for you to do that. Like in the past when we've seen Spirit play this type of thing, if they may be having a bad game or they have a carry they need to farm up, it's very much on Lal to be able to kind of be the barrier between his carry and the other team and make that space. So Liquid are going to have like their supports in there and Nisha who are going to have to let this Muerta have a good game.
Would you then like to see, with the emphasis on Laurel and Nisha here, would you like to see their heroes saved to last?
I think Spirit should keep their normal like win condition of Yatoro last pick.
Okay.
There is no point in changing it. I'm a little surprised none of the teams have picked CK or Bandit yet. So I felt like that was one of the strongest heroes of the tournament. I understand why Liquid is not going for it, because the Spirit picked Phoenix, which is probably one of the best heroes against CK. But are we gonna see Yatoro CK? Is that something in his book?
Yes.
Yep, there it is.
Wow.
Goodness, I still got it.
Still got it.
So good.
Well, very good. This will be the second time Yatoro will play CK this international. He has played 10 different heroes in 12 different games, only repeating 2 heroes twice.
Yeah. The main thing as well, like with CK, you have such insane burst damage with your ult and the blink that a hero like Muerta, if you are caught off by surprise, like let's say it is a carry Muerta, you have that potential turnaround. Of course, Muerta can then pierce through the veil, not get damaged by CK, but like, it's that constant balance of do I need to position correctly? Do I maybe need to go Silver Edge instead of the big items so I can position correctly in the fight? It always causes you to have to think throughout the fight, and that's always a little bit scary when you're playing carry. I'm sure you can agree with this, where it's like you have to think of like this one hero, and if that hero is gone or finished with, that's when you get to fight. Like that's always a harder game to play.
It goes both ways, right? Because CK is very committal hero. He gets in there, he's not leaving that, because that horse doesn't move very fast. So Muerta hits super hard if she just gets to right click at a single target that's staying still. So it's gonna come down to the jumps really.
I have seen a lot of issues for Muerta players with positioning, especially when like Chaos Knight is also going to go for Silver Edge, and these teams, especially these like super high tier 1 teams, they will go for earlier gems. So if you're trying to play Muerta and you're trying to rely on like Silver Edge and not being found, and some CK comes around the corner also invis and they have a gem, like you're just dead. So I've seen Muerta struggle some of these games.
That is the biggest problem with Muerta peaks with like 5-6 items like that. She's like the ultimate late game hero, and CK peaks what 10 minutes. She's like the king of the hill, the boss of the gym.
Boss of the gym.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Also makes sense is the Spirit. This CK pick, where it just screams carry. Collapse has been trying it in offlane as well. We've seen it a little bit in the road to TI. He hasn't played it so far, but again, that's the joy of this extra week break. Because this CK, I think if we spoke about it a week ago, it's like, it's the carry done. But now, because we've had this time, Willow could be carry, could be 4. CK could be offlane, could be carry. Like, there's a lot of ambiguity with Spirit sign up so far. And for Liquid, they have flexed themselves, but they're going to have to start answering some questions because they got the double pick now, whilst having a lot of question marks on where exactly are Spirit's heroes going.
Yeah, I'll throw another argument in there. So far, whenever Phoenix or Willow got picked by Team Spirit, both of them always played by Mira. So maybe I wouldn't put it past them to just have that up their sleeve if Liquid doesn't address it, which they kind of have to, considering it is up in the air. You kind of want to cover all bases, but they're taking into their bonus time quite heavily for this one, so they're really trying to find the best puzzle piece.
This is going to be the deciding pick where they're going to take the more than the whole draft really, so they have to make the right decisions right here.
Did they do it?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
There's still one more pick,
I know.
The 2 picks. Hold.
Gotta give it.
Now did they do it, Matu? You got 2 seconds to answer. Go.
Oh my God, that's a spin. Let's go.
Voice acting?
No.
This 6-month break. Yeah, Christ.
Well, what do we think about it? Because this means that most likely Muerta is support. In a fast, far away land, I've seen Sven support, but not really on the table at the moment. But
I mean, it's the same concept, right? It's a hard carry that's going to want to farm. You're going to have to protect that the ancients. The Muerta becomes a little bit more of a greedy support. She doesn't really synergize super well with Grimstroke, like being able to run in. But you have Tide for that. He'll be able to go Meteor Hammer. They'll be able to pressure the map, try and like take these towers. They have really good team fight. Their draft so far is very well-rounded on Liquid.
Yeah, it's basically like a lot of laning combos as well, right? Because if it's going to be like Grim Sven, double stun lane, you often don't really kill a lot in Sven lanes. You more move to kind of farm. It's one of the weaker carries actually getting kills inside the lane. And then it kind of amplifies the Tide plus Muerta to actually do things. And then probably Grim will just turn it into a tri-lane, I'd say like around minute 5, minute 6, if he's against a weaker lane, but already Spirit are quite aggressive in that lane.
Usually the setup with 2 range supports is like you just pick 3 beefy cores and let them tank it, because you don't have the natural roamer Tusk or like Earth Spirit or something like this, so I'm expecting quite the beef heroes. I would love a Dazzle on Liquid. It's not quite the beef, but it's like fake beef.
Oh, they've already got a front lane, so yeah, he can beef them up and make them feel happy.
Yeah.
Because I think for Liquid right now, their lanes should be pretty farm heavy. Tide, I mean, right now, what's stopping him from just getting a Meteor Hammer and just soaking up that area of the map? They do need that timing to play on, where probably Nisha or mid lane is like, okay, 20 minutes when Sven's got his Blink +1, Tide's got his Hammer +1 utility. That's Liquid's kind of statement to make their entry to the game. So already Earth Spirit's a decent ban from Spirit there, taking away that time.
They really need to make something happen in the first 20 minutes. I feel like this Tide will struggle against Phoenix, Willow, Kunkka. They're all naturally good against the Zero. Like, they're apex predators. They're just a watermelon, just wobbling around on the map.
So sad, the poor guy.
Oh no.
10 seconds.
So Oh, go for it, team.
Oh, I was going to say, Spirit, when you look at their heroes, it is so hard to actually run into them and feel happy, right? There's going to be Terrorize, there's going to be Egg, there's going to be just CK blowing up a hero if you're out of position, Kunkka with the tidal wave and the boats and everything, right? Like, Spirit is super... Like, they can get kills, but also they are so formidable if they don't want to cross the river and they just want to choke you out through existing on their own side of the map. This is a really scary draft to run into. That's why I'm looking at Liquid to get that Nisha hero that's a little bit more explosive. Delay those timings, delay their ability to fortify themselves as 4 or 5 heroes on one side. And again, Earthspirit was a pretty good ban. What's that next Nisha hero that has that same kind of explosive style of play?
It's not like super explosive, but Invoker's still in the pool. Like just helps deal with Chaos Knight in fights. Helps buff up his Sven and make it a little bit easier for him to take fights. I don't know. Maybe you get this Vessel as well, and that helps you.
They actually have freedom to pick kind of whatever they want here. Like before, they played like a sniper game, for example. And it's like when Spirit has bad backline jump and it's only a CK, do you want to play a whole game of Dota where it's like CK has to kill sniper? That sounds kind of spooky. Yeah. Like, I don't think I'd ever say this suggesting a sniper, but like maybe if this pick from Spirit isn't very good at finding the backlines, it could be a sniper game. Oh, okay, they have an axe. All right.
I do feel like we're not in the universe of sniper quite yet.
Oh, I know,
maybe for, you know.
Yeah, are we in the universe of enjoying a collapse axe game though?
That is sick.
That is so cool. Yeah, that's a good hero. Good player-hero combination.
No dazzle for you, my friend.
So that means that Team Liquid right now is looking for their mid hero for Nisha, who will go up against Laurel's Kunkka, correct? We're on board with that one?
Mag.
All right, and Magnus coming out. That is a fan favorite right there.
I mean, they're TI heroes, right? We've got Axe, you know, the calls, and we've got Magnus with the RPs, Ravages. We need like an Enigma to complete this draft for the arena at least, but yeah, this is going to be 2 beefy lineups running at each other.
I know Blitz likes his circles, and he just picked like all of them. So I don't know if it's good or bad, but we'll see.
Okay. You have to have blind faith with Liquid, right? No matter what. Like,
of course, I'm rooting for Liquid. Easy game.
You understand how the caster curse works, though, right?
I've heard of it.
So are you still going for Liquid?
Well, technically, I'm not a caster. I'm just a retired Finnish dude who came all the way from his home to here.
Well, Matu, that's why we would like to hear from the coach, Blitz, instead.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Blitz of Team Liquid. Blitz, obviously, this is the grand finals matchup from Riyadh Masters. Game has changed a little bit since then, but are there any lessons that you learned from reviewing those replays that you're applying here now, a few months later here at the International?
Yeah, I mean, I learned that they're a really, really good team, so we have to take it a little bit more seriously. And yeah, I mean, I think we understand that they're super flexible, and Maposhka is probably like the most annoying player in the world, so target him a little bit, don't give him edge.
This is high praise coming from you. How about on a lighter note? I saw that you tweeted you're looking for some song recommendations to hum in there in the booth. I don't think I saw much lip syncing. Did you not get any good recs?
No, I mean, Taylor's version of 1989 just dropped, so I've been bumping that. I'm pretty basic. I mean, I listen to like a lot of like early 2000s because that was my jam, and yeah, me and Matu have some songs together and shit, so it's all good.
Oh man, you're just pandering to the crowd. All right, then I want to pander also. Guys, I know a song. Can I get a stomp, stomp, clap from you guys as we get ready into this game number 1? It's pretty good, guys. Let's get into this. Let's rock with game number 1.
We will rock you. Cinderman. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. Upper bracket match, the first of today, and it's a doozy. Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. You ready?
Oh, I'm ready. It's good to be back here. It just feels right to be back in this venue, and I love what they did with the place this year. It looks absolutely amazing. It's so cool to see it packed. People are ready for some high quality Dota, and we're going to bring it here. If this game is any indication based on the draft, there's going to be some big-ass team fights coming out. You've got RP, you've got Ravage on one team. The other side has Supernova, Ghost Ship, and Axe Call. So, like the panel was talking about, look for the circles, you know, and look for First Blood.
Yeah,
probably.
it's already happening. Mira looks to be dead. First Blood goes the way of Liquid already. That was very fast, but at least we caught it on camera this time.
Yes.
as Miposhka is going to get skewered a bit. Nisha with some body blocks of his own.
Okay.
Looks like they might be able to pick this one up as well, as he only has Fire Spirits, which is of course on cooldown. Another dead shot to come. And one Stormbolt into the right clicks. It's enough for Liquid to already be off to a 2-0 start. Now these two teams obviously played each other quite a bit this year, Cinder, since they've all been to basically every LAN throughout this calendar year. Liquid, a lot of second places, of course, which they're a bit salty about. Spirit, though, I mean, overall, I think Spirit are 7-6, so pretty damn close win-loss record between these two teams.
Yeah, and if you're Team Liquid this year, like you said, all those second places, a lot of them have been to Gaimin Gladiators, and then you were like, oh, nice, we get to play another team in the finals, and well, then they lost to them. So
that's right.
You know, maybe this could be, this would be the perfect time to really bring it all together and finally grab a tournament win, because obviously for these players, that would be the first Aegis. So they've got a long road to go, though. Winning this series would put them in the top 3, which is already very close. They were there last year, I believe. They got 3rd, if I remember correctly. Looking to improve that placement this time around.
That's right. So Laurel will be playing against Nisha. No big surprise, of course. Both mid laners for each respective team. Kunkka versus Magnus. Magnus, not a hero been seeing that much this year. What is this pick all about?
Yeah, I'm wondering the same thing. I mean, clearly Team Liquid are tripling down on trying to shut down Yotoro's Chaos Knight here with multiple big AoE spells, but I do wonder if it's a little bit too much of a good thing here that they have too many of these circles, as they were talking about, that the heroes perform the same function. And you're also picking Magnus into Kunkka mid, which I think on paper should be a pretty bad matchup, right? Magnus, sure, you can see us a little bit here and there with Shockwave, but Kunkka, you're never going to harass him out of lane, and on the flip side, he's going to be dealing some serious damage once he hit level 3, and especially level 5. So curious to see if Nisha can stay afloat there. Laurel has been very good on his Kunkka in some of the games we've seen, and give him an easy matchup, it's going to be even better.
Another hero that the panel did discuss, and I'm going to talk about probably for the next 10 minutes straight, is Collapse's Axe, because this is one of his patented heroes. He kind of doesn't matter what the meta is, what people are picking generally. Like, this is a hero that he will pick because he feels comfortable with it, and there's a reason for that, because he absolutely destroys.
I think, you know, a lot of the time when people bring up, oh, hang on, Insania.
Well, he's in a bit of trouble. Battle Hunger applied right now. Looks like he'll tick out eventually, as there's an Inkswell now on to Mickey. The Mira will likely die shortly after eats a tree. It's not going to be enough, as now just the position 1 and 3 are there to clean things up.
Yeah, just barely missing the brambles there allowed Mickey to connect and get that finish. But yeah, what I was going to say was, a lot of the time when you nominate players for, okay, who's the best in the world at a specific hero or whatever, you know, a lot of the time there's discussion. I feel like very few people will be contesting Collapse on Axe based on what we've seen this year. Like, this player-hero combination, it's also easy to be the best player in the world on a hero when you're the only one playing it, but, you know, there's a reason he still plays it when nobody else does, right? That tells a very clear story. Zai here in some serious trouble. Will be cracking off some minus armor there. Be fine.
All right, since it's the laning stage, we're going to have to come up with a good name for this, okay? Because we haven't, I don't think you and I have cast a game where the anchor, whatever the hell that shard for Tidehunter is actually called.
Dead in the water.
They got rid of Tentacle Surprises. Boxy looks to likely be dead here to Yotaro's right click. Zai, nice big anchor smash on Miposhka, who has to be pretty careful here. Body blocks coming out as well. Pops the Fairy Fire. There's the Fire Spirit as well, which means Zai can't have got another right click, but the anchor smash not in range this time.
Gonna pull him away there with the Reality Rift to ensure Miposhka gets the Lotus Flower here. So
anyway, back to the important discussion. What are we calling that anchor, Cinderin?
Dead in the water.
No, then we're not calling it that. I'm not gonna scream dead in the waters, but Miposhka, he still ends up dying. As Zai ends up being in range, anchor smash on a right click will suffice.
I got nothing.
Okay, good.
Dead in the water is a good name, Shannon. Just call it what it's called.
Well, does connect as Mickey's coming in with that war cry. Mira, there's the Stormbolt to connect, and he's going to pop the wand, actually getting a lot of HP back, using the trees to his advantage.
Yeah, the brambles are really nicely
very annoying.
Nisha starting to drop low. This was always going to become challenging, but he's doing really well for himself on the CS. I was actually expecting Kunkka to be pulling ahead at this point, but now the real challenge begins with that level 5 coming in. Perhaps even with the CS advantage, you still have to, you see him using a salve there. That constant harassment is still going to make it tricky, but top 3 net worth currently sitting on the side of Liquid, so they've got to be pretty happy about that.
Boxy, he's going to get pursued by Miposhka. Fire Spirit hits as well. This looks like it's going to be a kill one way or another. Nice dead shot, though. Not going to create enough space that eventually Boxy will fall. Yeah, looking at Nisha in the mid lane, like looking at the CS overall, very even. Is that what you would expect between these two heroes?
I mean, I was expecting a slight advantage for Kunkka, so I think this is a job well done by Nisha already. Oh, hang on. Yeah. Collapse.
Well, Collapse going to get slowed a bit. Boxy trying to
He gets the Vanguard just in time, though.
Does. Is that going to be enough to actually make him survive? The dead shot keep going back as Collapse trying to TP out will be fine. Like you said, Vanguard basically being the reason.
Yeah. Perfect timing, too, because not only does he survive that, but that was a 3-hero attempt from Team Liquid. They brought Boxy down there, so always feels good to survive those. But either way, despite not killing the Axe, they still force him back. He has to do the long walk back to bottom, and keep in mind, he doesn't have boots. Rushing Vanguard, he's probably going to miss a wave and a half, if not 2, on the way down here, and that almost feels as good as killing him, to be honest. So not bad for Team Liquid.
It's not as satisfying, though.
That is very true.
You need that dopamine rush. Zai at level 5. Oh, Nisha, mid lane, is going to get X as Miposhka makes his way over as well. Do they have enough? But looks like going to get off that skewer with a shockwave to follow, but they're just going to right-click him into the ground. So nice pick off there from the likes of Spirit.
In the meantime, it does cost them Yatoro, though, because there was a 3-hero play top coming out from Liquid. Both supports rotating together with the Tide. Slowing down the CK here, pretty important. Zai is almost level 6, Yatoro is level 4.5. So this top lane, it's one of the luxuries that Tide has against Chaos Knight, is that it's one of the few offlaners that can survive against CK +1 with just a couple of levels. So with Boxy leaving that top lane to go bottom, you leave solo experience in the hands of the Tide. And now Zai is going to show up with this Meteor Hammer and almost level 6, and this top tower will fall. Yatoro.
Yep. Oh, well, they cancel the first usage. Nicely done from Yatoro, but this obviously will eventually go down one way or another to Zai.
Surprised he didn't cast that from the tree line there. Actually just walked up straight in front of the tower. And
making him use mana is very efficient. That chaos is very expensive. It's Mickey trying to keep Collapse off, but he is very tanky, as we said, has raindrops in his inventory now. The backpack, I should say, with the boots. And are you expecting any variation to... Are we going to see Aghanim Scepter at any point on Axe? Been in love with this Aghanim Scepter, Octarine, Arcane Blink build that I've been seeing.
Well, if we get an 80-minute game, he'll probably have all those items. We've had one of those today already.
I mean, we've been having a lot of those, like, really 60-plus minute games anyway, so it wouldn't be a big surprise.
I don't know if I've really seen Collapse by Ags. I want to say I've seen it one game maybe, but it's not a common pickup for the hero for the most part, so maybe this is the kind of game you do it in. Applying the minus armor is... Or, sorry, not applying the minus armor. Getting yourself the plus armor here is very valuable against these heroes, obviously. But, don't know. Still not completely sold.
Okay. You'll be a believer by the end of this game, I'll tell you that right now.
I correct myself. I was right both times. It both gives minus armor and plus armor.
Yeah, it does.
And I just corrected myself to saying it's only one. Why didn't you correct me? You know this axe so well.
I do, actually.
Yeah.
I just don't want to embarrass you in front of millions of people.
That's so nice of you. I would not do the same for you, though.
Yeah, I know. That's
Let it be known.
A robot.
Yep.
With no emotions. Zai, level 7. No boots yet. Still in his stash back at the base, but he's taken firm control of this top lane. And that's kind of what the Tidehunters do.
Yeah. And he will start going to work on the tier 2 tower. Now, what's so pesky about this hero in this game is that I feel like aside from Axe, Spirit don't really have the best way of controlling the Tide and killing him off, so he can... It's going to require such a big rotation of like 3 or 4 heroes to kill the Tide that even if you do get the kill, it still doesn't feel great. So it's kind of one of those fires you have to put out, but it doesn't... You don't really like going for the kill, but if you don't, he's going to take your tier 2 eventually, and that's probably a bit too much to pay. Collapse just farmed some big stacks, though, so he will be getting there.
Now Yatoro gonna get some help from Laurel here with that boat. Gonna set everything up onto Boxy. Super easy kill. Of course, just the support, but I do want to talk a bit about the CK, Mr. Yatoro. This has been a hero that has kind of risen in the ranks of like just tier 1 carries. Why is that, do you think? I mean, I know big deal is like the Bristleback counter, but we're not really seeing Bristleback much because
he got a really big buff in 734D to the Chaos Strike, which effectively increases the damage you do against creeps by a lot. And that means you farm faster, it means you have more sustainability in lane from critting on creeps, you heal more. That's honestly one of the big things. And also the way the meta has developed has become very much about tankiness, right? This carry is tanky in its own right, but it's also good at killing tanky heroes. So it's kind of the whole package. It's a strong laner, which you also like at the high level. So there's very few drawbacks, and you're also seeing why when this hero is picked that Liquid are taking it very seriously, right? Like they understand how strong it is, so they're not only counterpicking it with one hero, but with multiple to try to solve it.
Yep, as we have another X. Zai, he's already taken the tier 1 top, so that means he needs to go to another lane because Meteor Hammer is extremely effective against these tier 1 towers.
Yeah, can't really kill him though.
Yeah, they're just making it known that they have heroes here.
Yep.
They can't just bulldoze everything.
Curious if he's going to go Ags this game. It feels like an interesting game to buy Ags on Tide, right? You can hit all of the CK illusions. You're playing against multiple enemy melee cores. It's a blink cancel against Axe if you cast it on Fog. It also hits Dark Willow and Shadow Realm if she goes dagger. She can't blink. Multiple good things to be said about it here, but I think first and foremost you need to make sure that you can survive if you get Axe called. And Axe is not going to help you too much with that, and obviously there will be an inevitable Silver Edge as well for your Toro later in the game, so you kind of need to plan for those hurdles later on.
Well, good news for Spirit fans, Collapse does have his Blink being delivered right now, and expect that to be go time. And Blade Mail to come next, and then we'll really see what build he wants to go for. If he thinks it's going to go longer range, maybe, I was going to joke and say Midas, but kind of another Midas is that Boots of Travel. Wouldn't be too bad. Into, of course, BKB. Then you take apart the Vanguard for Octarine and you go for Gildan.
Ah, yeah. And then you get that Arcane Blink.
That's right.
Works wonderfully in your game.
You're being sarcastic. I've seen him do this, though.
I genuinely think it can be good.
It's very good.
It can be good, but it's very expensive. It's a luxury build later on. Okay, they're going to try Zai this time.
Well, they have several heroes here, most of the team, in fact. And Zai is going to get some support coming, but it's going to be too late as the egg is dropped as well. Now the cancellation of the TP. Maposha technically gets credit for that kill, and now Spirit looking to take out the tier 1 tower as well.
But that's the perfect example of what I was talking about, right? It's a 4-man rotation. Okay,
showing off that blink. Culling Blade likely to follow. Nope. Or did he actually get it?
He did.
Okay, good. I like Culling Blade stacks. Tier 1 tower will fall as well. And now they know he has his blink. Question is, what's the next power spike for the side of Liquid? Like, what is Nisha looking to go for? He has the Echo Saber, going to go for the Harpoon first, it looks like.
Yeah, that's a bit of a concern with their lineup, right? It's if neither Tide nor Mag buy daggers, how do you initiate fights on your terms, right? You kind of need this either Surprise Ravage or a Skewer back to really set something up. The Harpoon can obviously do it, but it's a bit less of a surprise. You give the enemy more reaction time. And if you don't take any initiative, something both teams are very good at in this game is farming the jungle, right? You have multiple heroes that are really good at this. Both teams have put a lot of emphasis on it, and also in making stacks. On one side, you have Axe and Kunkka that can just cleave down these camps without any trouble, and on the other one, you've got Sven and Tide. So plenty of ways of just getting an economic advantage if you're the team that makes one pressure move and then gets to stack, and the other one is sitting back quietly. And that's kind of how Spirit have built their 2K lead here, is they've had a couple of more successful moves, and while still maintaining that very high level of farm on their Axe with the stacks here. Actually higher net worth than the Sven on Axe. And this is a Sven who's 2-0-1 with 150 CS. Axe is still on par with this guy. So
that's why he is considered by many to be the best Axe in the world right now. And he's almost done with his Blade Mail. We just talked about him finishing. I mean, they've been doing a really good job of stacking, and he's been stacking a bit himself as well, but this is some crazy farm. And once he gets that Blade Mail, expect that the initiation just to continue over and over again.
It's something that I've been criticizing some of the other Eastern European teams for. In particular, we had one game of BetBoom that I think it was, where they barely stacked anything, and then I look at Team Spirit, I look at Liquid, and in a stale game state, they make sure to maximize that. Perhaps that's one of the secrets as to why these teams, claim a couple more games here or there. It's just that those little efficiencies really build up over time, and they're very much not wasting any time on their support. I want to say that there was a ridiculous game. I don't remember if it was this tournament, but Liquid were stacking unbelievably many camps on their supports, just recognizing, well, this is a slow game. This is how we get net worth. Yeah, he's dead again.
Not exactly the target they wanted, but they'll take the second chop of the game for Collapse.
Stacks are great.
Get that permanent armor.
And that was a level, was that a level 2 dunk? No, that was That was still level 1. I think he's got 3 level 1 dunks out so far, right?
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken.
No,
he's got 2. So he's got... Anyway, he's got 3 armor extra. Very nice.
Good job.
Thank you so much.
Blade Mail now officially finished at base, so delivering that shortly. Now, from the side of Liquid, looks like there will be a blink coming out for Zai, and actually he's opting to go for Shard really early after the fact. We'll see if he continues with that, and then continue our very riveting conversation on what the hell to call that thing. Is Collapse going to get gushed? But we'll be able to blink away. Mickey finally showing up to a fight potentially, but the Terrorize is going to connect on him. But Mira couldn't get out while he could have. JK, he's getting out.
Yep. Good call.
Thank you.
Yeah, about the conversation about Dead in the Water, what makes a conversation is that 2 people are talking, and you're kind of the only one in the room who cares. So
a lot of people talk to themselves, I feel like. That's perfectly normal, right?
Is that a conversation or a monologue?
Depends on how many characters are inside your head.
That's actually a very fair point. Great.
Thank you, sir. This is TI 12 main stage upper bracket, by the way, in case you're wondering why we're having a podcast right now.
All right. Dead in the Water. We're done. It's called what it's called. It's a great name for the spell. All right. We have a call and a dunk.
Beautifully done. So another dunk from the side of Collapse and Team Spirit.
All right.
Oh, we're going to see the Harpoon being put to good use here from Nisha. Inkswell's coming for him, though. The Yules dodging a bit here. This Collapse is finally going to get off that call, but he doesn't really have that much of backup here. It's just the Phoenix. Insania, okay, they're going to be able to blink away. Another Harpoon coming into a skewer, back into the fray, and Egg is placed, but Collapse, he actually gets a call off. He's going to be able to get the dunk off. He does! They actually canceled the RP, thinking they wouldn't need it, and now Insania might die as a result, but no, here comes the big bad Sven, and finally they take out Axe, but it's going to cost them 3 overall from the side of Liquid. Deadshot connects onto Maposhka. Looks like they'll at least get a second, but my goodness, I feel like that Culling Blade should not have happened.
Yeah, and Nisha definitely unhappy with that outcome, right? I can understand why he maybe feels like the RP perhaps isn't needed there, or yeah, it just wasn't. Maybe he wasn't keeping track of the call coming off cooldown again. But when we see it play out, it's kind of obvious that that's going to be the end of it. Grimstroke in these kind of situations, Grimstroke doesn't deal that much damage, right? It's Magnus that has to do the brunt of it. You're getting a little bit of a stun here and there, but really needed to commit all out, and I'm sure Spirit are very happy with that. Of course, 2 of their cores didn't even need to get involved. Sven came over for the cleanup, so Liquid are the ones rotating a core to salvage the day, whereas Spirit are just completely free farming on the CK as well as Kunkka in the meantime. And that is going to result in Larl picking up a 17-minute Torrent Storm here.
Pretty good.
Preparing to get himself the Shard next. Now,
a lot of water in this.
Yeah, and keep in mind, I think the Shard in this game is like particularly good. It's very annoying for Magnus to deal with this item, right? And he's going to have to buy BKB to solve it, and that again in turn means Nisha is not getting that dagger. And you're playing against triple melee core, so Torrent Storm is also going to be amazing. And Liquid will probably really struggle to win any meaningful teamfight if Torrent Storm even comes out. I think even if they land their spells, they're going to be stunned and controlled for too long. So gotta be very careful with how they approach things. Zai with the dagger now. Could be a bit of a game changer if they do find a burst, but Spirit Heroes are really tanky.
Oh boy, I just saw Midas queued up here from the back.
Oh, Zai.
Onto Zai. Yataro has come as well just to finish the job. Big kill for Spirit, and that might transition to a tier 2 tower as well.
How many times when we cast Collapse, I feel like what's so fascinating about the way that he plays Axe is that the map generally is quiet he goes and calls someone, the map is quiet for a minute, and then it feels like the next move is always him, you know? He's like snowballing, he's finding all the initiations back to back to back to back. He's doing a really good job of keeping the ball rolling here and not having too much downtime. Liquid are struggling a bit to string too much together. It's not like a criminally big advantage here for Spirit, but you got to be a little bit worried that, especially when you see that Magnus Grimstroke move essentially kind of fail, that maybe they're going to try to slow things down further, and I think that's exactly what Spirit wants. If Liquid resort to farming, you're giving up Roche control, and you're playing into exactly what Collapse has been doing for the last 10 minutes. are there any key items that they can get to solve this problem? So obviously a classic item against Axe is Yules, but nobody's buying that on the side of Liquid. And Collapse will eventually get a BKB, at which point it becomes kind of irrelevant. You don't have any save except the Inkswell shard, but that doesn't remove Berserker's Call. It's undispellable. You can remove the other stuff though. Maybe it's go time with Sven Echo Saber. He disassembled his Echo into BKB, so he needs to refarm it. Perhaps that's the timing you're looking for. You have Zai level 12 for the level 2 Ravage. Could be an idea.
Laurel has that shield rune now. Tier 1 tower looks to be what they want, and they'll get it without any contest whatsoever. Getting close to some Tormy time action here in 10 seconds. A lot of these cores are opting to get for early shards. We'll see how much they prioritize taking Tormy himself, and that is exactly what Team Spirit have on the menu. And he should be able to get it for free.
It's going to be either
might cost him a life here, but Mira will be getting it, so the old Curse Crown Bramble combo.
Yeah, it's going to be either Mira or... Was it only Mira and Yatoro missing it? Yeah.
Really? That's it?
I think so.
That's crazy. Yep. That's some early shards. My goodness. Collapse already has his. Gracious.
Yeah, and the CK one is really good as well. A lot of the time you see CKs even buying this. I think Yatoro in this game is going to prioritize getting the Silver Edge as fast as possible, or just
if they get
incredibly important item here.
If they get their Tormentor right now, this is likely the fastest 5 shards we've ever seen, like generally.
I do think that's probably true. Yeah, the whole team having a shard minute 20, but Liquid are not going to let that happen. They're planning here to contest that 21-minute Wisdom rune, but Spirit well aware that this play could be happening, so they're bringing the numbers too, and Liquid are
able to get the Wisdom rune on the other side. Not going to cost the life of the Spirit. Dark Willow there.
This does mean, like you said, that there's going to be a natural rotation here for Spirit to finish the Tormentor, so I'm actually a little bit surprised that they're not opting to kill it off right now. Maybe they think the CK shard isn't far on.
Ooh, nice time away from Laurel. Boxy's going to have to use his ult to stay alive a little bit longer, but he's stuck in this corner. There's Collapse with the call, and eventually the dunk to come. That is dunk number 5. As Collapse just continue to roll, will be the boots.
Oh, they found Zai as well with the Yules. Brambles.
He's going to connect. He's going to have to make his way through this maze. He has a very fat body, but looks like he'll be able to find his way out into the arms of Yatoro. And Collapse comes in as well. Another chop to his name. And now the Tier 2 tower will take some heavy damage here.
And we're really starting to see the problem with the Radiant lineup that I was worried could happen here, is that all of the moves are from the side of Spirit. Liquid's heroes this is inherently a very greedy lineup that needs a lot of time to farm up all 3 cores, and nobody truly wants to go in first. So what ends up happening is that they're spreading the map thin and trying to farm as much as they can, but they're just bleeding too many heroes along the way. If Spirit keeps finding a core kill every minute or 2, this is not going to be a winning strategy. Like, essentially, at some point you're going to have to pull the trigger and go for a fight. And with the BKB on Magnus, maybe that's it. How long can you wait here is the question, right? You've already waited quite a long time. And the one smoke move you made, hang on, there we go.
God's trying to use everything on to Collapse, but the Blaze is destroying him! Thinking gets deleted, and now DJ puts himself on the cliff, pulling an Arteezy! Oh dear, he's completely surrounded now, and it just feels like it's inevitable. He will fall in the end, 2 for nothing, as Spirit is rolling over Liquid, and that's going to be another chop to Collapse. And just like that, Team Spirit take even more firm control of this game.
Meke just went for it and didn't pop his BKB and just got obliterated. He just ran in, started the fight onto the Axe. They call him and kill him with Blade Mail. All right.
Very simple, and now they go for Roche number 1.
So look at this replay here. So he's going to go in and pop all his stuff and just... Okay, he gets called with Blade Mail, doesn't have the BKB running, gets comboed by Kunkka, and the fight is already lost here. If your Sven dies first, and you don't get off Ravage at all, and the RP is late, and you clip yourself,
I mean, the clipping, like...
I think there were multiple things this fight that could have gone better. It's quite uncharacteristic, if I'm being honest. Liquid are making some pretty significant individual mistakes, right? I don't know if it's the nerves or the pressure here. we felt like, you know, that this is a team that on the big stage for a while had problems with keeping their composure, but they really overcame it last year. And this year, obviously, we've seen tons of second placement, so you wouldn't think that it would get to them, but maybe just a little bit of a warm-up game for some of their players. Definitely not their best individual performances that we've seen.
I think it's just tradition that at some point we need somebody to cliff themselves. Now that RTZ's been out of the tournament for a while, just, you know, Nisha taking up the reins, so fully appreciate that. But yeah, 12K lead for Spirit now. Aegis in tow for Mystery Yotaro on that CK. He's got a BKB, Silver Edge, Armlet, Echo Saber. He is huge.
And he's not the only one. All these three strength
a Midas.
A rare pickup from Mura, right? He likes, I say rare, but he's one of the 4 position players I would say that are less greedy in terms of itemization. You saw him rush the Yules here, but just feels like, you know, the state of the game here, it's very safe. You don't have to get an additional utility item like a Glimmer Cape or whatever. He's doing a lot of work with just what he has, so.
Yep,
Foxy
Phantasm into death. Here we go. Okay, Soulbind is there as well, it looks like, but Nisha's gonna be able to BKB skewer away. Collapse comes in for another kill onto Zai. Not even much needed, really.
It's just too easy, you know? Like, when's the last time Liquid actually got a kill in this game? I feel like it's been...
We haven't even seen a dead in the water yet.
That's true.
That skill is dead in the water. Mickey comes in with the contra. He's going to be able to take out one, but that's just the Aegis. Can he take out Collapse in tow as well as the egg is continuing to go out? Will get the stun off, and he is reborn. Mickey, not so much, though. And it looks like Liquid are starting to crumble now.
Nice dispel.
Yeah, oh, the RP actually puts him onto the high ground, and there's the buyback from Huertas. He's going to be able to pop that ult as well, so he'll do significant damage, but tidal wave is there from Laurel. Not going to do too much in effect here. They've already lost 3 on the side of Liquid as Yotaro limping away. And Laurel with the XTP.
Oh,
like he'll be safe. Looked like a potential good turnaround from Liquid, but
they didn't get a kill.
Need to get a kill first for that to start happening.
I think their last kill was minute 15.
Okay, sure.
So, what's concerning about this, aside from the fact that they haven't got a kill, which in itself is a problem, is that this was the timing for their lineup where things were meant to be happening. It's once you get these BKBs on the Sven and on the Magnus that you want to take fights and at the very least trade. But Collapse's axe has just been all over the Tide all games. Zai has not got to play his hero. Collapse is 10-1. They combine with him very nicely. I love the pick in this game, not only for the Tide, obviously the matchup there, hero to hero, but look at all the synergies he has in his team. He can get Bedlam from his Ion.
Oh, dead in the water onto Axe! Into what though? Mickey gets off a stun as well. He's still anchored. He's ignoring the anchor, and finally Nisha comes in, gets off a skewer with the BKB as well. Collapse completely surrounded. Will they kill him? Finally, they get a kill for Liquid. Yotaro not trying to run away. The BKB still active. He's about to run out though, taking heavy damage. Will fall now. Zai, but feels like the first Ravage of the game. Now Laurel's gonna be completely surrounded. But Poach comes on high ground as well, but doesn't have his egg quite yet. Torrent Storm dealing significant amount of CC, but it feels inevitable that they will be able to get this Kunkin kill. So Liquid are going to end up finding 3, trying to dive to the Ogre, but not going to happen. Insane gets the kill. Liquid with a 3-0 fight. Are they alive? It all started with dead in the water, by the way.
For the first time in the last 15 minutes, they jump Axe, right? Yeah. With the exception of the Sven killing himself on Axe. So they find the key target, they pile on him. I think Collapse had BKB on cooldown as well, so that made the kill that much easier, and they finally strike back and get something going their way. Gonna need a lot more of those though, as obviously can't guarantee in the next fight that the conditions are going to be the same. You see the BKB cooldown in the bottom, 5 seconds until that would have been ready. And that, honestly, I think they would have turned this fight around entirely with that BKB usage. So very big for Liquid that they timed that out. And Yotaro, who was trying to help, ends up being collateral. So obviously, in hindsight, Spirit better off just letting their Axe die there and recognizing, okay, he got caught, he was out of position, let it be, but they're trying to make the most of it into a fight and end up getting punished big time, losing all 3 cores.
Yeah, and we should mention all 3 cores for Spirit are melee, so dead in the water. Not to talk about that again, but I'd love to. Pretty damn strong. You don't want to group up against the likes of RP and a Tidehunter Ravage and whatnot.
Oh, Zai.
Yotaro's going to show himself. Kraken Shell activates, but this is going to be way too much damage. Didn't even bother using dead in the water. Do you get gold for that?
Yeah, it gives 50, I think.
Oh, 50.
Yeah. 10 gold per hit, you know?
Very nice. Like a little baby Midas for the enemy team.
Well,
I think that is an underrated shard, though, I will say.
It is. I mean, it is very good. It's also been... It's become a lot more popular on Tides in this tournament than it was previously. I think they've really picked up on how good the item is, and we're seeing the promise of what it can do in this game. Liquid's conditions are just too hard. They're just very, very far behind. So it's going to take some sort of really clean engagement. I'm still looking toward the Magnus to kind of be the big playmaker here. I think you need to go for some sort of displacement plays where you skewer somebody into a bad spot and then take the fight from there. Because that thing with Collapse last fight, as great as that was, it's unlikely to happen again in the same way, just because that was the perfect storm of him not having BKB and being out of position, and his teammates not being in the right spot to help him. So it was a great punish from Liquid, but they're going to need more of them. 13K is still a mountain to climb. Roche is up in 2 to 5 minutes. Wonder if Spirit, they're kind of looking at high ground here, which is okay.
There's the call. Yatoro comes in again. Do they have enough? He's going to get off his Ravage, but he dies shortly after. Does have buyback, though. Maybe a bit of a mistake. He's going to use that buyback right now. As Mickey coming in, he's going to be able to delete Mirror to start this fight. His Collapse is being chased now. The Egg doing a massive amount of damage with that Sunray applied as well. Beautiful try from Prochka. But a nice RP coming in very soon as Nisha doing a decent amount of damage, but now, can they do enough? Skewer back with the anchor applied to him. Another call comes in, though. It's Jotaro, and everybody is super low. Collapse somehow lives. Meteor Hammer, of all things, causes the death of Jotaro. And Laurel TPing out on the other side of the tree line. He will be okay. So it's a 3 for 2 in favor of Spirit. They maintain that gem, it looks like.
Yeah, that was a pretty big win for them. They got the Zai buyback as well. So essentially a 4 for 2 there. Keep expanding their... I think that really caught Liquid off guard. It's one of those moments where you kind of just can't believe they just go for it like that, right? It's like you're standing on your high ground, heroes are missing, you could get counterplayed on, but they immediately just jump him in the base. It's very clear here that Liquid were not expecting this. Look at their hero placements on the map, right? Nobody is nearby with the exception of Grim, who can't save him from the call. Has to buy back to sort this out. Nice quick kill there from Mickey, isolating the Willow. It's very important for this to not turn into a complete travesty, because if he doesn't even find Willow here, I think they barely even get a kill. But this
felt like the RP and the Egg kind of traded stuns. Both
yeah.
were stunned for quite a while, so kind of
this re-engage from Collapse, super clutch, despite missing the cull there. And that Meteor Hammer, if that doesn't land, that would have been possibly a lane of barracks. I actually think CK could have turned and won this fight plus a lane. With just one crit heal, he could have kept going, but they do finish him off and at the very least stay afloat. But another great fight from Spirit. Again, it's all these Collapse jumps. They combo with him so well. They put the Bedlam on him. They put Sunray on his initiation. They have the Torrent and Torrent Storm follow-up and Boat. There's just so much stuff. And Liquid playing without any sort of key save really makes this last pick work so wonderfully. Really, like when you look at this Spirit draft just on paper in this patch, I think it's just super, super strong. It has everything you want. It has catch, teamfight, strong laning, and late game scaling. And all of the heroes work well in pairs or in trios to even take skirmishes. So you just have so many, like the decision-making tree is just so big for you. You can do all sorts of things, whereas Liquid's is a lot more pigeonholed into one style. And that means if that style doesn't work, if you don't find that exact type of fight, you're playing Spirit's game.
Smoke from Liquid. Satanic
this is
now
what they want to do.
For Nisha. Ready to go. Will they find each other, though, as Roche, we can see, will be up in 30 seconds.
Here.
Shield room, he's going to get the initiation off onto the Sven with the Sunray coming in from the Egg as well. As Nisha looking for the RP potential, he's going to be able to skewer a couple away. Stormbolt will fall, and there's the right clicks to commence, but Mickey is extremely low. He will fall. The anchor comes out along with the Ravage as well, but that's a dead Nisha. Already 2 cores dead for Liquid. And this is looking very, very bad for them as Zai, stuck between a bunch of brambles, will eventually be brought down as well. 3 for nothing. Make it 4 as that chop potentially brings this game to an end as Insania onto the high ground in his base. Will be the lone survivor for Liquid, but now they're on the doorstep is Spirit.
Can't appreciate that voice line usage. Shout out to Spirit Flax. That was very nice. Well, he did survive. Oh.
Yep, true.
He was the one hero alive that still had a voice to yell help, but there was nobody to help him, so,
Well, knocking on the door is Yatoro and Team Spirit. How much will they get?
At the very least 1 lane. Just half a minute on Sven, Mag, and a minute on Tide.
I mean, Sven will have ult when he's back. That is something, but
it just feels like
no Ravage, no RP.
Yeah, how do you fight without Tide and RP, right? You have these 2 big ultis, so when they're not available.
You do have Dead in the Water, though.
That's true. That's a great ult.
Okay, now that we're going to have a slight break here, I have a very important mechanics question to ask you.
Go again.
I don't know the answer to it.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know, sorry.
Okay. So
ask someone else. Ask Fog backstage. He knows everything.
So how do illusions work against Dead in the Water? Do they count as half a hit, a fourth of a hit? Like the CK illusions versus Anchor, or versus Dead in the Water?
That's a very good question. I'm sure we'll figure that out later.
Appreciate you joining me as always. As Yatoro looking for the second Roche of the game. And it's going to be a freebie for Team Spirit as they are in the driver's seat right now of this game number 1. But of course, it is a best of 3, and these teams, like we said, have had a lot of back and forth throughout this year. Almost an even record between the two, but I feel like their last really big matchup, as Torby's being taken on the sideline here, it looks like, was Riyadh. It was a 3-1 for Spirit. And even though Liquid did win 1 game, the 3 wins for Spirit were very decisive. I would say it was not very close overall. So they've had their number more recently, I suppose.
And now they're also going to have the Aegis and Cheese. And is that a full Scott? Oh my goodness. Yatoro is enormous. Completes up the Eye of Scotty now. So now rocking about 27 armor as well as 4,500 health. You put a Sunray on that. You put a Ghost Ship on that. Put an Aegis on it too, so you got to deal with it twice. The work's definitely cut out for Liquid. And the problem is here, even if you do kill him, right, you're only taking fights during BKB, but what happens when the fights get long, right? Can you actually even stick on targets? There's so many problems. You have to deal with the Torrent Storm, the constant tidal waves for your melee course, navigating brambles. Well, they find Mira, so that's something.
Honestly, for people that have been watching a lot of Dark Willow, that was kind of cathartic to watch her die in that manner. Just being kited horribly. But it is a very valuable pick. We've seen it as core a lot of the time, but the fact that it can be flexed between...
Okay, Mickey is in.
Okay. Yes, Nisha on the sideline uses the Harpoon as well. RP coming out.
He's not
only on
close to
1,
that
though.
yet.
Kunkka is super healthy. Yataro's still ready to go on the outskirts of this calling, though. Kunkka getting a bit low. He's going to have that cheese to be able to stay alive. There's a Soulbind onto 2. Is this going to turn into anything? The big Ravage coming onto 3. They will find Laurel in the end, so Liquid off to a pretty good start. But can Spirit try to capitalize? Dark Will is still dead from earlier, so just like that, it's a 3v5, but still Aegis intact for Spirit. There's the call, re-aggression from Collapse. Yatoro coming in with that silver edge. Gonna get skewered to the other side, though. Can he Arnold toggle away? No, he's gonna be feared to the other side, and that is the Aegis down. They will get Zai. And Sania looks like he'll be able to TP out, so it cost them the Aegis. I mean, considering how this game is going, that's not that bad for Liquid, but they did expend a lot of big ults that have long cooldowns.
That was honestly masterfully played by Liquid. I think that fight is exceptionally difficult to get that result in. They did so many things right about, you know, just being super patient on the Tide with the Ravage, about poking and prodding to try to force Spirit's heroes into bad positions, but they still stood firm. If this wasn't as one-sided of a game as it is, that would have been such an awesome fight for them. I think that was the best executed fight of the whole game, but the fact of the matter is you're just too poor. So it's got to be even better than that. And keep in mind, there was a 4v5 as well, right? There was no Willow in that, so. But they're doing their best. They're doing what their lineup can right now.
Syndra.
Okay. Paladin Sword.
Aghanim Scepter for Mr. Collapse.
Did he buy it? Very nice. There you go. Now he just needs the Arcane Blink, right?
Well,
and Octarine.
He's going to get Refresher, which kind of does that, right? That's the big boys version of that build, I suppose. But yeah, now his call will have less cooldown. This Ag is actually super value. Lowers the cooldown of Berserker's Call for some reason, right? And anybody that's called will be Battle Hunger. Now Battle Hunger will steal armor, essentially. So pretty damn good. I think this was like... This was buffed like 10 different times, just very small increments.
Yeah.
Now I think it's actually crazy.
Oh, Nisha. Nisha.
At the call from Collapse. Will he be able to get this kill? The Soulbind is there, though. Shield Rune activated right now onto Laurel, so he's super tanky. Torrent Storm is there.
Oh, he got
the storm right off the bat! Oh, that's not where you want to be, Nisha. He is dead. No buyback.
He's just
very unlucky.
Him on the fast BKB, and then ends up dying into a Collapse.
To the base now. Insania is their target. He's going to get Tidal Wave back into the fray, and he will likely fall shortly after. 2 for nothing. And now Yatoro looking for another set of barracks. There's the fortification from Liquid, though. 30K lead for Spirit.
They don't know for a fact. They don't know for a fact there's no buyback on Magnus, so they might be a little bit wary here. But I think if anything, they would just like to force it out. Yatoro has got to feel super confident with the coverage that he has, that even without an Aegis, he can frontline with BKB ready. It's just not really possible for Liquid's heroes to kill him through these 5,000 health and all this armor and the backup. So it's just going to keep going. That's the second lane, and they're already pinging mid. Okay, well, if Magnus didn't buy back for this one, he probably doesn't have it at all, is the call here, and they're right. This hard to imagine how this doesn't turn into mega creeps. You need to do some sort of crazy stalling tactics, but you don't have the heroes for it.
A dead shot to start things out. Try to delay as much as possible. Calling down as well as Mickey, looking for an opening, but it's going to be the range racks in a minute. If they get the melee, that is going to be megas. Still 10 seconds without the Magnus. Zai is going to get initiated on. He can't even use dead in the water. He's just dead in the water himself. 70 seconds of no tide, and that is now mega creeps for Spirit. And they're going to be able to get out without losing a single member of their team. Let's see how disciplined they want to be. Because they don't know that Zai doesn't have buyback, I believe.
Right.
He's 700 gold off, so it's not time related.
Collapse is going to blink call the wave.
Yep, very important to do that with the Agnes Fabric, because applies Battle Hunger to everybody. Is Mickey trying to keep him at bay. There's a skewer in from Nisha onto the Kunkka. Laurel in a bit of trouble. Nice egg with the Sunner, going to keep him quite healthy. But look at the damage being applied from Team Spirit. They're just destroying Liquid and boxing on the outskirts. GG's called, and Team Spirit completely dominate game number 1.
Yeah, that was just world class. I don't really know what else to say. Made Liquid look... I mean, they made Liquid look weak, but I also think there's some clear adjustments that Liquid can make going into the next game in terms of draft and overall strategy. They felt a little bit stifled, too much of the same thing in their strategy, and Spirit just were able to effectively win the game primarily through skirmishing, right? They recognized, okay, Liquid's lineup wants to take these big 5-on-5 engagements. What we're going to do is we're just going to have Axe blink call the first guy. We're going to pile on that guy and kill him, and then their combo kind of falls apart. So as long as Collapse gets to have this kind of a start, I guess to set everything up like he did.
I mean, we talked up his Axe.
Yep.
Ends the game.
He delivers every time, it feels like.
15, 2, and 15. That is a dominant performance in the upper bracket. Just one more win away from securing, I believe it's top 3 in TI-12.
And as much as we highlighted him, played really well, right? And Blitz talked about in the pregame interview, he's like, Miposhka is the most annoying player in the world to play against. He played a phenomenal safe lane Phoenix. We didn't really cover it that much in this game, but just got off to a really good start. He ends the game 7-3 and 26 as position 5 Phoenix in this game, and his egg placements, his sun rays in these team fights were phenomenal. So a lot of people you can praise in this game. I think everybody on Spirit really showed up.
Okay, I believe the panel is ready to break this one down. What do you guys have to say about Collapse?
Oh, we have a lot to say. Thank you so much, Sunsfan and Cinnamon. We have a lot to say about Collapse. I wanna take our attention to Collapse's Axe, because Sheep, I looked up the stats.
Okay.
The hero has been played 4 times over the entire event. Didn't do great, 50% win rate. What was that?
That was Collapse Axe. I mean, the guy is amazing on the hero. He always has been. Even when the hero isn't in meta, he'll still pull it out of his pocket and get those clutch wins with it. He was phenomenal. He used every inch of any advantage they had on the map to put so much danger. Like, you had Liquid playing on Ward's top, and then Tide wants to push out bot. They didn't give him that space. You're not allowed. Not even one way.
Oh no.
Oh, this one was so painful.
Oh. It's just this is a Blade Mail meta. Everybody buys Blade Mail on literally every hero under the sun. So this was painful to you.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it was, Collapse had a 10-minute, 40-second Blink, Dagger plus Vanguard, and then nearly less than a minute later, he's looking at Zion mid lane on the Tide, he's meter having mid, instantly kills him off, and you could feel that this entire game was set around the pace of when can Axe initiate. Sure, it did have a couple opportunities where Liquid maybe got a turnaround kill or 2, but the entire theme was just pick-off after pick-off after pick-off, and for me, when you look back in hindsight for Liquid's draft, it's 3 melee cores running into a Phoenix, a Kunkka, a Willow, an Axe. It's not the most comfortable of lineups to play into when you aren't leading from laning phase.
I mean, definitely. I was just looking at it. It's like I was having some flashbacks to some famous player from OG playing this Axe. So definitely, I mean, that looked even better. So it goes to say something. Collapse is one of those players that really starts to shine when there's everything on the line. You don't really see much of them during the year, but when it comes to big tournaments, Riyadh, TIs, He always performs.
Yeah, we did see a glimpse of what Team Liquid was going for. We heard our commentary team say it. It was too late at that point. They were too far behind. How do you play into a deficit like this, Matu? If you're on the losing side, you know your only way is to try to claw back in. How do you do that?
It's practically impossible. Just the nature of these heroes is that Liquid's heroes cannot team fight against Team Spirit's heroes without BKBs. But before BKBs, they just simply bled too much that they couldn't take a nice fight at all. And basically, from minute 15, there was 10 minutes of Spirit dominance, and the game, in my eyes, it just ended there. Like, there's no coming back from this kind of deficit.
I mean, it all started right at that 15-minute mark you're talking about. They're trying to kill Collapse, it's Axe by himself, and then it's like Murta goes in, and then Tide comes in, and then Mag goes in. It's like, and if you're not killing him then, you know the next 10, 20 minutes of the game is going to be Team Spirit show to put on, and that they did.
It was pretty bad when Nisha didn't use the RP on the Axe. That kind of like led to his death and them not getting the kill, things spiraling out of control. He went for that Harpoon as well, which I think was maybe a bit greedy, playing into Kunkka. I just want to say, by the way, we talk up Collapse. There's a reason VP banned Kunkka all 3 games they played against them, and that was one of the closest series of this TI so far. LOL is really damn good at Kunkka. Like, insanely good. The way he plays off of the shard and the everything, all his combos, he makes the fights impossible to play when he has all that. Oh my god, it's even hard to articulate. He's just really on point with his spell usage and makes you feel pressured. Like, how can you fight when your BKBs are being popped before the fight's even begun because he's catching you out of position? Like, LOL just plays amazing Kunkka.
Yeah. I was just going to say, yeah, he does. Yeah.
He plays amazing Kunkka, and I will say, I mean, everybody on the side of Team Spirit felt like you can make a case for them that they had an amazing game, because Team Spirit as a whole had an amazing game, and they have had amazing games against Team Liquid in the past. And on paper, I mean, yeah, they did that in the last grand finals they met, but people have been saying Western Europe doing so good, really a force to be reckoned with. But well, Team Spirit knows how to reckon with it, and I look forward to hearing what Purge has to say on the matter.
Thank you, Shiver. Yeah, we might be at the tail end of one of the most dominant reigns of any region in Dota 2 history, and that's the Western European region. In fact, they've been podium finishing at every single tournament since the last TI. We saw Team Tundra win, claiming the Aegis. They beat Team Secret, and Team Liquid ended up getting 3rd place at that tournament. And every major, Valve major since that period has been Gaimin Gladiators playing against Team Liquid. But it's not just those 2 teams that have been doing well. Across the Western European region, they've had amazing placements. At the Lima major, they had 3 Western European teams in the top 6. At the Berlin major, they had 4 within top 6. And 4 months ago at Bali, every single Western European team that showed up to that tournament got a top 4 finish. Incredible results for them. But now things are finally seeming a little different at this tournament. We only have 2 Western European teams remaining, and no surprise, it is the best 2, Gaimin Gladiators and Team Liquid. Now, Gaimin Gladiators, they had a rough end of the group stage, and that led them into the lower bracket. But since then, they haven't dropped a single game in 3 matches. And before this one that we just saw Liquid play, they also hadn't dropped a game. So they've been doing fantastic. So Liquid is without a doubt the 2nd best team of the year, but if there's any team in contention, it is definitely Team Spirit, who's been doing great the last couple months. They won Dream League Season 21, they won Riyadh Masters against Team Liquid, and now they're looking TI worthy again, as we saw from that first game. So we'll see if Team Liquid can bring it back, because otherwise it is going to be the end to the reign of Western European Dota for this year.
Thank you very much, Purge. And not just that, I mean, yeah, they have to face each other. If Team Liquid lose here, they would have to face Gaimin Gladiators in that lower bracket, so that's going to be one of the 2 eliminated right there. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, because this was only game 1 of a best of 3, and normally adaptation Matu happens at this stage.
Of course, you gotta change something. I feel like Liquid fumbled first game. I don't really see that they had a fighting chance in this game, and I think Blitz and Zai are going to figure out something on the back room and come guns blazing,
Yeah, maybe pick up some heroes that, I don't know, that come out of the blue that haven't been picked yet, for example. I'm sure some people would love to see a Timbersaw. Casey?
Hello, friends. TI has been quite a bit of fun so far. I think we can all agree on that. However, there is one hero. I mean, there are many, but there is one hero that I care about that has not been picked, and that is Timbersaw. Okay, who am I?
Casey.
No, I didn't mean... Now I did not mean you do know who I am. I mean who I'm dressed as.
Timbersaw.
Timbersaw? Who said techies? Do I? Okay, I want to ask, can I count on your support to say that Timbersaw should be picked?
Timbersaw definitely should be picked.
I would have guessed Timbersaw.
Good answer. Thank you. Okay, I'm supposed to ask you what your dog's name is?
My dog's name is Timber for Timbersaw.
Yes! Justice for Timbersaw! Justice for Timbersaw!
Justice for Timbersaw! Justice for Timbersaw!
I feel like you guys would chant whatever I...
Justice for Timbersaw!
The crowds are asking for him by name.
It really rolls off the tongue. It really does roll off the tongue. Justice for Timbersaw. T-Gov, could you give us a quick summary as to why we do not see Timbersaw?
Yeah, so there's only been two top 8 TI players right now who have been playing it in their pubs. That's New and Collapse. All 3 of them have tried playing it, and they've lost 90 MMR collectively. They've not won a single game. Yeah, it's just not that strong right now, and games lasting so long into the 45, 50-minute marks, Timbersaw falls off naturally. You want to pick this hero to dominate the lane, win within 25, 30. You don't really like scaling too much unless you're ATF, where you might have a different perception on the hero. But yeah, sorry guys. Sorry, Casey.
Bad hero.
Bad hero.
But this is, for all the Timbersaw fans, this is good news. Because at the moment, all you want to do is watch Dota, and that's great. And when you come back from watching it, or when you're done watching it, you want to play Dota. And what normally happens at some point, maybe there's a patch, maybe he gets buffed. Normally, if a hero doesn't get picked, they get buffed, guys. That's what you want.
Are you leaking something right now?
No, I have no idea. I have actually, this is disclaimer, I have no clue if there will be a patch or if Timbersaw will be.
Yeah, well, then you just get the cycle where Meepo gets buffed one time, gets played in like 3 pro games, and then he gets nerfed back into irrelevance.
I feel like someone is...
That's true. We need a rework for that hero.
Exactly.
There we go.
I feel like someone's a little bit too personally invested in this topic.
Every time.
Every time. Speaking of personally invested, Matu, your boys, they need your help, right? This is where they need to change something, and you've been talking about how at the moment Zai and Will are talking about what they should do different. Last year, that was you and Will. What would you do? What would you say?
What would I say?
Yeah, what would you change?
For these kind of games, you need to reset instantly. You just gotta tell the guys like, okay, we messed up, you know? It's life, it happens. Like even the best they're gonna mess up the draft or the play. We just go for the next one. I mean, last year these guys were with me and Zai as well, and we faced elimination a million times. And I was just telling guys, here we go again, let's go.
It is, to be honest, if you're a Team Liquid fan, you are very familiar with these situations. With indeed, it was oftentimes Liquid winning at the end. So you know.
I'm awfully aware.
I can only imagine. Looking ahead for game number 2 here as well, T-Gov, it's not only Liquid side that we have to think about, but also on the side of Team Spirit. It went flawlessly, but you busted out the axe. This is now a hero that is going to be on the radar and will be addressed.
Yeah, I think it's nice just having these heroes in the back of your opponent's mind, because with the new drafting changes, there's not enough bans to take away specialty players. And I think the cool thing, at least with Collapse, is like no one thinks or cares about an axe, and then it just appears, and you're like, now we have to think about it. I don't think Liquid are going to overreact and think about it in this next game. If anything, it's more going to be, okay, Spirit can do this to us. Maybe the Muerta is the big discussion for me. They're picking it, they're trying to flex it, they're trying to keep it open. They weren't doing it that much beforehand. They did it once, they lost. They first picked it, put it carry, they won. So maybe that week break, trying to force Muerta a little bit more than they need to. I think they might put that idea to the side. Or if they do pick it up, don't kind of put themselves in this position of having 3 melee cores into everything of Spirit. Like that's when the axe looks insane.
Yeah, it did look pretty good. When we're looking at this matchup as well, a bit of an elephant in the room, maybe, Sheep, but Team Spirit often has in the last few months. Once Team Spirit started reaching peak form again, they've had Team Liquid's number. What about their playstyle matches up so well against them?
I think in this case, they definitely just had a better draft. I think there's definitely potential there for Liquid to come back and make it even.
Yeah.
I do think that the problem is like we said, these teams both have really good infrastructure. They just have really solid gameplay. When you're playing against Liquid, it's very important not to just panic and let things snowball, and Spirit are very good at the early game. They improved that from the beginning of the year, and now they're just very stable. And that's hard to break apart.
That is hard to break apart. Perhaps something that might be making a difference here for game number 2 as the players once again walk out on stage to take their place in the booths. One thing that might be different in game number 2 is the pick order. Now that sounds pretty lame in terms of, oh, the pick orders changed, guys. Woohoo! But it might actually make a big strategic difference, T.
Ah, pick order.
I mean, it's okay. It's not a great, you know, it's not a,
no, it is, but
it's not a hype topic, but it kind of is as well.
To try and summarize it as easily as possible without any graphics or anything.
Yes.
First pick, you have 3 bans into 1 pick, and then you have 2 bans in the next phase. So you basically are forcing your opponent to instantly react to your 1 pick. You then get double the amount of bans in the next phase.
Yep.
And you close out the end of the second phase after seeing 4 heroes. So you pretty much have 3 points within the draft where you have at least the edge on your opponent. And then what does your opponent get? I get last pick, yay! That's it, that's all they really get. So first pick, in like, without any showing you, I think it is just conceptually very powerful. I hope I
mean, I do agree. First,
nice.
OP.
There we go.
That's all there is to say about it. You get to pick the most imba hero in the meta, and this time Team Spirit picked Phoenix. Liquid didn't answer it at all in the last game, and it was like, is it just me? I just find it ridiculous. They're picking like the most played hero of the tournament, almost Phoenix, and not a single hero in Liquid's lineup is going to answer that. And coupled with the axe, it was just carnage.
Yeah, no one could hit the egg at any point in that game. It was just bad. I did not like the Muerta response. I think if you're putting it on support, you need to make sure that she's not going to be able to rotate. She's going to maybe lack some damage early. This hero's kind of greedy, wants to buy like Atos, so on. You're picking a Grimstroke that can't really play with her. You're picking a Tide that kind of ends up getting countered by this axe. Your Sven wants to farm, and then you pick a Magnus last pick, and you try and buy a Harpoon and then play with them, and you saw how the moves went. They just lacked damage. There was no real cohesion or idea to any of the heroes they picked. They did not combo with each other other than, we have lots of team fight, but our team fight is countered by Phoenix, so okay.
Wowzers.
The issue as well is, unfortunately right now, we're in a position where the Snapfire, the Mirana's been picked 4 times, Snapfire's been picked 5 times. I think TSM was one of the better teams at doing this, where Ari would play the Snapfire in the 4 position, he would still play for that traditional I see egg, I kill egg, but not many teams put themselves in a position where they can do that. Like, Mirana's kind of a dead hero. Snapfire 4, I think, has legs to it, especially in this very aggro meta, but you need the 4 player to want to play it. And outside of that, it's like, who else really wants to kill the egg? Muerta can, but it's not as nice and as traditional as the 2 heroes that I mentioned.
We've seen Lina make a little bit of a comeback.
From the mid lane. Yeah. The only issue with Lina is that with the whole tanky meta, she kind of got shoved out a bit because she's just easy to kill. I've seen that she seems to struggle into the current heroes. And then you would be going the Axe build anyway and trying to do that magic burst rather than the like turret style, long range, pew pew.
There's a very easy solution though. We heard the coach interview, we heard the interview with Blitz right before the game started, and he mentioned like, oh, Miposhka is on absolute fire this international, so we banned out his Enchantress. I feel like maybe just ban out his Phoenix. This was the first time he played Phoenix, so maybe they just didn't see it coming that much. But maybe that's just a solution. That being said, if Team Liquid is first pick, it means they only, which is still a lot, but only have 3 bans. And that might not be enough to ban out all the comfort heroes of Team Liquid. But we're going to find out what's going to happen at the start of the game as it's happening right now.
Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. Game 2.
Game 2 coming our way in the upper bracket semifinals, so no one will be eliminated from this series. However, in the lower bracket is Grim Reaper Gaimin Gladiators, and that is not someone you want to meet there. Team Liquid now with their backs against the rope to meet that fate down below in the lower bracket. They will be on the Radiant side once again. We got Team Spirit on the Dire side. The pick order did change, so we got Team Liquid with the first pick advantage, as I'll say. That is the preferred pick side for most teams. That being said, Radiant side also preferred, so I feel like for Liquid, it's Christmas tea.
Yeah, so Radiant being the preferred side as well because your safe lane jungle is just larger than the Dire jungle. So during the points of farm, it is harder to smoke from the Dire side into the Radiant, find that hero, quickly get a kill, and then back away. And then, of course, the 20-minute Roshan time being daytime on the Radiant side. So there's a lot of small advantages to that. And on top, they have the pick. So, yeah, pretty cool.
Yeah, and Sheep, they addressed the Kunkka issue that you mentioned.
Very good. Thank you, Liquid. I will actually say VP, I think maybe, I don't know if it's regional familiarity, but when they played in the game that they actually kind of stopped Spirit in, VP banned Primal Beast, Enchantress, Kunkka, and Phoenix. So pointing out the Phoenix as a good ban was also a great shout.
Thank you. I'm Analyst Cheever now.
I
know you're looking very skeptical. No need for
he
that.
He knows his job is in danger, Cheever.
Yeah.
Keep this one up.
It's all good. All right, let's see what we got then. Because, yeah, Enchantress Kunkka removed from the pool. We got Team Spirit removing the Primal, the Bristle, the Treant Protector as well. And they're now thinking about their last one. I'm going to mention a couple of heroes that are still in the pool that were banned last. Because CK, Chaos Knight, now banned as well. As Matu mentioned, a hero that is very popular at the moment. But Nature's Prophet, Ancient Apparition, still in the pool as they were banned last time, and also Spirit Breaker Brewmaster. And then with that, the Phoenix we already mentioned. So pick your poison, Matu. Which one are you going to go for?
As for Liquid, I mean, I would prefer the Grimstroke. I feel like he has the most flexibility out of all of them, and I just feel like this hero does some crazy stuff, to be honest. Not much to say about that.
All right, fair enough. They're going into their bonus time for this ban. That being said, Spirit did the same thing. It's kind of unusual to see that. But they do ban out the Brewmaster, and they pick up Space Cow.
Yeah, and again, when we think about the hour-long games, Spirit Breaker undefeated. Hopefully. Actually, you know what?
Have you seen how fast previous game was?
Oh. Yeah, but I want an hour-long game. You know, I need some like nail biter of a game too.
We just had a 78 whatever minute. Were you not satisfied?
No.
Okay,
I want
never
every
mind.
game to be that long.
Let's go.
But no, so for Liquid, of course, when you say pick their poison, they go for Spirit Breaker. I think at least with Liquid, they are demonstrating that they can put it in 4 or 3. And instantly, Spirit going for a very snap counter pick response here. You have Disrupt to just save whoever's getting jumped on to prevent Spirit Breaker charging away. And also with your ultimate, with that Purge, just stopping Spirit Breaker being so tanky with the bulldozer. So yeah, overall, a very good pick, and they can put it 4 or 5 wherever they need to. So if they want to give it more farm priority, that is available for them as well.
Something I really loved when we saw Spirit Breaker played earlier today in some matches was the supports and their warding. If you're able to put wards like deeper on the map and give vision to like camps, then you can use that to charge through waves and cut things that you wouldn't normally be able to see if you didn't have wards set up in lanes. So I really liked seeing that earlier. I would love to see that utilized again. If this is a core Spirit Breaker, we've seen the effect of how annoying this hero can be when he just takes your waves, doesn't let you push, causes problems.
I get this feeling it's not going to be core this time because the SD is already picked, and
Yeah.
I feel like SD really hard counters Spirit Breaker.
Yeah.
Because in the previous years, they didn't have a single way to deal with Spirit Breakers. She was just absolutely rating free, charging anything he wants and do whatever he wants. But this game, I feel like it's not going to be that easy.
Yeah, that's why I think I need to double check, but the Nature's Prophet that they played, did they play it support or did they play it offlane?
On the side of Liquid,
yeah,
they have played Nature's Prophet only on Boxy so far.
Okay, sure.
And for Spirit Breaker, they played it on both.
Sure, okay. I was just thinking, like, I want to see that really aggressive ranged hero to play with the Spirit Breaker, because if SD is 5, you don't really play forwards in the lane. You might disrupt to annoy someone, but I want to use the Spirit Breaker 4 position to then body for your offlaner to just really obliterate that lane. And then from there, you can take the fight elsewhere.
They're banning out the Invoker and the Tusk on the side of Team Liquid. Are those 2 bans that we can learn something from, Matu?
I just really like that approach because obviously Lar hasn't been to the scene for that long, and he definitely has his like the best heroes. When I think of Lar, I think of Kunkka, I think of Invoker. Just get him out of there and just let him play something he's maybe not as good at. Like if he's like god tier at these heroes, he might be like pro level at the other ones. So you need to make things easier for yourself too.
Get him out of the comfort zone.
Yeah.
I know he plays a mean Zeus as well, but I don't think that hero is really pickable at the moment.
Sidebar. I'm really upset that both Shaker and Ogre aren't in the meta, only because of when they're picked here and we get to see them clapping.
That's
Sure,
the point, yeah.
but Shaker is in the meta. What are you talking about?
I mean, it's not picked though. It meant in this series meta then.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say it's like, you know, we've
We're
seen quite a
reserving
few
him for
Shakers.
Saturday.
Saturday, okay,
Yeah.
Saturday claps. That is okay, that's fine.
Guys, there's at least 3 more games that are happening on stage, you know?
It better happen today, or at least on the weekend.
All right. I will say something I would like to see is if Spirit have a Shadow Demon, usually you see that accompanied. Oh my God, Phoenix got through. Well, GG. Anyway, with Shadow Demon, usually you see that accompanying these carries that really like to use it, like the Luna, CK's Band type thing. If they're able to have a Phoenix like this and ball up in a group, it makes Spirit Breaker, especially on support, which we're leaning towards, much less effective. Like, you want to be able to play off pickoffs. This hero cannot deal with swarms of heroes. So if Spirit turn their draft in that direction, I want Liquid to be able to address that now in advance.
Yeah, the key thing here is this Spirit Breaker, you charge, there's Disruption, there's an Egg. Both supports now can actually protect themselves against a core Spirit Breaker, and that's why I kind of lean to Matu's point. I would like to see them push it more into a support role. We've seen VP do it with FNG, Liquid do it with Boxy. It doesn't have to be a core. Like, just because all the other teams are doing it, I think drafting-wise, it should be the 4.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I feel like Liquid is in some trouble already. I don't like how this is exactly set up for them. I feel like SD, Phoenix, very good against Spirit Breaker, and now you have to kind of decide what you want to do. And after this third pick, Spirit is gonna have like the what's it called, like the advantage in regards of like answering what Team Liquid wants to build, because they have to show a core hero now.
The Pugna's pretty nice though. If I look at the supports of Spirit, they are now kind of what Liquid had last game, which is pretty low damage supports. You're playing into a Pugna. If this is also a support, he's gonna be able to hit that life drain, heal his carry up. If they don't have ways to kind of bust through that, sustain, I think Liquid's cores could look really scary.
I mean, Pugna is Imba, I'm sure.
Yeah.
People don't pick it as much as I like to. Just by watching it.
Well, so far this is going to be the first time Team Liquid plays it at this international, so it will be interesting to see what they do with it.
When Spirit played it, it looked really good.
Yeah.
Team Spirit's turn to pick.
But then again, all of the games that Spirit has played made them look really good. They've only dropped 1 game so far, as Sheep mentioned earlier, against Virtus.pro.
This lineup from Liquid though is very, after laning phase, they play off of each other, right? They want to look to progress towers with the Pugna. They can, depending on the Muerta build, also take a lot of cheap fights. And for Spirit, they are very scary in the defensive position. But if the game goes high pace, these heroes aren't the best at playing into that. So I think Liquid, yes, it might look a little bit volatile right now, but if they can dictate the game, they should be okay. And for Spirit, they're kind of following down the same path here. It's like, okay, you want to run at us? Sure. But we'll put a timer on your game plan now. If you make an error, you lose.
That is classic Team Spirit gameplay. They're just gonna wait for you to come to us, and you know, then they sweep the floor with you. I personally hate it. I've been the victim of it.
You hate it because it's good, right?
Yeah, it's exactly. Like, yeah, it's great. Like, it works. It just works. Camp your own ward. You just keep farming. They come to you because they're frustrated. The game is not progressing like we want it to. And then, you know, like, one fight and GG.
The only time when you look at these heroes though, they don't really push out the lanes as quickly. So the next 2 picks, I would assume they need to kind of have that type of thing built into them. Otherwise, how do they actually get to the later portion of the game?
They really did need some brawlers now.
Yeah,
guys
exactly.
who do damage, they're tanky, they run around. Blade Mail heroes.
Yay!
Yay!
We mean Axe? We got our Spirit picked up. We had that as a last phase ban previously. This is most likely going to be the hero that Lara will play. I have not seen him play it yet, though.
But he can. All reliable lol.
Yeah?
I think it's a really hard game now to be a Pugna at the very least. I'm glad that they addressed it as heavily as they did. These heroes are just good in general, good this meta. But the #1 problem with playing against Pugna is if you don't have ways to backline jump, and now they have it.
Ooh. Weaver coming out.
I can't tell if that is the lane support for a Spirit Breaker core, or if it's the support for, or if it's also core off
We've
lane.
seen Weaver offlane from other teams.
Yeah.
We've seen Weaver carry from other teams as well. I think depending on what lane it goes to, the main point here is Liquid is trying to win their lanes and continue their ganks, continue the moves. And that's really scary because it kind of goes against the general meta that we've seen, especially because they don't have the cleanest, consistent form of tower damage. Pugna is, but he dies once and that's it. It's over, right? So, well, that siege is over. Sorry.
I want to see the Weaver on core. I just think that you're giving yourself another way to deal with Egg. You're giving a hero that is going to be able to play on the backline and make Shadow even have a terrible time.
But if you want to see Weaver on core, and you want to see Spirit Breaker on support,
yeah,
where does Muerta go?
Carry. With Pug. No.
Yeah, but that's also a core.
Wait, what?
You said
yeah, like Weaver off lane.
Oh, off
Breaker
lane.
support,
All right.
Carry Muerta.
Yeah. Sorry, in my head, core meant carry for a second there.
Oh, no.
It's all good.
I'm a little confused looking at it myself. I can't really make of what is what here. Like, what is exactly supposed to be what. But the Weaver hopefully is a carry, because support Weaver doesn't have that big of an impact towards like these supports that are just standing back. She needs to be able to do damage towards them, yeah?
Like, they have no traditional front line. The front line comes through how aggressive they can play, right? Spiritbreaker wants to get into the front. Weaver can be super in your face, but they don't have that like rounding factor of it. And it really does go to the point where Liquid, they are going to be as quick as possible to win this game. Like, their lanes will go well, their moves will be quick. And I think, I'm trying to think, for Spirit, they just need one of those anti-aggression type offlaners. Liquid's banning out Centaur, very stable, very good right now. There's a lot of the big strength offlaners still in play. Even a Collapse Mars respect ban coming from Liquid.
Oh my god, I love Mars so much. I want to see him play this tournament. Seeing it banned makes me sad. We still have, what, like Tidehunter still in the pool if you want that type of offlaner.
Dawnbreaker as well.
Mag?
Yeah.
Mag, Collapse Mag. Literally. Magnus. The best. Magnus. Oh, this is an awkward silence here. They don't like it, guys.
I want to support it.
I just want to know where Liquid's going with this this draft. It's a little bit like when you think of the current meta, like aggression's very good to some degree. Like Gaimin is showcasing how to win a game quickly, but Liquid's like adaptation on that is a little bit new, a little bit fresh, and they are one game away from then going potentially to lower bracket. But the Pangolier pick just continues down the path that we've been setting for them.
Liquid is the ultimate copycat team. Even when I was there, we didn't come up with our own stuff. We just stole stuff and made it better. Like, why would you go through all the trouble to make stuff good when you can just steal it?
Exactly. Quinn won 3 majors on a Pangolier. Just steal it. Yoink. It's mine. Oh, look at him. He's so happy.
Isn't imitation the purest form of flattery? So, you know.
And
something
there's
like
the beefy boy.
Watermelon reporting in.
Sorry, Magnus.
Yeah, when you look at the bans, right, it's like Centaur's banned, Mars is banned. Dawnbreaker might be a little bit too volatile for this type of game, and Tidehunter is that constant that you often find in a game, right? He will always soak up and buy you that one good fight.
Funnily enough, I actually prefer Liquid's lineup. I feel like Team Spirit's lineup lacks some damage. They're a little bit too reliant on their cooldowns, and Liquid's just gonna run them over.
I actually think they have the same problem that Liquid had last game when I look at their draft. It's like 2 low damage supports and a Tidehunter. Like, who is doing stuff for you? You need Lol to like have the best game of his life.
Exactly.
Is the Phoenix addressed this time around? We had some criticism on that last time.
There's
Mapashka Phoenix back in action though.
Yeah, there's much better approaches to it. I think for Spirit, the whole game is how well does Earthspirit do from mid lane to connect and kind of make things happen. If Earthspirit shut down, then I think the points that Madhu's bring up about the static nature is going to come to light, right? And they're just going to be awkwardly reacting to a lot of Liquid moves.
It's still going to be tricky for Liquid. I mean, Team Spirit has all the circles in the world. If you just bash your head into them, you're going to lose. But if you can break the formation that Team Spirit has, it's going to fall apart very fast.
Yeah. Exactly that.
I just want to point out, Zaya's on the Spirit Breaker. They did just put Carry Weaver, which is interesting. I mean, Spirit Breaker, I guess if he's tanking the spells, it's fine, right? Dude, I love these out so much.
Oh, that is amazing. Shout out to the effort going into that one. Let's see if they can force out a third game here, of course, as well. But my panel, I mean, you guys are kind of split here. That's a good sign.
Oh, no, I'm with Liquid. I'm with Liquid. You're with
Liquid.
You're with Liquid. T. You're with Liquid, right?
love Liquid.
Better in love with them.
They're going to win very quickly this game. Yes, Matt. Sorry, Matt.
About Shiva? You know?
I mean, definitely. No, to be honest, I mean, I already said it. I would like to have a game number 3. But let's find out if Team Liquid can do it, as we first will head over to Tsunami, who is standing by with Coach Silent.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Silent of Team Spirit. a lot of the crowd on your side, which is something that's been kind of unusual for you at a TI experience, because TI-10, you were underdogs. Coming into Singapore, yeah, you had the Arlington win, but you weren't favorites. Here, you guys are favorites right now. How does it feel?
No, I don't think we are favorites, for sure. Anyway, I don't feeling like we are favorites. We are playing like some middle Dota, no, not the best.
You do know that you have lost very, very few games at this tournament so far, right?
Yeah, but look who we played. We played every team already eliminated.
Confirmation bias, you're telling me. Well, looks like you're about to eliminate Liquid, or at least send them down to lower bracket, and you're going to do it with an Earth Spirit. I haven't seen Laurel playing this hero since Dream League Season 21. Why are you whipping it out now?
Oh, honestly, this game, a lot of mid heroes was banned, so pool wasn't that big, so we choose him.
You seem very casual about this whole thing, Silent. I think that attitude continues to bring your team to success. So let's hear it out for game number 2.
Welcome back to game number 2. According to Silent, the coach of Spirit, they suck ass. Do you agree, Cinder?
He said they're mid. That's something else.
Okay,
There's a little bit of a difference.
Might have first blood here potentially, as Mickey is already getting gone on.
He is.
A ton of damage via collapse. He's getting blocked a bit though, as Mickey will end up dropping just barely to the right click of Mira on that Shadow Demon collapse. He's going to end up getting traded out, so it's a 1-for-1 to start as Insanity's continuing the pressure onto Mira, but they're going to walk away, going their respective ways.
I feel like Spirit always make a point out of not being the favorites. I wonder if they truly think that they're not the favorite of this tournament, or at least one of them. They had a great group stage and a great score. I mean, he makes a fair point, right? They did primarily beat teams that are now eliminated, so it's easier to look good, but that first game against Liquid, which you could say is their hardest test so far, did also not look
To be fair, if somebody asks you that question, you look like a giant douche if you say, yes, we are the favorites. That's a bad thing, usually. I would think, at least.
I mean, you could maybe not say we're feeling mediocre.
Okay.
If you're winning every, like 92% of your games, you know, but
they're doing quite well.
Well, maybe their goalpost is just 100% win rate. So if you lose even one game, then it's a mediocre tournament for you.
Sure.
No. If you have that attitude, aren't you the favorites, though?
I agree. I think a lot of people think that this is a replay.
I know. Here's your replay. Thank you.
Okay, I thought you almost pulled the Suns fan.
I did not. I would never. Yeah, seeing the replay here, so I mean, pretty standard stuff for a little bit of a skirmish. Weaver is an exceptionally frail hero once Shukuchi is on cooldown. If you take the fight, it's a very long cooldown, level 1. It's 15 seconds on that spell, which sometimes people tend to forget because you just have this image of Shukuchi here, there, and everywhere, but that's obviously a later thing in the game, and got to be careful when which fights you take on this hero. But okay, so let's talk a little bit about the lineups. The panel was pointing out that Spirit's lineup is very teamfight heavy and very cooldown reliant, which is very true, but Toshka actually not letting us talk about lineups right now.
Right, charge into Blood Grenade. He's pop the Fairy Fire, getting pursued, but Zion Company not able to pursue any further because of that tier 1 tower. Go ahead, Cinder.
Yeah, so a lot of team fight on the side of Spirit, but maybe not the most catch. You've got Laurel who can roll in and kick people back, and then you have a follow through with the Shadow Step, but there isn't any, you don't have like that Blink Call from Axe that's just always going to land, or you know, the CK Shadow Blade in this game. The nature of the game will be different. On Liquid, we've got a way more clear-cut way of initiating with the charge into Pango combo. We've got Deadshot. And most importantly, as Matsu pointed out, their cooldowns are way shorter. So you can play more of a skirmishing style. This seems like a very clear approach from Liquid based on what they saw in Game 1. They're like, okay, what we tried there didn't work. We're going to shake things up a lot. Like, this lineup is very, very different from what they ran in the game that we just saw played. We'll see if that adjustment is going to pay off here. I definitely like their odds better in this one than I did in the previous one. But, you know, at the same time, it's a bit high risk playing like this, perhaps.
And the battle for the Lotuses, and Mickey will reign supreme. Higher tick rate on his server. But Mira, like you talked about, Shadow Demon against the Spirit Breaker is kind of like the big counter to the hero overall, along with the itemization. It feels like even in games that we've seen this picked, the Spirit Breaker still destroys eventually. That's what it feels like, at least. I don't know if that's confirmation bias or what. Would you agree, disagree?
I mean, I think core Spirit Breaker is just extremely powerful right now, almost no matter what. I think you need to completely obliterate him in lane to shut him down. We saw the game against Muerta just now in the other series with VP against BetBoom, and despite the Heritage playing a very good laning stage against Pure Spirit Breaker, he still came online eventually and became top net worth. So, yeah, this hero is kind of crazy right now. It's banned in most games for a reason, and I'm kind of surprised that we get to see it twice today. I thought this hero was just going to be an almost must ban in every game, but the teams are trying to find solutions. Obviously, we saw the Doom as one potential solution, didn't work, and now we see Mira on the Shadow Demon. Demonic Purge is an S-tier spell against Spirit Breaker, slows you to a crawl, removes Bulldoze. But yeah, we'll see if that's enough. We've seen this tried by other teams. This is not the first time this tournament people pull out Shadow Demon against Spirit Breaker, and I think the last time it also lost. So
I think it works a couple of times in the game, and then when he gets enough items, it just doesn't matter anymore, it feels like.
That is exactly how it feels.
And I think one of the big issues, maybe if you want to call it that, with Spirit Breaker is his ability to farm has been just power crept so hard
yes.
the last couple of years.
That is why
he's one of the fastest farmers in the game. And he's a cow. That doesn't really make sense.
It's kind of crazy that a hero that used to have it as his Achilles heel, right, was the struggle to find farm, is now top net worth in a lot of its games. Like, that's a very major transformation this hero has undergone. And maybe it's a bit on the high side right now. He definitely seems to be, okay, hang on. Decent combination onto Neposhka, fearing him back into the silence, but just barely out of range.
Yeah, but bottom lane, Insania takes a tumble via Mira, who's now getting chased by Mickey, but won't pursue any further, it looks like.
There's too many creeps in the tower. Mickey can't really afford to go hunting for a potential Shadow Demon kill there. He needs to ensure that he gets this CS. And yeah, this is a very easy lane for Tide, I think. There's a reason that Spirit went for this as their last pick in this game. The lane matchup of Weaver is very straightforward. You get a couple of points in Crack and Chill. You largely mitigate all of the Geminate attack, and you just sit there and farm. So top net worth.
So calling it now, Dead in the Water against Weaver.
Very good.
Against Pango.
Very good.
Against Spirit Breaker.
Very good.
My God.
It is very good.
That is an S-tier shard this game, I think.
Yeah.
And I would not be surprised if Collapse prioritizes that very quickly. And the fact that you can just anchor them, and then when Spectre actually has farm to be able to ult in anytime they want, they can get some nice pickoffs with just that as well, without too much to really expend by doing so.
Yeah, just an anchor and a Shadow Step can kill supports as well.
Of course, Mickey does have Geminate attack, which helps.
Yeah, it's something. When he gets level 25, he might take the one with an additional attack.
Yeah,
3 times.
The other 2 cores are melee against, so it's going to kind of be the same issues we saw last game to a degree. We'll see what kind of build that Foxy ends up going for. I know it feels like they start out as support with Muerta and then eventually turn into a core anyway.
Oh, big damage on Zai. Nice block.
He blocks Yatoro, going to continue on. Just the one not going to survive. TP a little bit too late as Yatoro claims that kill.
That was just flat out. That was just beautiful from the Porsche kill. That was flawless execution. They force out the charge first off with a bit of damage and harass, and then he just blocks him the whole way after. Very well done. Zai probably had the option there of TPing back to base. Obviously, Spirit Breaker is one of the heroes in the game that suffers the least from porting to base. You can just charge back to the top lane. So maybe regretting that choice right now of not going for that. I definitely think he would have survived. The kill was very slow. But he'll make the same play just with a death, returning up to top.
So all this talk about Pango getting nerfed, quote-unquote, to the ground several times now, and we're still seeing it.
Yep.
Pretty consistently. What do you think, to hold that thought actually, is Mira? The swashbuckle already used by Nisha. Let's be a bit careful. Roll in, not going to connect from Laurel, as Insania is showing himself now, so no harm done. But yeah, talk to me about your thoughts on how strong Pango is. He's still continuing to get picked, because the one thing that hasn't really been nerfed, I think, is his ult, if I'm not mistaken.
So the concept of the hero is largely the same, right? We've been tweaking numbers, a little bit less damage on this spell, a little less damage on that spell, a little more mana cost, but the essence of what the hero does is largely unchanged. It is buying Diffusal, burning mana, and then having an ult that's very hard to counter strategically.
Yep, calling is there. Nice dead shot, can bring Mira back into the fray. Will die as a result as Nisha showing off that new Rolling Thunder, but the haste rune being applied by Laurel. He can dodge out a couple of those rolls. So Nisha not able to follow up as a nice roll in. Boxy on a bunch of creep will die to the neutrals.
Laurel could maybe
he's getting charged right now. They have the vision, but
not quite. Gonna cancel it out.
Gonna cancel it out. 2 sure Boxy was a bit surprised to receive the hit and run there.
Yeah.
And then dies to creeps anyway.
He's going to be very happy to die to the neutrals.
Yeah.
Quite a bit of waste of time there from Laurel. And
Collapse has Meteor Hammer, by the way, and Weaver has no stun. So this will be a free tower for Collapse at the 9-minute mark. This Mickey he's eventually going to go for the Hurricane Pike, or at least the Dragon Lance right now. How does that work against Dead in the Water, Force Staff? Do you know?
I think you would just move with the anchor, but it stays on you,
That's
right?
That's right. You get an anchor. Yatoro, already at half HP, going to use that ult to get away onto the other side. Mickey is waiting for him, but does not have the damage at this point. Yatoro back to base.
Yeah, he's going to live, but that's still a good move from Liquid, slowing him down quite a lot, having to use ult and TP to just survive, and they find Mikoshka here too, and nicely done. A good sequence from them. Let's count that as a kill and a half, with how much Yatoro just lost from having to port to base, having to walk his way to top lane, and having to buy a TP as well. All the expenses add up, and they're going to
Collapse has
serious tower damage too.
2 games now. He's getting massive stacks.
Yeah, this time around he won't be farming it too fast though, because he went for 3 points in Kraken Shell, so this is a bit slow. But eventually he'll get through it.
It just takes smaller bites. Insania nether blasting the tower, so eventually will be a delayed trade between the 2 tier 1s on opposite sides of the map. No even game so far. Team Spirit, I think at this point was like maybe 2K ahead, and they just kept progressing in that game number 1 just slowly until they just hit a point where they could not lose a fight or even a hero for a very considerable amount of time.
Yeah.
But Liquid faring a bit better this time around.
I guess something that's worth pointing out is the discrepancy between quality of Tide games, you could say. The matchups for Tide in this game are so much better than Zai's were in last game, so I'm expecting Collapse to have a better showing. There's nothing here that's preventing him from getting Ravage off, unless you get like some sort of ridiculously perfect chain stun combo around Kraken, or you line up an exact silence combination. I mean, you get where I'm getting at. It's very difficult here to prevent him from having that impact. And you don't have the most obvious silver edge buyers either. Are you going to buy it on Weaver?
Double invis, I hear it's good.
I mean, it's not out of the question because buying crit on this hero is good anyway, and you're also against Spectre, so you probably do want a break. But none of your heroes naturally really love itemizing this, so...
Well, Murta, as a core, would buy Silver Edge, right?
But Boxy has brown boots,
I mean,
so
could we
he's
see
almost there.
Well, we used to see a lot of Shadow Blades on Spirit Breaker.
Spirit Breaker can buy Silver Edge, but it's a little bit awkward because your initial attack obviously has to be melee. You have to charge through, so you're at the mercy of vision and some, potential counterplays.
Yeah, Boxy gonna dodge the roll. Unbeknownst to him, Nisha gets off that Rolling Thunder. Now Collapse stuck inside the calling right now. Looks like that's gonna be a freebie for Liquid. A nice turnaround as the Nether Strike going to be applied to the Phoenix. Miposhka dives away, very low HP, takes a full swashbuckle with the shield crash to follow here.
Oh, nice dead shot.
Laurel able to get the initiation off onto Nisha, but the heal's coming out from Insania. Will it actually be enough? They can take out the Pugna first. We've got that Butler. Now the chase is on. Already a 2-for-1 right now is Yatoro. Ready to go. Mickey running out of mana though. As you can see, the ult from that Shadow Demon applied to Zai. He just can't do anything. A nice place calling though. It's not going to be enough to save out Mr. Zai. Triple kill for Laurel. As Mickey looking to potentially go for some more, but looks like they'll back away. So it ends up being a 3-for-1.
Yeah, it's going to cost Liquid their mid tower too, because Tide is immediately going to show back up here. He's going to hammer. They're going to glyph it this time around, but imagine that it's just a matter of time before he completes this. So yeah, honestly, a pretty good start there from Liquid, the way they isolated and killed off Collapse. It was very telling how long that took for 4 heroes to bring him down, but they do get there with all of those combinations. Mickey.
Okay.
Could have been scary, but...
Yeah, it was a more elongated fight than I remember. It was a 3-for-3.
Yeah.
So, old man moment.
And it's worth keeping in mind that Spirit's lineup, obviously, we talked about big team fight versus skirmishing power. Earth Spirit is an incredible skirmishing hero at this point in the game, so they really want that value out of Laurel, and they're getting it in spades so far with that triple kill in that fight. And it's a Spectre game. This hero, when enabled, I want to say it loses pretty few late games. There's a subset of heroes that you're not that great against. I wouldn't put Weaver in that category. I don't think Weaver is a particularly scary matchup late game here.
Well,
so Tower gets big enough.
With the shard changes, he's way better than he used to be.
Definitely better than he used to be. But you're still running into the break problem, right? Where, yeah, Spirit Breaker can get that Silver Edge, but more than likely Zai wants to go Octarine, he wants to go Yashakaya, he wants to go maybe you need BKB this game? I don't think you do, actually. But I guess if you don't get BKB Lincolns, you're very pressured out of the fights by Demonic Purge. You might want a protection item as well, so Silver Edge isn't going to be at the top of his list exactly. Charge. He's going to complete it. Oh, wait, he stopped right before. Oh, that's bad.
Turn this around now. Ravage comes through from Collapse as well. Zai already dead. If they can somehow find Mickey, but no, not enough lockdown. Dead in the water, not there yet, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Not 15 minutes yet. Soon.
That did just not work out. Zai canceled his charge just a millimeter away from his target, so didn't even get the Greater Bash coming through. And just stuck in no man's land getting countered out there. I think a lot of players will be not opting to go for these moves at all. We've seen Spirit Breakers just farming, right? Just being greedy, keep pushing side lanes, use that Midas, farm some jungle. And it feels like Zai's moves have not really been paying off for him very well this game, so perhaps going for that slower and greedier play is the way to go in this one. Well, I say that. He's immediately charging his next target in Laurel, but not going to complete that one either. Just losing out on some pretty valuable farming time.
Well, Collapse.
We'll have to deny this mid tower now as well. So
Collapse and Mira in the same vicinity as these three members of Liquid. They're going to find the tide to start. Looks like Mira just drops very shortly after this engagement started. Collapse getting charged on. Nice dodge out from that ult on Nisha. But this is going to be way too much damage as Zai makes his way over as well, so a 2 for nada.
That was very nicely placed calling from Boxy, getting that double silence immediately. Really ruined the counterplay from Shadow Demon, potentially disrupting. Just very, very aware of the plans that Spirit had to stall that fight out and maybe get reinforcements, and they just get completely denied. So 2 kills for Liquid. Pretty much a dead even game right now. And they might find another one, Miposhka.
Yep, not going to bother ulting there.
Yeah, would have died anyway.
Okay, level 12. 300 away from the Deso for himself. We have a Midas, of course, on Zai. I think it's the only... Oh, I spoke too soon. Laurel has a Midas himself as well. Laurel taking a lot of damage from Nisha, who now has that Diffusal Blaze completely automatic, getting charged on by Zai. A big kill for Liquid. As Insania ticking away ever so slowly to that Magnetize. We can see Mira gets dropped by Nisha as well.
Spirit needs to be really careful with what fights they choose to take. I think these couple of moves, when you don't have Spectre healthy enough to join, they're kind of just getting overwhelmed by the raw mobility and just skirmishing power of Liquid's team. This is the type of way you want to play against Tide, is to just not take 5-on-5s, so you can find 2v2s, 3v2s, whatever. You're looking great in those, and Nisha has been very involved.
Yep, falling. Headshot not going to be there, but the swash is there from Nisha. He's going to use the inhibit as well. The heal's coming out, and yeah, that's a dead Yatoro again. So Liquid starting to create some serious momentum on their side for game number 2.
Yeah, this is snowballing really fast. Maybe Silent was right. Spirit aren't the ones. I'm sure they can fix it. I want to say some of Spirit's worst minutes in the tournament, I think that's fair to say, have just transpired. And
yeah,
they're going to try to make up for it.
Caster Curse reverse potentially. Going to get the Ravage as well. Do they have the damage to get through? Disruption from Mira. And that is a dead Weaver. Big kill for Spirit.
Very
desperately needed.
Very, very good. He was going to get off the time lapse. There was just enough of a gap between the rolling boulders that would have been a possible play for Mickey. And if that comes off, he survives, but he just poisons him in that disruption and kills him in disruption, essentially. So yeah, they find a bit of a return kill there. And I was going to say much needed. It's not that bad yet for Spirit because Spectre's trajectory is still looking pretty solid. Yatoro is closing in on the Sacred Relic, so we're looking at maybe a 20-21 minute Radiance. And their lineup has extreme late game potential, I want to say. Phoenix, one of the best scaling supports. Shadow Demon as well has massive late game potential. Tide can definitely be a big factor in late game situations too. And Earth Spirit Core, who used to... Oh, hang on.
Nisha in a lot of trouble. He gets deleted.
Yeah, doesn't have any defensive item yet. He's working on that Manta.
I mean, the game was slipping away from Spirit, but now 2 extremely important kills for them, and they're back in this.
I think Mira got both of them as well. So the Shadow Demon getting a big bag here. Wonder what he's going to go for. See a pipe flying out now.
I was hoping for a Midas, honestly.
What is the best build on Shadow Demon in this game?
I mean, is Ags? I mean, it only gets 2 charges now. Right?
I mean, ultimately, Ags is going to be incredibly good, right? But maybe, do you buy the shard? You can purge off Decrepify from allies. You can purge off. I don't know. I'm actually not sure if it's good enough. Maybe just go. Yeah, he's going Aether Lens for now, and then we'll see what his next quick buy item is. Charge from Zai.
Their strike will be there as well. Do they have the lockdown? Yes, the bash is there. Let's go from Liquid. As oh, I was going to say another Midas maybe coming for Boxy, but he actually switches up his build to be a Greaves instead. So helpful for the team.
That item is not very popular.
That's true.
Very interesting choice to see coming out from him.
Taro, early Blade Mail. Nisha's going to pop that Rolling Thunder. Insania trying to make his way over as well against another blast. They have the vision now with that charge coming through, and that is a dead Spectre. Big kill for Liquid as they're just training him left and right, it feels like. As Liquid now back in decent control of this game with a 4K lead.
Yeah, nowhere to Shadow Step to there. Didn't even try. You can't see anyone, so. Liquid making sure that when they go for these Spectre kills, they're not opening up a vulnerability on the other side of the map for him to escape to. So clean stuff there. Picking up a Yules now on Miposhka. Interesting, obviously. Key item against Spirit Breaker for the time being. Eventually, Zai is eyeing up a BKB already now, and at that point, Demonic Purge is your only real solution for this guy for quite a while. But right now, that Yules can pay off big time if they find the kind of fight they will be looking for. Speaking of items, Nisha almost completing Manta style, 50 gold off. He'll get it from this wave, and that's a great way for him to break out of the Earth Spirit combination. So progression on all fronts here, and you know, it's a 5K lead for Liquid. It's looking way healthier than the last game, to say the least. Now it's a matter of enforcing your will on the map, right? There's a specific type of fights you don't want to take, and I want to say those are the ones where you clump up and, you know, let the enemy team land all their big AoE spells, but a lot of skirmishes should be possible as long as you account for the Spectre factor in those. And I don't know, maybe you're also happy to farm. I haven't really seen this Weaver versus Spectre matchup late game. I'm just going off of memory about how this usually goes, but maybe it's clearly different now than it used to be. Maybe you feel confident.
A lot of the decisions that you're talking about come to team dynamics as well. We've seen a lot of teams very happy to go late game anyway.
Yeah.
Like regardless of how the game is actually going. At first I thought they were just scared to go high ground in general, but it just feels like they feel like it's literally better just to wait like 50 minutes, 3rd, 4th Roche, and that's when you take your time. But other teams we've seen actually able to implement a faster play style.
Yatar now with the Radiance, so big upgrade for him. Blade Mail Radiance. He's playing against currently 0 BKBs, so massive impact item, and a lot of damage onto Pugna as well. I think that's probably the target for Spirit that they would love to kill the most to begin the fight, is just get this Pugna out of play, remove the Decrepify threat, remove the heals onto the course that they want to follow through on afterwards. Yatoro is probably able to do it in a single stun. They just need to connect something onto Insania, and he will be a quick kill. See Yatoro again.
Yep, Swash to start things out. He's going to use his ult to dodge out the first Rolling Thunder proc. Nicely done, but will they still find the damage? Dead shot. A little bit awkward, though. Disruption now from Mira is going to be enough to actually save his life. It looks like it is. So a bit of a miscue there from Liquid side as Insania might pay the price. Laurel continuing on. He has the Magnetize applied to Insania, trying to TP out, but it's a little bit ambitious at this stage. It could have been a huge kill for Liquid, who are already sporting a decent lead with 6K right now.
It's one of those moments where you're kicking yourself a little bit, right? Because with maybe slightly better communication, that misplay doesn't happen, and at the same time, Yatoro with a great Shadow Step dodge there made their lives that bit harder. It's just one support at the end of the day that you lose, but realistically speaking, that was probably a dead Spectre that you ended up losing, so it kind of feels like you lost 2 or 3 heroes even in that engagement. But they're still looking very healthy on the gold, and as we all expected, guys, Spirit Breaker, top net worth, minute 23. Truly one of the heroes of all time.
Octarine
keep it rolling.
Is finished for Zai. Midas, BKB to come, I assume. Is Shadow Blade. So he will be going for the Silver Edge eventually. And it's Tormy time! And Poshka will get the shard, and that is a very, very good one.
Yeah, gets a lot better when he gets level 12, because then he has the protection of a much harder to kill Supernova, but still just a nice pickup in general. Yeah, as you mentioned, Zai will start working toward that Silver Edge. They recognize that it's an item they have to get. If he wasn't in a breaking game here, I don't think he would buy Shadow Blade even, but the break is just too important here. So you kind of have to go for it over other interesting items that we've seen people buy on this hero, such as Lincoln's or Kayayasha.
Interesting.
Refreshers, you know. The whole catalog of items.
Yeah, he'll find his way there eventually. If this is like any other Spirit Breaker game we've seen this tournament.
Oh yeah, he's definitely not going to fall off, I'll tell you that much.
Yep. I mean, if a cow falls off, I don't think they can get back up. So that would be pretty bad if he did.
Falls off what, though?
A cliff.
Yeah, a lot of things can't get up when they fall off a cliff. Thank you very much for your insight.
Liquid with a 6K lead. We haven't seen a Roche attempt quite yet.
Charge from Zai.
Gen from Zai.
No silver, though.
Collapse is going to pop the pipe. Another strike's going to be there. Mira is now in the area with the disruption available. To use it yet. They're trying to get rid of these little bugs, and there's the Ravage from Collapse. Can they turn this around? Ult in from the Spectre as well. Disruption. Oh, actually they had some decent heals from this egg as well. Still nobody has died somehow. Laurel comes in. He's taking the brunt of the damage. There's a disruption, but now he's on enemy lines. Looks like that's going to be the sacrifice for Team Spirit. So Collapse ends up living throughout the day here. And he's going to jump right back in, uses that anchor. That's the dead in the water onto the Pangolier. They're going to lose their Shadow Demon, though. And Yataro's going to have to back away because they just don't have the damage right now. And Mikke will be whipped into submission, but will just Shikuchi away. So 2 dead for Spirit, 0 for Liquid. And that was the anchor being shown for the first time from Spirit's side.
And the panel talked about this, right? Spirit might run into damage problems in the mid game, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Laurel, without that BKB, he just gets shut down. And there's 2 BKBs on the side of Liquid with massive impact there. The Spirit Breaker as well as the Weaver.
Yeah.
But the fight's not over.
He's healing up quite a bit. Eventually will fall. Meteor Hammer actually connects onto 2. Mikke with a beautiful time lapse. He's going to get most of his HP back. As a result, as Yatoro just get right-clicked down by Mikke on that Weaver. And Spirit loses a very valuable member. I don't think they can go any further. Collapse with no ult, of course, using the previous fight. And Zai, well, that's a Spirit Breaker, so he's fine.
Yeah.
He's literal opposite as an ancient apparition. He's going to get anchored, though. And it's gone. Okay.
Yeah, I think Zai is going to make a point out of not using Bulldoze when he charges, because he will get Yuled a lot of the time by the Phoenix, and if he just reserves the Bulldoze for after, if there's no Demonic Purge ready or Shadow Demon isn't in the play, he can very safely get out of there with just the Bulldoze. Because, as we've already established, there's a bit of a damage issue going on for Team Spirit right now. So another great fight here from Liquid. 10K up. First time they've got a 5-digit lead in this series. And it doesn't look like they're going to drop it anytime soon either, right? It feels like if Spirit are going to turn this game around, they need to get some big items. The BKB on Earth Spirit is definitely a start. The type of fight that he will be looking for is one that extends so long that the enemy BKBs expire and that he just keeps Magnetize running on targets during it. But it's a difficult challenge to overcome for him.
Roche being attempted. In the meantime, Aposhka is going to get another struck, but Zai, it is a 3v1. Well, I feel like he's going to get out because, again, Spirit Breaker. It's a 4v1, in fact. My goodness. Collapse was looking for the anchor, but yeah, BKB is going to prevent all that.
And in the meantime, Nisha will be grabbing the Aegis of the Immortal, choosing not to put it on Weaver here. I feel very confident that Mikke can stay alive. I think this is a little bit dangerous to the extent that Mikke is playing very aggressively on his Weaver for now, and if he does get caught by some sort of Ravage combination where everything is available and Earth Spirit gets to chain all of his spells with his BKB, I think he can die. But I guess the same could be said for the Pango, so maybe it's kind of just pick your poison, you know?
And Nisha looks like that is going to be the completed Aghanim Scepter on the way. So Shield Crash will now proc Swashbuckles, and very valuable item in general. As that 15 talent, I would assume, is Collapse being forced back. Still 4 minutes on that Aegis. Looks like the tier 2 tower will be the choice for Liquid. Let's see how many towers they can get. There's only one more tier 2 after this on the Spirit side in that mid lane. Zai Nether Strike with the charge combo. Deadshot gonna miss on Mira though.
Oh, he's gonna live from
to
that.
walk away. He'll be able to blink to safety.
Just
TP
kidding.
with the charge.
Nice ward.
Caster curse by Cinderin as usual. What a real pile.
I was like, he got really far away and he can maybe, you know, TP out, but there was a ward. So, nope. Just gets charged by a 1,000 move speed cow, and that is a fate I do not wish upon anyone.
It's very thick, very juicy.
Okay, that was not at all relatable to what I just said. That's fine.
You're talking about a cow, so I don't know. Collapse. It's gonna be found by Zai. Ooh, blink out. Doesn't quite have the silver edge yet from Zai's side, so no break.
Closing in on it though. Gonna only need about 1,000 to go.
Yep.
Yashar is out picking flowers.
He buys his shard, so roll up is going to be available very soon for the mid laner on Liquid. As long as he doesn't get silenced, of course, that's what that Manta's for. Raposhka slow to a crawl thanks to that shield crash. You can see the charge is coming as well. He's already used his dive. There's the calling, trying to use the Sun Ray to get to the high ground. He's going to get disrupted instead, and will die shortly after. Now the high ground
right into the ghost
attempt from Liquid. Is this too early? 14K with 2 minutes on the Aegis. We've seen this go wrong for so many teams.
Make it with the Satanic is a way harder kill now than he was before.
That's true.
And looking at the damage it shares on Spirit, I think you can poke and prod, but you could also just really constrict the map, because the thing that becomes increasingly difficult now for the Dire team is when they don't really know the spread of the enemy team, it's difficult to find the meaningful team fight. Like maybe you can smoke up and find one kill on somebody, but that's not going to change the state of the game. What you're really looking for is a really great trade-off, and Toro is going to get bugged here.
A lot of minus armor. We'll take it out swiftly though, and walk away.
I was kind of expecting a charge there from Zai. Might have been on cooldown. Choose not to pursue regardless. They will just continue to farm up all the lanes as well as the jungles. And this is another benefit to Spirit Breaker. We've been talking about this hero a decent amount, but any hero that can farm their own side of the map and join fights within seconds just have that as a huge advantage, right? On Spirit side, it is the Spectre. But Spectre's farming speed.
Big smoke for Spirit. Can they find Mickey? The Ravage to start things out. He's dead. My goodness, that was quick.
Yep.
Now they kind of wish the Aegis was on him instead. He's going to have to wait 70 seconds and see how much Spirit can get out of this.
Yeah, this is what I mean, right? This is what Spirit can do. They can smoke many heroes and find one kill, and now what, right? Like, it's obviously a really big kill, killing the Weaver. They're going to be happy with it, but you're not changing the game state. You're not really going to be able to push out the waves. You're not going to be able to get control of the map. Now that Ravage is on cooldown, can play very aggressively as Team Liquid. Wouldn't be surprised to see them taking some opportunities themselves now, maybe with a smoke. Their Aegis will expire soon, but I don't think Pango is in any imminent danger without the Ravage. But if things just slow down and Spirit get that kill essentially for free, that's obviously good news for them. We'll be looking to do the same thing again in a minute and a half.
Yeah, one thing I will say is Spirit do have a very good Roshoff team.
Yes.
With the lineup that they have with the AoE, if you have to fight in that area, obviously they do have quite a big deficit, but I think hero-to-hero matchup, they match up very well in that area. But we'll see if that ends up coming to be, if they can try to contest this eventual second Roche. But for now, that kill onto Mickey was just a little blip on the radar of Liquid, because they're in firm control of this game right now. You can see Mira being spotted out, will be taken out. Raposhka will be the first to go. Okay.
That was a gem, by the way.
Two supports dead for Spirit.
Gem on the deck. Raposhka's gem now in the hands of Zai, so Team Spirit recognizing that they have to try to take some risks of getting map control back, but get punished immediately, and that gem is just a big gold loss. And now Yatoro. Zai will only hit the illusion. Yatoro looks like he might be dodging the situation entirely. He's got to be really careful, though. Oh. If he had gone for a TP out there, that dead shot might have actually stopped it, and he could have died, but he chose to just run away on the right.
Yeah.
Does live, but the map is really a minefield right now for the side of Spirit. Very, very difficult.
Yeah, we don't get the opportunity to talk to the crowd too often, Cinderin. How many Spirit fans in the audience? Okay. How many Liquid fans in the audience? how many Seattle Supersonic fans in the audience? There we go. Don't worry, you guys will have a team in a couple years.
All right, so essentially the crowd is hoping for a finals of Liquid versus the Supersonic. Wonderful. I'm sure they'll get that eventually. Liquid is going to get into basketball anytime.
Just had to make one reference for TI before I get fired, so appreciate that.
It's incredible. You get fired every year.
That is true. Keep coming back like a bad fungus. 19K lead for Liquid now, as they're just waiting for the old Roach. We'll know in about a minute how long of a spawn that will be, but with the lineup that they have, they can just push these waves consistently. Zai can be on opposite sides of the map. Very difficult to kill, regardless of his items, it feels like, and he certainly has some items. The smoke up right now from Liquid, so looking for a pick-off before the potential Roach will spawn.
Yeah, Spirit are trying to get some sort of safe zone, right? They just warded there and they're playing around that vision, but it's immediately de-warded and they just have to concede the area once again. So effectively they went from having 15% of the map to 20% and then they lost to 5% again. So very difficult.
There's the break, another strike to follow. Big charge as well. His only at half HP is Yatoro, but no follow-up whatsoever.
Protection is there from Shadow Demon as well. Yatoro will retreat to base. Currently working on an Orchid. It's close to completion. Reckon he will... I mean, he probably wants to jump and kill the Pugna, but that's not even a possibility right now. Insania with the Eon Disc. Muerta has the Greaves against the Orchid, so that's not great either. It's tough, man. I feel like it's kind of hard to itemize in general for Spectre under these circumstances, because you kind of need a little bit of everything. And I suppose the mindset is we're going to itemize what is most impactful when BKBs drop. An Orchid can come into play there for sure. Now get the shard onto Earth Spirit, so gets that geomagnetic grip on allies.
Boy, I haven't seen a team love Tormy as much as me until now. Spirit loves it. Liquid does not give a shit. It's 35 minutes in the game. They haven't even taken their own yet. Look at that.
Yeah, I think it's kind of natural for the winning team in this position to maybe not want to go there that much, because you don't want to give up position.
They're too good for it, is what you're saying.
I mean, you're essentially in such an offensive position that if you have to retreat to take the Tormentor, if the enemy team has any information that it's happening, you're kind of opening the door for them to take some control of the map back, so you just opt to not give them that chance. Might fall back for it later, but for now, they're going to reap the rewards of having utter domination of the map. They'll get the second Roche, Aegis and Cheese. Aegis going on Mickey this time around. And they'll put the Cheese into the backpack of Nisha. So recognizing, based on that previous kill, that, yep, Spirit can indeed burst our Weaver. Going to get that extra layer of protection. Mickey almost completing Daedalus now. I mean, I wonder if Liquid want to try to poke the high ground a little bit with this, or once again, if they feel like this will ever get out of hand, right? Like, how long do they need to give Spirit? Right?
Demonic Purge onto Zai. Do they have the damage, though? He's at half HP with that BKB already activated. Going in really deep. They pop the egg with the Sun Ray as well. The Ravage is being expended as well, but he's getting healed now from Insania. This cow will live on. Vegans around the world rejoice. He lives. And now they're going to try to turn this around onto Yatoro, but Mickey, he's taking the brunt of the damage. That's already the Aegis down. Zai getting one more charge off. Eventually he will fall, though. So beef enjoyers enjoy it, but Yatoro will drop as well. So there is a trade, and it's very heavy. 3 dead for the eventual kill onto the cow.
That was a really clutch save from Insania. Also a brilliant execution from Spirit, honestly. I did not think they were going to be able to pursue that Spirit Breaker kill at all, but clipping him on the edge of the Ravage and Sunray, that would have been a kill without Insania's save. And sure, they get him in the end, but it made them overextend so much further. And Liquid come in and get quite a bit of a cleanup, and this could open the door for the high ground. Obviously, Aegis down, so you need to be a little bit careful on Mickey not to overcommit. But this time around, there won't be a Ravage.
Time left down for 40 seconds. Tier 3 tower down, base exposed. Well, Collapse jumps in just to get the anchor. Looks like it was Lotus but to him instead. That's another fortification. That's the last one for a while here from Spirit's side. A little miss time on the Nether, or the Nether Blast. But you can see that Deso just doing absolute work. That is a melee racks down. As Collapse wants to go a little bit further, another 15 seconds for that.
Oh, that's
a very precarious spot. Trying to get to the high ground. He's going to get disrupted instead. You can see Laurel going in with that BKB and the Blade Mail as well. Still a lot of damage being applied, but no kills as of yet.
Now Spectre about to spawn with the Shadow Step here.
Indeed, they just need a little bit of vision. Laurel Trying to provide that onto Boxy. They've got to get something out of this, and they will. But it's just the support. They lose their melee racks. It's going to cost them dearly.
Yeah, that looked like a bit of an awkward situation. I don't think Laurel meant to kick Collapse into the enemy team there, but they do get out alive on their tide still. Scary situation for them. Liquid with a good pickup of that melee racks. As you pointed out, and they still have their cheese. I don't know if they're going to consider this enough of an advantage to look for more, or if they're going to fall back into the...
I thought you were going to say enough of an advantage to go for block of cheese, the first ever in TI history.
Yeah, has that?
No.
Okay, have you seen a pro game with
Not one.
Okay.
I feel like of all people, I would have heard about it, so I'm just going to assume that it's never happened.
Yeah, maybe that needs to be a little bit easier to make, or
good. Just make it good, please. Zai is now level 25. Oh, he's got a Stormcrafter. That's some nice move speed and mana.
Goes for the 20% greater bash chance here, so now up to 37. He's decent attack speed as well with his Silver Red.
He was broken by the creep temporarily. That's going to be broken by the counter step, but he's actually going to use his ult onto the other side. Beautifully done. They kill off Nisha right off the bat, and Zai, he's left kind of alone, but Mickey standing on the outskirts. The egg is placed with that Sun Ray being applied. Zai will charge away. So in the end, it looks like only one will be lost, although the chase is not completely over. But still a pretty damn big kill for Spirit.
The timing on that was actually pretty ridiculous. As Zai was opening on Yatoro, he shadow stepped over to the other kill. So not only did they kill the Pango, but they also saved their Spectre from a really awkward situation. So that could not have been any more perfect for Spirit. They get a kill and they get a tower. It's not the biggest of deals, but you know, they're staying afloat. The lead hasn't really grown very much, and you're seeing the win probability kind of not really shifting in the last 10 minutes. So give it enough time, it might just start dipping down slightly. And they're getting some pretty key items, right? So Laurel getting the Axe is obviously enormous, right? This is a key way of saving from the Spirit Breaker combination onto his Spectre. There's something that you cannot break, so as long as he's in position, which he should very easily be able to get with Rolling Boulder and BKB, save a target of his choosing and kick them out. Or they could use it to kick someone into terrible positioning because Liquid don't really have the best save. So just finding a support and kicking them 2,000 range away, they're probably just going to die on the spot.
Well, 41 minutes in, it's only one melee racks, and I know it's 18k lead, which is, like you said, it is somewhat substantial, but it hasn't really grown that much. So Spirit definitely fighting back, and the later this game goes, the more comfortable I'm saying that their lineup is just better, on paper at least, but a lot
Breaker's always such a wild card, but yeah, in this game, in this game at the very least, there are solutions that we'll see.
Oh my God, collapse! Oh, he turns into stone though, nicely done. He's actually gonna live as a result, but it's gonna cost Laurel his life. Oh boy, that is not worth trading a position 2 for a 3 and a 5 now. Spirit down a 3v5, and they're gonna lose more than just that range racks.
Did Mickey double crit there or something?
Couldn't tell you.
Tide almost instantly died. That was ridiculous, and that's okay. Well, we have all our theory crafting going about how late can this game go. Well, if you lose 2 heroes like that without buyback, you're going to get mega'd now. I don't think Spirit have any hopes of defending this without... Oh, actually, Earth Spirit buyback did come up, so maybe you could go for some sort of a hold with 4 heroes here, but this is going to be really, really difficult to pull off.
Sure is. The Ravage to start. There's the buyback as well. The Egg with the Sun Ray. In addition, Zai...
Oh, they actually got him!
They actually deleted Mickey. Somehow locked him down 100 seconds without their Weaver now. Can Liquid get away without any other casualties, though? Boxy, he's going to get anchored. Going to have to fight his way out of this one. Looks like Zai wants to continue on. Gets off the charges. Lars will pop his BKB. BKB's galore, in fact. There's the Rolling Thunder from Nisha with the roll-up. Being used to lock several heroes down from Spirit, but they do lose their support in the end. And a nice roll onto the high ground. Finds Insane, and Eon Disc will just delay the inevitable. So 3 kills in favor of Spirit. They defend what looked undefendable and indefendable,
that was
whatever the word.
Super close to being 4 kills because the Pango Collapse cast Hex during the end of that Rolling Thunder, and it expired just before the Rolling Thunder did the Hex duration. So otherwise he would have been caught on his TP out, and that could have turned into something big for Spirit. I mean, it's still pretty solid given the circumstances. We're now kind of back to the gold that we had before, the 18k lead, but you're down another lane of barracks, so there's going to be more problems on the map for Spirit to solve. And still, given the circumstances, that could have just been the end of the game instead, so I guess you got to take the small victories where you can get them.
Yeah, Collapse with that Meteor Hammer. Going to be able to take out this tier 2 tower, looks like. And need to go for the anchor smash on buildings, by the way.
They find Yatoro.
Find Yatoro. Disruption's going to keep him safe for the time being. In fact, it saves him in the end.
Oh, Demonic Purge.
Okay. Demonic Purge applied to him. Collapses in the area. Now the big charge from Zai trying to keep the rest of Spirit at bay, but the anchor's applied to the Pangolier. That is a dead Nisha. Does have buyback, but just waited out. Still had the cheese as well. Zai and company trying to find more than just the Shadow Demon. They're going to find the Pochka. Looks like he's done so. Oh, just barely getting out was the Tide. So Collapse does live. So lots of back and forth in this game number 2. But a huge kill on Tundra. I feel like when either team just finds one hero isolated, they just get deleted instantly.
Yeah, this can snowball very quickly in fights for both teams. You see the quick kill on Pango. The good news for Liquid in that situation was that Supernova wasn't ready, so they were able to collapse onto the Phoenix and bring him down. Love the purchase of Lincoln's, by the way, on him identifying, okay, I mean, we have to just start solving the Spirit Breaker. This is not an item you will usually see Phoenix buy after Yules, but it's probably the best choice you have in this game, so you just try to stay afloat. That was also a refresher reveal from Collapse there. So a lot being expended from Spirit, and honestly not really the best result, right? Considering that they found the Pango kill first. I don't think that went as well as they would have hoped, and now they're also going to lose the Roach. They have no Ravages, so this is completely uncontestable. Let's see who gets to pick up the goodies. There will be a refresher shard on this.
Will Zai have 2 refreshers? No. Not yet, at least.
Or do you give it to?
Well, Boxy will hold on to it for now.
Holding it, yeah. So he'll have 2 pierces of the Veils. Not really the best hero in this game for the refresh. I feel like maybe he should pass it on.
I think he's acting
probably holding it for Pango, right?
Yeah, he's being a courier right now, for sure.
You would think so.
So they do have the 2 cheeses still. So block of cheese enjoyers out there rejoice. Definitely a possibility.
What if you got 4 cheeses, then you got a bigger cheese?
The big cheese?
Yeah. Does this look? Nah, actually, it's not a quarter, is it? It's like a 1/6 or an 1/8. That's a good idea. Block of cheeses, too easy to make. Let's make it 8 cheeses. We've had some games this tournament that could have almost.
It could have. Yeah, could have. As we have a smoke now from Liquid, sporting this 25k lead. It's all about the buyback situation, especially for Spirit, because Liquid will likely just be in their base.
Yep.
The engagement has been actually expended here.
They're still holding on to the refresher in Boxy's backpack. I mean, the calling is a pretty filthy spell, and having 2 of them back-to-back is very good, but I still think that Pango would want it. Anyway, here comes the Siege Tower. Will be falling to just the Siege creeps.
McKay's going to show himself. Back away. Want to be very careful here. Despite having 2 cheeses in the Aegis, we have seen a lot of high grounds get punished.
Yep. And Yatoro is huge. It's worth keeping in mind. This is a level 26 Spectre with 6 slots. There's still a bit of room to grow, but he is very, very strong. Wants to finish his Abyssal Blade, and then maybe replace the treads, and then we're at the maximum output.
Yeah, he has Nullifier and Bloodthorn.
Yeah, he can kill this Pugman very fast. Can kill anyone really fast, essentially, if they just find the Ravage opener. Liquid are very cognizant of that fact. Maybe you just let the Nether Blast do the work, step by step.
Yeah, you'd think that with the Dark Willow we saw the other day. Basically a trebuchet from a global range, you still lose the game. There's the Ravage, gonna try to put everything onto Mickey. That's just the Aegis though. He is surrounded. Zai coming in with the charge. Nisha with the Rolling Thunder as well. The egg is placed. Do Liquid actually want to stick around? They used a couple of ults just to try to be able to fight this. Is Zai able to charge out with that refresher? Boxing to pop his ult, trying to apply as much pressure as possible, but now he's in no man's land. He's going to use the refresher shard that we were really theory crafting.
Ah, yes, the refresher pike that we all thought was going to be.
Oh dear. So Aegis, shard gone.
Yeah, they do hold on. Collapse refreshed his Ravage and didn't have mana for it. So that could have probably gone a lot better for Spirit than it did, which is kind of scary news for Liquid, right? You have all these advantages, you're trying to push high ground, and despite only one Ravage coming out, you still didn't get anything out of it. And I love this from Spirit, you know, take some initiative, play on the second Ravage that you have, you know there's no Aegis. Maybe you can catch them before the BKBs come off cooldown again, and that would lead to a really big moment for you. Spectre can take care of the base, Shadow Step at the ready.
Oh, Aghanim Scepter for Zai. Beautiful. Level 27.
Oh boy.
That's okay.
Okay, well.
Oh, Bounty Rune. Don't mind if I do.
OpenAI would have killed him there, but that's the kind of reactions you needed.
Yep, true. Next time, ask ChatGPT to play your game of Dota for you. Nisha, rolling Thunder. He's actually going to get it off. Gets the stun up to 2 as well as Mickey trying to apply as much pressure, but there's the disruption. Mitigating a lot of the damage here, but now the pressure being applied to Mira, who dies and now buys back. Decrepify. Onto Yatoro. He's going to get onto the high ground safely. Not a whole lot was lost, but Spirit has one support buyback that they have to worry about is Boxy getting gone on now by Yatoro. Nice dead shot, keeping him at bay. Looks like he'll get away safely as well, so I think this might be a next Roche situation for Liquid.
It's
really hard to go high ground.
It is really difficult.
I mean, if you find the Shadow Demon again, that's can't buy back, so maybe that's the main target in this next fight.
Absolutely. He's the best kill they can possibly get, and he dies very fast if anything connects on him. So it's just a matter of getting one charge connection, or a couple of swings from the Weaver might just kill him from 100 to 0. It's worth keeping in mind that Miro doesn't have a defensive item. He has Blink Dagger, no Aeon Disc, no Ghost Scepter, nothing of that sort to try to stay alive against some of these hard-hitting heroes. So positioning is everything.
Tormy, number 3, if my count is correct. Yatoro will get that shard, which means, does everybody have one now on their team? No, Mira does not. Wow, the support. After all that, the support still didn't get a shard. That's a lot of 50-50s that he's lost.
Yeah, I think they would actually kind of like to have the Demonic Cleansing.
Yep. Oh, Liquid are like, oh, I forgot this existed. Okay. Insania, enjoy your worthless shard.
I mean, maybe they watched BetBoom's games and just came to the conclusion that it's too dangerous.
Yeah.
The Tormentor has killed BetBoom more times than they have killed that.
They have buffed this Pugna shard over the course of the last couple of years, so it's certainly better than it used to be.
More cast range on the Nether Ward, you can drain into it.
I mean, it was either that or the Muerta one, which as a support... Oh, she already has it, actually. Box already has it. They must have killed Tormy already.
It's okay, the support, or the shard on the supports, but...
It's no grab ally, that's for sure. Although, Toronto Tokyo literally never bought the shard in an 80-minute game.
Yeah, that was...
He doesn't want to stun his teammates, I guess. They don't know how to click out of that tombstone.
He had bigger items to get.
Yeah.
He wanted to set the world record for most health on a hero in a pro game, which he might have actually done.
That's true. The shard doesn't help with that.
I think he got 14k health at one point in the game. So might have not been the one today, because he had another game as well where he had the same build on Undying.
Absolutely absurd. Giant's Ring, Heart, Aghanim Scepter. Beefy boy indeed. Nisha now with a double damage bottled. And if they can hold on to this for the next Roche off, which could be in the next minute, that would be huge.
Love the placement from Zai here. He's literally just a smoke breaker, waiting for any sort of opportunity as well to maybe pounce. He will go here.
Yeah, there's the charge to start things out for Zai. Looking for the another strike, but the disruption is there. He's going to get cleansed now. He's already at half HP. He's going to pop his refresher, try to get away. The Rolling Thunder's now in with Nisha. Not able to do too much damage, focusing all their efforts on the Laurel, who's kind of on the sideline. He's going to turn himself into stone to stay alive. They lose the Shadow Demon, though. Now the roll away from Laurel. Being pursued by Mickey, who still has double damage. Collapse! Almost gets insta-give, and now the charge is there to try to finish him off, and he does so successfully. Will buy back 2 members of Spirit with still with their ultimate, so Ravage is still available. Looks like they're going to be able to sacrifice Insania here. Yotaro's kind of all alone. Insania now, BKB'd, okay. Will he die? The nullifier's there to finish him up with Yotaro. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? You're getting surrounded yourself. The dead shot, he's stuck inside the trees, and he is dead. 100 seconds of no Spectre. The Ravage finally comes out. So 2 members of Liquid do die, but they're Ancient exposed from the Spirit side.
He was zoning 3 heroes for like 10 seconds.
And Mickey looking to get the rest of the buildings here to ensure victory in this game number 2 for Team Liquid. 2 buybacks now from Liquid's side. Mega creeps in their favor, and now it's a 5 versus 3 without the carry from the side of Spirit. The Ancient being exposed. All they have to do is right-click that with that Desolator until his GGs are called. This series is going to game 3, which I'm glad to see because it deserves it.
Yeah, really nice bounce back from Liquid. After that first game, they solved their problems from that first game very elegantly here with a couple of adjustments in the draft, right? They went away from this high cooldown reliant, big ball kind of strategy that they ran there, and now they're playing more skirmishy, they're playing more loose, more freely, and do a wonderful job. All their lanes went pretty well. They transitioned well into that mid game and started building up. And I don't know, man. I feel like Spirit Breaker needs to be addressed by these teams. Whether it wins or loses, this hero just looks so insanely impactful and like an absolute nuisance to deal with. Spirit definitely brought something to the table here to try to solve it. They got the Shadow Demon out. They play with the Earth Spirit with all these stuns and the Spectre who could connect, and still Zai ends up having a monster of a game. And sure, he dies sometimes, but think about how much space this hero demands in the game, right?
How many bans do you get in the first phase?
7 in total. 4 for one team, 3 for the other.
How many bans do you need to finally ban Spirit Breaker? Like, what's the magic numbers?
I mean, it's been banned in a lot of games, to be fair, right? Just today, we've seen it run in 2 series. I feel like it's not going to be making another appearance today, but we'll see. You never know. Maybe there's other solutions that the teams have up their sleeves. This one didn't work, though.
All right. Well, let's see what the panel has to say about the meaty Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, just ban him. That's what I say. Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Cinder. And we're going to break this game down. I also want to say that for the first time in Climate Pledge Arena, we're going to a game 3, and that is a win in everybody's book. So excited for that. I know we got a couple biased panelists going on right here, but we're gonna sing the praises of Team Liquid on this one, Matu.
Take it away,
my friend.
Just putting me on the spot like that. I see how it is. I mean, yeah, there's a reason why I called Liquid is going to win this game, obviously, and it wasn't because I root for them. It was because, like, the Vivo, obviously, and the Spirit Breaker are just so good at creating this, like, early game pressure, and Team Spirit banked on, like, the game going way later, and Liquid just punished that. I mean, it was an easy game, as you can see here.
The key thing for me, my big takeaway, of course, it being an easy game from the words of Matu, is Spirit Breaker clearly doesn't care about anything, right? Like, he's playing into an SD. He's playing into, like, Phoenix, Tide, like, all these heroes that in some way, shape, or form have counter plays to make. It doesn't matter. He's still going to eventually become top net worth. He's going to breeze through these spells. Worst case, he tanks all of them, and then a Weaver pops off or a Pango pops off. So, yeah, Spirit Breaker, first pick in the draft, not really shut down too much and gets to obliterate the game. And I think I love to see how aggressive Liquid was. Like, this was what they needed to do, and they subscribed to this idea the entire time, right? We were looking for the fight. Insania on his Pugner, just amping everyone up, pushing them forward, keeping them topped up. It was a refreshing way to play out a game right now.
A refreshing way. We talked about at the start of the draft, like, oh, maybe they should, you know, lower the priority of the Spirit Breaker to not put it core, but indeed Zai made it work fantastically together with the rest of his team.
There's just so many ways you can make it work. It's the thing is you don't have to be near Shadow Demon for starters, right? You can be pushing out the other lanes, you can be getting pickoffs away from him, and then even when he is there, it's sort of like your cooldowns are so much lower than his. You have Zai rushing an Octarine core that he gets at 18 minutes. Later on, he's going to go back and get like a Lincoln Sphere, he's going to get a refresher. He's basically making sure that everything he has is just on uptime, even if he gets, you know, even if he has to tank those spells from Shadow Demon, it really doesn't matter because he's taking it away from his other cores, and then he's just going to have his spells back up to go in again as soon as it ends, while Shadow Demon's waiting for a minute or wherever for his own cooldown.
Yeah, we are going to talk a lot about the game we just saw and about the game that's coming up. But I was looking around. If you saw, oh, I see them. I see them. I was looking around to see if we can catch Slacks and Tsunami, because we're going to head over to them. They are in the crowd right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. We're enjoying the games, but I thought it's an opportunity to enjoy the gamers that are out here, because here in the Climate Pledge Arena, we've got some real Dota super fans out here.
Absolutely, and they're excited to see that Game 3, am I right?
But the other thing that's interesting is that a lot of you play your own Dota games, and we actually took an opportunity to look into some of the details and learn some of the interesting stories about our audience here in the Climate Pledge Arena. For example, did you know, currently, there is someone in the audience right now who has played every hero once this year, except Beastmaster.
Why? What's wrong with Beastmaster?
He sucks.
Okay, good answer. I mean, that guy's right, apparently.
Meta-defining analysis in this audience as well. Let me give you another one.
Sure.
There is one person in this audience who has played 75% of their games on Pudge.
I like how so many people were like, that was probably me. Yeah, awful, toxic. Now, we have someone really special. Can we please take our camera to seat number 2647? 2647. Go with the camera, please go. Please go.
Keep panning.
Okay, zoom in.
Keep panning.
There we go.
A little bit more.
And there, yeah, right there.
You
that
there.
guy in, yeah.
Yes, you.
Yeah. The most commends in Dota 2 in the audience right there. Congratulations, the most commended. A round of applause. Nah, I'm just kidding. I don't know who the hell that is.
You don't know that? Come on. That's just some random.
Just some random. But I do have one actually super special person that I'm going to go find right now. This one's on you, buddy. Give us some more facts. I'll be right back.
Okay. You go investigate. We're looking for people with interesting stories. So actually, throughout the entirety of this event, we may actually reach out to you because we've got these outlier players and we've got some statistics on the crowd as a whole. My friend, who do you think is the most played hero out of everyone in this audience?
Pudge.
Safe bet, but not the case. It's actually a support hero. I'm looking most played hero this year. Who we got?
Witch Doctor? Yeah. Witch Doctor?
It is Witch Doctor! Well done, well done. All right, let's go to the other end. Who is the least played hero in this arena? Any names? You there. Who did you say?
Chen.
That is correct. Not a particularly hot take. I'm pretty sure for the dawn of time, Chen is the least picked hero. I'll give you one more. There are 3 players in the audience that have given out over 1,000 commands. Is that earned? I don't think that there are that many Maynard players in Dota. You're just handing these out like candy. Have some respect for your commands. And I believe Slacks has now found someone with a very interesting story.
Thank you, Tsunami. Yes, I am here with a very special man. What is your name, sir?
Brian.
Brian. Now, you been to a TI before?
I have. 5.
5 of them? Which ones? Name them immediately.
5, 6, 7, 8, 11, and this one.
Well, that's extremely easy. All right, fantastic. I thought you were going to put a bunch of random ones. So, we've been looking out in the arena for some outliers that are attending right now, and you are one of these outliers, my friend. Do you have any idea why we've collected you?
No, not really.
Okay, well, fantastic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have some news for you. Brian here has played one of the highest percentage of Dark Willow games out of everyone in the arena. In fact, 93% of the games that this man has played in the last several months have been on Willow. You are in the top of the entire arena. Why?
I like people to hate me.
Okay. How are you feeling? Do you have any advice out there for the pro teams as a man who has more top 1% of the Willow games in this entire thing, including the pro players?
Just be a jerk.
Carry Willow, good or bad?
Oh, if you can last long enough, it's really good.
Okay, fantastic. All right, well, thank you, sir. Yeah. Did you ever think that you were playing that much Willow, that you outclassed every single other person in the arena?
I had no idea.
Well, Keep going, you sick freak. I love it, my friend. Thank you so much. Now, don't forget, if you guys want to, you will be receiving an email if we find out that you're one of the outliers here like Brian. We won't tell you what it is, but you can come and we can show the world your sick, twisted stuff. Thank you, Mr. Hero Spammer. How much MMR have you gotten from Willow?
Oh, I play unranked only.
Smart guy, smart guy. All right, check out those emails, baby. We're looking for you.
And if you're wondering how Slacks and Tsunami know all of that, all the badges are linked to a Steam account, which you should do. If you don't do it, you should do it, because that's your chance for Crimson Witnesses if you're in the arena. But yeah, that means all your Dota history is open to Slacks and Tsunami, which can be a blessing or a curse. We're going to find out. We're also going to find out which team will get the blessing or a curse here, as in the lower bracket, Gaimin Gladiators is awaiting their opponent, and it's going to be either Team Liquid or Team Spirit. It's tied. It's 1-1. We've seen both teams win one, and both teams won with first pick. So we talked a little bit about that before the previous game, but I feel, Sheep, this might be a very important thing going into this third one.
Yes, it will. It would be sad if the final game was decided on a coin flip. Hopefully not. It's actually quite funny. I remember BetBoom specifically saying when the patch had come out for a little bit, they were like, yeah, there's so much disagreement within our team on like if first pick is better or second pick is better. Nightfall was like, I'm fairly sure first pick is better. And now look at where we are at TI. Every single team takes first pick. As soon as, if you win that flip, first pick. And if you don't take it, you're griefing the game.
Or just don't pick Tidehunter. That's the other option, right?
No, 0% win rate here on this series.
Yeah, please no Tide.
Yeah,
no Tide? Okay, anything else you don't want to see in this game?
I don't really know, to be honest. I just think the game is going to revolve around like Liquid trying to break through Team Spirit's creep. Team Spirit is playing this style that just come to us. If we're going to have like uncontested farm for 30 minutes, we're going to win. But Liquid's probably going to just look to break that, and we'll see if they'll manage to do that.
Now, there's one thing in the previous game that stood out to me. It was a fairly long game still, right? And this was a game where Team Liquid was supposed to have tempo, and they did. They won the lanes, they took the fights after that, and it took a very long time for them to actually be able to close the game out. And that is not necessarily on Team Liquid. That seems to be a trend throughout the entire international. But surely that is something that you can also draft yourself an easier path in T, because going high ground is always difficult. I feel like you can help yourself with that, with the draft.
You can, for sure. And I think this argument about going high ground is mainly on the opponent you're facing. Like, for example, Spirit, if they had one more element of early game aggression, then going high ground for Liquid would be a lot harder, because the fights that they take on the map would be more difficult. They'd have sightless resources and items. So when they do break the high ground, it's a little bit harder. But what you're seeing from teams like Liquid in this game, Gaimin when we had the listen-ins with Quinn, the logic is, don't try and go high ground with 10k, go 20k, 30k, get 40k gold, and then you break down your opponent. And I think that's what we're seeing some of these Western European teams do, at least a little bit, when they know they can't simply break the base.
Yeah, but in that previous game, it will also make sure that Team Spirit, they had the Spectre. Traditionally, Spectre is always, ultimate late game hero. Is that just not the case, Matu?
The nature of the game is usually the game gets decided in 15, 30 minutes. So even if you are the earlier lineup and the game goes later, but you're controlling the map and getting more resources, so that way your heroes scale better. So it's all about that, because like with early game lineups, you don't necessarily need to end the game. You just need to control the game.
That's true. If you go later, though, you also have a higher chance of potentially throwing the game, which is also always a risk. And speaking of throwing, T's going to practice his throwing arm right now.
Yeah.
I think he needs to lose his headset for a little bit first, because this is going to be a serious ordeal. He actually has practiced the everything, his arm, his shoulder. I don't know, will your jacket not prevent you from using the full range of your arm movement? You choose. All right, let's see how far he can get this one then.
Throw it at the meepo guy. Throw it at the meepo guy.
Ooh, okay, that's like fourth row,
No, not that one.
No, that one. That's a candle, by the way, if you're wondering. A candle that you can get in the secret shop as the players are taking the stage once again for the third game. Tiga will throw his final keychain, and then we soon will be ready to go into game number 3. And I want an objective answer here, Sheep, because with having both teams, that's why I asked you and not Matu. No. We've seen a lot from these two teams, and both teams coming into this upper bracket semifinals with only dropping one game total. We saw Team Spirit drop it against Virtus.pro. Team Liquid in the groups dropped a game to Azure Ray. They now obviously dropped a game against each other. But do you feel like there would be a clear winner this game if you would play this out in the best of 7, whatever?
Best of, as in like
just in terms of skill. Yeah, if you don't take into account first pick, basically that's where I went.
I think in these 2 losses we just watched, I don't think they brought out the best draft that they could. I'm looking at Will right now.
Yeah.
He's looking at us. Tell him.
He is
Tell
actually.
him
Yes. Hello.
Hello,
All right.
William. Don't draft
You
shit.
can see him waving in the spot. That's lovely. Anyway, yes, no, I actually think they're pretty evenly skilled. I don't think the drafts they had during the losses were like the best thing that they could have put out there to lose. Like if they both had 2 even drafts, I don't know if there would be like a clear winner. I think they would be even.
It feels like both of these teams are being the ones that's more proactive, that's showing how world-class they are, because they're not falling victim to their own misplays that other teams are doing when they're trying to be aggressive. Like a Spirit with CK in these Game 1, obliterate the map. Axe obliterates the map. Game 2, you got Weaver, Spirit Breaker, you get the early lead. They don't make mistakes. They get 3-4 Roshans, they secure the game, right? So I feel like these are the 2 type of teams that they can win out games much quicker than others because they are so disciplined. So the draft is so important for these 2 teams.
And it's a reason they did well so during this year. These teams usually don't throw games. If they get an advantage, that's actually one of the things that I thought on. When you get an advantage, you should not give it away. You should just play the most safe you can, and usually it will amount to a victory.
Yeah, and that means we do have longer games, people just don't want to risk it, and that makes 100% sense. Now, one thing that we talked about before we started game number 2, Matu, is the mid lane. We wanted Team Liquid to remove some of Laurel's heroes, like the Kunkka. For example, we saw him play Earth Spirit, and we heard Tsunami say it. The last time he played it was like, I mean, it must have been like, what was it, September, maybe August, a long time ago.
I'd be down. Just ban Invoker Kunkka. William, can you hear me? Invoker Kunkka.
I don't think he can.
Imagine if he actually could hear you there.
The thing is, I feel like when he looked at us, he was smiling as if he got first pick. That's how I feel right now.
That's true.
It's like, that's why he was looking at us.
Do we have that information? Are they first pick?
We don't have that information yet. You gotta wait and see.
The excitement it builds.
I do think that they adapted very well with their bans though. Going from game 1 to game 2, I think banning out that Kunkka was the most important thing for me. And if they do end up with these last pick this time around, they'll have the 4 bans, and I would like to see them take away that Phoenix and that Kunkka with the extra ban.
And with the pickup with Pango on the side of Nisha, I feel like Pango has been getting a bad name, guys, this event.
He deserves it, to be fair. Like, let me double check the win rate, but I'm pretty sure earlier, before the start of today, he had 33 games, 33% win rate.
Yeah, but
that's a TI hero, by the way.
That's not great.
That's not great.
But the teams that are winning with it are the good teams.
I feel like he had a
Great shot there. Yes.
Thank you. Analyst here coming in. Sorry, Matt.
No, you go for it. Actually, just pick up my point and we'll see what you come up with. Anyway, last game it had a clear purpose. Pango is a great hero to break the other team's formation because he creates chaos. Spirit Breaker creates chaos. Spirit wants to play like ABC. We're gonna egg, we're gonna click spells on the egg, protect the egg, and it's gonna be like all the 5 pieces of the puzzle need to be there. But when you have Pango and the Spirit Breaker in the mix, they're gonna break that. So
it's a great disruptor in that sense. Not the hero, but just the overall effect of the hero. And we did see that in action. I feel like one thing that Team Liquid lacked in previous game, if I may say so, might be the old team fight heroes. I mean, it worked out, don't get me wrong, but from a viewer's perspective, I love the big 5-on-5 team fights. And it seemed like Team Liquid just trying to avoid them.
Yeah, I think we have shifted slightly away from teams going for like the standard look of a draft, right? And I think when you look at Spirit's lineup, that is kind of your classic approach, but Liquid is slightly unconventional, I guess.
Yeah, let's find out what's gonna happen in this final game of this best of 3.
Team Spirit's turn to ban.
Team Spirit versus Team Liquid. Game 3.
Here we go, the third game, the deciding game here of this best of 3. And I will tell you, it is Team Liquid that gets first pick, and they have Dire side this time around. Team Spirit will be on the Radiant side with second pick, and then also overall last.
Oh, look at that, so wholesome. I mean, Boxy was carrying that previous game, finishing the game 9-3-18.
Yeah. Let's see. All right, so we got the changes that are non-existent at the moment. Actually, no, there's obviously Spirit Breaker banned. That's the best change we could have wished for. We still have on the side of Team Liquid the Enchantress and the Kunkka banned. Previously, Team Spirit banned out Bristleback, Treant, and Chaos Knight. We'll see which one of Treant Protector and Chaos Knight they'll still end up banning, as they will still have one left. On the side of Team Liquid, they banned out Brewmaster, and again, I mean, to be honest, you need to ban out Brewmaster against Team Spirit because Collapse Brew is just stupid good.
I suppose if you're Spirit, you could not ban the tree because, okay, well, never mind. Whatever. I was going to say they could potentially leave the tree, and then if Liquid want to take it, they can respond with the Phoenix because they like it so much, because Liquid are most likely going to ban Brewmaster again, but whatever. They are holding it again. Last time they ate into their reserve time. Oh, they take Phoenix out.
They go for the Brewmaster themselves.
Yeah, they gotta do it. They ban out the Phoenix, which I think is well deserved. We've seen Team Spirit with it twice now, and especially game number 1, of course, very strong. Game number 2 would have been very strong, but that did mean that Team Liquid had to pick up that Pango, which maybe they don't want to be having to rely on anymore. And Brewmaster, Matu, is in a really good place right now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I understand. Don't really know myself, but it's a good hero.
Good hero. It's all good.
I mean, it's still kind of like an old school Brewmaster to some degree. Super potent. Obviously, you can go for like some Earned Vessel. I think because games go longer as well on the hero, you're not in this awkward spot where you need to itemize so early, and then you're an active brew that falls off. People like to buy Midas on it. They're not punished as much. So you kind of have just ways to play out the hero. And yeah, I think anytime you have an offlaner that can hit level 6, instantly kill the carry, and just basically put fear into your opponent every time you have an ultimate, it's a pretty good hero.
I mean, theoretically, if you're talking Brewmaster is a good hero, okay, back in my day, Brew was always a bad hero. So I'm on the fence here, but if it's a good hero, it's very nicely set up, because all the like natural predators of Brewmaster are gone already. Kunkka is banned, Phoenix is banned, Bristleback is banned, even like Spirit Breaker is good against that hero. So I don't feel like there's many answers left for Brew in the pool.
Yeah, they go for the Grimstroke, so they have at least the bug, a little bit of silence to try and prevent the split. Especially when you throw it onto your support, it's just a cheap way to punish him. The worst thing is when you see a Brew first pick and you rely on your cores to lock him down, because then when your supports are smoking up looking for the gank, you're never going to get that kill. So already Spirit trying to answer it very, very slightly there.
Yeah, it does mean that the... sorry, Sheep, go continue.
No, it's fine. I was just going to say, I think as well what makes him so powerful is the versatility of his item build. The fact that we see Brewmasters playing maybe with like a Vlad's and a Vessel, which I've seen. And then also you have your greedier Brewmasters going like Midas, Radiance. You can kind of play him whatever way you want to fit your lineup. It's no like, okay, we have Brew, that's a greedy core. It's like, it can do anything. Its spells are so silly. The amount of like resistance you get through his stances is way overtuned.
That being said, versatility in the hero, yes, but we know for sure that it's going to go Zai. Is there any chance that it's going to be played somewhere else? No, right? I mean, nah, like people shaking heads. Nah, it's an offlane, so there's not a lot of flex potential on that one. That being said, Grimstroke, we know it's going to be a support. Both Mira and Maposhka play it, so we don't know exactly where. Is it needed to get a combo with the Grimstroke nowadays?
I think the combo from the Grimstroke is less about the Soulbind and more about using the Inkswell.
Okay.
And just throwing bodies in to utilize that stun, get your shard, and kind of get into the fight. And I think anytime you have a Soulbind combo, it's more like a, oh, nice, it's there, but you're not drafting for it. And yeah, for Liquid at least, with this Brewmaster, I'd like to see some Willow, some Sky, just some really strong, powerful 4 position, so that you actually get Brew a couple kills in lane, you hit that 6 timing, and you can take the fight to your opponent.
We got the Pugna band out on the side of Team Spirit, and 2 heroes removed on the side of Team Liquid that would do exactly what you just said, T, with the Tusk and the Chaos Knight. They would work best with the Inkswell. So we got those out of the pool, and it's Team Spirit's turn to pick, and this is, I believe, one of the few times, and this one of the first times in this series that both teams go into this second pick phase with this much bonus time left, which I think is a good sign. It means the teams generally are pretty happy with what they've got, and I see Matu nodding along as the Weaver gets picked up.
I mean, I love Weaver personally. I felt like even in the last game he did great. I mean, you could see the damage output this hero puts out on a Tundra. Tundra just disappeared from the face of the earth. It was 3k HP tied, late game, just gone in 1 second. It was like, that's crazy.
Yeah, and if you rewind all the way to the first game of today, Gaimin Gladiators against Nouns, we did see the Weaver versus Brewmaster matchup. And of course, Weaver is Weaver favored, right? You can disengage from the Brewmaster, you always chase him down, you're bullying him in lane, especially when you throw the Grimstroke as well, you don't actually have a stun to threaten him. The Brew just can't TP out to the Weaver aggression. So if they do opt to go for that, it is a tried and tested successful lane against the Brew off lane.
And on the other side, if they do want to put it as support, we've seen Grim Weaver support this tournament at the very least once. I saw it, and it was nice because the Weaver could go for the Solar Crest, and which makes him able to use the Inkswell, right? Like usually Weaver at the beginning of the game, he's very squishy, not really able to just kind of sit on top of a hero and utilize that spell. But with the Solar Crest, he can, and you are very effective at using the Twin Gates and rotating onto these lanes because the Shikuchi means that you're so fast. You can do so much. You can even like go mid and then get back to your side lanes very quickly. You can utilize your invisibility to get into like the triangle and put deep wards down there. Like the effectiveness of a good Weaver support is chef's kiss.
Yeah, Team Liquid is thinking about how to deal with the Weaver because we've seen it be very good, but how do you deal with it if it's indeed slightly broken? Like what do you play against it? In the past it was always silences that are good.
Bloodseeker is good if it's a good hero. There's always like these Giga carries, Faceless Voice, they're always the best against Weaver. But something tells me like Yatoro doesn't come to the stage and just play Weaver second pick. It's like, that's not his jam. He wants to get last pick or second last pick. Pick me that Faceless Void or a Spectre last pick. You know, it's like something doesn't really add, like the picture is fake for me right now. Like, well, so I don't quite believe it.
They haven't played it yet, so we don't know where it's gonna go. They haven't played it yet at this international, that is. So we'll see where they'll end up with. And we got a Dark Willow picked up on the side of Team Liquid, and we should know where that's gonna go, because so far it's only been Boxy that plays it, and I don't know, I mean, has Mickey been playing it? Should we consider it? Oh, speaking of disruption, that's the real disruptor right there.
Yeah, and this is the joy of when you have like a little mini meta developing in it between a team, right? Spirit takes the Weaver away from Liquid, and now it's like, okay, what's the counter to Weaver? And sure, currently, Disruptor's not played at all, but it's an old school counter to Weaver. When he Sakuchi's in, throw down that Static Storm, contain him with that Kinetic, and then on top of that, you go for a Willow, which in laning phase, the routes, the ways to prevent Weaver from just freely Sakuchiing, he's gonna have to think a little bit more as he moves around. Both supports are gonna be quite potent for the Weaver, but if you go with Matu's point, then if there is a little bit of disguise in this Weaver, then you've just picked two supports to do nothing to potentially a 4-position Weaver if that is Spirit's inevitable angle.
We'll see. We don't know yet, right?
Holding.
I just feel like Disruptor Willow Brewmaster would be an open invitation for myself to pick Faces Forward, or like another hard carry that doesn't really care about these heroes. I mean, Weaver does, to an extent, care about them. So.
Why Faceless Void? Is it the BKB timing that makes him?
Yeah, I mean, so like Weaver is not a natural BKB hero, although you will buy it eventually, but I feel like a hero that goes earlier BKB will just like, okay, I mean, you have these heroes that do absolutely nothing to me.
That's fair, yeah. I can see like the Liquid approach of we're going to hit level 6 Disruptor and we'll just run at Faceless Void over and over and over again that could be abused, but yeah, that BKB timing would put an easy stop to that.
Yeah, I will say Disruptor fits very well in the story that we've been telling so far about which team is doing better, because we've been saying, you know, whichever team gets ahead on the laning stage is going to do well, and they're going to play very safe and get further ahead before they eventually close the game out. And Disruptor is considered to be the best hero to play when you're ahead from the laning stage. It also comes with the caveat that if you're behind on the laning stage, the hero sucks.
Yeah, you're a hero that wants to play forwards, right? And a little bit of Tiny. I mean, again, a cool little combo with Grimstroke, but going back to the Disruptor, it does help when you're playing with a Brewmaster, because Brew will always set up the vision for you to get that glimpse to find those opportunities. So it shouldn't be a difficult game to see Insania pop off and drag heroes back. And a Ricky. No one saw that one coming.
Aha! Jesus, how long have you been sitting on that?
I had about 12 sides in the arena, so that made me happy.
That is most definitely going to be a Ricky mid against Invoker.
Yep.
That's one of the most old school counters. If you can have a goofy counter against Invoker, that would be Ricky on the mid lane.
Yeah, and it kind of further cements the point where Disruptor, he's got a Ricky to play on, a Brood to play on. There's a lot of just natural aggression coming out that it's going to be very forward-thinking. I think like a Diffusal Blade from Ricky, and yeah, you keep going. Now the question is, what's the carry for Liquid to keep this kind of train of thought?
I want to talk more about the Tiny, because I don't understand where he's going.
Me neither, but we're not supposed to. We're supposed to watch it.
It's just going to be like a Weaver carry.
It could just
and then
be
just support Tiny Grim.
Yeah, I think Tiny could be 4 here in this situation with Invoker mid, Weaver carry. There's also the scenario where we've seen Invoker support, we've seen Invoker mid, we've seen Weaver support, we've seen it core, we've seen Tiny mid. Technically all 3 of these heroes have a case to be somewhere they shouldn't really be, but I'd like to see maybe just Weaver carry Tiny support probably.
Now that we know that Ricky's mid, though, wouldn't you put a different hero rather than Invoker mid? If Ricky is such a good matchup against that, is Tiny Ricky better for the side of Team Spirit?
That's also a potential argument, putting the Tiny mid, pushing the Weaver to a different role because you don't want to have your Weaver carry be jumped by the Ricky. And then, yeah, there's a lot of answers that Spirit need to find here, but
it just complicates things for Team Spirit a lot. Now they have to move roles, heroes everywhere. Can they even make sense of all of it in the end? What is this supposed to be now?
Yeah, they've got less than a minute reserve time plus their pick time.
They have 2 seconds in reserve time.
A lot of reserve
I will
time.
tell you that one. That is, yeah. No, I mean, on the side of Team Liquid, they're running out. They have 5 seconds left. They ban out 2 tanky heroes in the Centaur and the Tidehunter. They're expecting Team Spirit still to need a hero for Collapse as they pick up the Spectre themselves.
This is so good. This is literally completely perfects what I was imagining of the draft from Liquid. You're playing with a vision-giving hero in the Ricky. You're playing with a global core that can join like Spectre. You're playing with 2 supports that are absolutely fantastic at taking advantage of that vision. You're going to be playing on these side lanes really hard, playing like catch and kill, basically. And it's so easy for all the heroes to come together.
Oh, okay.
Matu, you're a Night Stalker specialist.
I do love the hero, but I don't see the angle here. To be quite honest, I don't see why it's picked now. I combos well Grim, that's all I can say about that, really. So.
Potentially, it's another answer to the Brewmaster. So it's like you keep killing off the Brew, you keep hunting him, but...
Now that I think of it, it gives free, Spectre gives free lane for Night Stalker.
Yes.
Night Stalker's biggest problem is getting out of the laning phase. So in that sense, it's good.
All right. Guys, we will have a support Invoker and Lara on the Tiny, but I'm most curious to hear what Blitz has to say about what he's up against.
That's right, I'm joined by a Blitz for this game number 3 of Team Liquid, where I'm left scratching my head, man. Disruptor shows up. It's only been picked twice this tournament. Both of them were Whitemon on TSM, and you're whipping it out here. What's this hero doing?
Did the games win? Did they win?
It went 50%.
I don't like those odds.
Not a coin flipper.
No, not really. That felt kind of bad. I didn't want to hear that. I mean, I don't know. It's TI. Some random heroes come in the pool. There's an NS and there's a Ricky mid. Just life happens. You know, it's a funny draft, so we'll see what happens.
What a crazy life you lead, Blitz. How about, so there's the Night Stalker and the Tiny as well. I feel like you guys are just developing your own meta because game 1 looked like team fight out of you. Didn't really work out. Game 2 was tempo, and it worked out well. Here, it seems like you're reverting back to team fight.
Take this time. I didn't want to hear that either. No, that just sounds rough.
Blitz, you're the expert here, not me.
I don't know. We're just going in there. We're picking heroes. We're hoping for the best. We're not thinking about this tempo stuff. You know, they're a really scary team.
You know, I just did an interview with Silent, and I was like, wow, you guys are considered the favorites. And he's like, I don't know. I don't really think we're the favorites. You know, everyone we beaten is eliminated. Can one of you have some confidence?
I firmly believe that maybe they'll beat us. I don't know. It's like a 50-50.
Let's send it to game number 3.
Very humble boy indeed, Mr. Cinderman. We got game number 3 underway in this upper bracket matchup, and winner of this gets top 3 at this TI.
Yep.
A lot on the line here, a lot of prestige.
And if there's anything you want in your determining game to get top 3, it is mid Ricky. That has got to be. That has got to be the thing, and you pick Disruptor. Yeah, I love this. You know, this is, to me, is one of the most interesting parts of Dota, is when you go into deep tournament runs, when the weird picks start coming out because you start playing some 7D chess against each other. I feel like Blitz is keeping his cards kind of close. I don't think they were just, oh, I guess we're picking this now. This looks fun. We're just trying our best, you know.
There's definitely a plan. But
There's probably a little bit more depth to it than that, but he obviously doesn't want to share that, which is completely, that's to be expected. And that leaves us to try to make sense of the whole thing. So I think the Disruptor was picked into Weaver and Grimstroke. Glimpse is an amazing spell against Weaver, so that's probably why they got inspired to pick it, but also the Static Storm combination, right? And you have a really good pairing with the Brewmaster because you can Cyclone to catch someone, and then you can drop them down into a Static Storm Kinetic Field combination. So it's essentially a guaranteed setup for Disruptor. I think that's part of what they're looking for. The mid-Ricky seems to be a solution that multiple teams have tried to run against Invoker, but the Invoker will just be relegated to position 4 here. And the Nightstalker, yeah, that one's the most curious one for me. Is it literally just, oh, the safe lane is Spectre, so we can play a greedier, weaker lane hero that can play tempo later? Or is there some more depth? Because, I mean, yeah, the silence against the Brewmaster is nice, but this doesn't strike me as like an obviously incredible Nightstalker game. Maybe when he gets BKB.
I like how you're trying to break this down as much as possible. And the real simple answer for everybody out there for Ricky mid, it's either going to look really good or really bad. There's pretty much no in between. So if you're a Liquid fan, see how that goes. I mean, this is upper bracket, so you can throw out some curveballs, right? You still have an extra life to work with.
That is true. But this is just not, this isn't even in my top 10 heroes I think of when I hear
Taro might actually die here.
Yes.
He slims back and down he goes. First blood for Liquid. That's why they picked Ricky, because he wasn't there at all.
Yes.
Because
he was cheering them on from mid, and that gave them a morale.
You're expecting Ricky to never be there.
Yeah, Taro did get the rune, so it was a 3-rune trade-off for first blood. I think that's relatively even. It's mainly about how impactful the experience is going to be for the heroes that pick that up. Like getting a faster level 2 in a lane could maybe lead to a secondary kill, and then all of a sudden it's really good. But the Weaver is going to be, I think, quite tough for them to kill in this bottom lane.
Well, another hero we haven't really talked about is Tiny for Mr. Laurel, and that would be the mid lane. I have missed this as a core so much. Why do they pick it here?
Yeah, who knows? I think they don't even know themselves by the... Judging from the interviews, we're just looking at the... Like, what do you want to play today, buddy?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to play for top 3 TI? Oh, okay. I guess you can play Ricky, Nisha.
Well,
yeah,
preferred picks, I suppose.
I think what Tiny does offer in this game is he's a really good assassination partner together with Grimstroke. So if you jump some of these more frail heroes, like Ricky has a relatively low HP pool and can't really use his spells during the Avalanche Toss combo. You can kill the supports very easily. Both Willow and Disruptor kind of die if they get jumped by a Tiny with Inkswell on him. And you have a little bit of an extra thing that I don't want to overlook too much in this game. I think Mira can have a relatively big impact on Invoker with a level in Sunstrike. Just 1 point after the change to how Sunstrike scales with Exort, it does a lot of damage level 1. Probably not going to see him skill it right now, but it could be an earlier thing in the game than we see a lot of it.
Early aggression. Boxy taking the brunt of a lot of damage from Spirit. Zai trying to keep Yatoro at bay. Oh, more right clicks. Boxy barely survives. Taro not able to get close enough to use that Inkswell to full effect, but still definitely directing a lot of damage Liquid's way.
Oh yeah, Grim Weaver is a very strong lane against Brewmaster in particular. It seems like the Weaver was a direct counter pick when they saw this come out from Liquid as their overall first choice of the game. We'll see how Zai manages to deal with what should be a very unfavorable matchup in that bot lane. And it only gets worse, because when Grimstroke and Weaver both hit level 3, it just ramps up to 11 very fast. Tornado.
Cold Snap Tornado on Insania. Decent amount of damage. And Collapse, of course, it is daytime, so he is half a hero at the moment.
Yeah, he's running double bracers against a weak lane, though, so he's just going to farm. I don't think they can really stop him from getting CS in this lane. At the same time, though, it's probably also not the worst lane matchup for Mickey either. Minute 5, it's going to get tricky, because then Invoker Nightstalker suddenly transforms into a monster lane. But for the time being, pretty good. Nice little play there with the glimpse from Insane. Could earn him
Beautifully done. Very gorgeous. Oh,
shot. Wait, Collapse
That's a
actually
courier.
got it because of the cold snap. Nicely done there. Spirit. Thought the Glimpse was going to earn them a Lotus, but didn't.
We'll see how effective this Night Stalker is going to be. This is not a hero we see all too often these days. There was a time for it, of course, back in your day, many years ago.
Yeah.
It was a mid hero back
When's the last time we've seen Night Stalker mid in this? I don't know if we've seen it in pro game in this patch.
Blood Grenade there, Inkswell as well. Yatoro gets credit for that one.
This lane is so nasty because as soon as Willow uses Brambles, if they either don't connect or expire on the lane, Brewmaster is just defenseless. You're literally just Shikuchi in with, you drop the Swarm, you Shikuchi in, you Inkswell level 2 on the Weaver, and he just runs on top of him, and Willow can do nothing but look as her Brewmaster just inevitably dies. So very tough matchup here. You sign up for this when you first pick Brew in this patch. Teams are starting to figure out how to really deal with this guy in lane, and yeah, Zai is already trailing by about 1,000 behind Yatoro, so pretty much the entire net worth lead of the Radiant side is in this lane. And in the meantime, silently, 12 denies top for Night Stalker. So laning stage going very, very well for Spirit in this one.
Yeah, mid lane relatively close on CS, a little bit more on the deny side for the Spirit side. Tiny V, the Ricky. I mean, were you expecting this to be any different? Like, I know it's not traditional mid wall.
Yeah, I don't really have much experience to draw upon here, but I would
sure
think
there's a lot of games you can look at turbo mode that are probably the matchup.
I mean, instinctively, I would say this is probably a slightly better lane for Tiny, but Ricky floats quite a lot of lanes, especially against melee heroes, so I guess it's kind of just going to be a wash. And the most important thing for both teams, really, is that their mid laners start getting involved in some sort of correct action. But Ricky is an awkward mid laner in that respect because he doesn't truly unlock his rotations until he gets Diffusal Blade. If you compare that to a hero like Pango, who also goes Diffusal, well, Pango has a lot more to offer before he's before his Diffusal comes out. Ricky has these 2 little jumps that do some damage, but it's not Pangolier tier.
Collapse now can bully a bit, thanks to it being nighttime. And Spirit, you can see, already has a slight advantage in the laning stage. As bottom lane, Yatoro taking heavy damage, applying as much pressure as he can. Zai's gonna take a Thunderclap, pop the one to stay alive. Yatoro does end up getting the kill, but the damage coming up from Boxy in that Shadow Realm, just too much to handle, so it ends up being a 1-for-1.
Yeah, half a second left in the Shikuchi there, so nice for Liquid to find that trade. That was very close to just being one-sided.
Have a toss from Laurel. He's level 6 first. Not that either of these ults are going to be that crazy in lane.
It does offset. I mean, at this point, Ricky should be getting out CS by Gruul, right? Like now, the damage discrepancy is so big that Laurel should get more or less every CS that he wants. He will not be lucky enough to get the rune, though, as that is being covered by Miposhka, who has to...
Okay. He gets the double damage. He's going to get stunned. Do they have the vision? The sentry just in range, and down goes Nisha.
Yeah, did he...
Very greedy.
Did he have vision of them there on his observer? That must have been pretty close to seeing the Grim. Maybe he was just outside the range there, so he thought that he could just tricks down and take that rune. So nicely played from Miposhka, just being slightly on the right side there. Counterplaying that. That's a big kill. That's top 3 net worths in this side in favor now of Team Spirit.
Another ink spell. Miposhka, man, the change to this spell is going to cost Miposhka life.
Really deep for this.
He will die, but Grimstroke as a whole,
yeah.
The change is absolutely insane. What you can do with just having that as a toggleable or whatever you want to call it. Just being able to activate it whenever.
Not really sure what the plan there was from Miposhka, if he was trying to zone out the Willow and then maybe steal the Wisdom Rune, but at this level that is very unlikely to work. Ends up getting punished and killed by the Ricky, as Insania takes a little bit of space mid. So Disruptor as a support, not the strongest laner, and very level dependent. So when you're playing this as a Thor, if he falls too far behind, it's rough. So nice for him to get a bit of space.
Gonna get silenced, tossed up into the air. Inkswell is there as well. That's 2 deaths on the mid Ricky. Yatoro gone on by Zai and Boxy, but he has the Shikuchi to get enough distance away. Not looking so great for Liquid so far. We talked about this Ricky potentially being either amazing or terrible. So far, it's on the latter side, Syndra. Still early, though.
Yeah, but the hero, the way it works, right, is that
It is snowballing.
Yeah, if it does fall behind, it can very easily become a liability, especially given the matchups that it has. Get caught by Night Stalker Silence, probably dead. Get comboed by Tiny, we've already seen that a couple times, so gotta be very, very careful if you're Nisha here.
Boschka, oh, nice tricks of the trade to dodge out the Inkswell. Nisha will get a kill as a result. Collapse going onto the Spectre. Mickey's in a lot of trouble. Down he goes. Big kill for Spirit again.
Yeah, Liquid had both of their supports mid there trying to get the additional kill onto Laurel, but that was just not going to happen. Ricky, when you've expended both your Blink Strikes to kill the first hero, that's kind of the end of the play. Like, there's nothing more to be gained. And Spirit immediately identify that this hero positioning from Liquid is punishable, and they jump on that spec.
Yep,
Mid lane Nisha, good smoke screen.
They have
Oh,
the
he's
damage
in
here.
serious trouble here if he gets out.
Blink Strike onto the creep wave. We're going to see a primal split from Zai, who's showing up. Maposhka's going to die. And if they can take out Laurel, this would be a very needed kill for Liquid. It looks like they'll do just that. The Avalanche is going to provide a little bit of space, but nobody has come to his aid. So down goes the Tiny. Good use of the, I believe that's the first primal split of the game from Zai.
Now, that looked like Spirit were actually going to cause some trouble for Nisha with a sentry into Silence, but he jumped away in time. Now, Boxy.
Crippling Fear, just so
He's gonna live for now.
Boxy.
And now he's going to die.
Yes, he will.
No, it was technically correct. He did live for now. It's just a very short amount of time.
Now is a very short duration of time for you.
I mean, now, yeah.
And everyone. Glimpse back into the kinetic field. Mickey going to get some right click. Stop trying to TP out. Nisha's here as well, but too much damage onto Collapse. So the mid Ricky is getting involved a bit now, Synderen.
I'm loving the rotations in this game. Both teams are playing very, very... It's just beautiful Dota, you know, they're rotating very well around each other. They're bringing the right numbers to get the kills. You can very clearly tell that both teams kind of have identified that in this game, that style is what's going to be...
And Zai's going to get caught out by the Avalanche. Inkswell to follow. It's just a perma-stun with the toss. Just incredible.
Nick is probably in trouble too here, maybe.
Silenced. Laura continues to pursue. Does not have the Avalanche quite yet.
He's dead.
Taro's there with the Shikuchi, and down goes another core for Liquid. And all they lose on the Spirit side is the support, at least for now. Tricks the trade. Nisha, the Blink Strike away as Laurel getting relatively low, so Nisha can try to finish this off. Insania getting some right clicks before its inevitable end, and they're able to take out Laurel in the end, which is much needed for them as well as Yatoro. Time lapses to get some HP back, looking for Insania. A couple more right clicks are enough. Puts down his ult, but it's not going to do that much. Smoke screen a little bit too late as well. Attempted TP from Yatoro. The damage, not there. Yatoro lives. He does it again, Cinder.
That was so close in so many ways. The TP was close, the smoke screen was close to connecting. I don't know if Insania had kinetic field ready and he could have maybe got it off too, but it's like he died almost instantly after getting the static storm off. So very, very marginal situations here in this game, and you love to see it. You know, a lot of the games in this patch have started getting a little bit slower, a little bit more static. Both teams are all over the place. Like, they're just roaming, essentially 4 heroes on each team, if not even all 5, have started being involved all around the map. And it's very, makes the game very unpredictable, and you really got to stay on your toes if you're both teams. You know you can't just sit back and chill, because the next move is coming for you at any moment. And I wonder who the next target's going to be. The big winner in all of this has to be Nisha, right? He's almost got Diffusal. He's top net worth. We talked about Ricky not falling behind being important, and that has definitely been accomplished here by Liquid. So that Diffusal will be arriving now on the Courier, and they're instantly going to put it to use with a smoke. Maybe looking to find Collapse if they can.
And remember, Ricky, with that ult, gets extra XP for kills and assists. So the fact that he was roaming around a lot has helped his game tremendously. Level 10 right now. Looking for another, but Collapse can kind of feel it. It is daytime again. Yatoro has his Dragon Lance, going to be going for the Deso, so Laurel, he's going to be spotted. Static Storm inside that kinetic field. Mickey's here as well. Do they have the damage to take out Laurel? He's going to get glimpsed back into Zai's arms with that Thunderclap. He's going to get tossed away, though. Already lost their Grimstroke to start. The Primal Split is there from Zai. They take out Laurel. So 2 big kills for Liquid. They're going to lose their Dark Lulu in the process. As Yatoro coming with the Shikuchi as well. Swarm onto several heroes. This is going to be a lot of damage if they don't take this off. As Collapse getting pursued now by Mickey. Going to get glimpsed back and will die on the cliff. As Insania gets right-clicked down into Oblivion by Yatoro, attempting to TP out again. Can he do it again? Yes! How many times is he going to get away with this?
He does make some clutch escapes, but Liquid's still taking some good fights. I do favor that result for them until this happens. If Ricky dies, it's pretty...
Silence, so no tricks to the trade quite yet. Ixwell's there, they have the damage.
Now that is huge, because that's basically bigger than the rest of the fight combined almost. Laurel getting the last hit there is going to allow him to pick up a Blink Dagger, and that is the game changer, because now these Inkswell into Blink Dagger combinations come into play. You can one-shot kill either support, and maybe even Ricky. I think it's kind of close, but he might die, especially if they get 1 point in X-Sword on Mira. Hasn't opted to go for it so far in level 7. We've seen some support invokers get a value point when they're playing with a lot of stuns, and this was one of those games that it could come into play, but still holding on to a 3-4 build.
Mickey will have that Blade Mail very shortly. Going to be going for the Radiance build as well, so we'll be starting that now, essentially. And Nisha has his Diffusal. Going for the Manta next.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
If you can find anything here, as this tower has not even been touched yet, so...
And I guess in comparison to the... Okay.
Okay, Yatoro. Nisha's going to find him.
Well...
He's going to watch him go through the gate.
Yeah, I can't really do much about that one. I guess in comparison to the other games in this series, Collapse has been quieter, right? And they did pick his hero last, so the question is, when is this big payoff going to come from this Night Stalker? He's currently 1-2-2.
Oh, Nisha. Oh, the sentry's placed.
Oh, the
smoke screen. Shadow Realm is going to provide a little bit of cover for Boxy. Gets up a nice terrorize onto 2 as well. He will likely die in the process, but this saves his Ricky mid. Mr. Nisha will survive as a result of this. It will cost him a tier 1 tower, though. This is the first rotation, and Laurel showing off the Blink now for the first time.
Yeah. Blinked immediately when he got smoke screen, so Nisha didn't get to get an instance of damage on him. Could have changed things, perhaps. And they will claim that tower, as you said. Liquid trying to get a little bit of a trade down bottom, but don't really have the same pushing prowess in their lineup. Their lineup's actually just flat out really bad at taking towers, aside from Brew, right? That's the one hero that will get that done.
But he's so good, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he has to commit his ult to get it done, though. Okay, Zai.
Primal Split is there. Nado going to provide some cover, but will be surrounded and eventually brought down.
That's a Shadow Step and a Primal Split.
Mira. Does that.
They also find Miposhka.
Yep, another support kill. Going the way of Liquid, so take out both of them from Spirit's side. And Laurel without a support, not really comfortable going in for any kind of initiation. Level 10 right now. Zai has that Midas, by the way. So getting some extra levels on the Brew. Pretty normal pickup from this. Sometimes you see like something before that.
I think Liquid have to be a bit careful here. Maybe they're stepping.
Avalanche onto 2 from Laurel. Static Storm being applied, though, on the other side of the fight is Collapse, taking a lot of damage. He's completely isolated himself, and he will drop. Big kill for Liquid.
All right, that looked like it was going to get scary with the TPs coming in and Laurel having the blink angle, but it happened to Liquid went in time.
Right into the smoke screen. Nisha is going to find Mira. He's going to dodge the Avalanche as well, as Mickey looking to finish the job in the Invoker. Now Laurel completely getting done. Well, he's actually going to live now thanks to the support coming in from the south of this side of the map. Mickey looks like he's going to opt to dodge this fight entirely. Another TP out from Liquid. The Shadow Realm TP with the high fives, but the Avalanche is there, so Spirit do get one.
It's a buyback from Collapse, though. That's honestly an awesome outcome for Liquid. I thought that was going to get really scary. They're frontlining their Brewmaster without Primal Split. They're starting to TP in heroes. Tiny's finding an angle for Avatos, but Liquid found the jump first and already started the move before the rotations came in. And they managed to get out with all of their cores intact. And the buyback from Night Stalker is going to set him back a bit. Collapse once again being slowed down. Very curious how he's going to itemize in this game, right? Because we talked about Crippling Fear being really good against certain heroes, so a lot of the time you want to buy Blink, but I just think there's too many problems. If you blink in, you can get glimpsed away, you get caught in Static Storm.
Oh boy, dead. Another big kill for Liquid as Laurel will get dropped in his own jungle. Miposhka next. Double kill for Mickey. And Liquid starting to mount a little bit of momentum, a little bit of a lead for themselves in this deciding game number 3.
Nisha he is running the map right now. Spirit have to be very, very cautious about how they move their heroes and bring detection and just try to find a kill on this Ricky. Otherwise, she will just keep this reign of terror going. Mid tower's gone. Zai will claim that. So that is, what does he have coming out right now?
I believe it's a pipe.
Full pipe? Oh my goodness, he is stacked already. This is going to be super difficult for Spirit to fight into. Their lineup's almost exclusively magic damage right now. So as long as Zai doesn't get EMP'd,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
can have a huge impact with that item here.
And Mira in the cover of darkness here. In this tier 2 tower, as Zion Company is starting to invade the jungle of Spirit's side. Not that far off from Radiance for Mickey. Has that Sacred Relic. There's one more component to go. Laurel is going to be spotted. If they have the damage this time, he is surrounded by Pushka's on the south side. He's stuck inside that kinetic field right now. Static Storm to follow as well, completely surrounded by these Primal Spirit Brewlings. It ends up being a very easy kill for Liquid. Anytime this Brew Split is online, it feels like it's just a kill. And now Mira's going to get spotted, stunned up as well. There's a smoke screen onto 2. Down goes the Invoker. Soulbind is there though. Yatoro trying to clean up on the backside. Not able to even get the support. Has to time lapse back. Yatoro continue on here. They are able to find Nisha.
Oh, that's a great tornado.
Onto several heroes. Yatoro looks like they're able to take out Zai now. And the rest of Liquid now on the run. Inkswell a little bit too late.
I'll say Mira's tornadoes this game have been borderline perfect, honestly. There's been so many situations where he's hitting 2 or 3 heroes, and a lot of them he's throwing it in a path where it could end up clipping nobody, but he gets them on like both outer edges. This one was more like a straightforward one. Oh well.
All right.
That was a long chase. He got there in the end though.
Going to the ends of the earth. Position 5.
That was another buyback from Spirit though, so they end up paying again to get themselves a pretty good trade. This one feels more worth it though. This time they got the Riki out. It was a very big kill. The kill bounty for that one being claimed by Yatoro, and he also claimed Insania basically solo.
Yatoro in a bit of trouble, does not have mana for his ult. Inside that smoke screen, down he goes. Liquid find Mira in addition. Nisha, double kill for him.
Yeah, this Bedlam.
Not too far away from Manta.
Bedlam on Riki is dirty. He's just going in, he's throwing out all his stuff, tricks of the trade, and essentially just killing people from just from beyond, you know, he's not even targetable. That Willow extra burst is very, very helpful there. That's big.
Well, it sounds like we'll have a nice listen in here. See what they have to say.
Nisha's spending a lot. Fucking Nisha, dude. My fucking carry.
Okay, well, very
insightful.
eloquent.
Very insightful. Thank you, Mickey, for that.
Very nice. As Zai trying to take out the Tormentor.
He'll get there in the end, surely. Oh, yeah.
He might die in the process.
Oh,
Not careful.
Oh.
Run away, Zai! Torby's got some revenge planned here because you keep ignoring him. And Nisha wants a high five from a building.
Yay, Bedlam
There we
did
go.
it.
Eventually they find it. Spirit as well. Laurel gets the shard. Interesting. And Insania gets it for the side of Liquid. So they already have 4 shards on Spirit again.
Yep. I mean, they have some very good ones to buy, right? Stroke, Weaver, Night Stalker, all want to buy it. So not really surprising that this one can go to Laurel. It's going to be nice for farming, right? Now he has infinite tree grab, but yeah, I guess they would. Maybe they would have rather had the Invoker one if they got to choose themselves. The EMP pull plus bigger damage is pretty damn nice in a game like this with how just high chaotic non-stop fighting is going on. But if things slow down a little bit, the tiny one will also be very helpful. Laurel is starting to work on a BKB. It seems inevitable that all cores on the Radiant side have to buy this item. There's just too many problems. Riki is an issue, Static Storm, Willow, Brewmaster, all of it is insane control. Collapse, gonna get spotted.
Inside the smoke.
That is
just trying to
not
TP. Very ambitious.
Yeah.
He's gonna die 70 seconds. Tier 2 tower looks to be Liquid's to claim. Fortification's there though.
That's a dieback too. So, you know, wonder if Liquid are gonna think about a potential Roche here. You know, you're in the right side of the map. Your lineup is not the greatest at it. Obviously, if Spectre had a Manta, it would be a lot easier. He still at least has 4 points in Desolate, which makes it a lot faster than...
Yeah, their lineup is pretty garbage at it. I mean, Riki does a decent amount, I guess, if you can keep the aggro off.
Yep. It works. And now, okay, this was something I was thinking about the other day. Now, Nisha is going Axe on Ricky. What happens if you put Bedlam on him and he jumps into a hero? Does the Bedlam then follow that hero? It should, logically, right?
Yeah, it should.
Maybe it will crash the game. Let's hope that's not the case.
Don't worry, we have a backup, I'm sure. We'll just start a turbo mode game if that ends up crashing it.
Well, if we do a turbo mode game, that's probably going to be like this one was anyway, right? Oh, close on the glimpse there. Insania just barely got away. Miposhka there.
Now, what if Rubik was on the other end of all that?
Oh.
That actually might crash. There's one employee at Valve, the janitor. His entire job is to clean up all the issues with Rubik.
I think they have 5 people employed full time
He
to make
never
Rubik.
leaves the
Rubik and Morphling work in Dota is.
Yeah, true.
It was a choice.
They regret it, I'm sure. Nisha, oh. Okay, we have shadow step onto Miposhka. He looks to be very dead.
Oh, wait, they got that.
Weaver in a lot of trouble.
He's okay.
Okay. Looks like Ricky's going to stay alive here. Terrorize is there, not really clipping too many heroes as Nisha gets off the smoke screen again, but the right clicks are way too much from Yatoro, who actually will live through this engagement. It's collapsed now, taking a Spectral Dagger, nice tornado onto 2. Zai is there with that Primal Split available. Mira gonna go in, Viz just going for a D-Ward, knowing that he is likely dead. So 2 for 1, but Favor, I mean, it's 2 supports for the mid Ricky.
That team fight is basically the perfect example of how important BKB is going to be for the rest of the game. Yatoro is able to take the fight to Nisha, just pops the BKB, knows that nothing is going to kill him for a while, and they do get that pretty big kill, but still solid sequence from Liquid once again. They're up 4K, they have Spectre. We know how fierce this hero can be late game. This is the same matchup that we saw in a previous game in this series with the Spectre versus Weaver. I say previous game, it was literally the previous one. Just that this time the Spectre team is the one that's ahead. So that matchup is going to be very, very different.
Primal Split used there, by the way. That's a big cooldown. 2 full minutes now without that. We'll see if Spirit try to capitalize as BKB for Laurel is there. And finally, the Manta comes through on Mickey. So he's got the Radiance Manta. And Zai going for, I mean, a lot of times we see the Brewmaster go for Radiance, but probably don't want to, so just going for the auras.
Oh, this is an interesting choice here coming out from Spirit.
They're being scanned out.
Yeah, that was an
Liquid
instant
knows.
scan. But no brew split makes this very difficult for Liquid to do anything about, so as much as I said that's interesting, it's actually a kind of obvious play now that I think about it.
You're right, it's not interesting. It's the least interesting thing you've ever said, probably.
Very, very straightforward. And they will grab it. Who does the Aegis go to? It will be Yatoro, unsurprisingly. Also very uninteresting that they put it on hit. That was what you could have expected.
You're really on a roll today. Very uninteresting commentary.
Oh, I try. So let's see, what big items do we have coming up next? So with that Roche, things are probably going to slow down a little bit for Liquid's ability to play aggressively because Weaver will be very hard for them to kill twice in a row. As a result, we'll probably finish the MKB within not too long. It's about, what's that, about 1,500 off it. Or 2.5k, excuse me. So it will actually take quite a while. But he needs it, because he's against Brewmaster, and he's against the Radiance from Spectre. That seems like a straightforward thing. And something we haven't really talked about in this game is break, right? That was a conversation from last game against the Spectre, where we ended up seeing it coming out in the Spirit Breaker. Who's gonna buy Silver Edge on Radiant's lineup this game? Night Stalker?
I've seen it on Tiny before.
Tiny
mid.
could.
It's kind of meh, but
it can work, of course.
I mean, eventually you get the Ags, right? So you have crit anyway. And,
yeah.
But then, like, that's kind of, you're doing that from afar a lot of the time. But
that's why it gets awkward, right?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Get Toro out of there.
Oh, maybe he felt a little bit. He felt a little bit extra confident because of the Aegis, and maybe thought they weren't even going to try. But Liquid are shying away from the fight there.
Collapse has his shard. The eating of creeps.
Yeah. Eyeing up a nullifier into Dagger currently.
A 3k lead for Liquid. It might have an engagement here. Smoke screen again with the Spectral Dagger. Man, he is just stuck in place. Cannot do anything. There's still the Aegis, of course, on the side of Spirit. 48 half HP is the Weaver. There's the initiation from Laurel, but he's going to get glimpsed back out right off the bat. That's going to break things up for the time being. 3 minutes still on this Aegis. Spirit trying to force something.
And Collapse wants to steal the Wisdom Rune here. That'll be a pretty big steal. He's pinging it out. He has perfect vision of this, so there will be the scan coming out from Liquid.
Oh,
but
he'd
it will
rather
be
go
too
for a
late.
fight.
Actually, he didn't. Okay.
He did not go for it. He wants Insania instead. Crippling Fear now onto 2. They can get the Primal Split, man. They can do it. He cannot get off his ult. 50 seconds dead for Zai. That is a huge ultimate not available for the side of Liquid. They're going to lose Grimstroke, though, to start things out. And Nisha getting pursued. Already at half HP. He's taking so much damage. Weaver just rips him a new one, but Laurel dies shortly after. Lots of trades on both sides. Toro popping the BKB. Sunstrike not going to clip. Looks like the Ghost Scepter's there for Boxy, but will eventually die.
And a good exchange again for, I say again, a good exchange that time around for Spirit. They basically equalized the game in terms of net worth, and starting to see this Weaver really pop off in the fights. And I guess most importantly for them, Laurel is significantly overtaking Nisha right now. It's kind of flatlined a little bit. Nisha was running this game, and a couple of fights in a row now, they've been able to isolate and kill off this Riki, who's kind of struggling to find a footing. As soon as he gets Crippling Fear or get caught by the Tiny, you don't have any BKB, can't really guaranteed reset and get out of there. So he's very much dependent on other heroes causing chaos, and the #1 chaos creator in his team was the first hero to die. Namely Zai, not getting that Primal Split off was huge. And honestly, Collapse's choice to scout the Wisdom Rune, see it spawn, and then not go for it, and instead go for this jump was instrumental in this outcome. So very good decision making on his part. He's now rocking a shield, 4,000 health on him effectively with that right now. We'll lose it all to Spectre Illusions.
Yep, very normal.
But
still quite tanky and looks beautiful. The glowing white is, ooh. Does this surprise you at all? That's a little bit more in favor of Liquid than I thought. This feels like a 50-50 game to me. It is a Spectre.
Gaben loves Spectre. It's always
true.
I think any game that's even on gold minute 30, Dota Plus will always favor the Spectre team. I don't think I've ever seen it not favor Spectre in this late. I mean, it is a monstrous late game hero, right? And I guess the sample size and how these games go, maybe not the biggest, but
really hates Weaver, probably. And Blink Dagger now online for Collapse. So the Blink Crippling Fear, if you can get the Brewmaster during that time, this is where like an Eon Disc becomes really valuable. Force that from afar, from a teammate. He just has to get off Primal Split in these fights for them to have a chance.
He's going BKB, so he's going BKB Pipe Octarine, which is a very, very defensive build, right? You don't get that offensive aura, for example, and Assault Cuirass, but maybe this is just necessary for him. Aeon Disc doesn't give you the safety either, because Weaver is one of the carries that doesn't mind buying Nullifier whatsoever, so he could just stick on you and kill you and cripple. And you know Night Stalker is also likely to buy that item, so yeah, probably BKB is the right choice, but it doesn't feel great for Zai to have to itemize like this. I'm sure he would way rather get something else.
AK trying to TP out. He's going to be spotted, though. Already at half health. All he can do is stand his ground, but eventually does die.
That is
big kill for Spirit.
Real big. He was on a 7-kill streak. The kill bounty actually going Miposhka's way. I wonder what he's going to buy with this.
Agon himself.
Currently only has that Glimmer, but that big kill bounty, he has the Philosopher's Stone. He's going to be working towards something bigger now, presumably.
I mean, Ags would be really good this game.
Oh, yeah.
Get the illusion of the Spectre. Collapse going to find another target, this time Insania. Up in that Ghost Scepter, but only going to buy him a little bit of time. The Spirit trying to create as much space as possible, although Roshan cannot spawn for another 2 minutes in the fastest form. And Yataro with the Alacrity applied, tier 2 tower their way. And Yataro is starting to get a lot of items. He's running out of room in his inventory.
Yeah, grabbed himself a Defiant Chill as well, so.
Oh god, yeah, that's
a lot of armor, even more attacks. So you see the Geminate attack, but then if they fight back, he attacks again.
That's right.
Well, he is really putting some pressure on Zai. Just showing who's boss right now. Tier 3 neutrals do we have coming the other side? So we have the Elven Tunic on Spectre, which isn't that impactful against Weaver, who already has the True Strike of MKB. Quiver on Willow, another Elven Tunic on Riki. And man, this MKB is very good right now, I have to say.
Tormy time for Spirit. This will be their final shard, so Mira will get it, unless there's a bug in the game and it goes to Team Liquid.
I mean, they could still lose the fight.
Yeah, they are losing it horribly. As Collapse refuses to give up. Cannot stand this building. You must vanquish it. Kokoschka with one more Inkswell will run away in shame, knowing that he cannot stand up to the great cube. The game cube has been conquered, though, and Mira will take the shard. So now you have the pull effect on EMP.
Yep.
Maybe the most annoying shard in the entire game, if I do say so myself. Very good.
Yeah, also increases the damage, which, you know, every little bit helps, but mainly the pull is the primary appeal of that one. It's only a 6K lead now for Spirit. The Tormentor is so strong. Like they almost lost that one 3v1. They had to swap out heroes, call in the bench to barely win.
That GameCube had God mode activated. Yataro's going to show himself on the wave and get out of there.
Very high pressure situation, and it feels like the game is a little bit, it's not exactly on a knife's edge right now. Like the Spectre team, obviously, even being behind can find a big fight, but the writing on the wall here is that the next winner of a fight will probably get Roche too. So you got to be very, very cautious with how you pick your fights, and vision is really the deciding factor in this game. One team playing with the Riki to find heroes and set up his team for success, the other team with the Night Stalker with a gem, and Invoker, of course, and Ghostwalk. Information aplenty. You got to react real fast when these heroes drop out of invisibility.
Silver Edge for Laurel, so they have the break to take out Mickey. Yep. And it will be the action. Okay.
They're both gating.
Yep, he pops his BKB, but he's already at half health. Gets off the avalanche, trying to... Oh, okay.
Glimpse? Not quite.
Okay, the BKB was still there.
Close. Yeah.
If you time that just right, it can be devastating, but the BKB is down.
Nice TP from Laurel as well. He TP'd the moment the basher stopped proccing, because then he has a very high chance of not getting a second bash on him, so he did get out of that one, but quite a funny
Roche is coming up soon. Collapse wants to take a fight. They're trying to play all their pressure to the Spectre, but they don't have the break with them right now. As Mira taking the brunt of damage from Nisha on this ring. He's pop his BKB, wants to finish off the Invoker. He does so successfully. Now that's an instant buyback from him. As Nisha, only with one smoke screen to go, Collapse just trying to bash him down. He will do so. They will buy him back immediately, though. And now, continuing on the fight, is Boxy dies inside that kinetic field. Mickey trying to apply some pressure to Laurel. He's already had health, but there's the break. Can they finish off the Spectre? But no, not going to be enough damage. At least not yet. But jumping in is Collapse to try to finish the job. But there's the Manta style, keeping him alive. Yataro, though, very healthy, will claim the kill for himself. Now focusing on Zai, whose primal split is already down. Barely lives to the last Geminate attack. Big Sunstrike coming out. Double kill for Yatoro. And just like that, I mean, effectively it's a 4v3 right now, but there were some buybacks coming out.
It's a dieback on Riki. Nisha's game really starting to go down the drain here. He is now 6th on net worth, behind every other core. Mid Riki, we said it when the game began, it's a very snowball-y hero, and he was off to a good start, but as big as that snowball became, it kind of just came crashing down, and he just lost all of his advantage. And this game, to me right now, it's all Yatoro and Collapse just flat out overpowering them, just kiting them around these fights, outlasting the primal split, outlasting the Riki damage. Yatoro with the Satanic, effectively second life in that fight, and Collapse just keeps playing the angles with the ult. So beautifully executed from Spirit. Now 12K up. And if last game is anything to go by, Weaver is not struggling with killing Spectre late game as long as there's a break in play. So
yep, true.
You don't have to worry if you're a Spirit fan that they're going to run out of firepower. Tiny is also a little bit of a wild card in that regard. Sure, he's the one applying the Silver Edge, but he could technically Silver Edge hit and then get a couple of trees off of his BKB volley.
They force out Zai's BKB already. Yataro will take that. He obviously still has his Aegis, so we'll stand trying to get the tower. Mickey coming in. They do a lot of damage to Yataro, but he's going to be able to live through this onslaught. He's going to get glimpsed back, though. Satanic there as well. Satanic healing up nice and sound. Going for a potential kill onto Zai now instead. How is he still alive? This is basically a 4v1. Yataro Shakuchi's away very safely as Collapse buying some time. With that crippling fear, as the primal split is used from Zai. And if they can't get anything out of this, it'll be a disaster for Liquid.
Get a BKB.
Flips back, but the BKB's there, and they effectively get no kills. They do force out a BKB or two, yeah, but that's a big ult down.
Losing that split could potentially open the door, but Yatoro decided to TP back to base, so he's going to continue farming up, approach that level 25, which is even more of a damage boost for him. We've seen how hard he's hitting already with another Geminate attack. Or the Shukuchi talent if he wants that one. Both talents are incredibly good. Shukuchi dropping from 6 to 3.5 second cooldown with that talent allows you to position yourself in the fight very quickly and keep being mobile. But I reckon he's probably going to take the Geminate attack and just try to overpower them during the CC.
Plus, that's going to be more effective at sieging high ground anyway.
Yep. Oh man, Weaver with Alacrity seems to be something. He is so strong. Okay, they find Mickey here. He's immediately going to jump out.
Yep, looks like he's fine. Dodged the bullet there. And Liquid going to try to defend this eventual push. Still 2.5 minutes on the Aegis, so they don't have to rush this from the Spirit side. The items are starting to be a little bit too crazy from Spirit. I mean, from Laurel alone, we talked about that Silver Edge. His Ags, he hasn't purchased any components yet, but he's almost done with it. Vi can be found by Collapse and have to BKB. He's going to be fine as a result. Oh, he actually finds him with the Avalanche. Inkswan's coming as well. Going to pop that Manta, get stunned out outright. Do they have the damage to take him out? There's the Silver Edge break, and with Collapse there to hold him down, that is a very big kill. 80 seconds of no Mickey.
Nobody nearby from his team to help him there. Got to wonder if that was maybe a little bit too aggressive of a position to be farming in the current game state. All of the top side of the map was completely free and available for him, but was playing in that bottom half with no backup. And that one hurts. He has no buyback. I mean, Spirit don't know this for a fact. If they knew, I think it's Elena Barracks. Honestly, I don't see how you take a fight ever without Spectre alive. You can try to stall it out, but Yatoro has already shown to be way too overpowering. With now that level 25 talent, he might honestly be able to almost one-shot supports before they even have time to react. So really got to be on your toes here.
Yeah, they're definitely playing it safe. I mean, even if they force the buyback, this is a hero that just gets into the fight so fast. But still, I mean, they have that Aegis, so it feels like this next minute, or now, when you want to try to push the envelope if you're Spirit. The delay tactics from Liquid, glimpsing. Yatoro in the base now, focusing on the buildings. Alacrity's there as well. As Collapse pops his ult onto the high ground they go. These buildings melt. 7 seconds for Mickey to come back.
Yeah, Collapse hits for 500. We're talking about Yatoro's damage, but this Night Stalker is no joke either.
Yeah, boom, boom. Down goes the melee racks. See if they back away. Still 30 seconds on this Aegis, so they don't really have to if they don't want to, but disciplined play from Spirit in this crucial game number 3. Winner of this top 3 at TI. Loser goes to the loser's bracket, or the lower's bracket, whatever you want to call it. Okay, Mickey with the Shadow Step, able to find a support in the form of Maposhka.
Yeah, he didn't last long. Just the immediate reality and then Abyssal. Just blast him. You're not going to survive that as Grimstroke unless you have an Eon Disc here. The kill is just way too quick, so at the very least, Liquid open up a little bit here. Now the question is if they can capitalize on it. They're trying to with this smoke, but Spirit being very careful with their positioning. Unlikely to get any more heroes caught here.
Zai just pushing out the lanes, knowing that this tier 2 tower, I think this is their last outer tower. Trying to protect that at all costs. Mickey working on a Scotty. Already one ultimate orb in if he wants to purchase it.
I wonder if this is the best item to buy here. I think it's kind of difficult because arguably you also really want either a Nullifier or a Bloodthorn, so you can just go in, isolate targets and kill them. But maybe he feels like he needs a little bit of an all-around tankiness as well from this Scotty, but yeah. This is a game where Spectre needs to get 6 slotted if Liquid want to have any hope, and there's still quite a bit to cover for that. Still rocking an Urn. I would love to replace that one. This is I mean, he's, all things considered, I want to say relatively poor on the spec in this game. He has almost 400 CS and still...
Well, compared to Spirit, yeah, of course.
Yeah, but also just when Spectre has this many creeps and this KDA, I feel like usually the hero has a little bit more to show for it 43 minutes in. Like, I would think this urn would have been replaced already, so I wonder where all that gold went. I mean, that's just them being cornered in the base, right? He's probably getting some lower quality CS as well in terms of just overall net worth, not killing the Ancients, not getting bigger creeps. So it might be a little bit misleading.
Spirit, we'll see if they want to just wait for Roche. Another minute away. We'll see a smoke from Liquid, though. Gem still on Collapse. I feel like he has not died in quite a while. He's had that for a really long time.
Yeah.
7-4 and 10 right now. But probably one of the scariest heroes. The Night Stalker just coming up high ground, walking through terrain with that crippling fear as this tier 2 tower will fall. And Spirit positioning themselves for the Roshan to come. It is a minute until nighttime, so if it's not a fast spawn, it'll end up in the top area of the map. Let's see who that ends up benefiting.
Well, I know one hero that likes when it's nighttime.
True.
I have my favorite for that type of fight.
I mean, he has his ult anyway, so at this stage it doesn't really matter.
But even if, I mean, it means that if the fight extends really long, he still will have an inherent advantage. Going to gate up here. Maybe try to get a flank move going. They do have a smoke on the
really fast Roche. 8 seconds.
Oh, Mira gets caught immediately.
Yeah, deleted. Does have buyback, so that's a long respawn timer, though. You might have to buy back if you want to contest Roche. There, the crippling fear initiation from Collapse with a nullifier, bringing Dark Willow down to her knees. Boxy's dead. Now Collapse standing his ground against Nisha, doesn't really care about anybody. Primal Split already activated. Laurel swiftly killing a couple of them. He's going to get pursued. He's going to get dusted, in fact. Now he's kind of all alone. He's going to get Abyssal Bladed by Mickey inside that Static Storm. Now big kill for Liquid. No buyback for Laurel at all. They do find Ricky on the other side, though. Big trade for the likes of Team Spirit. And then Mickey trying to run away, being pursued. Nullifier with the blink from Collapse. Double kill for Yotaro. And Roche will be joining you very shortly.
And despite having that Ag Static Storm, if they don't have the Ag Static Storm, I think Tiny doesn't die. He couldn't use the cheese, right? So that could have been big for Liquid, but it's just not enough. Ricky keeps being traded away in every fight. Spirit are on top of him, and now they're going to try to siege the high ground once again. And with these buybacks unavailable, this is absolutely the second lane.
Oh, yeah.
They could probably get second lane plus Roche here. We'll see if they try to fight over more than that, if they want to try to get Megas even. I mean, Weaver pushes stupidly hard right now. It's a very, very quick push.
Yep, that is backdoor protection. Doesn't matter.
Oh, all right.
Like he'll go to 1 days. Now the backdoor protection's gone. This is second lane of racks for Team Spirit.
That took 10 seconds. They could get Megas here for sure. He's not going to back off.
50 seconds of no Spectre, 30 of no Ricky. Just a Brewmaster and 2 supports.
They're going to keep glimpsing at that.
The damage is still applied. It could be global for all he cares. And the delay tax is coming from Liquid again. The BKB pop from Collapse. They have the win in their sights. They take out the tier 3, but now backing away.
Yep, Primal Split. They're going to respect that with the Ricky respawning. And this means now in the upcoming fight, if there is one, Spirit will be inherently favored once again with that advantage. No Primal Split.
Well, it means they can just go for Roche.
They're going to have Ascension, exactly. So there's not even going to be a fight. But if there were to be one, Liquid would be wise to stay away from this one.
Roche wants to leave, knowing what fate is coming for him.
God, this
There's the Aghanim Scepter, by the way.
Wild.
Yeah, so that is going to be
all right.
The Aegis, the cheese, and now Refresher Shard, which Collapse is going to hold for the time being.
They just instantly eat the cheese. Did I hear a cheese?
Well, there's still a cheese on
Yeah, well, we had that already, right? I think they instantly ate that cheese.
He was really hungry. He definitely ate it.
Sometimes you're just hungry.
Okay.
What do you know?
It happens. Well, Aghanim Scepter now there for Maposhka, by the way. We talked about this as a potential thing. His Dark Portrait.
Well, they find Mira.
He bought back recently, so technically a dieback, 5v4.
They need to hurry back to base, though. This is fast.
Range Rax is going to die with one more right click. In fact, they might be just going for the kill shit. Collapse getting the Crippling Fear. There's the Abyssal Blade as well. Is that enough damage to actually get a kill here? As Mickey trying to limp back to his fountain, but Laurel and company forcing out the fortification. Now Laurel looks like he's going to be the sacrifice for Team Spirit. So they don't get what they came for, but they did force a fortification.
Yeah, Weaver needs 4 free seconds, and this is Megas. Honestly, Yatoro could maybe Shukuchi in there, pop BKB, and just go for it, but playing it really safe here.
Yeah, true.
Not going to take that risk. Collapse looked to have the opposite opinion. He popped his BKB trying to commit, but they ended up kind of having to back out. Or rather, no, actually, he didn't pop his BKB. He popped his BKB to escape away from the glimpse, so I take that back. They were kind of on the same page that was a reset. And now Liquid, will you try to do something with this 5-on-3? Buyback available on Tiny. Spirit, just get the hell out of here. They're not going to stick around. The risk is too high. There isn't enough to obtain by forcing this fight. You know you are this close to top 3. It's just one fight. They might not even need to fight. They just need to get to the base.
Yeah, I mean, look at the top lane. It's already pretty pushed, so...
Yeah, Mickey has to take care of this.
As Mickey's going to show himself, push out these lanes. Because you're right, especially without that fortification, it's just a freebie if Weaver's in your base. But Liquid, they want to do some base pushing of their own. They're sick of being stuck in their own. Okay.
Holy!
Getting surrounded and destroyed. Does have his buyback intact.
He was not ready for that jump.
Everything out here. The Primal Split taking out the tier 3 tower in the bot lane and now focusing on the barracks. Team Spirit, are you going to lose a barracks after all of this? Collapse, again, still has his buyback available. Primal Split is ending, though, so not a whole lot of tower damage after the fact.
This Dark Portrait is effectively forcing them out. Look at it. Oh, my God.
That's pretty strong.
Yep.
Won't lie. Doesn't it do more damage than Spectre?
That's about the same, I think.
Right? I need to read this again. 150% outgoing damage, so yes. It's strong, man.
Yep.
So the barracks will remain for Spirit, and the buyback as well for Collapse, which is definitely the bigger deal at this stage of the game. Doesn't need to use it.
Yeah.
Still, that does put a bit of pressure onto Spirit, because now you got 45 seconds you got to wait. That takes it off the Aegis, so it's essentially a minute to work with the Aegis.
If Collapse hadn't died there, this... Oh. Okay.
That was creep. He was killing creeps.
Yeah, I mean, I just heard a really loud sound. I was like, what the hell was that?
Okay, just
no, I'm good. I'm good. Don't worry.
Oh, Zai. Zai. Zai's going to be spotted. Yataro's like, oh, there's a panda here. Forcing out the BKB. Zai still doesn't seem too bothered by this.
That's a decent chunk of Spirit's lead that was lost there in that exchange. Liquid got a couple of towers. They got a big kill. It's suddenly starting to feel within reach for them once again. And if they can outlast the Aegis and take one good team fight, all of a sudden this can start getting really, really interesting. Spirit are probably going to try to force this bottom barracks within the next minute, I would imagine. They really want to just escort this creep wave that they've got coming. I think Liquid is not going to let them reach the base. They will try to take this fight outside. Smoked up on Brewmaster with a ninja gear.
The Butterfly now secure for Mickey, despite Yatoro having MKB.
Going to get to the base. Too worried about the implications of this fight. Our Spirit try to keep it calm.
I mean, they should know that there's still no fortification, but I think, yeah, going for the bulldoze approach, maybe not best. You don't have a Spirit Breaker. That was a joke. Thanks, Syndrome.
Yes.
Okay. Very tense moment now.
One guy in the audience liked it.
We all digest that great joke. Time of death, whatever, 51 minutes, 40 seconds in this Dota game. Tormy's available. Nobody's thinking about that, though, other than me. 9K lead for Spirit, which at this stage, not very much, but the building advantage definitely in their favor. Collapse popping the ult, looking for Zai. Crippling Fear is there. Pops the BKB. That's all they wanted to get out of it. Nisha trying to go on top. He gets the Abyssal Blade onto Laurel, stuck inside the Static Sword, but pops his BKB of his own and will walk away safely. Everyone just trying to wait out this Primal Split now. There's Collapse looking for Nisha. Nullifier still applied as Laurel kind of just stuck in place. He's going to eat the cheese to survive. Nisha's dead, though, as Collapse basically soloed him. Does have the buyback available. See if he expends it at this moment. Looks like Mickey's going to be next on the list, though.
No buyback on him.
That's big. No buyback for him, so that's a 4v5 essentially, with the buyback now coming out from Nisha. Collapse looking for the kill onto Zai. Tornado for the time being already at half HP. He's just melting under the pressure. And that's another hero without buyback on the Liquid side. Effectively 5 versus 3. And all is open for Spirit to potentially take this game number 3. A couple more right clicks and down go the rest of the buildings. Mega creep secured for Team Spirit. And now going for the tier 4s. That's the last fortification for Liquid now. Jotaro just using Satanic to take off Curse Crown, not even caring about anybody. It's so much building damage. Already both tier 4s down to static, started putting all their effort onto the Weaver. Lara literally ignoring everybody along with Collapse as they will take down the Ancient and Team Spirit secure themselves top 3.
What a great game, especially the first 20 to 25 minutes. These teams were so evenly matched. Every single fight was trading of kills. Nobody really truly dropping the ball, but in the later moments of this game, some of the clutch moments, a couple of pickoffs on the Spectre really slowed him down. Nisha very much lost the advantage that he had early on, and Spirit just kept the ball rolling. And I think, in essence, the biggest difference in this game, I want to say, is the amount of core deaths that end up happening on the side of Liquid, right? You've got 10 deaths on Ricky, you've got 7 deaths on the Spectre, and sure, Laurel has got 9 on him, but only 4 on the Weaver and 5 on the Night Stalker. The lowest death hero in the game having 4 deaths is,
It was a bloodbath.
It was absolutely a bloodbath, and these two teams, I mean, there's no saying they won't meet again, but at least for today, Team Spirit, the stronger team, guaranteeing top 3, and well-deserved. What a great series. Both teams, I don't think anyone is really disappointed with the level of play that was shown today.
Another team goes to the lower bracket that are ridiculously high skill. I mean, they had such a good year in Team Liquid, so I'm sure they're not done quite yet. But yeah, it's quite a performance here from Team Spirit. I think that game particularly, Collapse's Night Stalker created so much space. I feel like that hero can kind of be it can be a blessing in disguise, or it can be terrible. But the Ricky was what didn't work out for Team Liquid. Let's see what the panel has to say about this series overall as Team Spirit again secure top 3.
Thank you very much, Sunsfan and Cinderin. We're going to break this series down and, of course, eventually prepare for our final one as well. I'm joined by Sheep, by Tigov and Matuma Man. And, sorry, Matuma, your team lost. Which lower bracket, What is that again?
It's a sad day to be a Liquid fan, most definitely.
Nice dodge.
It's a sad day to be a Western Europe fan, since I believe Gaming and Liquid are facing each other off in the lower bracket. So that's going to be a tough one as well.
It's going to be a tough one. Of course, Team Liquid will face up against Gaimin Gladiators tomorrow, which will be a bloodbath. Can already guarantee that. This game in particular, though, we saw the Ricky played out by Team Liquid. I think a commentator said that they didn't think it worked out, but at some point it looked really good.
Yeah, I mean, when you're laning into, you're picking it to lane into Evoker, but then you go into a Tiny. There's elements where you'll always have pick-off, but the Tiny, the Grimstrike, the combo, the pick-off it can then counterplay onto. Yes, you might have a good start, but this inevitability of getting punished is going to occur. And fair play to Spirit. I love this Night Stalker pick as well, just for what it did for this mid-game. Every time he wanted to, he just pops that ult, he walks throughout the fight. A Disruptor shows, dead. Willow shows, dead. Brew goes, there's now a silence in play. He had to go BKB. I just think, this entire series was just 2 world-class teams going at each other within the draft, giving different heroes, trying to go for different answers. We saw in the interview as well, Blitz trying to go for Disruptor. He wasn't too happy. It was a 50% win rate. Now it's a 33% win rate. Thank you, Liquid. And I just like the fact that we see these teams making these small moves against each other.
Yeah, I was a big fan of how Spirit used their vision all game, actually. Like, between the Night Stalker being able to show all of the key targets that they wanted to go for, I think they also utilized warding really well, as is the Team Spirit way. It's something that they're very notable for, but especially around the portals, I think there was times throughout the game where they had both top and bottom warded up. So they basically kind of just had like full vision of any way for Liquid to get around the map and then could just punish any moves. I think this Night Stalker just was such a great last pick that protected them in all of their fights, just from stopping Liquid from doing what they wanted to do, like T covered.
Yeah, and Mato, you've been singing Weaver's praises today, and he did not disappoint.
He most definitely didn't. I mean, they were like not the best heroes against Weaver per se. I mean, ideally you want stuns against Weaver, just lock her down and kill him. So she can use her ulti, so worked out well. I feel like the Ricky was kind of like, and it got exposed. You can only pick Ricky when it's like a really, your mid matchup for sure. And in the past, Invoker was always mid, but nowadays, since the Sunstrike is stronger and it actually can play on side lanes as well as support, so I feel like Liquid kind of, I don't want to say like that they like sabotaged themselves, but they kind of did.
They kind of
that was shit. Really? Like, what am I watching?
I'm so sorry.
It's okay, because for all Liquid fans out there, we get to watch more Liquid, because if you go through the lower bracket, you just have to play more in order to still make it deep into the tournament. So we'll see how they do over there. We also know that we have a top 3 team amongst our midst. We got Team Spirit guaranteed top 3 here at the International, and the man of the hour is Yotaro, who is standing by with Slacks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Shiver. I am here with Yotaro! Oh boy. Feels good to hear that again, huh?
Yeah.
All right, now, I got a big question for you. Every single pro player here is terrified of you. I've talked to them all. They say you're scary. They want to beat you. You're the one. Yet, they still are not beating you. I don't understand. Everyone agrees you're the best. They're terrified of you in particular, yet you still win. Can you explain this phenomenon?
I think I just have the best team ever. That's all.
Beautiful. So selfless. All right, let's talk a little bit about your performance in that. CK, unbelievable first game. You were just running all over him. The Spectre, we don't talk about that. But the Weaver is pretty good. Are we going to see a lot more Weaver?
I hope so.
Okay. What do you prefer playing?
I don't know, Spectre.
Oh, give him the Spectre, for sure, absolutely. All right, now, we saw your journey so far. It's been incredible. Congratulations on top 3. I know it's never happened for you guys before. A huge moment, right? Were you expecting to be, top 3 once more?
No, not at all.
What? Come on, bro, you guys are good. Did you guys expect to be top 3? All right. Well, I'm expecting you guys to go to the grand finals, personally. When you do go to the grand finals, who do you expect to be there? Is this just, round 1 of the grand finals, potentially?
Yeah, so I think so.
So you think it would be Liquid again?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Will they break the second? Oh, someone just booed. What the hell? Relax. Jeez. All right, Yotaro, my boy. Looking out here in the crowd, is there anything that you have to say? Because last time, you guys have been out before, you're underdogs. Now everyone knows your name. I'm sure your pubs are miserable. Everyone's always trying to target you. What do you have to say to all of these fans out here that have been cheering you on?
Thank you, everyone, for supporting Team Spirit. We try harding so much, and we hope you enjoy our games.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Yotaro! Over at Team Spirit, thank you so much. An incredible performance, as always. There's going to be so many carry weavers, but we'll see many more coming up. Back to you guys. Oh, that's good. Do that.
Thank you very much, Yotaro and Slacks there. And I think one thing also that we have to address here, when Team Spirit won the International 2021, it was in Romania, and unfortunately, we did not have a crowd.
I was the crowd, actually. I was there.
There was like 7 people.
There was like 7. There was at least 10 of us.
Made a lot of noise, sure, but I don't think you can really compete with what's happening here. But I know, Sheep, there were a lot of people saying, oh, you know what, was it really TI without a crowd? It is so good to see them do it here in front of this many people.
Yeah, if they can win again, but like in front of a crowd, that would be so hype, because, there was at least 10 of us. I don't know, I think it's just hype. I think a bunch of us on the talent team as well, it's like our first time covering in front of the crowd. The crowd just makes the event so much better. Everyone has been so energetic. Everyone here has been so amazing. It is awesome to be here.
It is fantastic. I think, Matu, you've played many times with and without crowd. How much of a difference does a crowd make?
I mean, the fans make the event. That's I don't even know how to describe it anymore, to be honest. I'm just speechless. They make it happen. Without them, we wouldn't be pros. We wouldn't get paid to play this amazing Dota 2 game. So, all thanks to you guys.
Yeah, that deserves an applause as well. And Matu, I know that you're not going to be here for our upcoming series. We'll miss you, but I want to ask you a couple questions about it. First of all, who's going to win? Who's going to be up against Spirit in the upper bracket finals?
LGD.
All right. Second, is there anything else you want to say? This is your chance about Liquid, about the fans, about anything that you haven't said on panel yet. You're like, I'm going to go on panel, and this is my one chance to say this one thing. What is it?
Oh, come on. Make it good. Story time.
You really shouldn't tell me to say whatever I want.
No, this is your time. And you know what? This is like, you can't get fired anymore at this point. You know, you've gone the whole series. So you can say anything you want, almost anything you want.
That is true. I mean,
please.
Hello to my wife, Katri. And obviously, win Liquid, please. Nisha, do it.
Do it, all right. We're soon ready to move forward to our next matchup, Tigov. I do want to close the chapter on this series. Was Game 3 what you wanted it to be?
Nah, not really.
But why was that? Because I kind of feel the same.
I mean...
No, not in terms of result, Matu, please.
I'll be very honest.
out of this.
I'm actually pretty happy that we did see that result for international Dota, Eastern Europe, China, etc. But I always want the game to be a little bit more punch back, a little bit of a fight, and that felt a little bit one-sided once we hit that mid game.
And you know what? We're building up the day, so that should be present in our next series. I'm hoping that will be present in our next series. But before we get there, we're first going to check in with Tsunami, see what he's doing.
That's right, we've been playing a lot of games out here on the stage, but guys, I wanted to play a game with you guys in the crowd. You may recall, if you watched last year's TI in Singapore, we played a little game about trivia. And I had quizzed my panelists back then, but this time, it's time to put the crowd to the test. So you guys, are you ready for another edition of Forced 50%? It sounds like you are. Well, the rules are simple, my friends. I'm going to present you with a trivia question, of which I have a variety. And you have two options. It's not really going to be that hard. You have a 50% chance, just like in any game of Dota. And I believe I have an assistant out in the crowd who has found some contestants.
That's right. I've got a 5-stack here, and they are hype. Hello, how are you doing?
Fantastic.
Are you ready to play the Forced 50% game?
Anything for you, Slacks.
Oh, thank you so much. You play it every time you boot up Dota. The conspiracy theories are real. Quote me, quote me, quote me. No, just kidding. Who are you in the squad?
Off lane.
Off lane, and you?
Phil.
The what?
Phil.
The Phil? Oh. Okay, fantastic. This is how Force 50% works. Tsunami down there, he's going to give us some stuff. You guys are going to pick either A or B, one of the two choices. You can pick the same thing if you think it's right, but we're going elimination mode throughout your whole 5-man squad. Whoever gets it wrong gets kicked from the squad, and I replace them. Let's get this thing rolling. We're ready, Tsunami.
Let's do it then. Now, I'm going to be quizzing you off this entire international, from group stage to playoffs to now, the road and everything. So let's start off with our first question. Which hero has been banned more? Is it Anti-Mage or is it Mars? Now keep in mind, neither of these heroes have been picked yet, but one of them has been banned more. Which one is it?
All right, what has been, now you know.
Uno.
Okay, that is Anti-Mage. I don't know why you have to put the flare on it, but no problem. All right, what do you got?
I'm going to go with Mars, off lane. Let's go.
Oh, already? Anybody, crowd, what do you think?
Oh, we got a big Mars over here. All right then, computer, please reveal the correct answer.
Oh!
It is Mars.
You're out to go, out to go. All right, next up, hello, what do you play in the squad?
I click the funny button, the random button.
Oh my God, Giga Toxic. You're safe for now. What do you play in the squad?
Oh, I play as a mid.
Okay, that's the confidence I'm looking for. You guys ready for your question? Okay, here we go. Let us have it.
Let's go with the second question. I want to quiz you all on items. Friends, which of these items has been purchased more throughout the international? Is it Hand of Midas or is it Blade Mail?
Maybe the hardest question I've ever seen. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking Blade Mail.
Okay.
Hand of Midas.
Oh, another! This is a very combative stack here. Let's go.
It's Force 50%, baby.
That's right, baby.
Please reveal which has been bought more at this international.
Hey! Out you go. Kick
it's
from
the Hand of Midas. We got time for one more, Slacks. Line up my contestants.
Oh my gosh, we have one more? Okay,
we got one more.
Grand finals, all right? You get to watch. I'm sorry, fifth guy. All right, here we go. Here we go. Hit it. What's the question?
Ladies and gentlemen, what has been killed more at this international? Couriers or Roshan?
Oh.
Hopes and dreams.
Hopes and dreams? That's not a question. Come on, bro. Don't be weird.
My bad, my bad.
Listen, only 14 sets of hope and dreams have been crushed. We still got teams left in the tournament.
Both couriers.
Couriers? You have to pick the other one.
Roshan, we'll go for it.
Okay, fantastic. What's the answer?
Computer, please reveal what has been killed more.
There you go, fantastic. Thank you so much. You win that beautiful candle.
Friends. And that's another edition of Forced 50%.
Yay!
Thank you so much, Tsunami and Slacks, and congratulations to the winner. We are only moments away from starting our final series of the day. LGD Gaming taking on Azure Ray. We switch things up on the panel. Fear, how you doing?
Amazing. It is always amazing to be back here in the arena, the greatest arena I've ever played in.
How about you, Stormer? I know this is your first time in Seattle.
Feeling good, feeling good. Like, I mean, first of all, thanks for having me. What's up? Like, freaking Climate Pledge Arena is amazing. Holy shit.
It is amazing. I think the the stained glass theme really does it justice. But you know what really does it justice here, Sheep? One word makes it justice. I'm looking for one word.
I don't know.
The Dota 2. The Dota 2 does it justice. It's amazing to be back, to have this world-class Dota coming your way. And for world-class Dota, we need world-class teams. And we got 2 of those. And we're going to have them take the stage right now. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody welcome Azure Ray. We got Low, Somnus, Jealous, FY, Tianming, and Coach Lanham coming to take their place here at Climate Pledge Arena. This is a team with a perfect mix of fresh faces and veteran talent. And how far can they go? That is the question. Can they raise the ages this time around? We'll see. Their opponents now. Welcome in, LGD.
LGD Gaming!
Shiro, nothing to say, new planet. Why you smile? And their coach, Zhao 8. An upper bracket semifinals between 2 teams coming from the same country, the same region. The players very much familiar with each other. Some might say, Sheep, this is old LGD versus new LGD. I've heard that being said.
But where's Arme?
He's watching.
He's watching at home.
That spirit is here.
No, it is so hype. It is genuinely, this is like, if you love Chinese Dota, this is the matchup. This is the hypest thing you're going to see this entire TI. I, for one, am so excited.
Do you have a favorite?
Do I have it? Honestly, I actually really love LGD. The new LGD. I have been following them all year.
But the new LGD, but do you that mean Azure Ray or LGD Gaming?
No, I mean LGD Gaming currently under the banner of LGD, not Azure.
Thank you.
You know, I covered Chinese DPC this year, so I kind of got to watch them grow, like personally through these games. You know, they had Zeal, then they brought in new. They have been progressively getting better with every LAN. They get more experience. It is actually just beautiful to watch these players that kind of were very new come into such a big brand name and then blossom into where they are now.
Yeah, we got 2 teams that know each other very well. Fear. We got a good mix of veterans and newcomers. I specifically want to start talking about Azure Ray because, well, also can I just say that is a perfect shade of Azure on Somnus's head.
Yeah, that definitely
right?
is. Definitely planned. But yeah, this squad in specific here, they were formed, what, 5 months ago?
Yeah.
And they decided, hey, let's just form a team. It could be fun. We could play Dota again. We've got a bunch of legends in there. You're bringing some new blood into the mix too. And this team on averages, they're pretty older. They're on the older side, but yet they're still crushing it. They have all the experience, and their gameplay has spoken for themselves. It's been a rocky year overall for like China, I'd say, from what we'd use, but like towards the end of the year, both these teams have really stepped it up and have brought like A-class Dota coming from China.
Yeah, Stormstormer, you're intimately familiar with Azure Ray, probably sadly so for your side.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. What can you tell me about them? Because there's going to be a lot of people watching that don't watch the whole year and they come in for Azure Ray. I don't know these guys. How they play? What they do?
Well, as Fear's already said, I think they're a pretty newly formed team, which is quite impressive for them. Like, one of these two teams is going to go top 3 no matter what, right? And Azure Ray, what I find fascinating about them, I learned about them in the Best of 2 we played against them, is that they have like quite some unique playstyle. Like, they love fighting so much. Like, even no matter what happens in the early game, they don't fear back of bringing all 5 numbers to a team fight and bringing the numbers together. I think they just really respect each other a lot. It looks like a team to me that, like, if one guy says, let's go, let's go, let's go, all people follow that call. So it is definitely like a team with some, I think, own character.
They have their own character. They are familiar with each other. I want to talk a little bit about experience, because last year, last chance qualifier, FY and NEU, now both on separate sides, they both attempted to play at the International. Both fell short in the last chance qualifier. They, of course, went their different ways, which is how they ended up here. But I want to talk about that type of experience being needed in order to come further, because last year, Stormstormer, that was your first TI, right? How much did last year's experience help this year?
It definitely helps quite a bit. I think in general, every single LAN that you join and that you play, you progress, like your experience, you like are less afraid of playing in front of a crowd, if that makes sense, and everything. The nerves, you stay more cool about it and everything. So I think what is really interesting about this Azure team, that is, as you mentioned, they have a lot of new, like younger players, and of course all the veterans, as you said. So I think they're gonna have like a new, like I think a really, really good mix of like emotions and also like calming down, because I think you need a little bit of both. You shouldn't be like too unemotional, too how to say, cold-hardened, but you should also not be over-explosive. So
healthy balance.
Healthy balance, exactly. That's a good way to say it.
Yeah, healthy balance here as well. Do you have a favorite here, Fear, by the way?
A favorite? I don't know if I have a favorite, but I do like the fact that Azure Ray is a team that has some of like the names that I played with. Like when I was playing professionally, they came back. They're doing really well. It's hard to go against LGD. They're 11-1 right now. That's a spotless record, really. But I think if there is a team that can really challenge LGD, it's going to come from their region, and it's come from a confident Azure Ray.
Yeah, and I know you did a little bit of research. We wanted to highlight the carry players in this game in particular, because Shiro and Low, you know, they come in with their first international here. And they're both 22 years old, and we wanted to see what set them apart.
Yeah,
it was hard to find.
It was difficult. These two players, like from the region, they play similar heroes. You're seeing a lot of Luna. You're seeing a lot of Spectre. Of course, Shiro always has like his niche picks. He'll pick a Weaver every once in a while, and he was picking that before it even started getting popular. He may have just popularized it at this LAN. So it's very nice to see that in particular. But they both like to play fast. They want to play aggressive, and you can see their hero pools. There's a lot of Naga. There's a lot of Spectre, there's a lot of Luna, there's a lot of CK, a lot of overlap here. You got to get to the bottom half of this list here where you start to see some differences, or that's the Weaver might come out, Sven not so popular. On the other side, you got some Alchemist, some Slark, but those top 4 heroes, you can tell these guys play a lot against each other.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. It's really crazy to see, and of course both are trying their best to be the next best thing, the biggest thing in Dota 2 when it comes to carries on the Chinese region. We all know Ame. I mean, you mentioned him just now already, Sheep. That's how popular he is. Everybody, when you think of a carry player playing in China, it's Ame. One of these two players will guarantee be top 3. And therefore they'll take his place, maybe.
We'll see. I think, obviously, whilst their hero pools were very similar there, if we look into the past, I think Shiro has had, I don't know so much about LoL, but Shiro has had a very expansive hero pool. It was during, like, Lima Major, for example, that he was, like, digging into the carries that hadn't been picked by anyone else. I think PA back then was very rare, and he was playing it. Like, this guy doesn't shy away from a hero pick if they feel like it fits into a draft, which makes them very scary. Like how they brought out the Willow carry for this event. Yay! Everyone loves 60-minute Willow games. Woo! But that's
he set the meta. There's loads of people that tried it after him.
Yeah, he's really talented. I've been very impressed with how he has come into himself as a carry this year.
And we'll see how he does here today. There's another first-timer that we wanted to highlight because it's quite a unique situation for Tianming to be in. This is the oldest newcomer that has graced the international this year, which is 27 years old. For a Dota player, Fear, pretty old or decent or young? I don't know. How do you judge?
I won TI when I was 27, so maybe it's the
lucky
magic
time,
number.
hey,
Yeah,
magic
we'll have
number.
to see here. But we haven't seen a lot of him because this is the first TI he's attended, and he's been playing Dota competitively since 2014, right? So he's been at it, and it's like, who's this new Tianming guy? He's not new. He's been on the grind. He's finally making it to the big stage. Consistency and like determination has really been like really how he got here, and it's really admirable.
Yeah, and from you know, not making it in open qualifiers, I know that the 2 TIs after that, he did have to go through open qualifiers to get to the qualifiers, and he just got a little bit further every single time, Stormer. That is incredibly admirable.
I think it's very admirable for sure. I think there's a lot of players who like get on their TI maybe the first couple of years, their first good years, like you and other people. But as you said, I think it's really good to point that out because I think it's absolutely impressive that like he's one of the older players and like he kept trying and trying and trying because some people might just give up after like the 5th or 6th try. This is try number 7, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, try number 6, I think.
Try number 6.
6 time lucky. Yeah.
Number 6 is lucky, and 27 years old, it's admirable for sure.
I really want to talk about while this graphics on the screen. The camp stacked difference is insane. I think Azure Ray have by far the lowest average camp stacked in this tournament compared to like a lot of the top teams in this tournament right now have around like 16-ish, 15-ish. So they are really, like you said earlier, Stormer, they are just fighting.
That's just what I mean. That's exactly what I meant. Like we also had those stats, by the way. We researched that, and like our coach is saying those guys don't stack; they just fight. You know, like you know, we attacked their tier 1 tower. They're bringing 5 numbers, and our coach said, guys, this is gonna happen. Like this. But this is what I love about them as well. Like I think this is what's gonna be really interesting because LGD is maybe a little bit more, how do you say, a by book team, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
They play those really.
More clinical?
Well, yeah, exactly. More clinical kind of Dota. And Azure Ray is a bit more unique in that sense. So it's going to be interesting to see 2 teams that play this differently from the same region like clash against one another.
I would also be curious that we've had a full day of Dota 2, and I don't know how this is from a competitive standpoint. And I know Stormer last year, TI, you played at the end of a day as the last team to take the stage. And do you even look/learn from the matches that happened before then, or is all that prep already done and on the day of, it's just waiting until your game starts?
I do think you soak some of it in for sure, especially the drafts. I mean, the meta on a tournament constantly changes. Like the meta years, for example, now we could see over the course of the day that Weaver all of a sudden, the Team Birds and Team Liquid series got more prominent. All these things I think you still soak in and you like consider them when you draft against like in your own games. But I think for the main part, they did their own research. Azure Ray prepared for LGD prepared for Azure Ray. Those teams clashed against one another in their own respective DPC region. I think they mainly still prepared for each other, tried to stay as awake as possible because it's getting quite late for them. And basically also enjoyed some of the matches that happened.
Yeah, they knew in advance that they would be the last team of the day, so I hope that they prepared themselves for that one. These 2 teams, they have played each other, even though Azure Ray has only been around for a couple of months. They did play together against each other, I should say, in Tour 3 of their DPC and also at the Bali Major. They are 5-3 in favor of LGD, just games-wise, and every series that they played, Cheap, LGD was the one to take it in the end. How many games does it take for someone to learn their opponents through and through?
I don't know. Technically, the team winning is going to be also learning about the team they're beating, right?
True.
I think these teams are both very good, but I would give it in favor of LGD just because they've been together longer. They also have history like before being on LGD. Like Shiro and Planet played together on eHome. They're very good.
They are incredibly good. And how good will they be today? And who will be the best? We'll have to play some Dota for that one.
LGD Gaming versus Azure Ray. Game 1.
Upper bracket semi-finals. Nobody eliminated, but top 3 is around the corner for one of these two teams. We got Azure Ray on the Radiant side, LGD on the Dire side. Overall first pick, I believe, is going the way of Azure Ray, if my math adds up correctly. Yeah, it is?
Yep,
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank God I'm not the only one. Like, I'm one of the players who was already embarrassed. I'm glad I'm not the only one that didn't immediately know about that.
I mean, I wanted to talk real quick about Niu.
Yeah.
It's like, this guy has been underappreciated, I won't say, especially at this event. He's second in the most kills right now per game, but just behind Yatoro on that one. Second in the least amount of deaths behind Nightfall, and he has the best KDA in the entire tournament right now as an offlaner, which is super impressive for this team.
Do you want to know some lore?
Yes.
Niu in Chinese means cow, but it is also slang for being reliable and cool, and cows are reliable and cool, and he is the reliable and cool guy.
Thank you.
Combine
You're
that,
welcome.
Combine that possibly with him playing the Spice Cow.
Hey.
Wow.
Like,
it's still in, by the way.
It's still in.
I actually would love to build off that though. Niu has, I think he's not lost his lane. Like all his stats reflect how reliable he is. I think when you're playing against Azure Ray, that's going to be so important for this matchup, because if Azure Ray just want to run around killing and ganking, and they're focusing more on trying to mess you up than actually like stacking and investing in their cause, right? If you have a stable offlaner who is not going to like bend to that pressure, then they're going to lose so much on Azure Ray.
I mean, he's more than stable. He's going above and beyond expectations for an offlaner. Yeah. Like, he's way above the bar right now, and I think that's why LGD is doing so well right now. Because, yeah, sure, we see a lot of offlaners pop up, but for LGD, like, having an offlaner, having the best KDA in the entire tournament it's out of this world. It's super impressive.
Yeah.
We have an opening pick of the Bristleback, and we mentioned the Space Cow, but completely ignored at the moment.
Uh-oh.
Niu, where's the cow? So yeah, I mean, Azure is starting off the Bristleback. I think this hero, I mean, we've seen it all on the tournament. I think this hero is just popping off. This Aghanim Scepter that it got now is just making this hero incredibly strong and incredibly tanky. I'm not sure if Azure is also one of the teams that flexes heroes to the position 1 position. It's mainly been played on the position 3. If they could even flex, it would be even more powerful. LGD is answering with the Muerta. It's also Muerta. I'm sorry. It's also one of, I think, the most prominent heroes of the tournaments. I mean, the flex between the position 4 and position 1 is just looking so strong, and the hero has just been popping off. So I think both teams are opening up here with like quite some standard drafting so far.
LGD haven't even flexed it this tournament, I believe. They've only played it on Planet, on that POS 4.
So no Shiro Muerta?
Not yet.
I'm sure he can still play
for sure, yeah. I'm very confident he can play it. But they haven't flexed it yet, which makes me think that they might just really prefer it for Planet's playstyle. I think Planet is an incredible 4 position. He was like the MVP of at least like DPC Tour 2. I remember his Rubik being, like his movements on the map, he was just so reliable. He rarely fed. His positioning was always just great. Like, Planet is so impressive to watch. So if he's on the Muerta, he's probably going to have more impact than I've seen on some others.
Yeah. I mean, looking at this Bristleback here, it looks like LGD did their homework. They've got 2 games on Azure Ray of this Bristleback, but they've lost both of their games playing this hero. So, like, you know what? We know Bristle's really strong. Most teams won't give it away, but you're 0-2 with it. We'll take our chances.
Ooh, the nothing to say Magnus. Okay, so maybe, of course in theory this Magnus is going to be flexed, but it's nothing to say. I think this is one of his most favorite heroes ever. He loves his hero on Spellbreaker, and of course this hero against most melee mids, which are really prominent right now, is just really, really strong. You have this Shockbreaker to Skira on the mid lane, you get them into your tower, and I think since nothing to say honestly started being a player since like TI10, I think this has been one of his most signature heroes together with the Tinker. So I really like this pickup from LG. And Spellbreaker still in, by the way.
Yeah.
To be seen.
How do you punish a mag mid? That'd be the question.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly not that obvious. I mean, some heroes just like generally get skewered into the tower. Like some people have been experimenting with, like, for example, like Kunkka, because you can like get creeps from the range and you don't fall into the skewer range that easily.
It's also a melee hero, so you could always OD.
You mean the Soundless OD? I mean, it's true. It's a thing that he loves to pull off, but it would be probably a bit wild to pick it up right here because you don't in theory, you don't really know if the Magnus is going to go mid, and then it might get flexed. Azure Ray instead decided to go for the double support, the Shadow Demon, the Clockwork. Clockwork, of course, being insanely good against Magnus. You can catch him with the hookshot, and Shadow Demon is now offering a save against RP, which is insanely valuable. You now don't have to be afraid that your cores get bursted anymore. And they're keeping the next pick probably then for the mid laner for some.
And FY's Clockwork has been absolutely amazing this tournament. FY in general, actually, he's like kind of back in so many ways this patch. Like, I've been kind of looking at his item builds, and he's not really building support items. The only time I saw him build a Force Staff was like on some Silencer and he lost. He's going for the Midas, he's going for the Gleipnirs. He went Blade Mill into Assault Cross Clockwork one of the games. My man's getting farmed. He's getting a lot of farm, and he's going back to his old roots where he can carry from position 4, and it's been beautiful, and his Clockwork has looked really good.
And on top of that, at the moment, on average, the least versatile role is position 4, apart from when you're talking about FY, because he has like 10 different heroes played so far this event, which is way above average. As Willow gets picked up there on the side of LGD.
So this next pick for LGD is going to be quite interesting. They have to pick one more hero, and this is going to reveal quite something. So they have this Willow, which can be flexed with the carry position. Of course, it is like it was invented by this team, basically, right? But still, now I think they're going to have to at least show, hey, is this Muerta going carry? Okay, Vengeful Spirit. Yeah, no, so this means... Wait, let me not go crazy.
This
okay,
means
still
Willow carry, Venge support.
I mean, do they, in theory, play Venge on the offlane?
I think right now they're going to keep the flex open, but I'm assuming most likely is going to happen is this Morta / Willow will most likely be the carry. And then you're going to have the Venge on probably Pos 5 and Magnus. It could go off lane, but as you said, nothing to say. It's so good on the hero that they're probably leaning that way.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if Neo plays a Vengeful, but if they would, then they would keep the draft insanely flexible. And here, the Weaver comes out. So
yep.
This is what I meant. Maybe they got this from the Spirit Liquid series, you know? Maybe their carry player before didn't play this hero. Now he's like, okay, just give it to me.
Well, Shiro was playing it, right?
Yeah, he has played it this
yeah,
event.
so it's not only a block pick, and I think Shiro was the one who like played it the most this tournament so far. And a lot of teams are like, you know, LGD, they're 11-1, they're doing well. Shiro's winning this. Let's play some more Weaver. Now everyone that seems to pick Weaver is winning. So those hero stocks are definitely going way up, and it looks pretty decent so far. I don't know what a bad Weaver game is anymore after watching this hero in action after the last couple of games.
I agree. He looks really powerful. I'm actually curious on you guys' thoughts. How do you think LGD is going to stop Azure Ray from running at them? I see a Clockwork and a Weaver. They're just going to go on you. Like, you're playing with a bunch of squishy-ish heroes that don't really like to be ran at, and then 3 heroes that like to run at you.
You make them run at you faster by skewering them first.
Okay, sounds good.
And then they get out of position, and then you can kill them. But the question is going to always be, when it comes to like these bristleback type of heroes, can you have the damage to kill them, even if you skewer them back? Whereas like sometimes you want a Silver Edge carrier. And I think Willow was a hero that a lot of people kind of looked at as like the answer. I forgot which team talked about this. They're like, there's a bristleback. We want to pick Willow. We believe it's good. They're going to buy the Silver Edge, they're going to get the Aghanim's, and they're going to try and burst them. So this is, that's why I believe this Willow could potentially be a carry, just to counter this bristleback.
So Azure Ray is going for the last pick now. I want to highlight the bans a little bit because I think they're really interesting. So for one, they banned the Nothing to Say Tinker. It's also one of his most signature heroes, I think. Which means that they were thinking, hey, this might be, I think, a Mag off lane, Venge Willow support, a Muerta carry. Still, of course, it's not obvious what LGD is going to last pick. They're probably just going to wait to see what Azure Ray is going to pick and maybe put the Magnus mid. Still, I find that ban very, very interesting because I think Tinker has maybe not been played on this TI yet, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's really one of the most niche heroes as well. Yeah. But still, it goes to respect of Nothing to Say, of course, as one of the best Tinker players. And now this next pick from Azure Ray is going to be really interesting. It's guaranteed going to be a mid hero for Somnus, of course. And he has quite a big hero pool. It's a Snapfire. Wow, we did not see this hero since a very long time after the nerfs.
What makes this a good Snapfire game? Is it a good Snapfire game?
I don't know. Like, it is one of the heroes that is really stable on mid and it's hard to get countered. It has, of course, really good synergy with the Mortimer Kisses and the Clockwork hookshot. The hero really, in terms of early game and like the laning switch and everything, did not get nerfed too hard. People really, really moved away from this hero because the late game of the hero level 20 talent, level 25 talents got switched. So the late game got a little bit more, little bit less obvious. But yeah, it's once again, it shows that it's Somnus. Like this guy is not being afraid of picking anything that he like ever used to play. Doesn't say any confidence. And now it's interesting what LGD is going to pick into this.
Night Stalker.
Yeah, so they're going to pick a offlaner at the end. we're seeing a lot of new different ideas come against this Weaver. It's really new to the meta. We saw the Disruptor. Night Stalker is a great answer. They just want more lockdown.
Yeah, and it will be a carry Muerta, in case anybody is wondering. Shiro will play the Muerta, not the Willow.
Very similar heroes, right? Like,
yes.
They both do magic damage. They both build a Silver Edge. They just got everything they possibly could to try and deal this Bristleback.
I am really curious about the Snapfire Magnus mid matchup. I did not see this a long time, even though I'm a mid laner myself. I think it is insanely interesting because the Snapfire wants to move close to get a good scatter blast off, but then the Magnus is close enough to maybe skewer you into a tower. But I guess if there's one player who has more experience with the matchup, it's probably Somnus, because Snapfire has not been played since a super long time. But I really like this Night Stalker pick. It is insanely good to catch the backline, which here is the Shadow Demon, which is crucial to stop like the RP initiation and everything. So I think this Night Stalker fits the LGD draft quite well, and it's going to make team fighting much easier for them.
Do you have any final words, Cheap?
How the hell can I build off of that? Like, Stormer's just the greatest player to ever do it. I don't know. I'm hype. I'm excited. I think this Weaver's going to have such a nice game, especially with the extra save from the Shadow Demon on top. Like, the damage output we've seen from that, I think it just seems hard for LGD to deal with that when he gets like the BKB and isn't susceptible to Night Stalker silence.
All right, so your eyes are going to be a lot on that mid lane. Can Azure Ray shut down Neo's Night Stalker?
Maybe in the laning stage, potentially, but I really like the Snapfire mid here against like the Morta clock combo, because like you can just hookshot him, and then Morta likes to stay in the back and you can cut him off.
Well, we're going to have to find out and see how this one plays out. But before we head to the game, we're heading over to Zhao 8, who's standing by with Michelle.
Hello, everyone. I'm standing right next to Coach from LGD Xiao 8. Thank you for taking the interview. 感谢你接受我们的采访。好的，那 LGD hasn't dropped a single best of 3 against AR this year. Do you think you can continue the streak? And what do you think the key for this draft? 那老干爹今年的话还没有输给 AR 一场比赛，你觉得今天这个比赛你们能保持连胜记录？然后你觉得你们今天 BP 的关键是什么？
第一个问题就是希望我们双方能赢上去，都把雪碧干掉吧。然后。 我觉得两个队伍的实力状态都很接近嘛，因为我们训练也是很差不多的，所以希望大家都加油吧。
So for the first part of the question, whoever we want to go to next round, and I hope we can take out team spirit. And for the second part, I think we are really close right now. We've been training, and I think we are on the really same level. So I just hope this is gonna be a good game. 那也谢谢你接受我们采访。Thank you for taking the interview. Let's go back to our casters.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome Seattle to the final series of the day. LGD up against Azure Ray. Fogs,
oh, baby.
What a treat to end this day. Already, as we've heard, of course, LGD, they've kind of known what to do in the past against Azure Ray. Today, Azure Ray coming in with something a bit different, right? We're getting the Somnus Snapfire. Do you think this different approach might give Azure Ray the chance that they need to be able to solve LGD this time around?
Hey, the Weaver's been working today. It's been looking good. They've got a really strong, aggressive draft, so I'm looking forward to see what we got. LGD, a very strong scaling draft as well. They can also fight in the early mid-game, but Somnus might have something up his sleeves. Let's see what he's got with this Snapfire.
I mean, what do you sort of think was the thought process behind it? On paper, what do you think Somnus saw this game with the Snapfire that other teams just haven't been seeing when it comes to picking a mid-hero?
I mean, besides just like tempo that fits well with the draft with the Bristleback and Weaver and even like the Clockwork, just being able to be super early aggressive, I think it does have this early kill threat onto something like Muerta. You're very immobile early game, just drop the kisses. There's a hook shot kisses, that hero is very likely to die, and that's the carry. So I think that's probably, I mean, I guess what I see for it, but maybe also just other little things, of course, too, versus this Willow, too. They have the burst that's always going to be able to go through the Shadow Realm. And hey, maybe he just wants to get it so he can go for some crazy type of scaling that we haven't seen on Snapfire in some time.
Yeah, and you're talking about, of course, the Weaver pick as well for low. I've got to say, we kind of heard it on the panel. Do you think there is something about being here at TI, the teams watching each other, that's kind of infectious? Because we've seen a lot of Weaver today.
Yeah, I think people, I mean, I've been hearing a little bit more on the back end and stuff like that, but people are just talking about this hero's gotten so many buffs, and the meta overall, yes, it can be a bit slow with these heart and tanky heroes, but this hero can actually thrive on taking advantage of them because he's so damn fast. Like, Weaver is actually able to make plays all all over the map, constantly resetting, and you scale very, very hard. You get to this 25 talent, this Geminate attack is absolutely ridiculous. And even mid-game, you do farm pretty damn well with this new build that we're seeing, this Deso shard build. We'll see if Low does do the same thing, but let's see how these lanes end up going down, in particular, this mid matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I think all eyes on the mid to see if Somnus is able to play it safe. For indeed, as was potentially suggested by the panel, if he might get a bit too close trying to get the blast in onto Nothing to Say, and maybe Nothing to Say is able to find a cheeky skewer under the tower. Got to be careful, Somnus, when you're playing around like that. You see Nothing to Say teasing around with the potential of a skewer. But we'll see if he gets tripped up in the mid matchup, because getting a kill in this 1v Chalice, he's going to be okay. I mean, looking at this top lane in general, how easy of a lane is this for Shiro in the safe lane? Is this going to be a lot of pressure thrown at the Muerta early on?
It depends. It's all depending on how much FY is able to get these stacks up and everything with positioning. But overall, I think he should be pretty okay with the Venge behind him. I'm just having a difficult time just looking away from mid, because I think this is the one everyone's going to be looking at, how this matchup's going to be, since we haven't seen it in a long time. The Snapfire is just not really being played in any role, but especially not in mid. And you heard Stormstormer there saying himself on the panel, he's curious how this is going to go, because in the past, Snapfire dominant, but
it really was. I guess sort of just over time, it was what nerfs to the hero, nerfs to what some of the items would be building on this hero as a universal.
Yeah, I'm just watching Somnus just lining up the blast, and since he has that range advantage as well too, yeah, he's going to be able to have a good time for Sentius. I'm just curious the item build, right? That's the biggest thing. We used to see the 8 toes, the Gleipnir kind of build. What route are we going to see more Snapfire?
I mean, I feel like you could maybe go some sort of bots rush and kind of go around the map, get really aggressive, get involved in a lot of action. We'll see how sort of active they want to play, or if indeed they want to sort of sit back and get some good farm on Somnus, maybe whilst the Weaver, Low, is playing the more active role.
Yeah, could be a possibility. We'll have to see which route they go. I mean, right now they set themselves up. The lanes are good. They shouldn't, in theory, die too much in these. The Weaver should be safe versus this Willow Night Stalker until nighttime hits, of course. Mid should be pretty safe. Top, we'll have to see the volatility. It's up to how fast that Vanguard comes out for Chalice, if he is going to be safe up here.
Sure, and if sort of Chalice kind of pushes it a bit too far with the early aggression as a bristleback. But so far, so good. Chalice playing it safe. So she's going to see if they can maybe turn it with FY, get a few poison stacks up onto Shiro. It'll bring him down low, but won't quite take him down.
The dream stick lane. Shadow Demon Bristleback. Everyone's just going to be thriving off those wand charges. So.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they already got it for the full one, as you say, done on Shiro.
Low is actually struggling a little bit. I mean, a tiny little bit in the lanes. He actually has a pretty massive wave coming in. But first few, I think we saw similar coming out from the Night Stalker earlier when he was dominating from Collapse, at least in the first few waves. But it should be fine. He has, 4 or 5 creeps coming into him, so.
This mid lane, though, good stuff so far from Somnus.
Nice.
Keeping that edge, playing to the favorability of being that range there against the Magnus, and not giving Nothing to Say any sort of chance to outplay him so far in this 1v1.
Yeah, I'm honestly just like waiting to see what he does look to queue up, because even this, I'm curious about just the early game potential and even just later stages too, how much he's going to be able to do if he does look to go for any of this type of crazy scaling. I don't know. I'm just unsure if he's going to do it or not.
I mean, if there was any sort of start to the game that would lead towards, having your options open, this would be it. He's getting free farm in this mid matchup. Somnus, he's got all the routes to potentially choose between when it comes towards that item build.
Quiet start though, 4 minutes, no kills.
Both teams making sure not to overextend their hand too much in these matchups.
And looking at, there's a big thing that we, of course, have to point out from the side of LGD that they did early. They see a Bristleback, they see a Shadow Demon. You know there's going to be stacks. Look at the 2 camps right off the bat. You didn't point it out, but they've been blocked the entire time. There is no hard camp. There's no Ancients to be stacked.
That's true.
So this Bristleback is going to be hampered quite a bit. And I think Panel did mention it also. If you looked at the way the games in the, this leading up to this were, the stacking from LGD, they've been 2 times as much stacks on average per game as Azure Ray has. So already looking to limit that a bit.
Absolutely. I mean, you've got to imagine, right, Azure Ray, they're gonna realize this. They're gonna have to do something about this, because playing these heroes, as you say, without the potential of getting the stacks up, it's gonna feel pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there's not really a point in going over to deward it though. There's only 2 minutes left on it, so yeah, I'm sure they're just gonna play it, and yeah, they'll go stack afterwards. But see if there's any repercussions at bottom.
They'll get Planet in the cogs, but Shadow Realms the ready. Tianming not gonna be able to finish off the job there.
I mean, look at this. At last, it's in mid-Somnus.
I tell you, I think he could go for something crazy with the build. It is one of those Midas patches, but I don't want to see it. But you never know.
You never know.
Temptation can be there with those late game talents on a Snapfire that you want to go towards. We'll see what's there. Sort of takes Somnus fancy here.
Okay, FY does actually buy the sentries. He's annoyed by it, so he is going to back away and will be able to take out both of those. But one of them, the damage is kind of done for the most part, but at least he'll get that next upcoming spawn that comes up. So does save him.
Got to watch out in the mid as well. Somnus, he's 1 creep away from hitting the 6. That gives the chance for a potential outplay and an opportunity for a solo kill if Nothing to Say isn't careful.
difficult versus the skewer, I would say. But if he does catch the cookie, then there's definitely that chance.
You can get the predict as well.
Yeah.
Both mids now hitting the 6. We'll see if any sort of rotation comes in. I mean, a +1 around the mid lane could secure a kill, and of course at this point, even a first blood. Coming up to 6 minutes in.
I mean,
yet
power rune.
Anybody taken out yet?
Power rune right now. I mean, either one of these are killable. The RP is up, so if he does land an angle to be able to pull him under tower, +1 rotations. Let's see which runes it going to be. Oh, invis. So, I mean, this could be a potential setup even for the TP ganks on the side lanes here, as nighttime, of course, was hit about a minute ago, so New will have that available for himself. He's getting slowed down, though, also, this Night Stalker. You're seeing the last hits for the Weaver now starting to thrive this lane. Definitely strong versus the Night Stalker when there's the Clockwork backup, so... Yeah, New start a bit slower, so far for Azure Ray, the lane dominant kind of strategy that they went for with their picks, it's working in these first 6 minutes.
Should be able to catch up a bit now during the night time. Have that extra bit of a strength.
Yeah, exactly.
And aggressive potential in the lane. So top lane low, making an early rotation. He's ready to join forces with the two of them, Chalice and FY, to try and take Shiro and Why You Smile down. They've got the disruption to set up. Now Chalice and Low to close in a bit more onto Shiro. They're diving in with the Shikuchi. TP's coming in.
It's enough.
Force back to poison it is. The RP's there in return though. Nothing to say. Comes in with a 2-man. Skewers the back low. He's under the tower. He's going to get taken down. They'll get the Weaver in return.
Whoop, the blood grenade throw out. Is it enough to fill us?
Shockwave's there, nothing to say. Able to come in and redeem the sort of situation that was going down there. They may have lost Shiro going down as the first blood that Azure Ray are able to pick up. But in return, nothing to say, making sure they get 2 back against them.
And very nicely done, too. It's just little things of spellcasting, of course, but why, of course, using that stun on the Bristle ensures that they get the secondary kill. Very nicely done.
Yeah, making that hit at a fantastic moment. Just, of course, the points before Low was able to have that 6 online. There was no time-lapse available. It was an aggressive move, a greedy move, and it gets punished.
It does. And we're probably going to see Somnus doing that Boots of Travel build, it's looking like. I mean, holding on to 1,500 gold, it fits the build. It fits exactly what they wanted to do.
But this is the danger. When you're playing the mid-snap, it's always like, do I get a Midas? Do I get the bots? You know, both are very, very tempting. We'll see which one he wants to lean towards.
It feels like when he has, like,